101.3 The Fan.
This is the guy that will take the extra base if he puts it in play, and this one may be out of play. He smacks one to right, and it is way out of here. Jarren Duran about 25 rows up, right center field, a 2-run home run, and now the American League is on top, 5-3, a no-doubter that traveled 413 feet.
And that ends up being the game winner, and Duran ends up being the MVP as the American League wins again. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ live here on your home of the Rangers and DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan, 5-3 AL, in kind of a boring one after a fun beginning with Shohei.
Yeah, you had a fun beginning. Like, you got
your matchup.
You got your matchups. You got everything you wanted to see. It's the you got Shohei hitting a 400-foot home run. You got Paul Skeens against the 4 best hitters in the American League. You got him against 2 Hall of Famers.
Skeens' judge lasted 1 pitch.
1 pitch. Yeah, didn't last a long time, but I mean, that was
got Livy done.
You got Livy done. I mean, you got everything you asked for last night.
There's a lack of entertainment after Shohei up until the Duran home run. After the Duran home run, it was over.
Yeah, so you got
this A's reliever. Holy crap!
Oh, Mason Miller.
Woo!
Oh yeah, he brings it, man.
That's why I loved the All-Star game growing up. Now, should I be more familiar with Mason Miller in the American League West? Yeah, I should, but I'm not watching the Athletics. I don't care. But you're just watching different guys like that. Those are the performances like, no one can touch this dude. No one can come out here. He's striking out Shohei. I can't remember whether it was on 3 pitches or not. 103, 104, setting All-Star game records for that. That is why I loved the All-Star game growing up when you didn't have DirecTV and the different packages to see all the teams where I'm like, okay, who is this guy off another team?
Yeah, so you got your matchups, you got Skeens delivered, you got Shohei delivered, and then you got a tie-breaking home run. That
you a good baseball PR guy. Right
I
now.
Look, Bassick, and I'll agree with Bassick. Like, if you didn't like, if you were unhappy last night with that,
man, I'm not unhappy.
No. Yeah, I'm not talking about you. Like, I think because there's a lot of media is going to complain. I think they're more unhappy with the outcome that Judge lasted one pitch, or that Soto just drew a walk, Soto just drew a walk. Versus, because you can't control that, but you got what you asked for. Like, baseball couldn't have drawn up a better night from you got him against Judge, you got Shohei to hit a home run, and you got a tie-breaking home run. Like, if you were to tell Major League Baseball going into last night you were going to get those 3, I think they would have signed up for that, right?
Tie-breaking home run is like Odyssey telling me, we're giving you a multi-year deal. Oh, you wanted a multi-year deal? We're giving you a 2-year deal. It's like, okay, we broke the tie in the 3rd. The tie break. It wasn't in the 7th, 8th, or 9th. Pepe, what did you think of the game yesterday?
I liked it. I mean, look, going into the All-Star game for baseball, I never expect offense. When you have the best pitchers going up against the best hitters, I mean, pitchers are going to win that 90% of the time. It's just how it is. As long as it's close, I'm fine with it. And the American League did what they usually do, and that's win the game. And I thought the Rangers players did well, and man, I thought Seager got that one. I thought he crushed that. I thought it went a lot further than it did, but him just short.
Marcus Semien shining a little bit right there. But the festivities are over in Arlington. Let us know if you rolled out at 877-881-1053. I guess I'm also coming at it from a standpoint of FOMO, like especially for you, where you were searching for tickets. Bassick went, Reggie went, Sandler out there. But if you were searching for tickets and you felt like, I'm missing out, this isn't coming back for 30 years, I wouldn't feel too terrible. I wouldn't feel too terrible that I missed those 2 events.
Yeah, I mean, I knew a lot of people that went to these games.
Well,
I know, right? The Derby, the Derby would have been fun to go to, but, and it seemed like, Bassick and Reggie viewed it differently than we did, watching it in person.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that you can't follow the ball as well when you're watching it on TV. It just has a different tone to it. I think the All-Star game would have been great to go to because the pageantry of the beginning and, the guys lining up on the outfield or down the line and, seeing all the stars there. I mean, that would have been cool all in one field.
How did we feel about the American League jerseys once we saw them on all the players?
I thought it was just about the most hideous thing I've ever seen in my life.
Pretty bad.
I like that the NL jersey, and I hate the National League. I think the National League, if I don't have to ever watch the National League, I don't even want to watch the World Series almost because of the National League. I can't stand it.
You're still feeling that way?
Still feel that way.
Even different rule changes and stuff?
Doesn't matter. Still feel that way. They hung on. They hung on too long. They're stubborn like me. I thought the NL jerseys were sick. I thought those looked so good. The way that because
It was also a little bit bitter as Tolo Steven is sending me Class A, and I'm like, he was in the Corey Kluber deal.
Oh, the amount of
Because
former
watching
Rangers,
him go out there, I was like, oh,
yeah,
he filthy.
the amount of former Rangers on this field was, you had Profar, Class A, Cole Reagans. I mean, you had a what ifs of on this field. But yeah, the NL hats, the NL hats especially, they popped. The AL, the logos just didn't pop with the color scheme of the hat. I didn't care for the AL uniforms. I liked it when they wear their own uniform.
I did too. And we got a sober singer.
We did. Kojo, baby. Got a very sober singer. Took his hat off right before.
That's good.
Yeah. He's Sarah loves him. She's a huge fan of Cody Johnson.
It sounds like any male who sings country.
Any male who sings country music.
That's why Choppy's got the brand new truck.
Yeah, that's right. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Haven't talked about that. Give us the specs.
So I got it's a used 2022 Ram 1500.
Did you ever think 25, 30 years ago you'd be driving a truck? Mr. Fast and the Furious.
No, because I was always into I wanted I thought about, I knew I was going to drive eventually like a Challenger. I wanted a Challenger at one point. So kind of that Dodge family. But I've always been into Nissans. I always wanted the Skyline, which is the car that has the wheel on the other side. That's what I always wanted. I always wanted one of those like racing cars. And then then I was like, all right, I need more room. Let's get an SUV. I don't want a crossover. I don't want like one of those crossovers. I wanted a bigger one. So I was like, well, shoot, let's just get a truck. And I love it. So far, so good.
Okay.
PlatinumCDRJTexas.com.
So the Derby singer, Ingrid Andress, comes out with a statement apologizing for her national anthem performance and says, I'm not going to lie, I was drunk, guys, and I'm going right to rehab. I'm checking myself into a facility to get the help I need. That was not me last night. I apologize to baseball, all the fans in this country I love so much for that rendition. I'll let y'all know how rehab is. I hear it's super fun.
I drowned it in Tito's today.
So, like, I the ending of that made me wonder, like, she was cracking a joke there, which, it's self-deprecating. I'm the same way, so maybe that's just what she is.
Right.
But, rehab's not generally something that you make jokes about. She very well may need to go. That's not the issue.
I told you yesterday during the show she looked messed up.
Yeah.
I was talking about her buttons lining up correctly on her jersey. She looked like she was out of it. I figured she was just probably stoned.
Yeah.
But Amanda was like, what's wrong with her? What is going on with her? Is this an actual singer? And yes, she is. And now she's going to get help.
Yes, she is. Now she's going to get help. That's great news. That's great news that she's going to get help. That's what she really needs. Was that the reason for her performance? Was it something wrong with the audio? Was she just bad? Was she just trying to do something that was more artsy or, singer-songwriter-y?
I got to say, she got a lot of sympathy and likes on my Facebook page when I posted this.
Yeah.
People are like, good for her.
Yeah.
Props to you.
If you got to go.
At least you're admitting it.
If you got to go, you got to go.
You in every commercial break.
Right. Yeah. That's not something you want to mess around with. If you find yourself having problems, that is not something you want to mess around with.
All-Star Game recap. Let us know if you were there. We are live on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line throughout the entire show at 877-881-1053. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Look at all these guys wearing cowboy hats for the pregame that would not end. That's all it was. Let's get all the players in a saloon. I'm like, there are no horses in Arlington.
No, there's not. Well, no, there's not.
There's no horses in Arlington.
Fort Worth, you got some of the stockyards.
Fort Worth, you got some.
Yeah,
but
that's about it.
They played up all the Texas hype.
They did. I didn't hate the saloon promos because they were short and sweet. The last one they did, the long form one where they're all riding the mechanical bull, I was like, all right, that's a little corny. That's a little bit corny. The rest of them I thought were fine until you get to that one, and I was like, ooh, all right.
Where did a broken hand come from for Kyrie Irving and Tiger Woods absolutely burying a big-time golf name? Plus, are they freezing out Skip Bayless on First Take with a Stephen A. reunion, the Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
of Sean and RJ? Thank you, Ollie Bear. Just getting started right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll react to the All-Star Game at 2. Krusty's Corner at 2:40 as we count down to Cowboys training camp. And it's a full show, Nation 2 to 7 of The Fan.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your home or business has roof damage, be sure to call Blue Nail Roofing for a free inspection. Blue Nail's trained and certified inspectors will find all the damage to your property, the damage that insurance adjusters and other roofing companies often miss. Finding and documenting all the damage can mean a larger payment for your insurance claim. Call Blue Nail Roofing today, 855-255-1975, 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Listen to the Texas Lending Mortgage Show each Saturday morning at 8 on 105.3 The Fan to get the latest on buying, selling, or refinancing your home. You can also listen to the show on the Odyssey app. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
Ah, the sweet feelings of summer. The kiss of warm sun on your skin. The softly scented breeze blowing through the trees. Don't worry, you have Off Clean Feel, fragrance-free mosquito repellent that feels good on skin, so even mosquitoes can't ruin those sweet...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something?
IT is about trust.
What up, y'all? It's Sean Treef and RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt around the corner. We got Peyton Russell running things live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on.
I think the headphones are officially gone. I've got a very tinny sound in my ear. I bought some. They had a great deal. They're like, very like 30% off. I bought some and I was waiting. For these to go.
So can Bobby use your old ones when he comes in here all frazzled, last second, unprepared at 5:59?
Yes, sir. He absolutely can. I could leave these here, but they don't sound the same that they used to.
Okay. Kyrie Irving, according to Shams Charania, has undergone surgery to repair a broken left hand. Sustained the injury earlier this month while training. So out of nowhere, a broken left hand for Kyrie, but absolutely no reason to worry, right?
No, there's 3 months before they go to camp, or 2 months before they go to their training camp, and then 3 months before the start of the NBA season. Boy, the year's flying by. 3 months before NBA starts, it. So it'll start in October. So we got plenty of time for Kyrie.
How about a little Kyrie shout out from Eminem? Has anyone heard this yet? Peyton, I know we were trying to go get the lyric. Eminem released 2 bonus tracks, which were exclusively sold on his website. And there's a bonus track, Kyrie and Luka, featuring 2 Chainz as a guest. Pepe, did you hear this?
So I tried to look for every video on YouTube has been taken down for copyright. I looked on Twitter to see if someone had screen recorded, but every link is it's not even on Spotify anymore.
Wasn't Chris Strong in on Monday? I saw him lingering back there. He didn't edit it up. We already don't have it in the system.
No, because the link he had was a totally different song that he sent me, so I didn't have it. No, and I've looked everywhere. No one's got it.
Well,
yet.
Kyrie and Luka getting a little Eminem love, apparently.
A little bit. That's cool. You want you've made it when you make it into songs. Right, when you make, especially songs of like 2 Chainz big, Eminem is obviously on his way. He's past his prime. It's not Kendrick Lamar.
Probably why Clay chose here. Eminem,
right.
Street cred.
Eminem, street cred, absolutely.
What is going on in the world of golf with the British Open upon us tomorrow? Right?
Today Wednesday. Yeah, starts tomorrow. It will start tomorrow.
Where are they playing?
Britain, Great Britain. That's
okay. Okay, I figured that was a safe answer. Colin Montgomery, always a big name for years over on that side, and he came out and had some thoughts on Tiger Woods trying to hang on.
Playing once a month, playing 4 times a year in the majors is proving that that's not enough. He's not competitive now, and he said that he wouldn't play if he wasn't feeling he was competitive, and he is. And I wish he wouldn't, because I want to remember Tiger Woods the way he was, not the way he is now. And there's a time to go, and very few top sportsmen take that opportunity to go at the right time. And let's hope he doesn't continue in this vein for a few years, and then we'll go, well, hang on, the guys coming through know Tiger Woods now. No, this isn't Tiger Woods. This isn't the same guy. He's not the same guy. He's not the same aura about the man. He's not the same passion. He hasn't got the same charisma about him that he had. And it's a shame.
Isn't this guy an all-time irritant?
He was an irritant. He also never won anything. He came very, very close a million times.
He was really good.
He was a tremendous golfer. Tremendous. But he was always like one of these. You ever walk in a room and people that they know that they're smarter than you, but you don't really think they're smarter than you, but they think they are, and they kind of know that they kind of are.
Like in 10 minutes.
Yeah. That's Colin Montgomery. He's like a British Bobby Belt, and so he's kind of an irritant, and he always has been. Now, is he right? Tiger's not the same guy.
Yeah.
But Tiger's doesn't have to quit. Tiger is still a draw.
Haven't we moved past the sports point of you need to retire when I want you to?
I mean, you would think so.
And I've said many a time, I'm trying to remember the instances where an athlete hanging on too long hurt them. It did not with Michael Jordan on the Wizards. It just didn't.
No.
And it's not going to with Tiger Woods either.
No, it hurts the guys who are not all-time greats. It hurt Eli Manning. I think it hurt Matt Ryan. You know, if Matt Ryan quit in like 2018,
yeah,
you know, I think he'd be looking at his career a lot differently. Same with Eli. If he quit in like 2013,
yeah.
Did it hurt with Brett Favre? That's one name that came to my mind first. No,
he went to
stealing from the poor in Mississippi hurt Brett Favre.
Yeah, Jen Sturger photos.
I don't because Favre's like in a different category. Like
he's an all-time great.
We talk about there's an all-time great category, but he was in an all-time cool category.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Gunslinger,
Yeah.
didn't care, didn't know the plays. I heard you guys talk last week while I was out. He's kind of like the Maverick,
right?
You know, like it's like his name never comes up in the all-time great discussion. He's in the all-time cool discussion,
Right? Absolutely. So but it didn't. Did it hurt Serena at the end of her career? Absolutely not.
Plus, Favre was good in Minnesota.
Yes, he was. They should have gone to the Super Bowl. Did it hurt Peyton Manning the last year? I mean, no, he won the Super Bowl. He played poorly.
Yeah.
I mean, so it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt Jack.
Well, El Tigre responded to Colin Montgomery at the British Open presser.
Tiger, just to almost follow up on that.
Yeah. By the way, stop. The highlight here, as great in all time as Tiger's response is, it's this guy asking the question.
Yeah.
It's the accent.
The accent's great.
Tiger, just to almost follow up on that. You've given so much to this game, you've given so much to this championship.
Mm-hmm.
But, there was comments, last week from Colin Montgomery who said, why is he here? He should retire. There's no point to this. Do you feel that's a bit hurtful and you've earned the right to make the decision when you decide?
Well, as a past champion, I'm exempt till I'm 60. Colin's not. He's not a past champion, so he's not exempt. So he doesn't get the opportunity to make that decision. I do.
That's what I mean. You've earned that. You've deserved it.
So when I get to be at his age, I can still make that decision when he doesn't.
Buried. Skull emojis.
Oh, my God.
Over.
I love when the greats also keep score and they know exactly who's won. Like, that's amazing. Like, I would have, if you
Michael knows.
You know Michael knows. Not like
Shaq always brings it up on everyone,
right.
Charles.
The real diehard golf fans know, like, if Colin had won a major, and they know. But, like, there are a lot of guys like, did he win one?
Who?
There's some guys you might ask, like, did he win a major?
Yeah.
But like, these guys know. And Tiger keeps score. He has no problems and no bones about it. He's not above the fray. He's not above it. This was amazing. Colin continues to go. He continued to talk like that's what he does.
But Tiger says he's going to just continue to play.
He's going to keep playing. And I do think that Tiger will not play in the U.S. Opens much longer. He's exempt fully until he is 60 or 65, depending on the tournament. In the Masters, and the PGA, and the Open Championship. The U.S. Open's got a different structure. And the British Open, I think, is the most winnable along with the Masters for him. I don't think he can win the PGA or the U.S. Open anymore. The courses are just too difficult. But those two tournaments, the British and the Masters, they set up perfectly for him. You've seen Tom Watson and Greg Norman well into their 50s compete for the British Open. I think that Tiger could win one of these.
All-Star Game and all the events in town and so are the SEC Media Days. And the big story yesterday with two kind of Longhorn fans in studio, Horns Down is back. College football kegger to start getting you ready for the season is next.
Hey, miss it.
Has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has a little.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
We're back.
So's the horns down. Oh.
That's not horns down. That's.
I love you too, Sean.
That's exactly what it is. It's I love you.
Man, this is great news. This is a great day.
Fantastic.
SEC Media Days, they always bring gold. It is, the amount of credential requests they usually have at the SEC Media Day generally equals that of the other conferences combined.
Is it just cooler off the jump? I know Bobby doesn't think so. I know Clarence Hill does. For us to be focusing and more excited about SEC Media Days than Big 12 Media Days now?
Oh, yeah. There's not really now, listen.
Otherwise, SEC Media Days were like, okay, like what happened with the Aggies? But
Right.
now you're talking about
everybody.
the Big Two.
Yeah, now and really the Big Three when you throw A&M in there because you got Oklahoma, Texas, and Texas A&M, and those are the, there's no doubt. The local in Texas sport fan is generally going to be a fan of one of those three teams if you live in DFW. Now you've got your TCU and your SMU, your Texas Tech and UNTs, but the majority of the
Tarletons,
majority of the people are going to fall into one of those three camps. That's just the reality. And now they're all three in the same conference again for the first time in over a decade, and they're all going to play each other again for the first time in over a decade. And now they're all getting into SEC Media Days. And one of the things that was asked to one of the SEC head of officials is this the SEC coordinator official, Han McDavid?
Han.
Just John. Yeah, autocorrect got me on that one.
You didn't change it? It's on the...
Dude, I'm going so quick in the morning. I don't got time to change things.
Whoa.
Sorry.
See, this is what I deal with when you're out. This is what I deal with. Yeah.
Make you look stupid.
Making me look stupid because it says right there, Han McDavid.
Han McDavid.
That's his name. I'm sorry. He can call himself, he's named Han McDavid to me. The coordinator of officials talks about, this is kind of a good answer too. It's kind of a bad answer, but he talks about
Jerry Jenkins talking about the Cowboys. Just correct it yourself. Deal with it.
Yeah, this is about the horns down.
To be unsportsmanlike conduct, I'm asking my officials to use a framework of judgment where the act to be a foul needs to be in one of three buckets. It needs to be taunting an opponent, it needs to be a travesty of the game, or it needs to otherwise compromise our ability to manage the game. What's a travesty of the game, right? It's just a phrase. I ask my officials, the act itself needs to be offending to the senses. If you took that act out of a football stadium and did it in a shopping mall or a grocery store, would it offend the senses to a majority of the reasonable people in the area, right? That signal would not, right? You might have some people that share that signal with you if you did that at a grocery store or in a shopping mall, depending where you are. So it's very much, we're going to evaluate it in context. I could see a scenario, I want to be very cautious about using hypotheticals, right? But I could see a scenario where an opponent of Texas makes a big play in celebrating with his teammates, possibly going back to the sideline. They're giving the signal. It's not taunting. It's not making a travesty of the game. It's not affecting our ability to manage the game.
Let me start with this. You want any? First off, it sounds like JJ Redick giving an answer to officiating. You want another example of the SEC just meaning more? Why does the coordinator of officials have a media session? Like, we're even going to put this guy up there at the podium. He's going to have his own press time. But my theory, I think this is going to ultimately be proven true right here with Bobby and Peyton, who love the Longhorns as their favorite college team. Isn't this great for you guys? Isn't this one of those things that you have wanted to shed and just get rid of, with everyone calling you and the school and the university soft for getting worked up over horns down? Aren't you happy that this is happening?
Yeah, I think I've always thought
no Longhorn fan gets right.
Yeah, I've always thought it was stupid, and I don't think it feels like one of those things that has become like as a talking point of just, oh, we can't have this. This is unsportsmanlike. Yada yada yada. I feel like that's not a common take of a Texas fan. anyway. Like it's become something at like the higher up level that it's just like, well, that's just disrespectful. You can't do that. And I mean, the last time we had this incident, it wasn't even Texas calling for it. It was BYU. Told their fans like, no, turn them around. Don't do that. That's super rude. And so to me, I'm glad this will just be put out of the way, because to have the power to do this, like they have to be able to do that. Otherwise, Hook 'em Horns has no power to like flash that at somebody's face if you can't allow them to do the opposite.
Right. If down is taunting, then so is up. I mean, it's the same. There's no difference. Like, you have to have a yin with the yang. Every good has to have an evil counterpart.
Peyton, are you happy that they're ridding this as an issue and a topic for you guys?
Yeah, as much as I troll with you making it a big deal, it's get past it, move past it. I mean, it's going to happen no matter what from the crowd and fans and everything. Like, just move past it. Let's move on with it and don't make it a penalty.
And I mean, Texas fans have a position of power here. They could say, "Look, this just proves that we are always on your mind."
Mm-hmm.
They could say that. Is it right? I mean, who knows? But I mean, it's something that they could fairly say about this. Now, there's an OU player, Billy Bowman, one of their safeties, who was up at the podium, and Billy Bowman was talking about horns down and took a little shot at the Big 12.
I mean, it shouldn't be a penalty anyways. Everybody has a hand signal. If you let a hand signal affect you and affect the game, maybe you shouldn't be there. So, I mean, allowing us to throw the horns down, that's cool and all. If it can't be a part of the game, then, I mean, it's pretty soft.
Basically, the Big 12 a little soft. And
it's true.
It's true. And this is what...
Just like the SEC conservatives slapping down a soft liberal horns down.
Snowflakes. The snowflakes in the Big 12.
Yes.
So this kind of was like what Nick Saban was talking about the day before.
Once he was allowed in the
venue. Because he basically said, yeah, like Texas is big, but they ain't going to run. They ain't going to run things here.
You know, what kind of tickles me is all these people asking these questions about how Texas always ran the conference they were in. They're not going to run the SEC. Because there's a whole lot of arrogant people in a lot of places in the SEC, so they can forget all about that. They'll be a good team and a great program, and Sark will do a great job, but that's not going to be a problem.
Look, I mean, it took one trip for that flowing Quinn Ewers mullet to Bryant Denny for Nick Saban to not even be allowed in a venue without a credential. It sounds to me like Texas is already absolutely running the SEC.
This was my argument to Clarence Hill years ago at a party. Shout out to Dave Wishnu in Oxnard.
Oh, yeah.
And Clarence was like the unpopular kid just begging to be let into the party. Not this party.
Right.
He was more than welcome. But the SEC party. And I kept asking him, why? Why? This is the argument we have of, do you want to be in the NFC East or do you want to be in the AFC West? Put me in the NFC East. But because you want to feel cool and you want to feel popular and you want to feel included, fine. Now you get your wish. Go ahead.
Yeah, and like,
have a tough game every single week.
It's tough for me to know if Nick Saban is talking about on the field or off the field, too. Because, Texas off the field absolutely ran the Big 12.
I think he is talking about off the field. I think he's talking about, like, they're not going to dictate what happens in this conference. Because clearly on the field, you can't say they ran the conference for a few different years.
Yeah.
And so
sure.
I think
but they still have the most talent. And they very well maybe have the most talent in the SEC, too.
Sure. I think that.
But over the last 10 years, we would probably, Bobby, you probably know the numbers off the back of your head. We would say Oklahoma had the better program.
Yeah, I mean,
yes.
Texas was
good,
way down. It took. Obviously, at the end of the Mac Brown era, and then Charlie Strong came in here and pissed off every Texas high school coach first thing in the door and ruined his recruiting in the state from that point. Herman came in, had his struggles. Sark comes in and has, for the most part, kind of cleaned things up and gotten stable. But, had his own lumps early on. So, Texas as a program has had a ton of issues. That's why people so consistently compare them to the Cowboys.
From a competitive standpoint, forget about, I know you don't like being part of the cult. Are you happier to be in a bigger boy conference? Or would you rather be in the Big 12 still?
A part of me wants to be in the Big 12, and I understand it's not like the Big 12 has existed for 1,000 years. It's still relatively new in the grand scheme of things. But there's something about, like, I don't love the idea of leaving traditionally kind of where they've been and going and playing in these waters with different schools like that. I don't love, but from a competitive standpoint, No, I'd rather run the conference.
What would you rather be in?
At first, I was disappointed when they went to the SEC. I thought, okay, it's going to be another 10-plus years of losing, so I thought the Big 12 was a better chance of winning, especially in football. But now it's like, okay, the schedule's not that bad. I think the recruiting's going to get better, so I'm fine with the SEC right now.
And now I'm going to flip it on you.
All right.
I think I know your answer, and it's going to be, I think, Clarence Hill-ish. If I gave Tennessee a pass to get out and go to a weaker conference so you guys could be more of a factor and a player, would you choose it? I know your answer is no.
Probably not.
Why? Cool kids.
No, I think that
the cult.
It's a cult.
It's not even the cult.
You'd rather be 8th place in the cult than top 3 somewhere else. What's yeah, go ahead, finish that thought.
So I would not I would like I want to be they've got a pretty good chance of getting the playoff this year.
Okay,
right?
Fine.
They got a really good chance.
1 year. I'm just talking about, overall, the way it's been.
Right. No, I would tell you because this makes...
His name is Ralph James Choppy. His name is Ralph James Choppy. It's very Fight Club thinking that you got here. It's very cultish.
No. It's not the cult. I think when you win too much, you lose the joy.
Oh.
And
so you have more joy.
I think you would rather be the worst SEC team than the best ACC team. I think you would.
That's what I'm saying to him.
I would rather be in the middle because the 1 year you do win means so much more, and it'll make all the losing worth it.
It took a record amount of time for you to get there, but you did come up with the choppy end.
Because I don't really.
I'd rather be in the middle.
I don't really know how to explain. Because when I was first introduced to the SEC in 1997, it was us in Florida that ran the whole conference. And then that stopped.
It was Florida that ran the conference. Come on.
Well, we won the same amount of titles in the 90s.
It was a Peyton Manning job.
Yeah. So it was us in Florida, and now it's not. It's Georgia and it's Alabama and it's soon to be Oklahoma and Texas, and thank God for the playoff because now it gives us a chance to get in.
Well, speaking of Oklahoma, you ready for an evisceration? Thanks to the Tolo who sent me this. Paul Feinbaum talking about the former OU coach Lincoln Riley and how much pressure he's under at USC this year. Get out the extinguisher.
How much does Riley have to prove at USC this year?
I think he has an enormous amount to prove because, quite frankly, Jay, I think he's been a disaster. Let's go back 3 years. Oklahoma and Texas joining the SEC. It was announced at this moment in time. What did Lincoln Riley do? He ran away. He did not want to deal with the Southeastern Conference at OU. He took what he thought was an easier course, so he goes out to Southern Cal. He takes Caleb Williams. Good first year, but since then, everything has gone wrong. I thought last year was one of the worst coaching jobs I have ever seen. Quite frankly, had I been the athletic director at Southern Cal, I would have fired Lincoln Riley because he's yet to show, after many years as a head coach, he knows anything about defense. He's gone through defensive coordinators. He just simply couldn't handle it, and now things are going to be 5 times worse in the Big Ten. On top of that, a number of his top players are bailing out. This is a guy who owned L.A. for about a half a minute, and quite frankly, next year at this time, I think he'll more than likely be an assistant in the NFL if he's that lucky.
Such a murdering. I mean, just
it surprises me that Feinbaum walks around these events and no one takes a swing.
I know.
Like this egghead just walking around crapping on everyone. Yeah. He looks like a librarian.
He does.
He really is. Who's the teacher on South Park?
Mr. Mackey or Mr. Garrison? Mackey was the principal or the counselor.
Yeah, and one had the Christmas poo.
Yeah. Mr. Garrison is this one, and then Mr. Mackey McKay is that one.
So we're about to see it all fall apart for the Golden Child, according to Feinbaum.
No, they obviously moving to the Big Ten. That is a conundrum in its own. The travel that they now have, obviously the different set of recruits that they now have, it's crazy.
Yeah, but they might score more points in the Big Ten next year than the entire conference combined. Because they'll put up points, they'll just give up 100 in the process.
Is it really true, RJ Choppy with the karaoke experiment, is it really true that you can't sing while drinking? That's tied to Arlington and the All-Star game. We'll talk about it all in the home of the Rangers next.
Let's get you over to the greatest of diamonds direct. Are you ready to make this summer one to remember? I know you are. It's that time.
birthday, in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
looks over his shoulder, and 12 rows deep it lands. A 3-run home run for the superstar Shohei Ohtani.
Carl Ravitch with a call on ESPN, an absolute bomb from Shohei in the third, but the National League still loses. Good morning, Metroplex. You heard everything right here on your home for Rangers baseball. 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club for the Hump Day edition. Okay. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Roberto Belt. Bob, were you entertained last night? Did you enjoy the festivities?
Nope, not a bit. I mean, the theater of the mind right here on 105.3 The Fan was fantastic, but the actual game was just like I texted you guys about it when I was driving in. When Choppy's talking about, man, they hit all these markers that if Major League Baseball would have said, you're going to get these things, they'd be like, sign us up. That's all the stuff we want. So to me, it's an even bigger problem that they got all that stuff, and it was an incredibly boring game that I was like, I'm going to flip back and forth. In a dry era right now of no other sports on, I was like, I don't want to sit here and watch this. This is so boring.
Yeah. I was like, what's going on, RNC? But that was even worse. That was even more boring. As I saw Savannah Chrisley off of a reality show.
Is that the Chrisley Knows Best? Or?
Yeah. I'm like, why is she talking? How'd she get an invite?
You didn't want to watch Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson speaking last night about his change of heart?
Missed him. Saw Ben Johnson for 2 minutes. Marco Rubio at the end. But I was like, man, this is really boring. Let's just get to Thursday.
Yeah, that's when all the fireworks are going to be. Has Dana White spoken yet? That'll be the one that I want to see how many F-bombs Dana White drops in his speech.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's not used to having to censor himself at press conferences or speeches or whatever. But this is just, it's such the All-Star games, the Pro Bowl, they all are a drag to me at this point. And I don't know if that's being an adult. Like as a kid, was it just different? And it maybe has always felt this way, but it just doesn't have any interest to me.
I do think that the kid part is interesting because hit the bell. I was talking about my kids yesterday, and they were like, man, they loved the home run derby, and like all their friends were texting about it. And I just wonder, like, is the home run, and they love the dunk contest, is the dunk contest and the home run derby just made for kids, and they like it, and that's what it's meant for, and that's the target audience, and maybe that's the case. You know, I thought last night was good. Yes, there was absolutely boring elements of the game.
But there's not a format problem. The baseball All-Star game has, we all know this is an obvious statement, the best chance of being competitive amongst all the other sports for an All-Star event. You're either going to have plays made or not. Like, I don't think there's a format problem with this. It's just we didn't have a ton of highlight reel awesome plays. You had Shohei
at the home run,
and that was basically it. Yeah. And you had your Judge Skeens matchup that lasted for one pitch. This isn't a problem. The Derby and that's not a huge problem like the dunk contest. The Derby is more of an issue because that's more fixable than this. Like these guys are still out there playing hard, which that's the first, second, third check mark for me in any of these events. You can't slack off in a baseball game unless you're just not going to run or hustle. I'm not painting this as a big problem. It was just a more boring game. Yeah. And next year could be a really entertaining one.
I think one of the problems
But at least this event allows for the possibility of it being a really entertaining one.
Yeah. One of the problems is there was a lack of big-name pitchers in this game. You had Paul Skeens. Nobody knows Corbin Burns. He's a good pitcher. Nobody knows who he is. Jake DeGrom is hurt. Max Scherzer is not the same. Garrett Cole was hurt to start the year. Blake Snell has having a down year. Justin Verlander is an old man. Like
the electricity really comes from the relievers.
Yes, and they're so dominant that a lot of times it creates bad offense.
Yeah,
and
I love watching these all-star hitters helpless against these relievers.
Mason Miller is a problem.
Woo!
Yeah,
he's a problem.
Yeah,
Paul Skeens throws so hard that Aaron Judge is like, I can't risk getting into an off-speed count. I have to swing at the first pitch.
Yeah.
And that created an anticlimactic moment. But, you know, like to me, you got Skeens facing the best four hitters in the American League. You got Shohei hitting a home run, and you got essentially a game-winning home run in the fifth inning or whatever?
Yeah.
You know, baseball would have signed up for that immediately. I think if we don't like something, it's that we don't like how the outcomes were. Like, we didn't like that, Soto just walked and Judge feebly grounded out to third. And, from our standpoint, Seager didn't hit the home run and Semien didn't do a whole lot.
This may sound weird. I think we're breaking it down too much. Does that make sense?
I think we probably are.
We're breaking it down too much as if it's a problem with the event, and I don't think it is. It was just a game that lacked a few more highlights than I would have loved.
I think it's just because of what I think it's just because of what I initially grew up with, and we talked about it last week. I think or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. You wouldn't want to trade interleague play. Like, interleague play is better for the sport in the regular season.
Yeah.
Interleague play did kill the All-Star game in a lot of ways for me.
Yeah. The newness is gone. The discovery of other players you haven't seen before, really heard of, or broken down or watched.
Smoltz in 96, Smoltz started the All-Star game. And I think that was the first time in his entire career he had ever pitched to Albert Bell. And Albert, that's the kind of thing where it's like, Bell was a massive star at that time. Smoltz was a massive star. They were both 8 years into their career, and it's the very first time they're crossing
Randy
each other.
Johnson Kruk.
Yeah.
All-time moment.
And those are the things that you naturally can't have anymore. Now, that's not enough of a reason to say, well, let's kill interleague play.
No.
And so I'm not saying that there's a solution to it. I'm just saying that's one of the things you're going to have to sacrifice, and it's something you're totally willing to sacrifice in order to get interleague play, but it does ruin the All-Star game ultimately.
And I think the pitching is a problem for the hitters here. From 1994 until, 05, right? About an 11-year stretch. You had games of 13-6, 8-7, 13-8, 7-7 tie, 7-6, 9-4, 7-5.
Yes.
The last few years you've had 3-2, 3-2, 5-3, 5-2.
Really, that's really important to point out.
2-1, 4-2, 5-3, 3-zip. 3-1 back in 2010. The pitchers are just so good now.
Yes.
It's not like I think if you were going to watch an All-Star game, if this game was 8-7,
Oh yeah, you don't want shootout. This is the only All-Star event where you want and need the shootout. Football. All right, you guys have just given up. It's 70-60. Yeah. We don't care. There's no effort. All-Star game is a joke. 200 points. This calls for more offense.
Yeah. So, I don't know. There's nothing you can do. Maybe you extend the pitchers out, but then you're not getting to see everybody. They're doing, I think, the best they possibly can with the sport. Inherently has some elements to it that are not appealing to the 2024 eye.
What if we steal Basic's idea and give them
metal bats?
The metal bat inning.
Oh, baby.
The metal bat inning and put up nets everywhere.
Oh, you got to.
Put up nets everywhere, have it go up into the outfield for 1 inning each,
Yeah.
And you get that, or you can choose the inning in which you want the metal bats.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
That would be fun until a pitcher takes one up the dome.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that.
That would be a lot. No, but
cancel that.
Look, if we're going to put up nets, then you can put up the batting practice net for the pitcher right in front of him.
The L screen?
Yeah.
The L screen. That's right.
You can just do...
Have Uzi or Uni, whatever his name was, the batting practice, Alonso's coach, out there throwing him. What was his name? Ushi?
Joust?
Joust,
yeah. He couldn't hit the strike zone.
Yes. You had Beltre to Pudge with Nolan and Fergie Jenkins out there for the opening ceremonies.
That was pretty cool.
Tolos were joking. Is John Smoltz pulling for the National League here?
He said, I couldn't believe it. He actually said some halfway nice things about the Rangers. Hey, look, they're still in it. He was like, they're still in it.
And then, Bob, you think that they're getting bullied out of these All-Star Game jerseys?
That's what it's at least sounding like a little bit, is that Rob Manfred, which those jerseys were awful.
Hideous
to me.
I like the NLs. I like the color scheme of the NL at least. The AL I thought was
They look like the Marlins out there.
Yeah, I like the jersey itself fine. The whole package with the helmet and everything. It's it looks like a wild berry Pop-Tart. It's just ugly. And so I don't like it. But Rob Manfred said they're going to have conversations about going back next year to guys just wearing their normal uniforms into the All-Star game, which is great. But are you really willing to give up potential merchandise money of those jerseys?
So the Derby singer Ingrid Andress admits to being drunk during the National Anthem Home Run Derby, says she's going to rehab, and Bobby, you weren't buying it.
No.
Or say what you can without getting in trouble.
I know, because I was like, yeah, we'll come in, we'll talk about it. And then I heard you guys discussing it at like 5:30. I was like, oh no, it doesn't sound like I can say no microphone what I put in my email.
Yeah.
From the way you guys are approaching it.
Okay.
I'll say this.
I can take it another direction.
No surprise that she was inebriated. And that she had some sort of substance coursing through her veins. That had seemed pretty obvious. I'm just going to be Mr. Conspiracy Theory here. I didn't put this in my email. Do you buy that it was alcohol? Because generally, I don't see alcohol making you that almost.
Well, this is your karaoke theory.
Yeah, so she very well may need to go to rehab. And if she does, good for her. I don't believe that alcohol necessarily was the reason for her poor performance. Only from the standpoint of, first of all, she's never been to a karaoke bar because that makes you sing way better. I know from personal experience it does. But I've also been to about 75 concerts, starting with AC/DC in 1995. And of the 75 I've been to, maybe 5 of them was the lead singer not under the influence of something. From Axl Rose to Dave Matthews ripping bong hits before the show, to some.
Well, he's a talk singer.
He's a talk singer.
Are you gonna be a
That's
talk
fair.
singer?
That's true.
This is pure singing.
The guys dropping acid before they're going out there. I mean, Pink Floyd made a living out of that. You can't tell me that singers are not used to performing inebriated.
Well, let's put it to the test as Pepe has dug up RJ Choppy, drunk karaoke in Oxnard.
You build me up, you break me down. My heart it pounds, yeah, you got me.
See? It's fantastic.
With my hands up, you got me now. You got that sound.
Solid.
You build me
Call me
up,
Ingrid.
you break me down. My heart it pounds, yeah, you got me. With my hands up,
Here we go. Here we go.
Drop the beat.
Now the party don't start till I walk in. Everyone up.
There you go.
Yeah, there it is.
I mean, you're better.
Yes.
You sing better under the influence.
No, this is. I think she was probably inebriated with something. I don't know that it was alcohol. And I think that a little bit of that statement, the flippancy at the end that you guys were talking about, is just like, I hear it's super fun. I don't know if that's embarrassed, self-deprecating cover,
Maybe.
or if it's just dismissive.
I have not listened to this clip before the show on purpose. Charles Haley on who to sign between Dak, Micah, and CeeDee Lamb. What is old number 94 going to have to say? We got some wide receiver problems, and Bobby maybe has a CeeDee Lamb trade with the hated San Francisco 49ers. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. Is your job recession-proof? Maybe you need a change. The demand for IT...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Covered in Oxnard beginning next week, like 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Hump Day. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. That's why we want you to win the Sebastian Maniscalco tickets during the 720 commercial-free expressway giveaway every single morning for the rest of the week. We're not only your home of the World Series champs, we are your home of the Dallas Cowboys with training camp coverage starting 1 week from today in Oxnard, California. And Bobby went and got Charles Haley appearing on the Kay Adams podcast, and she asked Charles, who would you sign between Dak, Micah, and Lamb?
He kept backloading everything. So now he's screwed. So now his bill came due, and he doesn't have the money to be able to do that. And so what he's going to have to do is he's going to have to find another way around the salary cap, or push a lot of the older guys' salary cap way back, and then you don't know whether these guys going to play 1 year or 2 years, and then all of it come due again. So, hey, he gambled a long time, and now time is up. So I can tell you this. Trade that. Just put him up for the trade. Guess what? every team in the league be after him.
Yeah.
Every team in the league. Dak is a winner. Dak is a great person, a great leader. I know him. I go up there all the time. C.D. Lamb, quiet guy, leader. Hey, he wants the ball. Here's Jerry Rice. Hey, just give it to me. I want it.
Yeah.
And so how do you not keep those guys together?
It's a great point. Everyone in the league would want Dak Prescott, Sean. Everybody.
I don't dispute that. Idiots either choose to ignore it or they don't know how to listen when I say pay him. I've said pay him. He finished second in the MVP. I'm the only one who keeps reminding people of that. I'm scared to go without.
Yeah,
in some instances in life.
If contracts were not a problem, where like they had to eat dead money for their current guy, there's maybe, I would say,
real quick, let me stop you right there. I've always thought, we always are like, why did Jerry Jones want a salary cap? And now after this offseason, I'm like, maybe it's because Jerry is frugal and doesn't want to spend. Like the salary cap was for Jerry's own pockets. Like that perception of Jerry is changing my mind. So when you say, like Steve Ballmer, we know in the NBA, people believe that these apron rules were put in
for him,
for Ballmer.
Yes.
And we just assume forever.
Steve Cohen in baseball.
Yes, that Jerry was the same way. And now I don't assume that anymore.
Yeah, like, would Buffalo trade Josh Allen for that? Would they trade for Dak? No. Kansas City? No. Cincinnati? No. Would Miami with Tua?
If Joe Burrow gets hurt one more year, you might go, that dude's never going to be healthy.
Perhaps.
They wouldn't right now.
Miami might with Tua. I think they like Tua, but I also think they don't like Tua. So I don't know what they would do.
I think Miami swaps Tua for Dak in a heartbeat.
Detroit, I don't know. They seem to like him, but maybe they would. San Francisco, probably not. Purdy, the Chargers with Herbert. So you got a handful of teams that would say no.
Right.
There's at least 20 teams that would trade their guy or close to it.
There's a lot of teams, I think, where you could even make the argument Dak is better.
But I don't think those teams would trade for him because they think championship is on the horizon. They're trading to get out of the quarterback purgatory. That's what I would think. You're not trading and saying like the Atlanta Falcons. I think this is a perfect comparison. The Atlanta Falcons are like, yo, we need to be a player in the NFC. Let's get Cousins. I don't think the Atlanta Falcons are truly believing like we're going to the Super Bowl now.
Which is easier to win? Which do you think is easier to win with? A 10 out of 10 supporting cast with a 7 out of 10 quarterback, or a 7 out of 10 supporting cast with a 10 out of 10 quarterback?
10 out of 10 quarterback.
10 out of 10 quarterback being who? Let's take Pat out of it. Josh. We're about to find out with the Bills this year.
Yeah,
like that's gonna be the ideal example. Like, can Josh Allen carry them to the AFC East crown and second, third round of the playoffs?
Yeah, Allen with 7 out of 10s at all the other position groups. Is that easier to win than if the Falcons feel like we've invested so much in these skill position players and everything else, we've built this incredible supporting cast, we can use a 7 out of 10 Kirk Cousins and push us over the edge?
Oh, no, I still think the 10 out of 10 quarterback.
I do too. I do wonder if that may be Atlanta's thinking, specifically with somebody like Cousins.
Yeah, now I do think a 7 out of 10 quarterback with a 10 out of 10 team is a playoff team every year, or just about.
Brandon Ayuk has officially requested the trade out of San Francisco.
Man, how about this?
Baby.
Is the Niners run over? Now they say no.
Don't tell Jerry Rice; he'll fight you.
Yeah, they say no. They say they're not moving on from him. Too bad, so sad. But we know who wins these things usually. Players generally win these arguments, right?
Debo did. Well, Debo won it with his contract there. So, like, all this noise, they just went through it with Debo Samuel.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know if players win every time in the NFL. Still, quarterbacks do. Other positions don't always win. And so I don't know that that's a hard and fast rule for that. But Brandon Ayuk is, I think the consensus at this point across the league is not just, well, Debo's been a little banged. I think people just now think Ayuk is a better player than Debo.
So now if they lose him, they move on from him. Now they're not going to trade him for a player, I assume. It'd probably be for a pick. Maybe both. But now you go in with Debo and Jawan Jennings.
And Kittle. And McCaffrey.
And Kittle. And, well, yes, you have those. But, I mean, your receiving core is not as good as the Cowboys at that point.
So if Ayuk leaves them, who's the NFC favorite?
Vegas still might say them.
Yes, that's my point.
But I think I think that they're, if you think if number 2 is, who's Detroit number 2?
Probably, yeah, Detroit, I would guess.
They might pull even. I mean, they have pretty good weapons. I think Detroit probably pulls even with them.
Like, what is his salary range that should be reasonable there?
Man, I don't think.
Are we talking Amon-Ra?
Yeah, I don't think he's CD. I don't think he's CD. I don't think he's in that. No, I'm saying I don't think he's 32 range.
Plus.
30 maybe. Like he's
30,
probably
yeah.
a 30. I would say that he's probably a guy who has done enough to justify paying him $30 million a year.
Okay.
Yeah, just like, but then you got to figure what's his compensation on the open market from a pick standpoint.
Yeah, I mean we'd have to go back and look at. There's a trend in the league. There's a history in the league for people being willing to swap first-round picks for receivers.
He's 26.
Yeah, and so what did Devontae Adams go for?
Was 2 1s, right?
Was he 2 1s? Mm-hmm. So I mean, he's not Devontae Adams, but I would guess you could get a 1, maybe a 2 that escalates to a 1 for Ayuk.
That feels about right. And Bobby has come up with a CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Ayuk trade that he wants the Cowboys to pull off.
Here's your hypothetical, because they're both on.
I'm just kidding. He never said he wanted the Cowboys to pull it off, but I was seeing if you were reacting.
They're both on 5th-year options. Ayuk and Lamb are right now. They've both obviously had issues getting their contracts done. Now we're hearing buzz that CeeDee Lamb may hold out, miss training camp, whatever else. So here's the thing. If I could guarantee you that both extensions get done with a trade, like if Lamb were to go to San Francisco, that guarantees, hey, the deal's going to get done. Ayuk to Dallas, deal's going to get done. And obviously here in Dallas, you're probably saving a little money off of what you would ultimately trade for CeeDee Lamb. Would you take that trade?
No.
Knowing with certainty that you don't have to go through the whatever process, any uncertainty during the negotiation with CeeDee Lamb, you get a guarantee that you will have Ayuk here for cheaper than you probably get Lamb, and that's done. You don't have a question headed into the season.
No hesitation.
Nope.
I don't either.
You're trading for a worse player.
Yep.
And you're putting the better player in the hands of Kyle Shanahan. I don't want any part of that.
And I'm not worried.
Oh God.
I'm not worried about. Are you admitting Kyle Shanahan's a genius now?
I think he's a really good coach. I mean, genius is a strong word. I mean, I mean, outside of
I only know one genius
myself. I don't know how many geniuses there are.
So I do a show 2 geniuses apparently.
That's right.
No, I meant in the midday.
Oh my! No, I want no part of that.
I wouldn't either. But I mean,
I'm not worried about whatever CD misses. Now, that statement, like Zach Martin, may prove to be incorrect later in the year, or he gets a hamstring, or CD goes, no, my conditioning just wasn't there, like Jordan Montgomery we're seeing in Arizona. I'm not worried about if CeeDee Lamb skips training camp. I don't care about any of the drama because I know that they're going to pay him.
I don't think we've seen the best of Brandon Ayuk, but I don't know that. I feel like I know we haven't seen the best of CeeDee Lamb. Like, I feel like CeeDee Lamb, there's so few questions for me with him, whereas Ayuk, I'm like, okay, he took a little bit to kind of get his career going, playing in the shadow of Debo. He's clicked here late. But is this as good as it's ever going to get with Brandon Ayuk? I don't know that. With CD, I feel like, no, he's still got another level, and he's so good that I wouldn't do it, but I was curious if you guys would entertain that.
Meanwhile, we got Cincinnati receiver drama as well, Choppy, with T. Higgins.
T. Higgins will be a free agent at the end of the year. They made a decision, according to Ian Rappaport, but they were confirming they did not going to do an extension. They did not do an extension by the deadline. So he's going to play on his franchise tag, and he will be one of the big free agents at the end of the year.
Yeah, and I mean,
what is T. Higgins compared to Brandon Ayuk?
Oh, I think Ayuk's a better player. Which, by the way, Brian brought us texting and listening right now. He said if you move on from Ayuk, it would be Debo Samuel, and then the guy they just drafted at the back end of the first, Ricky Pearsall, who played with Brandon Ayuk at Arizona State for a year. T. Higgins, I don't think is as good as Ayuk. This is an interesting setup here, though, because this is a genuinely interesting setup because The Bengals are in a position now where they know they've got an expiration date on their core here, where their core talent group here, or at least a part of it, is this year. This is their chance to get it done, and
they haven't paid a defensive player.
Trey
Hendrickson.
Yeah, I mean Trey Hendrickson.
Look, compared what the Cowboys have paid to their core.
Yeah.
Balance wise to Cincinnati, unless Broadus, let me know if I'm forgetting someone. We got Diggs and Micah paid. How much is Trey Hendrickson even making? I'll look it up, but
because he was a free agent acquisition a couple years ago. I feel like he's still on a relatively reasonable deal. They've thrown a lot of their investment in. They tried to rebuild their offensive line after things had gone so poorly blocking for Joe Burrow, and now they've got this core where they've paid Burrow, made him the richest quarterback in NFL history.
4 for $60 for Hendrickson.
And yeah, that's a deal.
That's a deal.
And when you look at what's going on in Cincinnati right now, this could be what Dallas points to when they're talking to Dak Prescott in negotiations. Like, do you see what's happening to Joe Burrow right now? Like, he's about to lose one of his guys. He's about to lose one of his core members because they had to pay him so much. But does it come to the other angle and you say, ultimately, does it matter if you lose T. Higgins if you're keeping Chase and Burrow? Like, they still seemingly are going to be able to figure out a way to keep those two. So similarly, figure out a way to keep Dak and CD, and that's all you have to worry about. You don't have a T. Higgins that's entered into this equation for you to budget for.
Yeah, I don't know how. I just quickly looked at this. Since he has 22 guys making whose cap hits $2 million or more this year, Cowboys have 18. So like maybe the Cowboys have a higher number at the top, but Cincinnati has more depth than that. Maybe where they're paying their
most expensive quarterback room in the NFL is the Cowboys.
A broken hand for Kyrie Irving, and is the NBA about to become the NFL? That's next, along with another Tolo ticket giveaway. Hump Day edition continues right here with Sean and RJ. But now is the time to sell your car, your truck, or that exotic. Give me the VIN is buying, and the car market is crazy.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
We got another Tolo ticket giveaway for you. Turning it on, leaving it on DFW Sports Station. Happy Wednesday, y'all. Man, it felt just like extra hot walking in this morning.
Yes.
And
right?
This is supposed to be a cooler week too, right?
When I don't know. When I walked out to the car, that was my first thought. Was like, this feels like the hottest morning. I don't know if it actually was, but it felt hotter than it had any morning in recent memory.
83 right now with 72% humidity. 97 is the high today. And I'm seeing a little chance of 1% chance of rain. And then tomorrow, 40% chance of rain with a high of 91. So there's your break.
Cooler temperatures, yeah. But the humidity that we don't normally have, 75% humidity here.
You know what it is right now in Oxnard, California?
California. The temperature or the humidity?
The temp.
It would be 5 a.m. there right now, so it's probably 54 degrees.
I'll say 62.
61. RJ is correct. 91% humidity, though, so Peyton, it's not all good. It's not all good. 61, but that 91% humidity.
Frizzy hair.
The locals have been telling us the last couple of years.
High of 74 today.
The locals have been telling, hey, that's the hottest 74 you'll ever feel.
It really is.
It
is.
When you're on that field, man, you are baking.
And we're not joking on that.
I've never been burned worse than 76-degree Oxnard sun.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of the locals will tell you they're like, yeah, the last couple of years, like 15 years ago, Oxnard had zero humidity. Now it's balmy here at times.
I'll see you in Oxnard, sir.
Climate change. The ice caps.
You want to dive in further?
Nope.
Okay.
Shams
Now
Sharani.
the ice caps are diving in enough. We don't need to dive in more.
Shams reports yesterday Kyrie has undergone surgery to repair a broken left hand, but he did sustain the injury earlier this month while training.
Tell me if your reaction was similar to mine, which normally if I were to hear a basketball player broke their hand during training, I'm going, what the hell were they doing? When I hear it's Kyrie, I'm like, he was probably just doing something weird.
Yeah,
he was like he was doing
lacing up his moccasins.
He was doing some training method that he learned when he had like
bow and arrow injury.
Yeah, like he it was something he learned from like playground children in Chile when he visited to like feed the poor or something, and he decided to add it to his workout routine. So to me,
I will say this though, having children, here's what I did when I heard the injury. I looked at my phone. I said July 17th. I put the phone back down and I went about my day. But having kids now, I am giving back when you're a young broadcaster and you hear that someone slips and falls, an athlete, I have given and will give the total complete pass to any parent athlete moving forward with the aches and pains that I'm going through.
Gosh.
And all like my left shoulder, something's wrong with my left shoulder because that's the one I keep the baby on.
Well,
feed.
From carrying the show.
I'm carrying. Yeah,
You're stepping on Legos.
Apparently not. I'm not carrying it too much, according to the bosses.
You're stepping on Legos. You pierce your foot.
Yes.
I did
not. I'm carrying my 40-pound son. When he falls asleep on the couch and passes out downstairs, I got to carry this fool upstairs. Like, I'm giving all athlete parents a pass for any type of weird injury.
Listen, the clock is ticking on me, and I did not believe. You know, like
say on me
when Derek Holland said he tripped over his dog. Remember that one, the old trip over his dog. Until I had a dog, I did not believe any of those stories.
We knew that one was
in
fake.
a related story. He didn't trip over his dog.
Wow, Holland involved in a conspiracy. Who'd have thought?
But I almost trip over my dog 3 times a day, and it's only a matter of time before I crack my head open on the countertop.
Yes,
or something, because it's every day. It's like I'm walking, and he somehow wants to get between my legs because he has to be on top of me.
Derek really got hurt. Derek really got hurt at the Capitol. Yeah, mark that. Mark what RJ just said. So a broken left hand for Kyrie Irving. Meanwhile, you guys are polar opposites on this. And I love that you're just finding this out now because you don't read each other's emails.
No, I knew we were polar opposites. I looked at his.
Okay. RJ supporting James Dolan and the talk that the NBA is trying to be like the NFL.
Yeah, it's more that I see his point, right?
Knicks owner.
Yeah, the Knicks owner, James Dolan, who's an idiot.
Mm-hmm. Hey, he's moved down the list of idiots of sports owners as in the last few years, I think.
Okay.
Because he's effectively identified his critics and eliminated them from Madison Square Garden.
Get out of here, Charles Oakley.
So he says the NBA's made a move. This was a letter obtained.
Like Tepper. Snyder's now gone, but Snyder was worse than Dolan. Tepper's worse.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who else. Many would.
Jerry.
Some could say Jerry.
Mark Davis.
Maybe. Worst haircut.
The Cardinals folks are awful.
So this is the letter that he wrote to ESPN. He goes, the NBA has made the move to an NFL model, de-emphasizing and depowering the local market. Soon, your only revenue concern will be the sale of tickets and what color next year's jersey will be. Don't worry, because due to revenue pooling, you're guaranteed to be neither a success nor a failure. Okay, so he says that you're eliminating the risk. He goes, of course, to get there,
Which you think is good?
Well, I guess it depends on the perception.
Yeah.
He goes, to get there, they got to take down the successful franchises and redistribute to the less successful.
And this is because
redistributing wealth.
This is because of the new TV deal.
The new TV deal, which is going to have basically games every week. So basically what he's saying is...
And Jerry would be loving this new TV deal for the have-nots.
Right. So what he's saying is that, normally in the past TV deal...
Less pressure on me to spend and do anything. I can save it for suing my possible family members.
Right. So he has 41 home games. That's 41 games of ticket sales, 41 games of signage that he could sell. But now they're going to 23 home games on local TV because of all the new national TV games. So now he only gets to sell 23 games of signage in his arena.
Oh.
And he goes, I'm the Knicks.
Yeah.
I make a lot more off signage in my arena than Sacramento does.
Yes.
So
shout out Sacramento Tolo, the one of you.
Shout out Rod. So he's like, these changes drastically increase the challenges associated with attracting and renewing vital sponsorship revenue for me because I'm the Knicks, I'm the Lakers, I'm the Mavericks, I'm a big market, I'm the Bulls. I've got a dollar figure that I need to meet. And it's much more difficult to convince a sponsor to buy 23 games at the same price at 41 games versus Sacramento can still sell and they're going to make money pooled by TV contracts. So I totally understand what he's saying here. And the reason I think that the NBA is faulty here is because they're going to the NFL model without being the NFL and having the NFL product. Like, you have to watch every NFL game. You don't have to watch every NBA game.
Yeah.
I see your point because I know your point. It's like, well, look, this is the league, rising tides, all that.
No, I mean,
jargon.
partially. Mainly what it is there are some people I just sit back and I wait for their opinion on something so that I know to take the exact opposite opinion. And James Dolan is one of those people. If old Scrooge McDolan hates the NBA TV rights deal, that tells me it's probably a pretty good deal because that dude has been such an idiot with so many of the different things he said. Look, I understand bottom lines and that frustrating people. You know what news story came out yesterday? The Green Bay Packers reported a fourth consecutive year of record revenue, $98 million of net income. And the Green Bay Packers would be the Sacramento Kings under a setup similar to the one that the NBA has. I totally understand the NBA saying, we've got to change something. We've got to make it a bigger national brand. We've got to, rising tides, lift all ships. We need everybody to start making money. And in the process, you're going to have to take a bit of a haircut for a little bit, James Dolan. But you're somebody who is probably in the eyes of other teams and everything else, they look at it and go, you've put a terrible product out there for 20 years and you've made fat margins.
You've had the advantage and done nothing with it.
Yeah, I don't necessarily
Winning-wise.
want to hear you complaining about your margins being harmed when you didn't do a damn thing, the Dolan family, whatever, over the last several years until recently.
From success on the
to
court,
actually
absolutely.
put a winning product out there. So,
well, let's look at the worst teams in the NBA. All right, I'll just look at the bottom of the East and West this past year. Toronto, Charlotte, think market-wise. Toronto, Charlotte, Washington, Detroit. In the West.
Those are mid to low, right?
Yeah, well,
Washington
DC's high. Detroit, mid. Charlotte, Toronto,
Charlotte's
mid to low.
Charlotte's 22 market.
Yes, over in the West, it's much worse in terms of market, I think. Utah, Memphis, San Antonio, Portland.
Yep, small.
So the NBA could point to that and be like, we need those up. Now let's look at the teams at the top. OKC.
That's small.
Small market, top in the West.
This is great for Oklahoma City, this move.
Minnesota, third. Okay.
They're mid, right? They're mid. They're probably what, 13?
Milwaukee's third
15.
in the East.
Milwaukee's mid, small.
3, 4, 5, 6 in the East this year was Milwaukee, Cleveland, Orlando, Indiana. Bad markets.
Those are all small.
Yep.
Or small to mid.
I mean, yeah, and you're
like Peyton's Rome statues.
when you think of the marketable stars in the NBA, like the guys that are big right now and are going to be big into the future. Obviously, Luka's here in Dallas. Dallas is a big market, but Jokic is in Denver. That's media market 17. Giannis is in Milwaukee. Anthony Edwards, Shea, that's Oklahoma City. That's Minneapolis. Not that those are small markets, but they're not top 10 markets. And they clearly are going for this push right now of trying their best to saturate, be the only show on in town with their individual standalone primetime games, different things that they're trying to do there. This Netflix series that they're trying to do to mimic quarterback and wide receiver with NBA players, where Anthony Edwards is supposed to be this shining star that's going to come out of it. I think they recognize that they've got to do something to really foster where these stars are.
EA Sports update.
It's in the game.
Monday's launch, we know, was so crazy that the EA servers crashed. There were apparently more than 700,000 people playing online as of 9 o'clock our time. 714,000 online players. You do the math, and they're talking about pulling in 89 million already, Choppy, from the Monday release.
And
that's one of 3 releases.
That's one of 3. Yeah, they're gonna have, but the main one is on Friday.
Friday at 10 o'clock.
Yeah. So when they decided and they announced they were going to pay each of the 11,000 college football players $600 to have the rights to be in their game. You know, we asked, like, is that enough? So you do the math on that. That's $6,600,000. So $6.6 million.
Decent stimulus check.
On day one, they made $89 million. On day one. And now, look, they had to pay the NCAA for licensing, right? So they had to pay each school. So I don't know what that licensing agreement is. And they got to turn a profit. But when you look at it on the surface like that, is that you made $89 million. And then you subtract the payroll to get each of these kids in the game, you still have $82.5 million left over.
People are calling it arguably the most anticipated video game ever. I want everyone to text in the last time you had as much anticipation for a video game. Not a system, but a game. Talking about a game, not a system.
Not a game.
I went and looked up the top 10 fastest selling video games of all time. Pepe, I need you here.
The first one that popped to mind for me that I remember everybody was going nuts over years ago was Grand Theft Auto 4.
Well, shut up and let me do the list. 10 is Halo 2. 9, Bobby, is Grand Theft Auto 4. Fastest selling.
Okay.
Pokemon X and Y, number 8. Chime in where you want, Peyton. Halo 3 is at 7. Diablo 3, 6. Call of Duty Black Ops 3, 5. The Elder Scrolls 5. I don't know what the hell this is. That's at number 4. Destiny is number 3. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is number 2. Grand Theft Auto 5, the fastest selling video game of all time in 2013.
Thoughts, Peyton?
Yeah, the Call of Duty ones were always big. That's where, I had friends who would skip school the next day to go to GameStop and wait for the release. I never did that. It wasn't allowed as a child.
GME sounds like a decent stock.
Yeah, exactly. But the Black Ops one, Modern Warfare, was huge, and so was Halo as well.
We should have Bronny on to talk about these. See, tell us about how much time you skipped practicing basketball to play your Black Ops.
0 for 12 to start, and he's spending time.
Oh my God, RJ, don't do it. I'm waiting for you to step in the trap. I'm waiting for you to step in your own trap.
I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem.
That's what I took from your email.
Well, look,
he's going to join FaZe Clan. He doesn't need basketball anymore.
It had nothing to do. So he won a Call of Duty Summer League tournament, right? He won the NBA's Summer League Call of Duty tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think it had anything to do or has anything to do with his 0 for 12 or whatever he started out with.
Yeah, that's just a lack of talent.
But I completely recognize that the perception of this is that, all he's doing is being a Kyler Murray and playing video games.
Okay, since when have you cared about perception?
No, I don't care. But I'm looking out for Bronny here, okay? I'm his agent. I'm looking out for Bronny.
You, Rich Paul.
This poor kid.
Ralph Paul.
Right, Ralph Paul. This poor kid. You can't be playing and winning. You just can't. It's terrible look. He can't win this tournament. When you're 0 for 12, you can't win this tournament. When you're 0 for 12 from shooting 3, you can't win a Call of Duty tournament.
Everything you need to know here on DFW Sports Station. Yesterday, Tolo Austin was caller number 10. Who's caller number 10 going to be today for the Sebastian Maniscalco tickets? And why is Adrian Beltre getting today's sports fans worked up everywhere? Commercial free, along with Chopping It Up, is next. But you know what? I'm just going to go down the timeline of Hurtado Barbecue. By the way, the best social media barbecue you could ever follow.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Swings and makes good contact. Center field, deep. Hernandez on the track, and he reels it in. It ends up 402 feet away in the glove of Teoscar Hernandez.
And that was off the bat of Corey Seager. Marcus Semien doing some work, and Kirby Yates getting it done as well for the Texas Rangers last night as the American League wins yet again over the NL on this radio station, 105.3 The Fan. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We are commercial-free with the Expressway. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. But it was someone else you saw last night that's getting a lot of sports fans worked up because of this ESPN Top 100 list. They're ranking the top 100 professional athletes since the year 2000.
Since the year 2000.
So they went and compiled all this. If you're a diehard sports fan, I know that you won't probably love the way it looks, but my favorite sports documentary ever was Sports Century. Anyone else watch that?
I've not seen that.
Yeah, that was the one that was like the eight. Yeah, I watched that one. Like it was Ali, Ruth, Jim Brown, and Jordan as your top four or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just love the way they did the pieces. Chris Fowler hosted. I love the music, the presentation, all of it. But go check out Sports Century on YouTube if you get a chance. And that's kind of what this is reminding me of, is they're trying to rank the top athletes. And of course, people are getting worked up.
Which, by the way, we got through the first half of the list, the first 50. I just opened the article. They've got all but the top 25 published now.
Yo, look at RJ on YouTube.
Did you just open the article and you saw the top name?
Top 20, top 25.
He saw number 26
and 30 and 40 something.
Yeah, number 26. By the way, on this list.
By the way, yeah, go ahead.
Number 26 on this list is Peyton Manning. Number 30 on this list is Mike Trout. So this is gonna send.
I don't know how you're gonna find a way to put 29 athletes in the 21st century. So since the year 2000, how you could find 29 athletes who are better at their craft than Mike Trout.
You like that?
Or 25 this century who were better at their craft than Peyton Manning.
Okay, so
like,
this is
you just can't do
70,000 votes from ESPN contributors. 70,000 votes.
There is so much to This is very dense. Like unpacking this is going to be. Let's.
That's why we do it during the Expressway.
Are these from fans then, or is this from fans?
No, this is from.
Yeah, I just said ESPN contributed.
But you're 70,000. There's 70,000 ESPN.
No, I think it was
but they all voted on the top 100.
So there were 70,000 different names that were associated
the combo
with
of making the top 100.
So this list is specifically for the quote most accomplished athletes of the 21st century, which is. I think an important distinction of, are you talking about most talented or to say most accomplished also opens room for debate about what accomplished is. Individual accomplishments, legacies, like titles and things like that. It also only considers the accomplishments of athletes since the year 2000. So it's not you entered the league then, but Barry Bonds, for instance, anything he did through 1999 is not taken into account here.
Yeah, and that's the same for
So Colin Cowherd needs to know that for counting like Wilt Chamberlain.
Absolutely. So Wilt Chamberlain's not on this list.
Yeah.
And like, so for example, like,
he played with Michael Jordan, right? Same era.
And like, so for example, like they had guys like Mariano Rivera like way down the list. That's fine because none of the stuff he did in the 90s should count. His 3 titles, they don't count. They shouldn't count. So that there's nothing wrong with that. But like Mike Trout has like 4 MVPs. Peyton Manning has the most MVPs in the history of the NFL, and he all did it from 2004 on. And there's not 25 players this century in sports that had a more accomplished career than him.
So we'll go through we'll hit some highlights. How would you like to go this? Would you like to go 100 to 26 or 26 down the list?
Let's go 26 down.
Okay, 26 down. So Peyton Manning is number 26 on this list. Like we just said, you're going to know all of these names as big-time stars going down the list. 27, Randy Moss. So his explosive record-setting rookie year in 1998 would not be taken into account with this.
There is one. Guys?
Is it 43?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's 41.
Oh, yeah. It's literally 41.
It's literally 41.
Number
28 is Nikola Jokic. Number 29, Michael Schumacher. 30, Mike Trout.
So Nikola Jokic is better than Mike Trout.
Well,
accomplishments?
I mean, one's got 4 MVPs and no title, and one's got 3 with a title.
But titles in baseball don't matter. There's the way they do in basketball because this one player doesn't have the control.
True, but you know the way that they're going to vote.
I know, but he is arguably the greatest baseball player that's ever lived.
Isn't there
you can make the he's not. You make the argument.
I think Jokic, especially on one that says most accomplished, is not the one to argue. I do think if you're to say Randy Moss, who people felt like loafed it for half of his career and never won a title, like I mean, that's one where
people are going to say Randy Moss is the greatest or second greatest receiver ever.
And a lot of people might say by the end of it, like Trout was one of the greatest, like similarly right up near the top. And so to me, I think that Trout would have more of an argument against Moss than Trout versus Jokic. Jokic has changed the NBA in a lot of ways, won a title, won 3 MVPs. That's pretty significant. Going down the list some more, 31 Clayton Kershaw, one spot behind Mike Trout.
So how about Kershaw versus Joker? Like we're talking about it in all time. We're talking about today's Sandy Koufax.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have less of a problem.
Kershaw Moss.
I have a bigger problem with that. Kershaw's better than Moss. I don't have a huge issue with. I just judge pitchers differently. I don't know. It's like it's hard for me to judge them against an everyday player. It's just more difficult for me. I think Kershaw is better at what he does than Joker, but there's a choker element to Kershaw if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to take that into account, you can.
Number 32, Marta, who is a female soccer player, I guess, or maybe it's male. I don't know. I can't tell. Number 33, Miguel Cabrera. Broke the Triple Crown streak that Carly Yastrzemski had for about 50 years. 34, Tamika Catchings.
I'll take this one. No, I won't. Move on.
Yeah, fake
number
ally.
34.
Fake
Local
ally.
product.
30,
Local. Duncanville.
One spot ahead of number 35, Dwayne Wade.
Okay. Miggy over Wade. We're okay with that?
Yeah.
That's an interesting comparison.
Miguel Cabrera had that insane playoff run was he a teenager or was he 20 with the Florida Marlins when he won World Series MVP? It was an Evan Carter like thing.
Wait, he didn't win World Series. I thought wasn't it Josh Beckett?
No, I thought he was World Series champ. He didn't win MVP, but he was I think he was the LCS one. But he had the Triple Crown. He's considered one of the best pure hitters of his generation. I don't have a problem with Cabrera being there above Dwayne Wade. Number 36, Maya Moore. Number 37, Ichiro. Any issues there? Ichiro's ranking?
Yeah, I have a ranking with 37 over 38.
38.
Just don't look further down the list.
Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds.
Now, I got to see what his numbers were specifically after 2000.
Barry Bonds. Now, PEDs aside, Barry Bonds is 2000.
But I don't know if you can say that
I
because
know.
that's why he's 38, right?
I know.
Unless it's Bobby's point of the stats after.
Yeah, because none of his MVPs before 2000 count. None of his numbers. 2001-04, though, that's arguably the greatest 4-year stretch we've ever seen.
4 MVPs from 2000 on. He had 4 MVPs. He hit 300 home runs in 8 years, and his OPS was 1241.
Yeah, that's so what everybody says about Aaron Judge this year. That was like a 5-year stretch for Barry Bonds in the early 2000s.
Yes.
Like we're talking about.
Now look,
we're lauding over this guy doing it for 50 games.
Now look, I am a Bonds hater for the Hall of Fame, but I would put that aside for a list like this. That might be very hypocritical. So Barry Bonds should be a lot higher up. I mean, you could say Bonds should be over Trout.
I have no problem if you say that.
Yeah, I mean Barry Bonds is the greatest hitter that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
I know that a lot of it was steroids.
Who knows? Who cares?
Well,
I mean, some people care.
some people care.
I actually do care, but I also don't care at the same time. I'm just looking back from an entertainment standpoint. I was entertained by it.
Okay, but would you put Bonds in
the Hall of Fame? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing it gets referenced occasionally, but not nearly frequently enough. The truth is, steroids kind of saved baseball post-strike.
This is the ESPN Top 100 list that they are unveiling day by day. 39, Kevin Durant. 40, Justin Verlander. And 41, the Diggler, Dirk.
Dirk is a better player than Dwayne Wade. I'm sorry.
Yes, he is. He's also a better.
Is he better than Durant?
No.
I don't think so. I'm not going to go down the road, but this list is so ESPN, and they've dug themselves into it. Bobby said it. You said it, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
They backed themselves into a WNBA corner they can't get out of.
Now they have to say Tamika Catchings is 7 spots higher than
Maya
Dirk.
Moore is better than Dirk Nowitzki, and it's just intellectually
let me be devil's
dishonest.
advocate.
Don't. The devil sucks, Sean. The devil sucks. He's the problem with the world.
But none of us know anything about their games. We didn't watch them.
Which means their games don't matter, and they shouldn't be on the list.
Pat McAfee sounding like he could be a co-host of Sean, RJ, and Bobby because he destroyed his own network's list yesterday.
Dan Orlovsky, who's been on ESPN all morning having the same conversation for the past 3 shows, will join us in 6 minutes, and we'll probably just cook him and ESPN as a whole for a lot of the shit they've been putting out from ESPN's people. Now, there is a top 100 list that is coming out from ESPN people, and I'll tell you what, it is the epitome of everything that everybody hates about ESPN. What they chose to do in ranking the top 100 athletes of 21st century, they only gave us 50 to 100 yesterday. What a shit show. What an absolutely terrible list. And we'll blame Dan Orlovsky for that.
It's an insane list. They have James Harden ahead of Phil Mickelson. Phil Mickelson has won 6 majors since 2004. Wow. James Harden hasn't won 6 playoff series. He's won 6 majors. He's the top 5 golfer that's ever lived. And you have James Harden, a loser, ahead of him. You've got Lauren Jackson, who I love. Tennessee Vol, baby. Go Vols. She's not better than Aaron Rodgers at what she does.
Where's Aaron Rodgers?
90 something?
Yeah, he's at the back end of the list.
Right after Asia Wilson. Is it Aja or Asia?
Asia.
I had to Google it a couple weeks ago when I was doing my WNBA segment.
Reggie on
basically
Mike today
just
at 10.
got into the WNBA, 8 years ago?
Yeah.
But Aaron Rodgers' 20-year career is not better. What are we doing here? He's got the second most MVPs the league has ever seen. The toughest league in the world, or one of them. And you're putting Lauren Jackson 5 spots ahead.
Beltray. So Bro Bible dedicated an entire article to Beltre's placement on this list over others. By the way, Adrian Beltre has to be behind Aaron Rodgers.
He's number 52.
Yeah.
He's 40 spots ahead of Aaron Rodgers.
Like, that's ridiculous. I love Beltre. He's Magic Johnson to me on the baseball field, even though he can go left.
Is 3,000 hits a bigger accomplishment than things Rodgers has done, though?
No, man, you got to – the way I look at it is, like, who was better in their sport? Like, Aaron Rodgers is, like, an all-time – he's higher up the all-time great ladder than Beltre.
Maybe, but I think
like you can have a Aaron Rodgers best quarterback of all time conversation, and that then means a best football player of all time. You cannot have that conversation with Adrian Beltre.
You could have best third baseman conversation with Beltre.
I was going to say, did Beltre spend more time during his career as the best third baseman in baseball than Rodgers did as the best quarterback?
I don't really care about that. I don't really care about that because quarterback is so stacked, I believe, compared to third baseman. Like, we're talking about Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. You know what I mean?
Center field, shortstop, I think would be are better position groups.
Sure, I mean, just 3,000 hits and one of the best defensive third basemen of all time, I do think is pretty impactful.
Yeah, but don't use generic statements to make me sound like I'm insulting him. Of
course, I know you're not.
Of course it's impactful. Who's the bigger dog when they walk in a room? Aaron Rodgers or Adrian Beltre in a sports room?
I mean, it may have been Aaron Rodgers if Mike McCarthy hadn't coached him for basically 15 years of his career.
Do you agree with me?
He's not 40 spots
Who's better at what they've done?
I think Aaron Rodgers. You can make a case that Aaron Rodgers is one of the 10 best football players of all time. And you wouldn't make that case about Beltre being one of the 10 best baseball players of all time.
So this is what Bro Bible wrote about Beltre. Ranked number 52 all-time ahead of Jeter. Jeter's 53.
But remember, none of Jeter stuff in the 90s count. So I have no problem with that.
Okay, because that's going to outrage a ton of people.
From the year 2000 on, Jeter had already been in the league, 6 years?
Yeah,
5
so don't
years?
count 3,000 singles. Only count like 2,500 singles.
Yeah, Beltre over Ovechkin, 54. Like, on the list of all-time greats, Ovechkin's higher. What was Ovechkin's numbers? I mean, was that his entire career?
His entire career would have been the 2000s.
Yeah, like Alex Ovechkin.
I think he was like 07.
Alex
04.
Ovechkin should be higher than Adrian Beltre. Mariano Rivera's 59 and Ohtani's 61.
Again, no problem with Rivera. Again, so much of that stuff was 94, 95 to 2000. They don't count.
Also ranked below Beltre is Allison Felix, John Jones, Mickelson, Pacquiao, Shaun White, Venus Williams, Annika, friend of KNC, Aaron Rodgers, Pedro Martinez, McElroy, and Connor McDavid. Like Pedro above Beltre.
But again, not post 2000. Because remember, after around, Pedro's peak was 99. That amazing 1999 season he had does not count.
What's the justification for? Is it just a steroid thing that Alex Rodriguez is 43 here?
Yes.
Because post 2000, his numbers are still absurd, all-time great numbers.
He had
that's why
MVPs.
That's why Bonds is so low.
Yeah.
And what's the network? Fox. For God's sake, stop trying to make David Ortiz Charles Barkley. He's not.
Oh, going through the dugout last night was
cringy.
Very cringy.
It was cringy. And giving away a stupid T-shirt. They're trying to, I got a gift for you. Ortiz is at 45 on this list, right above Max Scherzer at 46. Jimmy Johnson, the auto racing great, at 47. A lot of soccer players. Steve Nash at 51, and then Beltre 52. So DFW back to back.
Yeah, there's some. The fact that Nash is so far ahead of Chris Paul, for instance, is that I wonder about that. The fact that they had, I was talking about this with Reggie on Monday. Paul being above Kawhi Leonard, I think, is interesting because if you're talking about legacy or accomplishments, I have a hard time saying that Chris Paul's more accomplished than Kawhi Leonard, even though Chris Paul was probably the best point guard in the NBA for a long stretch of time.
Ray Lewis is 61 on here, right above Ohtani. Mia Hamm, 64. And then Harden, 67 over Phil. And then Jason Kidd at number 69 on the list. Mookie Betts at 73. What are other Tolos saying? Peyton, be all over this on the Franco and Franco injury attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Bryce Harper is 79. Chris Paul's 83. Kawhi is 85. What do you think of, well, I already know your answer. You hate him. But Chris Paul versus Kawhi.
Oh, I think Kawhi is a better all-time player.
But the longevity of Chris's career, is that what's giving him the nod over Kawhi?
I think people just respect losers. And that's why James Harden is ahead of Phil Mickelson and Aaron Rodgers, and Chris Paul's ahead of Kawhi Leonard.
That's what I can't understand about.
And this is why McAfee's so worked up, because his boy Rodgers is 91, I bet.
And that's I can't. I don't understand what you're saying is most accomplished. They must just be talking about individual awards. So Chris Paul's trophy.
Can't be. If they're talking about individual awards, Aaron Rodgers has to be higher than 91. And Peyton has to be higher than 26. No one's won more MVPs or had more first-team All-Pros.
And I can't believe you didn't freak out over 96. The second best corner of all time. Revis is 96, and Ed Reed, arguably the best safety of all time, is 99. Oh, Charles Woodson at 100. You've made me hate Charles Woodson. So,
but I respect Charles. Like, Charles had a tremendous career. He went from being an All-Pro at one position to later in his career being an All-Pro.
Bro, Ed Reed, Charles Woodson is not one spot behind Ed Reed. I don't give a freaking crap.
I agree.
Who argues that? Don't put those two that close together, and don't put Charles Woodson that close to Darrelle Revis either. In my opinion.
No, I agree. I don't disagree with you at all on this list is very odd. But
well, it's going to be, and this is by design. This is exactly what they wanted. This is the talking point. They don't care.
They don't care.
They don't care if it's credible or not. And it's going to have credibility issues no matter what. If we list our perfect top 100, it's going to get picked apart.
Right.
They wanted this for the dead season.
Yeah, they do, but we are going to see, like, who deserves to be number one?
Caitlin Clark, probably, for them.
Is it
Messi?
Okay, your players are going to, I mean, how are you going to put Messi over Tiger Woods?
Brady?
How are you going to put Brady over Tiger Woods?
I mean, how are you
going to put Tiger Woods over Brady? There's a lot of
how much of Tiger stuff though collected from 97 to 2000?
2 titles, maybe.
It was more than that, wasn't it?
His prime was 2004.
What are the Tolos saying?
A lot on the Bonds controversy. He should be higher for sure. 321 says, where's Albert Pujols? He better be in the top 25. And you got a couple saying Jimmy Johnson won 7 straight titles in the peak era of NASCAR, that he should be higher as well.
Because Pujols should be over Miggy.
He should
And
be.
I always group those two together as like forgotten all-time great right-handers. Miggy, I think, more forgotten than Pujols. But Pujols is better than Cabrera without looking at the numbers. But not that much better. But like I don't think we named Pujols on this list.
He's not. So, I mean, would you put Pujols over Manning?
No. Although, Albert Pujols was
nasty. He was nasty. Is Manny Ramirez going to be on this? Or did too much of his stuff happen before?
No, I think he'll probably be allowed. He can't be higher than Bonds and A-Rod.
I would not think so.
That's not possible. So
we will be done with baseball. There's no baseball players in the top 25. Because you can't say there's a baseball player since the year 2000 that's better than Trout at 30.
Or Kershaw.
I think absolutely that you could have people say that Pujols is better.
Okay, so you think Albert could be on
that? I think absolutely, because Pujols' career started in 01. And so, I mean, he was...
So, yeah, okay, you're right. I would agree. I think his career's been better to this point, just because Trout's not over.
Where would you stack him overall against the 7 WNBA players that are so far on this list, Chop? Which, by the way, there are 9 NBA players on this list so far.
There's 9 WNBA?
There's 7 WNBA. There's 9 NBA players on the list so far.
Is Stephen A in this week? He probably took off this week, so he didn't have to get shredded.
No, he had to make this list.
There was the same.
Stephen A, I don't think, wants to make this list. Now he has to because of co-hosts.
Check the NFL too, Bob, because from 50 to 100, I think the NFL and WNBA were like 1 spot off. I think they had about the same amount.
Yeah, let's look.
All right. In the meantime, let's go ahead and hook you up for turning it on, leave it on, then we'll chop it up.
All right, Tolos, right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco on August 10th at the American Airlines Center. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Yeah, 1 spot off.
1 spot off.
There was 1 more football player from 50 to 100 than there was.
And by the way,
players.
Tiger will miss out on 2 majors. That's it. So
Tigers. It's Tiger and Tom.
Tiger, Tom, Messi,
Dak.
Tiger, Tom, Messi. How do you order those 3?
I mean, what is there going to be a Formula One guy on there?
Right.
I mean, I assume Mahomes is going to be in there somewhere. You're going to have Mahomes. I don't know. Are they going to say Kelsey as well because of being the greatest tight end and changing the position?
Yeah, but let's order the top 4.
Brady, Tiger, Brady, Tiger, Messi, or Messi. I have no idea. I can't properly put Messi in context. I'll just be honest. I'm not Joe Trigger.
Who are you going 1-2?
I think it has to be Tiger. I don't think it. Where's Mayweather? It has to be Tiger. Has to be number one. And then I would probably go Messi, Tom.
Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Oh, man. Could you ever complete the Rubik's Cube?
Nope.
Nope.
And how many minutes would you give yourself till you quit? Mine was not very long.
90 seconds.
Whole car road trip once. I didn't even finish one side of it.
Did you? I'm surprised. I thought he for sure would have dug his heels in and not done anything else until he was able to complete this.
Yeah.
That surprised me.
But he's a rage quitter, too.
Yeah, he is a rage quitter. The Rubik's Cube inventor turned 80 over the weekend. So I thought the thing was way, way older. Did y'all? So y'all had no interest in this thing. Like, you tried it and that's it. You never really dedicated any time.
I knew I wasn't smart enough.
Addison's really getting into it right now. She's doing it, and she just finished one side of it, and I didn't have the heart to tell her where my brain would go, which is like, well, if you finish one side of it, that means you're not close at all because you're going to have to move those to get the other things in place.
Yeah, I never owned one.
What are the chances that Peyton ever did it? 0?
None.
I would think not.
Zip 0. He's on the phone right now with the total.
Carter probably is the. He did it, definitely.
Yes.
Oh, no, I think if you're going to ask me who at the station has done it, I think the easiest answer is Hageland.
Hagee
with like his math brain go like, yeah, if you just move it over here and you do this. So
math brain. Yeah, I think Hagee or Carter. I just think Carter's a redhead. I think they're just predisposed to being able to do a Rubik's Cube.
We'll talk about rage quitting.
And rage quitting.
How many do you think I know he smashed the most.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So I never.
Peyton, listen to your right ear. Rubik's Cube, up or down? Did you ever do it? Ever complete it? Yeah, down.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I never even owned one, so I don't. This is not something that was up
Play with
my
your little
alley.
slinky.
Sean, there is a new dating app.
Wasn't even steel.
There is a new dating app targeted directly to you.
Oh, Q rating.
Q rate, absolutely. It's targeted directly to guys like Sean.
Hello, Richardson.
It is a dating app that predicts the size of your
Irving. God, Bobby.
Predicts
Get your racial jokes correct. Run that as a promo.
The dating app, the creator of the dating app, predicting the size of your tallywhacker. They ask you to upload images of your hands. And then they will try to judge the age-old question and theory about the size of hands and the length of the appendage.
Wow.
Curiosity ultimately allowed Trin Randlew to launch her new dating site called Size Him.
Okay.
So what you do is you just upload photos of your hands, and that will match you with another woman based on hand size.
Wow.
And what her preferences are.
This is amazing.
On appendage size.
You're going to match hand size to torso length.
What's the name of the app?
Size Him.
All right, so yesterday I asked for the female Tolos to tell us whether like all the fart humor and poop jokes were a turnoff or not. What would you say was the overall response in judging that?
The replies I saw didn't have an issue with it.
Okay, so here's what I'm asking the female Tolos today. A guy is a 7 in looks, but an 8 on the hand scale. Okay? Versus someone who is an 8 in looks, but a 6 on the hand scale. Which one are you choosing?
Hands is code here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hands is code.
Yeah, just make sure we're
Hands
on the
code.
level and we're not just making assumptions.
How much looks are you willing to sacrifice for the hands?
I think this.
That's what I want to know from the ladies. And how many of the ladies are going smaller hands?
Listen,
with preference.
I know less about women than anybody in the world. Okay, I'm going to fully admit this, but I think, in what little I know, that every woman's follow-up to that question would be, "How tall is he?"
Okay, they're both 6 foot.
Okay.
What's his salary? Like, they're going to start asking all sorts of different questions.
Stop being so freaking difficult.
Real 6 foot or men 6 foot?
They would. I'm going to guess they would say
the hand size, because you have to.
The hand size over the
if the
2-point look difference.
They would rather, I think, a less attractive man, but a rechargeable flashlight down there than they would a more attractive man and some guy who could say, it's not very big, but at least it's skinny. Okay, I think that's what they would prefer.
But I guess the what we're talking about here in terms of the discrepancy that Sean's discussing, because in the first one he says an 8 on the hand to a 6.
I'm making
this
it
isn't
2.
8 to a 3.
8 to 6. 8 to 6.
Yeah, 8 to 6. I don't know is that a big enough. These margins are so small in terms of the
You're using a lot of code words.
The changeover that I think there'd be a lot of women that would say they'd want the 8 in the looks department.
I think so too. Getting a 6. Yeah.
If you're telling me it's 8 and 2 or 7 and 8, then people are going to take the 7 and 8.
8 to 6 versus 6 to 8 with the hand size and the looks. That's what I want to know. Peyton, any responses from female Tolos?
Don't know if they're female. The A17 says it's all
fine.
about the hand size. A06 says how well can they use it though.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
334 says it's all about the motion of the ocean.
Okay. Let's continue.
Boy, just the options they use, because they give you an option of 7 different organs to choose from, and they use vegetables as the description term. It's
what are the vegetables?
They use a banana. They use a cucumber. They use a mushroom.
Eggplant.
They do. They use them all. So that's
what else?
Then they go. Well, then they use some. They use a pencil.
Okay.
All right, and then they use some other where I don't want to get into what the other ones are.
Okay. What would your wives pick? Girlfriends.
Oh, mine? Oh, I think she would go full on cucumber.
Yeah. You could make the argument, she definitely sacrificed on the looks.
She already picked the 5 looks and the 10 hands, baby.
Both you guys, they sacrificed.
They sacrificed on the looks.
Chopping it up.
Tip raging, baby. Tip raging has taken hold. Americans are frustrated and angry, and they have never in the history of the United States, in the recorded history, left tips of 0% more than they have right now. We are fighting back.
Rage tipping.
Rage tipping. Tip raging. They are saying, people are saying, I'm going to coffee shops and the tip is now $8 if you spend a certain, because that's this, because now the first option, a lot of these places.
Why am I tipping at a coffee? Like if they bring me the coffee? Or
like
tipping
if you go to Starbucks, they just turn the thing around and say, "Yeah, we have a question." for you
and
at the
I never answer yes.
Right, but you know what the first number is? Now a lot of these places, the first number is not 18 or 20. It's now starting at 25%.
Wait, are we talking
insane.
about rage tipping at the computer turn?
Yes.
Or are we talking about when you sit down for service?
At the computer turn.
Okay.
They're fighting back.
I have no problem with that.
I have no problem.
I don't
with
tip
this.
up there anyway.
My philosophy is if I'm standing up to order, you're not getting a tip.
I agree.
Okay, yeah, because these are two very different questions.
Unless it's takeout, I think it's very important to pack the bag.
So
is that person packing it?
Someone
is that person at is the cashier packing
I
it?
assume they tip out. I don't know though. Anyway, my assumption is like the bag pack, I think is 30% of the entire meal.
So
I've never tipped for pickup.
Look, I don't have the intestinal fortitude not to check the box there on those things. So I have no issue with the people who put 0. I can't do it. If this was a question of sitting down at a restaurant, that's where I understand you want to make a statement and you want to fight back against the idea of tip culture or however you'd want to describe it. But that seems like the wrong way to try and change the system is by going let's make them go without in this crappy system that they're having to work in right now. That wouldn't be it. But on this one where it's a Starbucks turn around the screen or hey, we got a quick question for you there. That's the one where I don't have a problem if somebody doesn't do it.
Chopping it up every hump day during the commercial-free expressway. Congrats to the Tolo who won these Sebastian Maniscalco tickets.
Oh, by the way, we are getting killed. We forgot LeBron in the top 4.
Oh, God.
I knew there was someone we were missing.
Well, LeBron is not beating Tiger.
I agree.
Brady's going to beat LeBron, I think.
We didn't think of any of the tennis big 3, Joker, Federer, and Nadal. Oh, boy, that's a big miss.
I would, I don't know. I'd take Jordan's Wizards years in the 2000s over LeBron.
And we don't have Serena or Michael Phelps Or Lance Armstrong.
Yeah, I forgot. We're dealing with ESPN 8 the Ocho here and having to do all the obscure sports. I forgot.
How do the Dallas Cowboys look when it comes to interior offensive line? Tackles, safeties, tight ends, off-ball linebackers. Do they still have that really good roster set for 12 wins? That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Zerez and get that carpet clean. Clean way, green way, Zerez way. RJ Choppy Fan Special. It's an amazing opportunity.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
here on the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Hump Day. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hello to the over 260 concurrent viewers watching the program. You are appreciated. You're appreciated. Every time I think we're going to talk about one NFL topic, the list drops when it comes to the top 10 of Jeremy Fowler's survey around the NFL from people who work in the league. And this list is too sexy to pass up because it's the wide receivers. Again, the wide receiver news. T. Higgins is not getting his extension with the Cincinnati Bengals. And then the bigger story, Brandon Ayuk is on fire. Has requested a trade out of, we sounded like the McAfee show there with their coordinated chants. Brandon Ayuk has requested out of San Francisco. And Roberto, we just got the top 10 wide receiver list dropped.
We did. Where's the drama for this one for you? Do you want to go 10-1 or 1-10?
10-1.
Okay, we're going to go 10-1 here. And I think this one's going to have some...
Although it's a lot harder to guess 10-1 for us.
So, yeah.
I think we all know generally who are in the top 4. So if you just kind of throw out the best ones after that, you're probably getting close. Number 10 on this list, I'll tell you, it is a receiver in the NFC.
Amon-Ra?
No.
Don't buzz here. Damn it.
One who has been in the headlines quite a bit.
Brandon Ayuk.
Brandon Ayuk is number 10 on this. His highest ranking was 3. There were some.
Whoa,
there were
3.
Yeah, there were some that had him as low as completely unranked. And Brandon Ayuk was unranked on this list last year. Was not even an honorable mention.
Give me his skill set and other player comp if you can.
He's very similar to Debo. Yeah, he and Debo are two very similar type of receivers. I think that Ayuk is a cleaner route runner to me than Debo is, and Debo's more power. He's somebody who's just gonna bowl people over or just be difficult to bring down. Ayuk to me is a cleaner technician than what Debo Samuel is. One NFL executive said, who voted Ayuk top 3, said more downfield production, huge jump in yards per catch, quietly has almost 300 catches, excels as a blocker, lower body ability is as good as anyone. Number 9. This is an AFC player.
There's no chance Devontae's still on this, is there?
Yeah, Devontae's higher up than 9.
This is not Devontae Adams. This is a receiver who changed teams this offseason.
Oh.
Stephon Diggs?
Diggs.
Stephon Diggs.
Damn it, Choppy.
Stephon Urkel Diggs. One AFC executive says he still has some left in the tank.
Is the middle name Urkel?
No.
Okay. that would have been awesome.
That was the old Family Matters bit. He still has some left in the tank, and I didn't see a dip in his overall ability. Another AFC exec said, I saw a little decline. I think his vertical speed has tapered off a bit. How old is he now? He's 30.
I can't wait to see what he has left, and I forgot that he went there.
Number 8. This is NFC receiver who's probably...
You said A or N?
NFC.
Okay.
This is probably, to me, and I've been guilty of it, potentially the most underrated receiver of the last decade.
Oh.
Cole Beasley.
No.
So some longevity. Mike Evans.
Mike Evans. Very good, John. Highest ranking was 4th. Lowest was unranked. Man, when you look at his numbers and compare him to history,
1,000 yards.
It's
ever.
And
I look at him and I'm like, he's too stiff. He's not fast enough. He's not gonna moss you, but 1,000. And he did it with Baker.
I'm guilty. I've always been guilty of that with Mike Evans and Keenan Allen. Where I was like, how do they ever open? How do that, they just strike me as guys who are gonna get 40 yards a game, and then you look at it, it's like, holy cow, they're really productive.
But Keenan even looks like more of a technician in his route running than Mike Evans.
Yeah. I mean,
Mike is just so big that it can't look that smooth. He's a monster.
Yeah. One NFL personnel man said he still commands a double team, can still bully corners at the line of scrimmage or downfield, still make tough catches.
Mike Evans or D-Hop all-time career that you take? Who's the better?
Evans.
Man. Evans is way more consistent, right?
DeAndre's,
did it for longer.
DeAndre's peak was best.
DeAndre had a much better peak.
But career, I want Evans.
Okay.
Number 7 on this list, NFC.
Brown. St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. St. Brown famously watched 16 receivers get drafted ahead of him in 2021.
Reads it every day.
And now he reads off the list, and I'm sure Dan Campbell just eats that up.
Boy, I bet he does.
An NFL coordinator said he has elite football instincts for the position, understands how to attack leverage, runs hard every play, plays inside and outside, makes all the tough catches on high leverage downs. Number 6. Do you want the conference?
Yeah.
NFC.
I was unprepared in the commercial break. NFC, let me go. Oh, I'm looking at the West, but I'm going to guess A.J. Brown.
A.J. Brown is correct. His highest ranking was 3. His lowest was somebody had him completely out of the top 10. And he's up 1 spot from last year's. An AFC executive said, rare blend of excellent size, athleticism, and skill. That's why the Eagles have paid him twice. I don't see a quote here. I would have anticipated somebody in here would have said something like, amazing the production that he puts up with a running back throwing the football to him and how he's able to produce at that high level. All right, we're in the top 5 now. We still have not heard CeeDee Lamb's name. And before we get down into this list, I'm just curious, now that we're into the top 5, where do you each guess he's going to fall here?
He's going to be 4 or 5.
4.
He's going to be 4 or 5, and my big decision with him is Jamar
Chase.
Him.
That's it.
Number 5 on this list is
I'm going to say it's
Devontae.
Jamar.
RJ Choppy is right. It is Devontae Adams. Highest ranking 3, lowest ranking was unranked. Boy, somebody doesn't have him even ranked at this point.
Real quick, yesterday I saw a lot of Devontae clips, a lot of mic'd up sideline Devontae clips. And I'm like, obviously this was from the season. What is this coming out now? Is this old? Like every time I go to Twitter, nothing's new. And he's like, get me the hell out of here. This is effing garbage. I can't believe I'm suffering through this. He was destroying Garoppolo and anyone else throwing to him, looking miserable that he was with the Raiders. And someone has conjured up, I think it was Orlovsky, that Devontae will be playing with Aaron Rodgers this year. Like, no way he doesn't play with him this offseason. Something caused Devontae's agents to come out and say, all that is BS, not true. But let me take a second to pat myself on the back with my small app hands. This is what you get, Devontae. You wanted your little stupid childhood dream of playing with Derek Carr, and you left Green Bay and you left Rodgers. And I said, you're going to go rot in Vegas, and now he sounds and looks miserable. So go ahead, get a little bit more cash, and go ahead and be miserable.
Thought he was going to be the Nova Knicks. Thought he was going to be the Nova Knicks, and it didn't work out that way. This all actually started. Aaron Rodgers had spoken over the weekend and said, I love Devontae. I can't wait to play with him, ... again, which I don't see how that's not tampering.
Right.
Like, that's letter of the law version of tampering, whether you think he's joking or not. That
and what did you
enforced.
compare that to with tampering? Was that you last night?
Yeah, it's just, we would have DallasCowboys.com writers on here, and for a year straight, they couldn't, talk about Earl Thomas at all. Yeah. Like, even reference his name.
Yeah.
And yet, Aaron Rodgers can say, I can't wait to play with him again. Like, to me, it's just inconsistent the way they enforce that rule across the board. But
are we setting or is this setting up? Is someone getting left out of the top 4 that shouldn't be?
I don't think we'll go over the honorable mentions after this. There's maybe one name here where you might say, he should have been in the top 10. He's
not top 4, but top 10 in general.
Yeah, I think so.
I should have said the top 4.
No,
because I think we all know the top 4, but there's 2 names that I think easily could be in the top 10 that aren't. So someone's getting left out.
Devontae Adams last year was ranked number 2 still. So this was a bit of a drop.
It's a byproduct from quarterback play. This has nothing to do with his skill.
Amen.
I don't want to say my opinion. I got to come up with something else.
One NFL personnel evaluator said he's still a blue chipper, still can win on the outside and get you tough yards. But you wonder what you're getting from him next year with the quarterback situation unsettled. Number 4 on this list.
Keep it going, Raph.
I will go CeeDee Lamb.
Sean?
I'll say Jamar.
Cedarian Lamb.
Dang it!
Is number 4. Up from number 10 last year. Wow. His highest ranking was what?
2.
I would have thought somebody had him 2. His highest ranking was 3. So nobody had him inside their top 2. And he's asking to be paid as the second highest receiver right now behind Justin Jefferson.
Well, none of that matters. As we know in the NFL, it's leapfroggy.
I get it. I don't think I would have a hard time putting him ahead of Tyreek or Justin Jefferson.
Don't give away the rest of the list.
Well, I mean, he could be wrong. I mean, we'll just see who watches more football. CeeDee Lamb.
So far, it's him.
This is what the write-up says. Our NFL polling group called its shot with Lamb. Lamb cracked last year's top 10, earning the 10th spot overall with the likes of Deebo Samuel, Mike Evans, and T. Higgins. He validated that faith with a resounding performance, becoming the first Cowboys receiver with 1,700 or more yards in a season, led the NFL in receptions, and finished second behind Tyreek Hill in yards despite constant attention from defenses as the number one option. One NFL scouting director said he was able to move around the formation more this year, specifically outside, and he consistently won in critical situations over the course of the year. He proved to be a do-it-all receiver, has great hands and outstanding pace to his routes and setup that gives defensive back problems. So he is number 4. The top 3, number 3. Jamar Chase. This is the one where I might say I think CeeDee's better right now than Chase is. Just personally.
Well, the thing is with Chase, like it's harder to judge with Burrow's injuries.
Yeah, it is tough.
You know, it's like kind of out of sight, out of mind a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I make the argument of like he's got 2 other really good receivers there that takes the defense's attention and softens things for him. He has not been nearly as consistent to me as CeeDee Lamb has been, and CeeDee has put up good numbers when Cooper Rush has been in there and other people. He's produced.
By the way, thanks to the Tolos, Matt and Martin saying those Adams clips are now just coming out because of the receiver show. I'm surprised they let that stuff get out because he's destroying his teammates and the Raiders.
Yeah,
he looks and sounds miserable.
It's just like how nobody wanted to do quarterback because of that. We're doing the top 10 receivers in the NFL on ESPN's executive polling list. The statement about Jamar Chase, who was third, a veteran NFL coordinator, said he's still the league's best vertical threat and yards after catch player.
Well, that's not true.
The fear factor with him is thick.
Well, it ain't thicker than number 2.
Who is number 2, Sean?
Tyreek Hill.
I think it's Tyreek.
Is number 2. Highest ranking was 1. Lowest ranking was 4. 30 years old. It says Hill has been a revelation for Miami. An NFC executive said his speed changes, your preparation, and how you have to play defense. Only a few people on earth can do that. And then number 1 on this list.
Tyreek Hill is the first or second most frightening receiver that I've ever seen. And it's between him and Randy.
Yeah, because it's just you feel
terrifying.
You feel like he has a skill set that there's not a person on earth who can neutralize it.
What's the speed button on these kids' video games now? Is it a burst?
Whatever. Is it an X or R2?
When he hits his button, no one can sniff it. It's over.
Number 1 on the list,
JJ.
Justin Jefferson. He was number 1 last year. His highest rank was 1. Somebody had him ranked as low as 3 on this list. One NFL wide receivers coach said he's the best route runner in all of football, in my opinion. Some of the honorable mentions that were back behind this. Who was the name you were thinking of, Chop, that you thought was going to be?
I was just wondering. There was 3 guys that I thought should have been in the top 10 or had a cup.
Yeah.
DK.
No.
Oh man, you're not a DK guy.
Not top 10. He ain't better than these guys. He's way too inconsistent. He's a physical marvel who should be better.
Cup was the guy that I was thinking of that you maybe could make an argument that he's top 10 and you just would have to argue against the injuries.
And same with Debo.
He was the first honorable mention was Cooper Kupp.
Debo's own news.
Behind that, it was Deebo Samuel was the next one. Garrett Wilson from the Jets.
I put him on
I love him.
Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Nico Collins, Amari Cooper. Still hanging around a little bit.
Did Puka not get any honorable mentions?
No, he is not in the honorable mentions. It's Amari Cooper, DJ Moore, and then also receiving votes.
I'd take Puka over Devontae Smith. I'd take Puka over, I won't say Amari yet. Who else was honorable?
Nico Collins, DJ Moore, Jalen Waddle, Garrett Wilson. So those names. On also receiving votes, DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin, Calvin Ridley, T. Higgins, Puka Nacua, George Pickens, Chris Olave, Michael Pittman, DeAndre Hopkins, and Cortland Sutton.
There it is, the wide receiver list that just dropped from NFL scouts and those that work in the National Football League on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Is the Secret Service in trouble? Are Skip and Stephen A teaming up again? And what did you think of the All-Star game last night in Arlington? Next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
This is the guy that will take the extra base if he puts it in play, and this one may be out of play. He smacks one to right, and it is way out of here. Jarren Duran about 25 rows up, right center field, a 2-run home run, and now the American League is on top, 5-3, a no-doubter that traveled 413 feet.
And he would end up being the All-Star Game MVP, and that would end up being the game-winning moment. All-Star coverage right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jarren Duran is the ultimate offensive hero as the American League wins again. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, we got Peyton and Carter live running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. And the anthem singer came out yesterday and said, I was drunk. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I was wasted, and I'm going to rehab. I'll let you know how it is. And RJ's immediate reaction was, yo, man, karaoke, when you're drunk, it makes you sound better. So he's not buying that was responsible for the hideous, awful performance. And I wanted to tie a couple things together. So I had Peyton go and pull the official show slogan, because this happened while we were in Surprise, Arizona, site of Rangers spring training, and the drunkest karaoke that we've ever heard all together is the cause for You're Appreciated, as Choppy and I were in the bar listening to this greatness.
Now ain't nobody tell us there's been no love for my daddy because the coward wasn't there. He passed away and I didn't care because my anger wouldn't let me feel for a stranger. They say I'm wrong, I'm all heartless, but all along I was looking for a father and he was gone. I hung around the thugs, and even though they sold drugs, they showed the young brother love. I moved out and started really hanging. I needed the money on my own, so I started slinging. I ain't guilty because even though I sell rocks, it feels good putting money in your mailbox. I love paying rent when rent was due. I hope you got the diamond necklace I sent to you. Because when I was low and you were there for me, you never left me alone because you cared for me. I see you coming home after work late and you're in the kitchen trying to fix us a hot plate. You just working with the scraps you're giving, and Mama made miracles every Thanksgiving. But now the road got rough and you're all alone. You're trying to raise 2 badass kids on your own. There's no way I can pay you back, but my plan is to show you that I understand. You're appreciated.
That is the genesis of You're Appreciated. So that's what I thought of first when you said drunk karaoke.
Yeah, and I don't even know. I'm not convinced he was drunk.
No, he was slurring.
I'm not convinced because I saw him interact with. He was there like that was a dedication song to his mom that was there.
Man, that is one of my favorite songs of all time. I love that song. And the first time you guys played it for me and didn't tell me what it was, it took 15 seconds for me to realize what the song was. He was singing it so bizarrely.
Yeah, talking it.
So, it's very similar to the anthem, but that's a very good parallel.
So she's going to rehab. What's her name?
Ingrid Andress.
Ingrid Andress.
Or Andress, I mean, depending on how
I thought it was interesting. She went with the Instagram story screenshot apology. Like, have the kids dropped the Notes app apology? Are they not doing that anymore? Are they just typing it out on Instagram, publishing it to the story, and then
well, she had to get views out of it.
Yes,
she had to get traffic out of it.
Yeah.
But Bassick was bringing up an all-star point that you liked yesterday.
Yeah, he did. He said something interesting as a sports city because
I thought I had you.
I know, I did too.
I thought you were blanking.
Now, well, maybe I did.
But he caught it.
I saved myself.
He caught it.
That was a quick recovery.
I'll tell you this: you'll never know. You'll never know.
I'll never tell.
But so he was at the home run derby, and Bobby Jr., Bobby Wood Jr., who's from Colleyville, was there, and there was a smattering of applause for him last night at the All-Star game when he was introduced, but not nearly like, hey, we are putting our entire life behind him, right?
Yeah, Mike sounded very disappointed in that.
He did. So he said, as a sports city, we just don't care that people are from here, be it Von Miller or
Tyrese
Maxey or Miles Turner.
Who's the Seattle wideout? Donnie always talked about him forever.
Oh, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah.
Yep. Rockwall, right?
Yep.
Don't care. Bobby Witt, don't really care. The only one we really ever kind of got behind was Jordan Spieth. Right, that pretty much. I mean, Lance Armstrong a little bit back in the day. They did get behind him quite a bit. But for the most, when Clint Dempsey, they liked him, but soccer fans did. But and I thought that the first thing when he was talking about that, the first thing that hit me was, wow, we really are a big city. Because when I moved here in 1997, and it was much more like Bassick was talking about. I remember news stations doing a ton of things on this is a Texas tie. You got a Texas tie. Lance Armstrong like crazy. A lot of guys. If you had any kind of local angle to you,
that was also a global story.
That was global, no doubt. But I remember like just doing when I was working at ESPN, just doing like updates and stuff. That was one of the first days I did. I just did updates. We were always told, look for a guy that was from here. So when, a golfer who was from here was playing in the PGA Championship or the U.S. Open, you would always give we're the local guys and how they're doing.
Yeah.
So be it a Rory Sabatini or Chad Campbell, you know what I mean? Those guys, and we just don't do that anymore. And now we're much more like L.A. or New York, or as Bassick said, we're like Atlanta. And we're just a big city. Big cities, when you have half the population moving in from somewhere else, you lose that.
I reject this completely, by the way, as a fault of North Texas fans or anything else. What this is, maybe Von Miller, you can make the case as an example of it. Generally, if you are outside of the Metroplex, sports career, entertainment career, Post Malone's a great example of it. Post Malone goes out of his way to claim Dallas as much as he can and claim Texas, and is always wearing the Dallas caps.
Yeah.
He puts them in all his music videos. Dallas fully embraces Post Malone as that's ours. North Texas says that's our guy.
But that's the difference is that's not sports. We're not rooting against him.
No, but I mean, there are other entertainers. Like, for instance, I don't feel like North Texas has ever claimed to the same extent Jamie Foxx, for instance.
Right.
Nationally, they try to tie him here. But Jamie Foxx, I don't feel like is claimed the same way Post Malone is, because Post Malone is loud and upfront about this is where I'm from. And I think all these athletes are talking about, except Von Miller, who does talk about being from here. Von Miller comes back, does summer camps every year here with kids. Von Miller's an interesting one. That is one that I would think he would be more embraced. But other than that, I think it's just because if it wasn't for people knowing Bobby Witt went to high school here, or that having that biographical detail, just having lived it, I don't think people would know Bobby Witt was from here. It's not something that's just discussed a lot as, hey, that's one of our national treasures here.
The odd thing is Post Malone, I don't think even moved here till high school.
The first thing I thought of when Mike was talking about this is this is a small town thing.
Yeah, it's college town.
So no, I'm talking smaller. First of all, I can't speak to even you and Bobby because I moved here in 2010. But this is a much cooler thing for me when it's a guy, there's 2 or 3 people, maybe 2 from my hometown that made it to the pros. I came from a town of 10,000 people. Mm-hmm. So when that happens, I just think of that as a lot cooler than, all right, they came from Colleyville. They came from Rockwall.
Yeah.
Now, again, I'm not, as connected with those areas. I didn't grow up there. But that's the way I thought about it. It's much more smaller town thing. Now you can have your small towns within the state, within a humongous state, just like I'm talking about, back home. But that's what I thought of.
Bobby Witt is a bigger star, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. It's different sports. But Bobby Witt's a bigger star to me than Jamal Adams. Again, Jamal Adams claims this area, and so I think people think of Jamal Adams as being here. But that's a good point about
It's not the responsibility of the Texas sports fan to love him because he's from Colleyville. It's the responsibility of the Colleyville diehard sports fan to love him.
Right.
You have your own area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have your own section. You have your own region.
So do we look at Stafford?
Right.
Or
Kershaw.
I think Kershaw kind of irritates people sometimes, though, because they're always they wanted him to come home and they feel like he's not come home. And so there are times where I think there's a tension there that almost exists for DFW sports fans and him. Similar to the one that existed for Oswalt, for instance, for a long time, where people thought Roy Oswalt would eventually end up here, and it took so long. Darren Williams, same sort of way. Even Darren Williams was kind of claimed as Dallas, though.
Is Roy Oswalt from here?
No, but he was like just so Texas. I mean, is what I'm saying. Is like that whole thing. But I think that's a good point that it's not just on the community. I think Texas is such a pride-filled state and so proud of where they're from and what they're that it's also on the athlete to mirror that in order for the community to really claim you. Because they feel like, why are you not more? Why don't people know more?
Bobby Witt shouldn't mirror it when he's a Kansas City Royal.
I'm not saying, but I mean, Patrick Mahomes does. We kind of claim him. We claim Patrick Mahomes here.
Yes.
And Patrick Mahomes talks about it all the time. He tweets about the Mavericks in the middle being in Kansas City.
Well, I think he also lives here. Bobby Witt.
I'm not mad at him. I'm just saying, if you're like, why isn't the crowd embracing him at the All-Star game? It's like, because I think unconsciously, this area doesn't feel like Bobby Witt has done anything to like amplify, this is my home. Even if he feels that way, he hasn't.
Like Mahomes can show up at a Mavs NBA Finals game. Bobby can't. Bobby's in the middle of the season.
We also
so
know, but Mahomes also played college here, whereas Bobby Witt, right? He didn't have that time.
He went right to the pros.
Get into our minds through a college career.
Right. He just went right.
And
to
we
the
don't
pros.
care about college baseball like college football.
Absolutely. No, for sure. And there's Mahomes does. He trains. Him and Kelsey were at Colleyville's indoor facility all summer, or part of the summer. I think he has a house somewhere around here too. Like I know he has a house around here. So he's going to be in the community. I don't know where Bobby lives. Does Bobby live here? Does Bobby have a house here? I'm sure he does. You just had a $200 million contract or whatever it is. So.
Do you think we as a city embrace Scheffler as being
not like Spieth?
And if you want to talk about somebody who does, he walked in the day after the Masters in a green jacket into a local like hotspot bar,
Inwood Tavern, right?
Which he has embraced it. So I mean,
Don't
if you want to make
free advertising, right?
if you want to make the counter argument of Scotty Scheffler's clearly embraced this community and embraced being from here, and we don't necessarily think of him even in that same light that we do.
It really felt like Spieth repped Dallas more, though.
Well, I mean,
we certainly don't do it with DeChambeau out of SMU.
Right, but he's like, he has, Bryson lives in Grapevine. Bryson just built a massive house in Grapevine.
Yeah, but we still don't
we don't rep him. He's from California, but he moved. He's moved here.
Well, there's your answer.
But Jordan had that Under Armour shirt that says "playing out of Dallas, Texas." Like that's how they announce him, playing out of Dallas, Texas. 3-time champion Jordan Spieth. So he has that. Like that shirt's. I've seen that shirt everywhere. Or at least I did back when it first came out. But I feel we rep Jordan way more than Scheffler.
The league just announced CeeDee Lamb as the 4th best wideout in football, but how bad would things get if CeeDee doesn't show up for the start of the season? That's next in Bobby's Cowboy Countdown series in Below the Belt right here on The Fan. But let me get you set up with the Low T Center.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Just how screwed will the Cowboys be if the fourth best receiver in the NFL, according to league executives, does not show up for training camp and then does not show up for the regular season? We're talking about CeeDee Lamb, of course. CeeDee, we just did it here at 8 o'clock. The ESPN top 10 receivers in the NFL, according to coaches, scouts, executives. CeeDee Lamb finished fourth in that poll behind Jamar Chase at 3, Tyreek Hill at 2, and Justin Jefferson at 1. And when we've looked at these first two position groups as we kind of count down to Oxnard, which we will leave for next Wednesday. So first show will be Thursday.
Yep.
On the tennis courts.
On the tennis courts.
On the tennis courts, I believe.
As far as we know.
Yeah, as it stands right now. But as we count this down and kind of do an inventory of the roster, I was fascinated to see how many resources they've poured into this position of receiver while simultaneously going super cheap in a lot of ways. What were you about to say, Sean?
No, I'm going to save it for a training camp preview.
Okay. So when you look at this, in terms of draft picks they've thrown at the position, there's 12 receivers on the roster right now. A lot of them have been undrafted free agents, but when you consider draft picks they gave up in trades for Cooks, the investment they made in Lamb, other guys that they picked here, the receiver group that they have right now, which we feel like is screwed essentially if CeeDee Lamb's not in it. They have thrown a 2020 first-round pick at it, a 2022 third-round pick, fifth-round pick, and a seventh-round pick in 2023, and 2 sixth-round picks in 2024. So they've invested a lot of draft capital into a group that feels like there's not much behind it. And financially, they haven't invested much at all because they have not finished CeeDee Lamb's contract. Brandon Cooks feels like he's on a deal. Pop quiz. Who is the fourth highest paid wide receiver on the Dallas Cowboys right now?
Well, I'm looking at the depth chart. I don't have their salary, so this may be cheating.
Michael Gallup, even though he's not on the roster.
Nope. Jalen Brooks.
Nope.
Turpin.
Nope.
It's not Cooks.
Nope.
Tolbert.
Nope. Tyron Billy Johnson.
Wow.
Who is not going to make this roster, I would not guess. But
Is it a hyphenated last name? Billy Johnson?
Yep. Yeah. Tyron Billy Johnson. Okay. LSU, played at Oklahoma State. He's bounced around practice squads for like 5 years. So he's been in the league for a certain amount of time that his minimum salary is higher than a lot of the guys there. But when you look behind that, Kevontae Turpin under $1 million, Jalen Brooks, Ryan Flournoy, their sixth round pick from this past year. So they haven't invested a ton financially yet. They haven't shown that they're willing to commit the resources in terms of salary, which is something they've shown pretty consistently, I feel like, over the last 20 years in Jerry's era. We've seen that they are willing to use draft capital either as a selection or as trade capital to get a receiver. They did it with Roy Williams, Joey Galloway, and Amari Cooper. They drafted CeeDee Lamb, Des Bryant. Like, they'll take guys higher and also use those picks in order to go get receivers. But then when you look at it, they had a hard time paying Amari Cooper. They walked away from Des pretty quick. They never wanted to commit long-term to Cole Beasley. It was something that frustrated him. CeeDee Lamb is still trying to get paid. That one has felt like the entire time should be the easiest contract for them to get done because of the parameters that have been set by the rest of the league and how good that he's been. But if we enter training camp with CeeDee Lamb sitting out, is this, do you guys think, going to be similar to the Zach Martin situation last year where all I have to do is not show up and you're going to see over the course of 4 or 5 days, you're not going to be able to cut it if I'm not physically here?
But do you think that that's why Zach got done? Because they're evaluating the offensive line in the first 4 days?
I think that they may have been willing to stand off a little bit longer and have that face off with him a little bit and play that game of chicken if they felt more comfortable with what they were going to roll out there with.
Look, this is what Kansas City's been doing, and I know it's tough to compare because he's Patrick Mahomes, but they could just say, or the Cowboys won't say this, but like Kansas City can get away with not doing this. They can get away with Billy Johnson being their fourth highest paid receiver.
Yeah, as long as they have fun doing it. Is that made Bobby sick last night?
Dude, so the Chiefs, we're all sitting around here just going, please get us to a conference title game. It's been 30 years. Please get us to the conference championship. That's all we want. Meanwhile, you've got Patrick Mahomes talking to the media and different Chiefs players talking to the media and saying, yeah, look, we're eyeing that fourth title, but really we want to have more fun along the way. We want to laugh a little bit more.
Last year wasn't as fun.
We want to take things a little slower, and enjoy the sunshine a little bit. And so, they really do sound like the way Patrick Mahomes was talking about this season sounded like a 40-year-old women's group's vision board for the year of like things they want to do. Like, I just want to laugh a little bit more. I want to embrace the chaos a little bit and just learn to not care as much. So yeah, Patrick Mahomes said their focus this year is just having more fun. That's how many titles they've got and how bored they are with it now. Is just they want to have fun,
And the Zach comparison question for me is, what got Zach done and how? Because at the Jerry party, I remember there was some very negative, strong negative things being said about the Zach Martin situation by Cowboy officials. A lot of loud talk, which went right into the damn ocean.
People tend to say some ugly things during negotiations that they then, after the deal is signed, are
1942 in Sprite will make you
yes,
loose lips.
It will. If they see you doing that, they're going to be upset.
No, and they have that has cost them before. That is their approach in a lot of ways. Is what they do is when they get into contract negotiations, they have a tendency to they look
But
at
I could counter back and say Lamb's the one holding this up by saying you have to pay me more than Jefferson.
I don't think he's.
We can absolutely say that.
You have to pay me Jefferson or more than Jefferson.
It's possible.
I don't think he's saying that though.
Are you reporting that or are you guessing?
I don't believe he's saying that from people I've talked to.
Okay.
I think he.
What do you think he's saying?
I think he's asking for between 32 and 34, and Jefferson's at 35.5. I think he's saying you absolutely.
Well, then they should pay it.
I think he said because AJ Brown's 32. I think he's saying you have to pay me more than AJ Brown minimum.
Yeah.
I've got to be AJ Brown
But
or higher.
why would they hesitate on that?
Why have they hesitated on so many different deals over the years?
I can justify the first Dak deal waiting. They might still be waiting to figure out what he is. Who else did they wait on?
DeMarcus Lawrence. They cost themselves a ton of money.
Okay. Who else?
They waited on Amari Cooper. They let him get exposed to the market. They like have a history. The deals they get done early.
I'm not disagreeing that they wait. I was just trying to think of the situations.
The deals they get done early a lot of times are bad ones. Like they got Zeke done early. They got Jalen Smith done early. And those ones kind of backfired on them.
Yeah.
And so that's where you're running into a situation where
all right, grade the running back room right now. Give me a letter grade.
A+. I'm not paying anything to it.
In terms of quality or efficiency? Because he's clearly going by the ability,
it's a D.
C- at best.
D+.
D+.
C-.
Grade the wide receiver room without Lamb.
C+.
Okay.
Because Cooks is still really good, I think.
Okay.
Cooks is better.
So basically the same for you.
Cooks is better than anything you have in the running back room relative to their position.
Yeah.
And I really, that's one of the things that I'll be looking out here for training camp. Jalen is going to.
What are you looking at, Barnwell? I know what you.
Jalen is going to win the third receiver spot, and it's not going to be Jalen Tolbert. It's going to be Jalen Brooks.
Are you not a fan?
No. Just talk about what Bill Barnwell wrote about him.
So they ranked.
I'm slowly. I've become less interested in what Barnwell writes over the past 3 to 6 months. Before I was like, oh, this is new. This is a different angle. Da da da. And
well, he does recycle the same. He does the same kind of articles every year, based at the same time.
Yeah,
I think they're really good. But this was the write-up on Brandon Cooks because they had the Cowboys ranked as the 18th best wide receiver, tight end, running back core in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And he said Cooks has fallen off noticeably over the past 2 seasons. After averaging north of 2 yards per route run in each of his first 2 years with the Texans, he went to 1.7 in 2022 and then 1.3 last year in Dallas. His saving grace was a plus 8.2% catch rate over expectation, which might owe more to Prescott than Cooks, given that Lamb was plus 10 and Tolbert was north of 7. So that's just the write-up on Brandon Cooks.
Here, let's be honest here. Bill Barnwell has not watched 1 second of Brandon Cooks tape.
I don't consider Bill an analytics guy, though. Do you?
I do. I think
Seth Walter to be his analytics guy.
He's not. He's a pseudo analytics guy. Like he's kind of on the outside trying to get into the club.
So like I pretend to be.
No, like I think you have a better grasp on analytics than Bill Barnwell does. And Bill Barnwell is trying to apply it in a pace to 32 teams. There's zero chance with what he's asked to do and cover that he watched Brandon Cooks tape last year. Brandon Cooks was not being sent on routes down the field like he's had a lot of success with. They were basically running him in short and intermediate routes, and he was still getting open. He just wasn't getting the ball. He's in an offense with CeeDee Lamb where the targets are just not going to be there. But Cooks is absolutely, the tape is, he's still a really effective receiver.
Do you, and I don't know enough about this, do you look at yards per route run? Like, how do you use that
No,
stat?
because I think that yards per route run, again, it can skew because CeeDee Lamb is on the field with Brandon Cooks. And they're both running routes, and if CeeDee Lamb's getting targeted, then he's not going to get the same look. He's not going to get the volume targets.
I don't know how to look at that. I don't really know how to use the stat.
Yards per target and other things I think are better at measuring the efficiency. But I think Jalen Brooks is ultimately going to be the third receiver here, the 7th rounder out of South Carolina last year. He is, and that is both a praise of Jalen Brooks, who's been really impressive, I think, during the offseason programs, and it is an absolute damning indictment of Jalen Tolbert, who I have been dead wrong about. I wanted him picked in the second round instead of Sam Williams. Was thrilled they got him in the third, and he is just not
Imagine
stepped
if
up.
Cooks wasn't here, or if something happens to Cooks.
Oh, I know.
Your depth chart. This thing has on paper.
Oh, it's got
this thing has an 8 and 9 possibility.
Oh, I
maybe worse.
I still think that they're a good bet to win, 10 plus, but I could easily see how this thing falls.
It feels like a house of cards.
Oh yeah, that's a good way to put it. If they win 12 games, I'm not going to bat an eye. If they win 7, not surprised.
Yeah, I think
I'm not. Will Chambers over here.
What's that?
Who thinks that San Fran's going to win 8 games this year?
Oh.
But
he thinks Brandon Ayuk is that good?
I guess so. That's a Bears fan for you. He watches a lot of bad football, so he doesn't know what he's looking at, I guess. David Durden is the name to watch during training camp, though. That was a guy who was going to make the 53-man roster last year before he got hurt.
Tyler's brother.
Yeah, that's the one. Tyler's brother. Yeah, you got
Below the belt every day at this time on your home of America's team. We got a little college football kegger with SEC Media Days in town. Horns Down is back. And the 13-year-old, that RJ Choppy, wants to punch right in the mouth. Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
After this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's...
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time. Oh, everyone in unison. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Inappropriate. We got Peyton and Carter in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks to the over 260 of you that are checking out the show right now. I'm looking at Kid Cowboys, Gregory, Rico. Can I? Yeah.
I don't know if you can say that K word.
Yeah. K-word, thanks for listening. We appreciate you.
It is the name of a drink.
That's right. K-word, you know who you are. 9:20. Brett Boone to talk about the All-Star festivities here in Arlington, and he's the host of the Brett Boone Podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week as the AL beats the NL again.
Yeah, I was just really quickly going to say
Michael Young handing out the MVP trophy yesterday.
Former MVP of the All-Star Game himself back in Pittsburgh.
Texas to the core. See, we support Texas. That's what we do here in this community. We support people who support us, and Michael Young always supported Texas, so we're out front with them. Yeah, this game was last night. I don't think there's any fixing this. Or is it even necessarily something that needs to be fixed? Because I think we all resign ourselves to All-Star games and these sort of things being inherently broken.
I was not bringing this up as a topic.
I thought you were throwing it to that. That's why I was trying to pick it up.
The only reason I was doing my Brett Boone mandatory read.
I was trying to just play off of you. I had zero interest in talking about the All-Star game.
And I don't want to tick off Bassett because I can picture Mike coming in. What else do you want? What else do you want? What else do you want in the game? So, Mikey Bassett crosstalk at 9:40.
Yeah, because I will be on Bassett's side on this. You know, I just, it's not like against anybody, but like it got everything it asked for. It got the matchup with Judge and Skeens. It got a Shohei Ohtani home run, and it got a tie-breaking home run to basically win the game. Like,
that's being too kind. But
because you can't control the outcome.
But going the other direction is too harsh. Like, it's like breaking down a regular season NBA game,
right?
And judging it harshly. Like,
right.
I just didn't find it that entertaining last night because Shohei, awesome, fun start. I was tuned into Skeens Judge, which you were dying for. And then after the home run in the fifth,
that was it.
It was boring. There was a couple fun relief appearances. But I don't think it's a problem. Sandler is saying that they need to move the mound back.
Well, they may need to eventually. The mound's been in the same spot for basically 150 years.
Thanks, Jason Garrett.
They've raised it and lowered it at times, so it was flatter.
Now, is he talking about for the All-Star game or period?
That I don't know.
For the sport.
I mean, look, the guys are throwing harder than they ever have. They are throwing almost at times 20 miles harder than they did when the mound was initially put in the same distance. I mean, that is a big difference.
Dude, the Associated Press had a story up the other day about how obviously batting averages are way low. We've talked about it all year, and how velocity is as high as it's ever been. In fact, I think they have the note in there, the batting average around Major League Baseball right now is the third lowest in the post-dead ball era, what it is right now, which is just, it's dead. And they mentioned that they're talking about, hey, at Major League Baseball.
You would just think, right, with strength and conditioning and all that, you would just think offense. But no, these guys with the arms are like, nah, we're going to match you.
Yeah, so Michael Young has said this before, and a lot of baseball players have used this phrase, that a Major League Baseball player can time a jet, right? If you give them enough time to figure it out, they could hit a 600-mile-an-hour fastball if you give them enough time to see it.
Boeing can't even time a jet.
Right? But, your margins...
Like Mason Miller, if he was just throwing 103 every single pitch, they time it.
When he breaks off a slider,
you're done.
You're cooked. And he changes eye level, inside or spots inside or out. You're looking away, he hits you in, you're done. And that's the problem. And maybe Sandler's right. Maybe you do move the mound from 60 feet 6 inches and you're not going to move it far. I mean, you may only need a foot. You may need maybe just 62 feet. That may be enough.
I mean, so the Associated Press talked to Dave Roberts and Torey Lovello about this, and they both were kind of shrugging their shoulders at this point. Like, we've exercised all our options to try and get offense like to a certain point. At some point, you just got to say, they're throwing really hard, and this is just where the game is right now.
Yeah.
And they're kind of shrugging their shoulders like, Dave Roberts is like,
that's what I side with.
Yeah, he's like, I didn't leave the league that long ago, and I didn't see this kind of, relatively speaking. And he's like, I never saw this kind of velocity that they see consistently, and that's just where we're at.
So are we trying to attack pitching like defense in football? We're trying to screw both of them over? I mean, defense in football has been screwed over.
It has been. You have more control over the game as a pitcher than a defensive player in football, for sure. Because you can.
No, but I mean tinkering with the rules.
Oh, well, they're trying to. Yeah, I mean, I'll just say this. My son he's on his club team, and they had tryouts the other day.
Well,
and they had 3 kids. There's 14, 3 kids who were, and they had a gun there at 85 plus, 14 years old. That didn't exist 20 years ago at 14 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, that existed at 17 years old, 20 years ago.
Yes.
So, I mean, now we're talking about 14 years old. And then that's not even that fast. I mean, there's a kid at 14 that's in his class. I think he's in Florida. Caught at 93. Dexter something or other. What are we doing here? That's not real life. And now, imagine that. Now you put 10 years on him as a 24-year-old kid. What's he going to throw?
So, my favorite moment from last night was actually the relievers with Clase and the kid from Oakland. But during the regular season, I would like to see some more offense. But I just don't like my sports to this big seesaw of, all right, this is the trend now, so let's fix it right now. Let's screw this side.
Yeah.
Figure it out. Figure out how to hit, and let's get more offense. Versus tinkering and all this and that. I mean, it's good to tinker here and there, but
Shohei Ohtani doesn't seem to have a problem with the velocity. Neither does Aaron Judge, and neither does Corey Seager, and a lot of guys don't. But your rank and file, the greats are always going to be great, and no matter what era they're in, if you're an all-time great, you're going to find a way to be an all-time great with the right training and whatever area you're in. But some of these guys are just not there.
Let's talk to Brett Boone about it coming up at 9:20. Keg it.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
We're back.
And so is Horns Down. It is back to, as the SEC has their media days going on at the Omni Hotel right here.
That is I love you.
In Dallas, Texas.
That is I love you, Sean.
Well, maybe that's what I'm telling you guys.
You're saying you don't love us, though, because you're doing it upside down.
Oh.
Yeah. He hates us. So the SEC is not. They came out yesterday and announced this, that they are not going to be penalizing teams for doing the Horns Down. Now, they might.
This makes me love the SEC, and I didn't have this RJ Choppy obsession with it. I'm like, thank you. Thank you for not being soft. Welcome to the big boy club, the big girl club, big boy club.
Yeah.
Now, get that crap out of here as a penalty. And I think they're doing a favor to all of Longhorn Nation.
I do too.
Who don't want this associated with them anyway. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving Longhorn fans way too much credit and that they did get butthurt about it. But I'm assuming by Peyton and Bobby that they speak for everybody.
I think they do. I think it's great that they're allowing them to do it. And I think Longhorn fans now are even more in a position of power because now you could just say, look, see, we were always in y'all's head. And
but it has to be a taunt right to the face, right?
Yeah. So if you're if you sack
just like if you did you can't see me right in someone's face.
If you sack Quinn Ewers and stand over him and do the Horns Down right on top of him, they're going to flag you for that. But if you sack Quinn Ewers and you run to the sideline or you just kind of run beyond him, like Neil Smith would do the baseball swing after the quarterback, you run beyond him and you do the Horns Down, they're probably not going to flag you for taunting.
Yeah.
That's the way it is.
And I mean, this is for Texas, I would think you would be of the position of, if you're a Longhorns fan or a player or whatever, you can just take the position of, this is the power of our brand. We just flashing our hand signal. The debate over whether you can properly flash the hand signal is enough that the SEC, which considers itself a godlike institution, feels the need to have a press conference to address whether you can use our hand signal the right way.
I think there's an argument to be made. This is the dumbest, silliest topic in all of sports. That we're talking about the Horns Down signal being a penalty or not. And it's been the dumbest, silliest discussion in all of sports.
Probably.
It has.
It's up there.
What else is this small? What else is this dumb? What else is this petty?
individual, like whenever it's you don't show up the opponent with like the dunk in a blowout, or like when what's his name, Chris Beard melted down at a walk-on dunking against Baylor, like those sort of things. Generally, I think it's any of these respect the game type of things are considered petty small things. I don't love bat flips, but bat flips would probably be an answer for a lot of people. That getting worked up over that is stupid. Anything Madison Bumgarner cared about in his entire career, that's stupid.
Yeah, baseball would have like the you don't break up.
What about the golf clapping and celebrating while someone's on the final putting green, on the green? The respect factor there.
You mean like when you already won the tournament, like Bryson did?
Yeah, or Ryder Cup stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the whole thing is wait till the hole's over.
Do you think that that's proper or a stupid discussion?
I don't think it's stupid. I mean, you have to allow these guys to show emotion. You have to allow these guys to show emotion.
That's the smallest, pettiest thing. Now that you just mentioned golf, a lot of the Augusta rules to me are the most petty, tiny, little like quibbles in sports today. Some of their dumb stuff.
I mean, they got rid of announcers for commenting on the patrons and calling them the crowd, not the patrons. So that's Horns Down. Horns Down is back. Dabo Sweeney, the America's wet blanket is Dabo, and now the unintended consequences of the college football playoff. You moron. He's like, well, you see some guys, you're 4-4 and you're out of the playoffs. Maybe you head off to Arizona to train for the NFL, or saying that when you're 11-0. You could sit one of your players for a game because it doesn't matter. All that matters is you win your conference tournament. So let's say you're 11-0, and he has their rivalry game with South Carolina, and then after that, they've already clinched a spot in the ACC championship game, and they know if they win the ACC championship game, they're automatically in the final. They automatically get a bye into the playoff. So he may sit a lot of his players in this rivalry game to get them ready for the ACC championship game, which would be the more important game. So he is kind of saying that's one of the unintended consequences. Well, yeah, everything has unintended consequences to it that turns out to be good. Like when Major League Baseball changed to a pitch clock, what did we lose? We lost some of the game's late game suspense, like where you had those moments and we're just kind of rushing through it. But you don't worry about that when it's a 2.5-hour game versus a 4-hour game. It's a trade-off. You got to trade off something to get everything good.
He needs to quit.
I'm trying to remember the last positive thing you've ever said about Dabo. And he cost me money, so I hate his guts now against Jared Sandler because I thought he was the next Kirby Smart just taking over.
He's just such a stick in the mud.
But I think your problem with him and many people's problem with him is he might be fake.
I think he is fake.
I don't even know that
He's like this loudmouth preacher, know-it-all preacher. Like, no humbleness to he's got a punchable face.
I feel like I don't know. I don't get fake vibes from him. I think he absolutely believes all these things that he does. But that to me is the problem in a lot of ways, is that he tries to take the way he wants to run a program and he wants it mirrored by the entire NCAA. He wants the entire college football landscape to do it that way. And if it's not being done by every other program and by the institution, he's just complaining about it nonstop.
Perfect example. He wants all the players to honor their contracts they sign with the colleges and stick around and not transfer. He wants that, right? But his university is trying to get out of the ACC and a contract that they sign that runs through 2036 because they don't like the money deal that they have with the TV rights package. So he wants the players to honor their contracts, but he doesn't want to honor his own with the conference that he signed on for.
All right, let's move on back to the All-Star events in Arlington. Brett Boone. Let's preview the second half. Ask him if he enjoyed the anthem as well and how would he change things up. Our Odyssey baseball insider, Brett Boone, joins Sean and RJ next.
Yeah, what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Clase is ready. 0-2, swing and a miss, and that'll do it. Clase closes it out, the American League, and Bruce Bochy win the 2024 All-Star Game by a final score of 5-3.
And let's talk about it with our every other hump day buddy, Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone podcast, an Odyssey original here on the home of the Rangers via the D&M Leasing Hotline and live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Brett. How did you take in the All-Star Game last night?
Morning, guys. In little doses. I was coming back. I had a golf trip up in Seattle. Well, actually, a charity event, and I came home, and I was in and out. I didn't watch the whole thing in its entirety, but saw Ohtani hit the homer. I wanted to see Skeens how he handled that first inning. Handled it fine. Handled it like a champ. I saw the Ohtani homer. Durant hits the homer, ends up winning the MVP. I've watched so many All-Star games, and yeah, I like to tune in, but at this stage, it's kind of it's an exhibition, and I'll take it in pieces.
Did you watch the Derby?
A little bit of the Derby.
How would you spice it up if you feel like it needs to be spiced up? Because we were kind of bored with it.
Hey, here's where I've gone on the Derby. Okay, back in our day when we hit, it was 10 outs. There were a lot less home runs, a lot less action. It was fine. Then they tweaked it, and it got a little bit better. A few years ago, I would say it's really exciting because of the amount of home runs. And I used to think, wow, it puts a lot of pressure on the batting practice guy to throw strikes. Now, I was watching the Derby, and it looks like it's so easy to hit a home run now. It seems like the BP guy is 5 feet away, and it's like a flip to him. There's no batting practice. It's just kind of, here you go, like I would do to my son because my arm shot. I don't know. It seems like it's gotten really, really easy to hit the home runs, and I see as a fan what you're saying when I'm kind of bored of it. It's kind of the same old. I think 4 or 5 years ago, when this format was tweaked to the current format, I thought it was exciting. But I'm with you. I'm kind of getting bored. Like I need something else. I need something new. I can't put my finger on it though. I don't know what it is. But I'm with you. It's kind of getting to the point where, okay, we've seen this enough. What are we going to do next?
Brett, when we talk about specifically on the Derby, trying to get people like Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani or get some of those bigger names involved, right, what would move the needle for a player? From your perspective as a player, is it just more prize money? Would it be some other thing that they would get more interested in it? The display or the actual format? What moves the needle for them to want to participate, do you think?
I don't know if there's anything you can do at this stage. It's like $1 million to go out there for a half hour and kind of put on a good showing, and all you're worried about is kind of don't embarrass myself and at least return serve. I don't know. I've never quite understood the mindset of someone that didn't. I think we've talked about this before. I think when you you have such a little short time in this game, you figure that out a little bit more when you retire. But once you're in it, to just appreciate, embrace everything that comes your way as a Major League Baseball player. I think as players, we get caught up in the rut, and it's go, 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 and it's grind, and it's 162 games, and you don't take the time to appreciate what we get to do for a living. Now, as far as the awards, the All-Star games, every All-Star game, and I didn't get to make 9 or 10 All-Star games. I made 3, and every one I cherished. I thought, this is awesome. I got selected to Big League All-Star game. I won a Gold Glove. Wow, that's unbelievable. I get invited to participate in the Home Run Derby, and my attitude wasn't, I've been in a Derby, I don't need to go. No, I'm going to soak in everything I can. And I don't understand the mindset of the guys. My ankle's a little sore. I'm going to sit this one out. No big deal. And I'm thinking, I don't know. I just can't get into that mindset. For a derby, I don't care how many derbies I hit in. You invite me, that's an honor. I'm going. I'm going. If you're inviting me, that means I move the needle a little bit. I've hit a lot of home runs. I've had a really good first half. So I don't know what the incentive is. More than $1 million? We had nothing when we were hitting participating in the home run derby.
Brett, for the times when you didn't make the All-Star festivities, did you feel that much more refreshed with this time off than when you participated?
I really didn't. I don't buy into the it's going to mess with your swing or I need a break. When you're in the game and you're of that age, yeah, it's a long season, but it's more mentally grueling than physically. Every year, yeah, everybody likes to say when you don't make the All-Star game, yeah, I need these days off. Well, that's because you didn't make it. What else are you going to say? But if it were up to me and I could redo it, I would have got selected every single year of my career, and I wouldn't have worried about being tired. We could be tired when we retire.
Odyssey insider Brett Boone joined us here at 105 through the Fan. One of our baseball insiders suggested maybe moving the mound back. That it's time.
Yes.
That it's time. Yeah, and
wait a minute. You're talking in the actual game?
Perhaps, yeah. Just because the mound's been 60 feet 6 inches for 100 years. Mm-hmm. And now we're seeing pitchers throwing, 10 miles an hour faster at the peak than they were even 15 years ago, right? 20 years ago. And is it just time as the game evolved and the players evolved to the point where it's just harder to keep up? And that's why pitching's so dominant. And you get in the All-Star game, and from the sixth inning on, you're facing elite closers, and it's just very, very hard to score.
Oh, I think we lost him.
That was a great question, Shop.
Thank you.
I
think we lost Brett.
Stopped him in his tracks right there.
Is he frozen?
No, I think the audio's gone.
Talking.
It's
Brett, we
Peyton's
lost
fault.
you with the audio.
It's Peyton's fault, not mine.
We'll blame Pepe. I mean, he's going. He's going as if he's
talking.
answering this live. Right here like that. Maybe we need to go ahead and reset it. So we'll see if we can get Brett back. There it is. Zoom just canceled. So maybe we can reopen. But I see him on the fan cam.
I see him on the fan cam. He's there.
Talking it up, unless that's a little bit of a delay. But these are the questions that people are talking about. We got you, Brett?
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
You got me?
Yep.
Okay. You're talking about moving the that's big time to go to that degree. I don't think I'm not ready for it. Here's what I think about this pitching dominant, the hitting, all that. Okay, I think the reason the pitching is becoming more dominant is because of the way we're bringing these hitters up and what we're telling them is important. I think you're getting away from playing the game the way it's supposed to be played. It's all about getting on base, walks, hitting the ball over the wall. And I think it's a horrible approach, and I think it results in low averages. When you're talking about moving the mound back, yeah, I think the velocity is up. Maybe even for my generation, 10, 15 years ago, I'd say it's up probably 2 points across the board, which sounds like a little bit, but it is a lot when it comes to that. This discussion can go so many, depending on who you're talking to. I've had arguments with current players. I've had arguments with my dad. I've had arguments with my generation. And it comes to, here's my layman take. When my grandfather was playing, I'm sure they weren't throwing that hard. I'm sure in my dad's generation, the velocity was up. And my dad probably looked at my grandfather's generation. What, how hard were you guys throwing? 86? I looked at my dad's generation. You go back and you look at the 80s and 70s tape. It's different. It's different. The game evolves. This generation definitely throws. It's the greatest hitters on earth against the greatest pitchers on earth. And it's always been 60 feet, 6 inches. So to change, I don't think it's a big deal for the hitters because they come up in this generation. They've been facing this velocity a little bit more than when I was a kid facing that velocity. So I think it's all relevant in the end. They all train the same. The pitchers are throwing harder. They train a different way. The hitters are bigger, stronger, faster. They train a different way. So I don't know. I don't think I'm ready to move the mound back. That would kind of creep me out.
Brett Boone here on the home of the Rangers via the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. All right, let's move it forward now to the second half. The Rangers are 5 back, 7-3 in their last 10. Took the Astros series right before the break. Have you altered or changed your mind with the way the Rangers finished out the first half about how they should approach the deadline in the second half?
They're only 5 games out in the division. I think the Rangers' route, if there is going to be a route to the postseason this year, is more division than the wild card. I see a lot of wild card, and the American League wild card's really interesting. With Kansas City being a play, all of a sudden Tampa Bay is 500, and they were dead and gone to me. Minnesota's a good team. Minnesota's someone that I didn't take that serious out of the gate. Minnesota's good. They can pitch. That's a good team. Yankees, they'll rebound. They had a rough run. So what I'm saying is the wild card, a lot of quality there. I look at the Rangers in the wild card. They're 7.5 out, and that's just, I think, too many teams to leapfrog. You now go over to the AL West, where that Seattle Mariner team 3-4 weeks ago had a 10-game lead over the Houston Astros. Mm-hmm. It's down to 1. I've said it since the beginning. I think the AL West is the most vulnerable it's ever been. I think the Rangers have been beat up. The offense isn't even close to what it was a year ago. But then you look at a Carter and a Young and the key, and I think you're all going to agree with it, it's DeGrom. It's DeGrom. You got Scherzer back. He's pitching good. You got Evaldi, who's proven that he's a horse. He's a number one. I think the pitching staff, the starting rotation for the Rangers during the first half with all the injuries that you've had have done a pretty good job. When you talk about Lorenzen and Haney and Gray, and Evaldi's been in and out, on and off the IL. You get Scherzer back. Do you get DeGrom back? And is he the DeGrom we're used to seeing when healthy? If so, this American League West is completely up for grabs. The Rangers easily could do that. I think they have to, at the trading deadline, I think they've got to assess. I think they need some bullpen help. But by no means is this division over.
Brett, is it a case where when you have that situation where you feel like you're teetering on figuring out if you're going to buy or sell, when you have a run like that going into the All-Star break, is it the case where you'll have veterans on the team in these situations kind of go to management and say, like, hey, fight for us a little bit here, like we're having some success? Or do they generally keep those separate from players in the front office?
It all depends. It's on a case-by-case basis. You've got a guy like Bruce Bochy. Believe me, he's going to be having discussions. They're going to be having discussions with him because Bruce has that way about him. He's approachable. Bruce is a guy after the game sitting around having a beer. You'd go to Bruce, go, we need some help. Bruce will talk you through it. I think that Rangers team, if they prove that they can stay somewhat close, I think they're going to be buyers at this stage. You're coming off a World Series championship. You've just got the biggest bite of the apple. That's fresh in your mind. Yeah, it hasn't been a good first half for you, but if they're even relatively close, I don't think they're sellers at all. I think they're buyers to go for it again, which is probably the hardest thing to do in sports, win back-to-back World Series. I just see a lot of positive things on the horizon. Carter's going to start hitting. Young's close to going on a rehab. I was just looking at this yesterday. Bochy's really encouraged, he's saying, with DeGrom's progress at this point. But for me, it all comes down to DeGrom. You get DeGrom, a healthy DeGrom for the second half or a good portion of it. That's a game changer right there. But that bullpen, you need to go out and address that bullpen, which a lot of teams have to. That Seattle Mariner team, they can pitch 1 through 5. They're as good as anybody. Their bullpen, they need a little help, and they've got the worst offense, not only in the American League, in both leagues. Houston, to me, really good offense. I don't know that Verlander's going to be Verlander of the past. He's out with a neck injury. They lost. Who'd they lose at the beginning of the season? Javier. That's a big loss.
They lost.
You still got Valdez. You got Valdez. You got Blanco. Brown. I got to see a little more Brown to think if he's a difference maker. But Houston's going to be there. They need to address some things too if they want to make a run. Them only being 1 out, they don't have the pitching close to what they had a year ago. But that offense is as formidable as any offense in the American League still. It's going to be an interesting race, a good race. Ranger can stay close. I think that organization goes for it to become buyers and not sellers. But I think what's great about baseball now and the rule changes 2 months out, man, it gets you strategic. When in the past, it was kind of easy. We got a month to go. There's only 8 playoff spots. We're out of it. It was pretty cut and dry. Nowadays, 12 playoff spots, 2 months out, you got to make a decision. I think it's great from an entertainment value in Major League Baseball.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, brother. We'll talk to you next time.
Thanks, guys.
Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast and Odyssey Original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcast. Let's find out what it was like inside the Globe last night. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece right after this.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
2-0 as Perez sets up outside Yates. This ball is pulled down the line on a third base to Hopper, and that is it. Isak Paredes throws across the diamond. Will Smith is retired. Crowd appreciates the effort of their guy, Kirby Yates.
Did you stay to the end, Reggie Atatula?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Got to see the All-Star MVP announced,
Which was decided in the 5th inning.
That's right.
Ultimately. Michael, did you stay for the entire thing?
100%.
How was it?
Awesome.
Compared to Derby atmosphere? Both awesome.
Yes. Atmosphere, I won't say was awesome.
Yeah.
But being there was unforgettable.
Oh, really?
Take it to the grave.
Wow. And you're going to start with that, I imagine.
Yes. Yeah, we'll start there. Get all Mike's observations, my observations, and the Tolo's observations from All-Star 2024.
Can I ask you a serious? I mean, I'm not trying to be a D here.
Yeah.
Did you ever like baseball?
Yeah.
I know you grew up a tennis player. You're a huge football fan, and then I'm just going into history here. I'm not saying you are today, but you grew up a huge Lakers fan as a kid.
Yeah.
So
Orioles. I love the Orioles, John Miller. And look,
which can't be easy to root for over the years.
Oh no, Peter. I want Peter Angelos was Dan Snyder.
So you're upset when Tony Tarasco should have caught that fly ball?
Oh boy,
Jeffrey
the look
Mayer.
on Sean's
Jeffrey
face.
Mayer.
But no, man, I love those Orioles teams. But
they're fun.
Tony Tarasco, worst farts in my life on a bus.
Really?
Oh,
no,
my
worse
God.
than Grego? No way worse than Grego.
I was never with Grego. I don't know what Grego's farts smell like.
This
Tony
insight you come to
Tarasco,
us for.
worst farts in the history of mankind, as far as I'm concerned.
I think that you
save that.
You may not have heard. You may have heard a different segment. You should more direct this towards Bobby. I don't have a problem with like the All-Star game. I just thought last night, the 5th inning on, and I don't. This is not a fix-it event topic for me.
Right.
This is not All-Star week. The Derby, I would like to throw more ideas to fix it than last night. Last night was just kind of boring to me from the 5th inning on, even though my favorite part of the game was the relievers. So I don't think we have an All-Star game problem. I think Bobby thinks we have an All-Star game problem. This comes down to whether guys are going to hit home runs, guys are going to make incredible, crazy defensive plays. Someone's going to get embarrassed with an awesome matchup that we're looking forward to. It's just like, I think the analysis of that game is too much.
Right.
In terms of breaking down, is this exciting? Like, yeah, Choppy was more entertaining. I thought I had a lot more highlights than I did, but this to me is not a major like sports topic of what's wrong with the All-Star game. That's what I said earlier. You may have just heard 9 when we were messing around more.
My thing was like, it got everything it asked for. It got the Skeens matchup against the 4 best hitters in the American League. It got Skeens versus Judge, which people wanted to see. It got Shohei hitting a 400-foot home run. And then it got a game-winning home run. Now, granted, it was in the 5th inning, so there was nothing in the last few innings. Like, baseball would have signed up for that 100 times out of 100. They were going to get all those things. Like, yeah, was the Judge-Skeens matchup, like, anticlimactic because it ended on one pitch?
Right.
Sure, but then you're just upset at the outcome and not at, like, the opportunity.
Yeah, but think about Juan Soto. Profar hits a ball into the corner. In no All-Star game in all the other sports would anybody sprint over to the corner, field it on one hop, and throw a rocket to second base to hold that to a single.
Oh yeah, the effort is
like,
not
the
comparable.
Effort is like it's not even close,
Yeah.
and so everybody's trying their hardest. So the best players in the world come together to play a game that are healthy. Obviously, yeah, I'd love to see Acuna and Mookie Betts, but they're not healthy. They can't play in this game. So I just think the guys that were healthy, you got the best in the world, all going 100% for the whole game.
Yeah, it feels like anything else that we're trying to get is stakes. Is stakes what takes it further than this? And look, when we tried to implement stakes on it, I thought that was nonsense before, right? When we're trying to determine the World Series home field advantage based off of it, that feels like nonsense, and it just feels like you can't generate the stakes on it. And to your point, the idea of like trying to fix it, if it's a non-starter to me, I do wonder how much of that is just the time period that we're in, where there's nothing else in the landscape.
Yeah.
If this somehow happens in April, right? Like I understand that not necessarily how this, but if that somehow happens in April, where we have other things to talk about, I don't think we're all trying to fix the home run, or not necessarily the home run derby, but I don't think we're trying to fix the All-Star game.
I did feel a lull in the home run derby during the semifinals. Being there, I yawned a couple times during. Like I was like, oh, I thought I wouldn't be bored or tired. Now, then Michael Buffer came out and all that stuff and the light show and everything, and it kind of got you, okay, this is the championship. But I do think that there needs to be tweaking to the home run derby. But I thought Brett Boone did a very good job of saying at this point, because when I was a kid, it was during the day, it wasn't even televised. That was 1995, the last time it was here. The home run derby wasn't even televised live. I don't know what year it got televised live.
I think it was 99 when
in
Fenway.
So like we're looking at so that was really cool because it was a new thing.
You know what's really interesting about you guys loving the derby atmosphere, what sounds like more in person than on TV. I can never appreciate a great pitching matchup in person versus TV because I can't see the location and exactly the pitches, but I have to look at the scoreboard inside the stadium. And I would think that would be the same for you guys with watching balls being hit. Now, I do think crowd reaction plays into it right there, but, just seeing the same ball being hit to left field, I was just wondering that in terms of enjoying it there live in person for the Derby.
I think you get a feel of the trajectory better in the park than on TV. I think that was one of the big hangups for Bobby, right, was the idea of not being able to tell the trajectory, see if that got out, and then be able to turn your eyes back to home plate. I think you're right, though, when it comes to the matchup between pitcher and hitter. When it comes to the All-Star game, I found myself quite a bit turning to in the press box to the broadcast, the TV broadcast on Fox, to see, hey, where was that location on that pitch that I just saw live, because I didn't get a good feel of it watching the game right in front of me.
From my seats, I thought Paul Skeens hit Juan Soto.
Oh,
I had from where I was like, did he just hit him? And then I saw the location of it later that night on television. I'm like, oh, that might have been a strike if Rush or if Contreras catches it.
Yeah, and also think real quick. I mean, like the in part from the game last night. You had a ton of stars as hitters, and you said Betts and Acuna not there. We also this is I think the first All-Star game where we really missed some of our superstar pitchers that are either getting older or hurt. No DeGrom, no Cole, Scherzer, Kershaw, Ohtani, these Verlander. These guys are all either hurt or on their way out. And there's not the big name. The big name pitcher is what now?
Yeah, well,
they're closers.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing about this All-Star game, because after the fifth, who did Duran hit his home run against? The last starting pitcher on the National League. So I bring in 4 closers now that all have unbelievable stuff. And ERA, all of them are under 2, if not under 1.5, making the All-Star game because they're the best closers or setup guys in the game. And so these guys are having to face 4 innings of the best relievers in baseball, which makes it very tough to score late.
There's, and I've always said this, and I'm not trying to move the mound and all that stuff and adjust it like Sandler or maybe Brett Boone was. Well, Brett Boone rejected that. It's by far the best All-Star game. Effort level, never question, right? The other ones, they're not even trying. Judging a baseball All-Star game to me is just going to be like a regular season a basketball game of how many dunks are we going to get in that game? How many threes? Is someone going to dunk on someone? Are we going to get a play at the plate? Are we going to get a catch at the wall? Are we going to get, 2 or 3 things? That's all I was saying. Like from the 5th inning on, I felt like, that went away after the Ohtani start, but I wouldn't tweak or fix them MLB. And I don't even care that some of the bigger names are not in it, because what I grew up loving about the baseball All-Star game was the other guys I did not know. Like, I now am paying attention. Well, I'm not going to pay that much attention. He's still in freaking athletics. But now this Oakland reliever, he's my number 1 player from last night.
Mason Miller's amazing.
I'm like, damn. And I'm not paying attention to him unless it's the All-Star game. That's part of the reason I love playing fantasy baseball.
Yes.
Past tense, but I was playing fantasy baseball every year because I'm like, all right, let me find out about this guy in the NL Central. Otherwise, I'm not giving a crap.
100%. That's why I played fantasy football past. Likewise, I might get back into it next year. But yeah, Mason Miller.
Our station league, we need help. We need numbers.
Yes, I will return. Okay, no problem. No, but Mason Miller, like, it was almost even more fun because Mason Miller was there. And getting them to go up against Ohtani was really fun because that 103, it looks crazy on TV. It looks crazier in person, man. I was mesmerized seeing him come out to the mound.
I've never seen a professional tennis match. I wonder what it would be like in person to see if I would have seen Wimbledon finals.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be at Wimbledon. It could be at SMU. But if I saw those two guys serves, and I'd be like, how does any human ever return this thing?
Did it look crazy, him throwing 103 in person?
Yeah, I mean, my son was there, which was awesome because he's getting better and better. He's getting older at baseball. So he's like, I remember how last year 80 was just gasoline and he couldn't handle a kid throwing 80 when he was hitting. He's like, now 80 doesn't bug me, but when they have the pocket rocket guns and a kid's throwing 84, he's like, man, that still bugs me. And I'm like, even in the major leagues, every hitter will tell you 3 miles an hour are the jumps they don't like. So if a guy's throwing 95, it's like, all right, I can handle 95. When the next guy comes in or the next pitch is 98, they're like, that's the jump that bugs me. But if you go from 95 to 96, they're not going to really tell a difference. But if you can jump a ball, cut it at 95, and then four seam it at 98, that's when the guy's like, crap, those 3 mile an hour differences on heat are the ones that then take a jump where it can mess up your timing.
How are the ratings for stuff on TV?
So the Derby had 5.5 million people tune in. So I'll give you some comparisons. The NBA Finals this year averaged 5.8 million per game.
Oh, my God.
So about the same.
Oh, that's bad for the finals.
That's very, very bad. The Copa America, Argentina versus Colombia. Just on Fox, got 6.43 million. If you combine that with Univision, it was 11.63 million. The Euro, England against, was it Spain?
Yes, sir.
Just on Fox, that was the middle. It was 6.02 million.
And this is just in America,
Just
right?
in America. So, and it got 9.43 when you add the two together. So,
Mike, I'm hearing that soccer's bigger than baseball. That's what I'm hearing.
England versus Spain got more viewers than the average NBA Finals game did this year, and the Home Run Derby did this year.
Combined. Right? Is that what you're saying?
No, just individual.
Just individual.
Okay. I thought you were combining the NBA final game and the Home Run Derby, and it still beat it.
If you combine the NBA Finals and the Home Run Derby, Argentina versus Colombia beat it in the U.S. when you talk about both Fox and the Spanish language Univision.
But did it beat the Indiana Fever game?
All right. Okay.
You want to take him, Reggie?
I could take him.
Oh, I know you could. I
know
mean,
you
like
could.
verbally. I wasn't asking physically.
Okay.
The KNC Masterpiece is next, right here on The Fan.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula here with you alongside Mike Bassick Jr. and Alec Medford with the KNC Masterpiece for this week. And we have had a lot of fun out at Globe Life Field this week for All-Star Game festivities, or All-Star festivities in general, 2024. We capped it off last night with the gem, the Midsummer Classic. And so we're going to talk about your, Mike, observations, our observations, and your observations, the Tolos. Right. Text in on the Franklin & Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. You can also catch us on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube is 105 through the Fan. Twitch is Dallas Fan Cam. Mike, how you feeling, man? Just after this stretch of All-Star Weekend all the way through Tuesday, how are you feeling after being a Rangers legend, being at all these things, Home Run Derby, All-Star Game? What's going through your mind?
One, very tired, and then I found out last night, my son's like, hey, guess what? I have a game at 4:30 Wednesday in Melissa. So now we have to leave the house at 2:30 today to take the 1-hour drive to Melissa for his 4:30 game, which there's thunderstorms in the Metroplex around that
scattered
time.
Showers I saw.
But I'm feeling great. I'm so happy that the Texas Rangers and that our Metroplex Arlington got to host this. I'll start off with a fun story.
Okay.
I showed you a picture of this.
Yes. This is the type of content I love, by the way.
I got a hot dog from heaven last night. Okay?
Medford, you know what that means, right?
No.
Okay. All right. So, you know the story of like the Jewish people as God releases them from slavery from the Egyptians, and
like, how are we gonna eat?
Yeah, and so God, rains down manna from heaven.
That's
Eventually,
right.
the Jewish people get all upset with God and revolt because they want more food. They
Do
want
your theology.
They want different food. They're tired of this manna thing or whatever, and they're like, "Screw you, God!" And He's like, "All right, well, you guys can go back into slavery if you want." So anyways, they decide in the 5th inning Reggie, you were there, right? Or in the middle part of the game, I would guess, maybe later, maybe 6th or 7th inning?
I believe that was towards the 7th inning because I wasn't actually in the press box at that point. I tried to go and see if I could hear from Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, who had both been withdrawn from the game at that point.
So anyways, they say, we're about to do hot dogs from heaven. And so look up into the sky. And so people from the upper deck, I can't see where I was seated. I cannot see the upper deck above me because, it's kind of stacked on top. And I was in the 100 levels, kind of in the outfield area. So between third base and the foul pole, and right about where the awning is where you can't see up. So you look up and then all of these hot dogs have parachutes on them and they're throwing hot dogs in the wrapper with a parachute on them. And a hot dog ended up coming to me, grabbed the hot dog. I sent Reggie a picture.
Yes.
Of, hey, I caught a hot dog from heaven. And now how am I going to relate this back to why would you tell a Bible story? Like, you Bible guy, like if you don't like it. But I'm like, here's why. Because I was like the Jewish people eventually in the Bible, because then I was like, I don't really feel like a hot dog right now.
No.
But I was like, it's a hot dog. And then I was like, I don't want to go get mustard and relish. I'm a mustard and relish hot dog guy.
All right. Solid hot dog.
But I was like, well, let me open it up. It's a hot dog. And I opened it up and it was kind of cold.
I was wondering.
Cold,
I was like, look, when did they make that hot dog to then take it up to the rafters and drop it?
It definitely wasn't warm.
Yeah.
And so I left the hot dog from heaven underneath the seat. And
no.
I didn't eat the hot dog from heaven at the All-Star game.
Oh, ungrateful.
I know. I was ungrateful.
Unbelievable.
For the free hot dog. I offered it to the people sitting next to me, but they're like, no, we're good. But can we take a picture with the parachute and the hot dog from heaven for the All-Star game? But yeah, I never caught a foul ball in my life.
But you caught a hot dog.
But I caught a hot dog from heaven
you love
at
to
an
see
All-Star game.
So, I mean, look, may have been a little ungrateful for the hot dog from heaven, but I think we were all grateful in the All-Star game to get this type of performance early on in the festivities.
Houck's next pitch on the way. Ohtani drives this one to right. Soto doesn't move. He looks over his shoulder, and 12 rows deep it lands. A 3-run home run for the superstar Shohei Ohtani.
I mean, Mike, this All-Star game gave us pretty much most of the things you can imagine and hope for from an All-Star game with Shohei Ohtani and just the crack of the bat. You can hear that. It's always fun hearing that. You got eventually you still got the Paul Skeens matchup with Aaron Judge. It went by quickly, but thankfully it seems like almost Skeens decided, I'm going to walk Soto to make sure I get this Judge thing and give the people what they want.
That was awesome that happened. I was going to mention the Paul Skeens thing in stadium because I'm sure 90% of the people listening right now watched it on television or you didn't watch it at all, which is fine. But if you're at the game, Skeens wasn't really hitting 100 miles an hour. But then when I saw the highlights, the gun on television had him throwing 100 more. Does that make sense? I don't know if you're looking at the radar gun in the stadium. Yeah. But in stadium, he was throwing more like 98-ish, 97 at times. I think he touched, I don't know if he even touched 100, maybe one time on our board. He threw, I think, 15-ish or 16 pitches in the game. But then when I went back and I turned on MLB Network last night and I saw a couple of the pitches he threw, I was like, oh, he was touching triple digits on television radar gun.
Interesting. Okay, so I guess they're using a different
gun. Which was awesome.
In that way.
I was so pumped to see Skeens. Like, I know it's weird. I just remember hearing about him transferring from Air Force to LSU and just hearing unbelievable things about him in non-conference games. So early in the college season and last year in March, I took my two kids down to A&M to see A&M LSU because I heard of Dylan Cruz, who's second overall pick, and Paul Skeens, who ended up being first overall pick. And I remember watching him, and Chad Allen's a former guy at Duncanville, played in the majors, and I was like, Chad, like this dude's unbelievable. Like the best college pitcher I've ever seen. And it's not close. Now, I didn't see Steven Strasburg or like, let's say Mark Pryor, for instance, but like, so it was crazy. I'm sitting there with my son going, Reggie, I cannot believe that guy that I saw that I was like, this is unbelievable in March at College Station, that he started the All-Star game the next year and was by far the show. That was the thing, that he goes from LSU to starting in the All-Star game, and hopefully he can continue it. I know that if Spencer Strider were to get healthy, he's pretty spectacular too. But Paul Skeens has a lot more behind him than Strider does.
Yeah, it really felt like a lot of first-time All-Stars made their imprint on this game. We talk about Paul Skeens. We were super excited to see Mason Miller, and I even texted you. I was like, look, we're getting Mason Miller Ohtani, not just Mason Miller throwing 103, but he's also going us against Ohtani, and he was gassing those things past the dude who hit the 3-run homer earlier in the game.
Hardest fastball in the history of the All-Star game?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's
103.6.
That's awesome. I mean, that was when he comes in and he throws it. Obviously, I'm off to the side and up, but the ball is just on the catcher. And you can see the hitter's reaction. And when you're watching from that distance, it's amazing that guys are able to time it up.
Yeah.
Because you see it and you're like, it's out of his hand and then in the catcher's mitt. And yet they're at times, I know not last night, great, but at times they're able to time it up just a little bit, or when a manual Class A comes in, stuff like that. But that was the fun part of really being there is like, you're like, every matchup was great. And then I thought, we got to the 5th inning, Reggie, I don't know what you thought. I was like, because my son was asking me about substitutions. Exactly. As the American League started making substitutions, I'm like, usually guys get 2 at-bats. And then it was like third time through. Now I was like, maybe the National League's just going to play the starters the whole game.
That's what I was waiting. I was like, hey, are we going to get all these other guys in the game? I mentioned first-time All-Stars. Also, we were trying to figure out who are we calling for MVP. You went with Bobby Witt Jr. I was like, look, I think that Ellie De La Cruz can get it. We were both wrong. It was a first-timer from the Boston Red Sox, this man right here.
This is the guy that will take the extra base if he puts it in play, and this one may be out of play. He smacks one to right, and it is way out of here. Jarren Duran about 25 rows up, right center field, a 2-run home run, and now the American League is on top, 5-3, a no-doubter that traveled 413 feet.
That was the difference in the Midsummer Classic. Ended up being 5-3. Jaron Duran is the MVP of this. And one of the things I loved about this was also just hearing his interview when we got to stay after. And he just seemed so excited about it. I think that was a thing that you got to get a little bit of a feel of being in. And I imagine you probably got it on the TV broadcast as well. I just can't speak to that necessarily. How much fun they were having, especially the first timers. And you could see that it meant something to these guys.
Yeah, it's a super dream come true to make the major leagues. You get to be part of that kind of 1% of guys that are even like good high school, good college players that end up making the major leagues. And then out of that 1%, you're able to be the guys that make all-star teams or an all-star team. It was pretty spectacular. I'll tell you what, Reggie, in that inning, how crazy was it in the building for 3 seconds as Corey Seager launched a ball, and you thought, oh my God, Corey Seager has, like, for us Texas Ranger fans, has done it again, and he just hit it to the biggest part of the field, or he might have been the MVP, because that would have made it 4-3, right?
Absolutely.
Because he came up with nobody on base in that inning, and he flies out, I don't know what it was, 405 to center field, where it's 410 where he hit the ball.
I wonder, let's play the audio here, Med, for this cut too. I want to hear if the audio caught just how loud it got with the ball off of Corey Seager's bat with that long fly out.
And here it comes from Green. Seager swings and makes good contact. Center field, deep. Hernandez on the track, and he reels it in. A little bit like Bobby Witt Jr. last night in the Derby. For a while, people were on their feet thinking, we have it here.
You didn't have to take that swipe at Bobby Witt Jr. there, but yeah, you could have heard that game right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, you can hear it. The whoa, and then you hear people go, oh, when they realize it's going to be short, it's not making it. There were MVP chants when he came up to the plate as well.
That's awesome. I didn't hear that from where I was seated. Seated? Seated
yes,
is the right
word. Yes.
Seated. But I was sitting next to a guy who was one of Hunter Green's like summer league coaches in middle school or high school. So he was there, specifically flew in from the Los Angeles area to see Hunter Green
of the Reds,
who ended up getting the loss.
It feels weird that I get it. Like, it's a baseball game. It's scored as such. There's going to be a winning pitcher and there's going to be a losing pitcher. And Hunter Green ends up being the losing pitcher. It just feels weird in the all-star context. Everybody's an all-star. This is a celebration of them. You are the loser today, you know?
Yeah. I did see this, though, going to the stadium. I was not expecting this. I started walking to the stadium, and Carlos Correa's family was walking to the stadium. I didn't know he was at the game. I assumed he was just going to be away from it.
Sure.
But so I think he really was hurt.
Right.
Because I think he did want to play in it because he had 8 or 9 family members like walking to the stadium. So.
I also had that moment when I was down listening to Marcus Semien give his post-game remarks. We're right next to the AL clubhouse, and as he's talking, Carlos Correa walks right by me, and I'm like, oh, okay, in like a nice cream suit, looks good. I was just like, oh, okay, so he is here, got you. But that does remind me, I was a little surprised, and maybe I shouldn't have been, at the amount of boos that Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah. And Carlos Correa, when they announced his name on the All-Star team, he got booed for that one moment.
But Yordan carried all the boos of the Astros, and we've talked about it. Like, in theory, you don't really have a great reason to boo him. I mean, he is an Astro, right? That's enough reason, I guess.
But he was not on the 2017 team. My son was asking me, and I said he made the major leagues in 2019 at some point in that season, I'm pretty sure. Because I know his rookie card is in the 2020 Topps rookie cards. So I'm like, I think he made the major leagues at some point in 2019.
But yeah, I mean, a fun experience all the way around. If you had to give a letter grade to 1, the game itself last night, and 2, the All-Star experience, Mike, how do you think that you would grade it?
The game for me was an A. And then the experience for me was an A+. I don't want to get into that right here. We're up against it. I will talk about that in Baseball Nuggets. I'll tease it right now. The jerseys and the experience.
Okay. That's a little tease for 1040 here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We now will be turning very soon to the second half of the season, the proverbial second half of the season, as the Rangers need to get a move on to try and get themselves in a position to go back to back and win another World Series championship. Coming up next, let's do some My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have bad pop culture opinions or sports opinions? Text them in, 877-881-1053. We'll discuss them next on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford here with you this evening, or this day. I keep saying evening because I'm used to the Get Right, which is frequently on these airwaves, 7 to 11 p.m. But yeah, man, it's been an all-star game, festivities. We've had a lot of fun. We're getting ready for the second half of the Rangers season in particular, but the MLB season all the way around. However, it is the KNC Masterpiece. I want to stick to the staples. So let's do a little My Buddies in Idiot here, 877-881-1053 The Fan. There we go. Text in with the opinions, the maybe stupid opinions of your friends or maybe yourself. Pop culture, sports. We already got some coming in on the Frankel injury attorney text line from the 321. My buddy's an idiot. He wouldn't even eat a hot dog from heaven.
I know, but I don't.
Did you eat anything out there?
No. I mean, obviously, I've eaten plenty of food out at the ballpark.
That is fair.
But we stopped at off of 30, the Whataburger in Grand Prairie, kind of in between Oak Cliff and Arlington is that Whataburger there. And so that's where we stopped. And my son loves the chicken strip sandwich with the honey barbecue. That's his favorite.
Do you know you can change the honey barbecue for honey butter if you really want to feel like a fatty?
You want to kind of more, I guess, breakfast style, that feels like to me. But
kind of. It's just really sugary.
So, so that's where we stopped before the game. And so we didn't eat out there. And I love baseball.
Yes.
I wanted to be locked in on the game. I didn't want to stand in lines.
Sure. That's fair.
So, but I love hot dogs at the game. I had a hot dog at the Home Run Derby, but we got it from the stand.
Yeah.
Where it was nice and hot and the bread is soft and warm. And so I was not hungry enough to eat a room temperature hot dog.
Obviously, being in the press box, got to have as many hot dogs as my heart's contentment. But we also, got a little bit of a meal voucher, and I was like, look, what I can do with this meal voucher, I can eat, a hot dog or whatever and that I want early before the game.
Right.
During the game, especially, I was like, once we get towards the back half of the game, I feel like it'll be a little bit easier to navigate. And so I went to Hurtado Barbecue because I hadn't been. And I got the birria quesadilla, and my goodness,
it's amazing.
It was really good. I was like, okay, I see what we're doing here. I see why G-Bag Nation won't stop talking about it. It was really, really good.
Because there's a great barbecue in our Metroplex. The one thing that Brandon is his name, Hurtado, is able to separate a little bit is he said, how can I make it? I think he calls it Texacue, I think. But how do I kind of mold Tex-Mex with barbecue? And that's how they set themselves apart from so many other barbecue places. There's great barbecue places around our Metroplex, but Hurtado's is distinct in the way that they do their barbecue. Unbelievably great flavors, but it's kind of like they mold a little bit of Tex-Mex into their barbecue.
From the 817, they said, my buddy's an idiot. Any national television event in Texas think we rope all day and ride horses everywhere. Did you have any issues with the ways that we kind of broadcasted Texas when it comes to these events?
Yes and no. I get it. If you drive an hour to 2 hours outside of our Metroplex, you will get a lot of that. You will get a lot of ranches, and you will get a lot of raising cattle and whatever it is, and real true cowboys. But here in Arlington, in Dallas, in Fort Worth, you have the stockyards, but that's just kind of more of a show. That's not like you're living in the country in Fort Worth. You're living in a city that has a lot of city issues. So I get it. It was kind of cool to see the horses out there running around before the game started.
Yeah, it was a lot of horses.
But I'll tell you this, what's interesting is the Rangers, in a way, have tried to go away a little bit from the country environment.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No,
They
I
want to
feel
be
you.
like a little bit more up tempo, a little bit more younger, a little bit more hip hop. And so it was interesting being there is like they really went all in on old school country. It
Yeah.
felt like, which was
Yeah.
fine. I get it. But when you see the preview of like probably what's on television, which we're seeing on the big screen, and it is like, we are in the middle of nowhere. We
Yeah.
are in the plains of Texas
We
playing
are cattle
this baseball
driving
game.
all the way up, and we had the ropers, the lassoing.
They're amazing, by
all
the
of
way.
Yes,
I just like to say, you guys and if girls who do that, amazing what you do. I have no clue how you do that. Very cool. But yeah, you would think that Texas is very different. And so that's always the tough thing about, I think, at times selling Texas to urban players, to players that grew up in New York
and think
Los
that you
Angeles.
ride a horse to
and
work.
I'm talking
and
about all
everything. Yeah.
sports. Is it feels a little bit, and then there's the Dallas Cowboys,
Yeah.
and the Texas Rangers, and so you start even a Maverick you kind of associate with some sort of Western type of deal, and so.
And there are folks that still, that do like make sure that they wear their boots every day, and that maybe they'll put on a cowboy hat for a special event and things like that. But I mean, it ends up being a really flat depiction of this place, and I think, especially when you live here, it can get tiring when that's the only thing that some people know.
I think this is the same for football and basketball, but I know it is for baseball. The biggest alumni of Major League Baseball players, of former, live here.
A lot of athletes love living here,
and a
man.
lot of football players live here, and a lot of obviously golfers live here. It's great weather for that for the most part, unless it's like right
and
now.
also,
but
like when you travel, it's a great hub to travel.
Jerry Stackhouse thought this was the dumpiest place in the whole wide world, and did an interview back in the day when he was playing for, I think, Washington at the time. It might have been Philadelphia. He was like, I would never play for the Mavericks. One, they're not good. That was the main reason. Two, he's like, Dallas sucks.
Wow.
He pretty much said on the air.
What a
I remember as a young kid listening to how
Don't
much
tell Stack I
Dallas
said that, though.
sucked from Jerry Stackhouse. And then he got traded here. And then he did an interview a year or so later after being on the Dallas Mavericks, or less than. He's like, wow, I had no clue how many great suburbs there were, how many unbelievable restaurants there are, how urbanized Dallas is. You just don't know it from everything you see. And if you
Right.
just come in here and play a basketball game and then leave, it's like, I didn't really know what Dallas-Fort Worth, our Metroplex, was all about. So then they portray this on the All-Star game.
Right.
Where they're like, hey, you are in the plains of the Southwest. We have these stupid jerseys, which I'll talk about, which I guess they're
Yeah.
saying are very like country stylish. I don't know, but right now, and this is from last night, Adam Wainwright and Harold Reynolds are wearing cowboy hats on the set, which
Yeah.
is cool and everything. I'm not knocking them for doing it, but I don't know if I go 1 week running around town. Today I'll be driving from here to Melissa and back. I don't think I'll see one person with a cowboy hat on. Not one.
Yeah, especially some of the hats that they wear. I feel like those are more like, all right, a special occasion,
Yeah.
Like, and that's another thing is like, I imagine folks like, oh yeah, everybody wears those. Those are pricey. Those are pricey items, man.
Yeah, those
go
are
get you a
$300
nice pair of boots and see how much the tab ends up running up to.
Yeah, you're gonna, if you want a nice cowboy hat and a nice pair of cowboy boots, I'm not saying great, but nice, you're $600 for the pair.
Yeah. I thought that was interesting. So thanks for shouting that out. I had an opportunity, Mike, yesterday to talk with Clinton Yates of ESPN, does a lot of covering baseball. And I want to ask you if he's in for this particular take an idiot. I understand that's the framework of the segment. Love Clinton Yates. But he said that he figured out one of the reasons why he felt like the home run derby didn't feel right last night. And so I want to get your perspective. Or 2 nights ago. Yeah, I've already forgotten that it's the next day. He said you can't have the home run derby without the roof open. Like being able to see the ball fly across the night sky is a nice part and visually of the home run derby, and he felt like that changed the feeling and the effect of what the home run derby looked like.
I'll let's say this. I'll say I'll agree with him, except no way in heck did I want to be with it. Was 110 degrees Monday. Like when you're walking, when I walk to esports, It was 110 degrees because you have
at least the feel like temperature,
you
whatever
have
they call it.
the whatever cement, concrete, and the sun bouncing off of it, and you're begging for shade and you're begging for water, and there's no way those guys could have performed at 103 degrees at the start of the home run derby, and at the end of the home run derby, it maybe is down to 98 because the sun has gone down. And us in the stands would have been sweating our butts off, begging for water and sodas and beers and whatever to try to stay cool. I hear what he's saying. I don't disagree. Baseball outside is 1,000 times better than baseball inside. But I do agree that here we have to have baseball inside for the majority of the season. I think they could be a little bit more lenient on the rules of opening up the roof, of like if it's below 85. I think we can handle it here in Texas, that it's a 83 degree night in late April, early May. I think we could handle that. That, yeah, it's a little warm. It's not like indoor 73 degrees, but they want to make it as comfortable for the audience as possible. So they pretty much go, it has to be, for the most part, not a strict rule, under 80 degrees for them to consider opening up the roof.
Yeah, I'm somebody who I enjoy the warmth a little bit more. So I'm like, hey, man, if we can get into like the high 80s at night, like we could open this thing up. But I understand, like, not everybody's in that same place. And we're talking about a large group of people close together with the body heat and all those things. It'd be tough, but I would have loved to see the roof open for one of these games.
I'm going to let you insight a little bit of information on my buddy's an idiot right now. Now, not an idiot. I'm not calling these guys idiots.
Right.
But this is funny right now. I can look down the hallway, and I don't know if they can hear our broadcast or not, but our two bosses, it looks like Tim Collins' office door locked him out, like permanently locked him out. They have pliers. They have all kinds of tools. They're trying to figure out how to get this door open, and it's just funny as I keep peeking, and I see the two guys, our two bosses, trying to figure out how they're going to unlock this door, because I'm assuming keys aren't working right now, so they're trying pliers.
Is there anything?
And they're walking back and forth trying to get different tools to see if they can open up Tim's office door.
Is there anything that makes you feel stupid and getting locked out of either your car or your house? Like I feel so useless in those moments, and I did that. I've done that relatively recently. I think within the last month, I had to call a friend because somehow my car, and this would made it worse. So I guess my buddy, being me, is the idiot. I went in to go grocery shop, and somehow I was wearing pants where my pockets either didn't zip and had shallow pockets, so my key slipped out into the seat. But then typically, especially with newer cars, your key isn't supposed to lock in the car. It should notice it, but somehow it actually locked. So I shopped, I had a full cart, and I got back to my car, and I was like, oh, I can't get in. But I had a dilemma. It's hot as heck outside. I can walk to my house and get my spare key, but I have a grocery cart full of stuff. So, like, do I leave the cart out just in the parking lot for the...
I would take it back into the store because it's going to, whatever, if it's refrigerated or frozen, it'll start melting in a hurry. I would have gone back into whatever grocery store you're at and then asked behind, like, where you can buy, like, I don't know, lottery tickets or whatever.
Sure.
But can you hold my groceries? I locked myself out. I need to keep these at least in, like, the 70-degree place instead of the 140-degree cement that you're going to lay it on.
Can I add to the degree of difficulty? This was Sam's Club, so this was like the bulk
Sam's
stuff.
Club. Okay. So I go to this Kroger right down the street. I think if I left my groceries out for 20 minutes to go retrieve keys and then come back, I think all my groceries are going to be
That was
gone.
my thought as well. Either not going to be very good when I would get back to them, or they're just going to be gone. And I was like, do I walk this cart out of here? And so ultimately I was like, let me see if I can call someone nearby to come pick me up.
And the cart usually locks up, right? At least at Kroger, they have perimeters over there that if you park like at Bank of America because it's too busy, like a big holiday where everybody's at the grocery store and you have to go get something, the cart locks up after you get kind of outside of what they consider their parking lot.
Oh no. Okay, so now we've got people, their various like the moments that make you feel the stupidest, because I started the betting at locking yourself out of places. Someone said running out of gas on a payday. Running out of gas in general, I imagine that's a winner. That's a winner up here. And then someone else threw in from the 214, reminds me of when I rolled down a window right after getting a car wash. Instant regret. So, okay. All right. Excellent. A little bit of My Buddy's an Idiot here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we get you a little baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Why I will take the next.
I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, debunking 3 myths about fiduciaries. And you're going to be surprised about myth number 3.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through Fan. Reginald Atatula. Mike Bassick is still alive. I know that was a little bit of a tease that we left you on the edge of your seat. Alec Medford also here with you. And look, let's figure out what happened to Mike in doing a little baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
My throat got dry. So as I went to talk, my throat just dried up on me. So I went and got a bottle of water. I brought one bottle of water, just your small 16-ouncer. So that was going to have to get me through the next 3 hours and 15 minutes.
You can fill it back up, right?
I don't trust the water up
Okay.
here. I feel like
Fair
we've
enough.
had so many water issues up here that I don't know if we're getting clean water out of the tap.
That is, I bring my water from home, so I'm with you there.
Okay, so let me start with the positive. If you're listening earlier during Crosstalk, if not, I reset right here, is Sean asked me and he was surprised by my answer. And then I told him off the air because we were out of time. He said, so what was your experience like, your Monday, Tuesday, and everything? And I said, I'll take it to my grave. Unbelievable, unforgettable. And Saturday and Sunday were great too. Saturday and Sunday I went out and did the kind of, I know I don't qualify for this, but I was part of the legends that you could meet and greet and ask questions and get autographs and take pictures with and everything. And it was awesome. Major League Baseball, I think, did a great job. Texas Rangers did a great job with that whole All-Star Village experience situation. I thought for $10, heck, man, that's a heck of a deal.
But in that moment, you were basically working, right?
Yes, I was working. And
so you weren't able to be the baseball fan necessarily.
Yeah, so I didn't get to go see things. So Monday, I got to see the esports thing right as it was closing up pretty much before the home run derby. But the reason I say it was unforgettable, A+, is I'm a dad. And in 1995, I didn't go with my father to the home run derby. I went with my girlfriend's brother. He invited me to the game, who is now my brother-in-law. So that's who I went to the All-Star game with. But my father, because I was like, I'm going to miss this summer league game. And my coach said I have to sit out the next game. Like I have to be benched the next game, which hurt me. Like I didn't want to miss 1 second of baseball. But my dad also told me, he's like, go to the All-Star game. Like there's no reason to not go. Like, so what? So you miss this game and a day or two later, you're going to miss another game. That is not going to like hamper your career in baseball at 17 years old. So I got to go to that. So Monday, my son, I had extra tickets. Thanks to RJ Choppy, because he wanted to, he was like, can you get tickets? I was like, I can get them, but like, I mean, you're just gonna have to get them for face value from me, and he's like, I don't want to go, they're too expensive. So I was like, all right, son, invite 3 friends, type of deal. You get to invite 3 friends, and now for free.
You'll be a part of their memory, like your brother-in-law was in '95. Yeah.
And so, anyways, I get to go to the home run derby with one of my good friends, and then my son got to take 3 friends, and that was awesome. And it wasn't perfect. The home run derby is not perfect anymore. It's not like it's not the greatest thing I've ever seen. Going to, just to give you examples, things that were way, way better. I got to go to the first ever national championship game in football for the new
college football playoff.
Yeah, because it was Ohio State versus Oregon. Marcus Mariota, Ezekiel Elliott. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable. Getting to go to see Texas Tech play Florida, and Loyola Marymount of Chicago play Tennessee, to go to the Sweet 16, that was unbelievable. That environment, spectacular. I think that was 2018, if I have my years right.
It sounds about right.
So I think Grant Williams was on, I know he was. Grant Williams was on University of Tennessee at the time. But there's better things I've been to. Don't get me wrong. There's better environments I've been to with things on the line, awesome things. But I'm a father. I already have a daughter that's in college. I barely see her. She loves University of Texas, and she loves school. She's unbelievable at school, so she wants to take a zillion classes. She's going to class right now from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. during the summertime to get a minor in business in
She's
one
so
summer.
much better than me.
Because she loves learning, and she loves school. That's why she's valedictorian. But I don't get to see her much anymore, so I know my time with her the rest of my life is limited. She does not live at our house anymore. She probably very rarely will be at our house the rest of her life. So I got to take my son last night to the MLB All-Star Game, which I had always dreamed of taking him to. I looked into different venues over time to take him. But then you start putting the cost together of, and I have another son too. He's at camp right now, so he wasn't able to go. But you start putting together 3 plane tickets, a hotel room, the tickets to the Home Run Derby, the tickets to the All-Star Game, the food and everything, and then the experience that all of the things. I was like, so if I wanted to do this and go out of town, I honestly don't even know where the All-Star Game is next year. But
Atlanta.
So if I wanted to go to Atlanta next year, it would probably cost me, I've done this before, like to Cleveland or whatever, and tried to price it, and there's been inflation in our world.
What?
You're looking at probably $5,000 to $7,000 for kind of a Sunday through Wednesday experience, because you'd fly out Wednesday morning. So you're looking at everything included, your hotel room and everything. You're looking at a lot of money. So to get to do this was awesome. And so with my son, who loves baseball, his dream is to play college baseball and Major League Baseball. And I told him, keep dreaming, man. 10 years from now, I'm going to see you in this game. The next time I go to an All-Star game will be when you're playing in the All-Star game.
You get to wear
in
the
Major
jersey.
Leagues. I get it.
No matter how bad it looks.
Yeah, and I know. If he's listening right now, I know the likelihood, the percentages. Hell, I was the best player in the state of Texas in 1996, and I didn't even come close to making an All-Star game in the Major Leagues. But to get to see it, I was thinking of Bobby Witt Sr., getting to see Bobby Witt Jr., and he was one of the greatest high school players of all time. But I was just thinking to myself, this will be a moment. Even if my son only plays high school baseball and doesn't play college baseball, like, this is a moment we'll never forget. Remember when we went to the All-Star game and we saw Mason Miller and Emmanuel Clase and Paul Skeen start? And remember when Corey Seager, we thought he hit a home run and didn't? And remember when we thought Bobby Witt Jr. at the Home Run Derby hit a home run to tie it up? And we were all like, I can't believe he did it. And then it hit the bottom of the wall. Like, all of these things as a father, and he loves baseball. I love baseball. That's what makes it a take it to my grave experience.
Yeah.
Not that the game was the greatest game I've ever seen or the greatest environment I've ever seen or the Home Run Derby will be remembered forever in the history of baseball. Next year, nobody's going to remember that Teoscar Hernandez won it. We're going to have to be reminded on that Monday night, like, who is the defending champ? We won't remember. Who did he beat? We won't remember. So for me, the memorable part was being with my son and getting to experience that moment, because I know I will never forget 1995. I forget some things about it, but I remember being there and how important it was. And so here it was. That's the thing that I'll remember about it, is a father-son experience that I will probably never get the rest of my life.
And I think that's the great thing about sports. There's 2 things that I feel like are the really great things about sports that sometimes we can neglect, which is, one, just seeing incredible athletes do amazing things. Like, sometimes just like the raw, that was something that's insane, right? Seeing Mason Miller touch 103 consistently last night, it's just like, that is an insane thing that we did not realize that the human being could do at that. And it's just like seeing amazing happen. And then 2 is the way that sports can connect us with relationships and bring us together. Those are the things that I think sports does incredibly, that I love, that I think you got to appreciate in a whole different level last night and all this weekend. So, I'm glad you highlighted
And at this point in my life as a father, I know my time with my kids is short. As I got home, I was happy and sad, because I know that moment was awesome, but I also know that the moment of making him a milkshake afterwards, that's almost over. He's 3 years away from me probably not seeing him a whole bunch the rest of my life. You get used to seeing your kids every day and being with them every day, and they can drive you insane at times.
Right.
But then you just miss them so much. And so, experiencing this with my daughter now and having the real experience of missing her is that was an awesome moment, but I also feel the like sorrow of like that isn't going to last much longer in my life. Now I'll get to this. I have a minute and a half to get to this. The thing that I hated, if I could give it a Z minus, I would give it a Z minus. F minus times 1,000. Those jerseys and seeing those players, the greatest players in the game, with the worst jerseys ever created by mankind. Even if I get in a little bit of trouble by this one, I don't care. I want to make sure everybody hears this. Never, ever have all-star jerseys again. Those were the worst things I've ever seen in the history of baseball, and everybody agreed around me, except I didn't ask the people who were wearing those jerseys.
Fair enough. They've already told you what they think.
They wasted their money on some of the worst-looking jerseys in the history of baseball. When they show the highlights of Shohei Ohtani hitting his first ever, maybe only ever home run, and he's wearing that trash in that game instead of wearing his Dodgers jersey, against a guy wearing his, I'm sorry, I'm already forgetting who he was. It Logan Webb? I forget who he hit the home run off of. But
wait, which home run?
Ohtani hit his home run off of, and I'm forgetting. But there should be, whoever he hit it off of, he should be wearing his jersey. Like, those were stupid, horrible in person.
Off of Houck, Towner Houck.
Okay, so for Boston, sorry, I was messing that one up. But those were the worst things in the history of baseball that were on a field. And I remember last year being disappointed that our Rangers were wearing Seattle Mariners-looking jerseys.
Yeah.
Like, they were weird Mariners-looking jerseys. But I was like, this is stupid. You gotta, there's nobody that likes baseball that wants to see that again on a baseball field. Burn those jerseys. Never put those on again. And then the other thing is, too, get it back to, if you want to sell a hat, I get it's a money grab. If you want to sell a hat where they're not wearing their team hat and you just make a hat for everybody to wear as like, this is the National League team hat, okay. They should be wearing their team colors and their team jerseys.
And
if
I
you
think
need to make money, put a sponsor on their jersey.
Like a patch or something.
Yeah.
I honestly, I agree. And I think also, like, just actually when it comes to the mechanics of it, it would make it better, because there was times where I was looking at it, I was like, who is that again? And it'd be nice to see that jersey and, like, know instantly, oh, okay, that's Dodgers jersey. I know that's Teoscar Hernandez or whatever, right?
I'm sitting to a dude who knows Hunter Green well. He wasn't 100% sure that was Hunter Green coming into the game. When he's running, because you're 150 yards away from wherever we're to see him come into the game, and I'm like, is that Hunter Green? I think it is, and honestly, I'll be honest. I'm like, yeah, that looks like his ass. Like, I'm trying to
what to do.
I'm trying to go by what his butt looks like.
That's right.
Because the jersey doesn't give me any idea of who's coming in. When they made the mass substitution in the 6th inning in the National League, I know who Ellie De La Cruz is by his size. I know who C.J. Abrams is by his hair and his size. At second base and in center field, and I'm like, who the crap is this? Because they're all in these trash jerseys. If they were wearing their real jerseys, it would make sense that the Colorado Rocky representative is at second base right now.
Yeah.
But you had no clue in a way who kind of the new All-Stars were, or not the Aaron Judges or Shoheis of the world. And just never do that again. Please don't run out trash uniforms in this game. That's the one thing I wish we would have got to see, is all the different colors of the jerseys that teams represent.
There you go. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan, the show that identifies cheeks better than any other in the Metroplex. Coming up next, we continue what I like to call List Week, baby. Who are the top 10 wide receivers in the National Football League? Where does CeeDee Lamb rank? We'll do that next on The Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford in constituted as the KNC Masterpiece for this week with Kevin and Corey on vacation. Thanks for hanging out with us right here on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Always get involved with the program by texting in to the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. We're also live on YouTube and Twitch. Who are the top 10 wide receivers in the National Football League as we continue this week? You know, this week of All-Star game. Now that we got that done, we're looking forward to the second half, the proverbial second half of the season. But then also, you know, not a lot happening. So really existing in the various lists, and thankfully ESPN and Jeremy Fowler have us covered that way. They've been going for at least like a week at this point, going through what execs, coaches, and scouts in the NFL, how they rank various positions, and we reached the wide receiver stage.
Alec, I lost us the top 10, getting at least 7 because I went with Brock Purdy, who executives thinks he's a trash quarterback in his 2 years in the NFL.
Yeah, you guys have got to get back to winning ways today.
This is true.
Well, do we want to bet on this again? Well, not bet necessarily.
If we just stick with 7, and I try to be more conservative, I think we can easily get 7.
I think we can get 7.
Okay.
I'm feeling good today.
All right, gentlemen. We're shooting for, the line has officially been set at 7.5. Can you guys get, or I guess 6.5
That's
technically,
fine.
can you get over that? All right.
I'll go.
It's up to you, Fennel.
I'll go first to try to mix it up because, Alec, you went first last time, and that screwed us up. So I will go with, even though he didn't have a great year last year because of injury and quarterback and stuff, Justin Jefferson will definitely be in the top 10.
Fully agree. He's the best in the game right now for my money.
That statement is 100% backed up by this. Number 1 on the list, Justin Jefferson, lowest ranking 3. So, I mean, every single person in this environment agrees. That is a top 3 wide receiver. He was first last year as well. I mean, when you talk about route running, when you talk about everything, like historic pace through 4 seasons thus far, like he's already on Hall of Fame watch. This guy is incredible. It's not much needs to be said about Justin Jefferson, and that's, I think, what will be interesting is seeing him with the quarterbacks that the Vikings have now. Like how does that shift it? But I guess also one thing we've seen in the NFL, if you're a great wide receiver, you can usually make it happen regardless. So there you go. Starting off on a great foot, gentlemen.
We're going to talk about another team that at least I think has quarterback questions to some extent. There's a speed demon for the Miami Dolphins named Tyreek Hill that I think has to be inside the top 10.
Number 2, in fact. Tyreek Hill and the Miami Dolphins. 30 years old, was ranked 4th last year, so he moves up look, back-to-back 1,700-yard campaigns, and last year, like you mentioned, if it wasn't for injuries, he's probably trying to push Calvin Johnson's single-season record and maybe even hit that 2,000 yards mark. I mean, I don't even think I need to explain why Tyreek Hill is a game breaker. He bends defenses to a different degree. Like, absolutely had to be here.
All right, so I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb here. I don't think he'll be 3rd. I think that they won't respect him that much, but I think this is an easy top 10 wide receiver. I'm 100% sure CeeDee Lamb's on this list.
It's an easy top 10, and it kind of irritates me that I agree that he won't be top 3 on this list. I really think he should be. I think he's inside that top 3, but I think a guy that might have a few more years than CD will get that 3rd spot, so maybe 4 or 5 for CD.
Last year ranked 10. This year ranked 4. CeeDee Lamb. You guys are spot on. Not top 3 according to this list. I'll give you the entirety of the blurb here. The NFL polling group called it shot with Lamb. Lamb cracked the top 10 last year, clearly earning 10th spot over the likes of Deebo Samuels, Mike Evans, and T. Higgins already last year. And then this year he validated that, during this past season, he validated that faith with a resounding performance, becoming the first Cowboys receiver with 1,700 or more yards in a season. He led the NFL in receptions with 135 and finished 2nd behind Tyreek Hill in yards, despite constant attention from defenses as the number 1 option. Plus, don't forget, and this is me adding this, the first 5 games of last season, they did not throw the ball very well. They were trying to establish the run, and CeeDee Lamb basically, in the most polite way, CeeDee Lamb way, had to go tell them, give me the gosh darn ball. And then you started seeing those numbers. So what happens with CeeDee Lamb if they really give him that attention? Quote, he was able to move around the formation this year, specifically outside, consistently won in critical situations over the course of the year. He proved to be a do-it-all wide receiver, has great hands, outstanding pace to his routes, and setup that gives defensive backs problems. That's according to an NFL scouting director. I mean, look, this is as effusive of praise as you can give a wide receiver, which then brings us back to the constant Cowboys conversation. Why the hell are they waiting to pay this dude?
This is what the Jones family does. They need the headlines. I don't even think this is about business at all. I think that they want the headline of him holding out the first week and it being a major topic on sports talk radio here.
Yeah.
For it being a topic on NFL Network. I only think they're doing it for the publicity.
Yeah, I've said it for weeks on the weekends that I think this is going to be just like the Trayvon Diggs situation, where everybody was out there in Oxnard just kind of, doing their previews, talking about training camp, position battles, and out of nowhere, hey, guess what? Diggs just got, $95 million out of nowhere when I thought he was going to get tagged. I didn't think that long-term deal was going to happen. So I think it's going to be one of those random days. Maybe G-Bag is live and everybody's just kind of not expecting much, and we're going to get the deal because, like Mike said, get the headline whenever nobody else has anything going on.
What a silly organization.
Your turn, Alec.
All right, you guys have 1, 2, and 4 on the books here. Where are we going?
I really want to get that 3 spot figured out, and I feel like it's one of 2 people. I'm going to go with Devontae Adams of the Las Vegas Raiders, and no, he is not getting traded. I've had people DM me and ask me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that got shot down by his agents. It's not happening.
Okay, all right.
Sadly.
You didn't get the 3 spot, but he is number 5, Devontae Adams, Las Vegas Raiders. Last year, he was ranked 2. I imagine that some of this is the quarterbacks that he played with, and maybe at 31 we're starting to consider age, but he's still a fantastic wide receiver. He comes in at 5.
All right, so I'm going to go with another guy. Alec, I'm going to need your help here. I'm 99% sure about this because people made fun of us when we were at a Buffalo Wild Wings, Reggie. During the Christmas break, I believe.
Yep.
Because the Cowboys were about ready to play Detroit, and we said Amon-Ra St. Brown wasn't the guy. And not everybody playing he's the greatest player in the history of football. And I'm I think now you're going to the other side of it, too extreme. But I will say Amon-Ra St. Brown is definitely top 10.
I think after last year's playoff push, he definitely deserves that conversation. So I'll go with you. I'll say he's in there. I don't think he's, high up. I think he's inside that 8 to 10
It's either him
range.
or Jamar Chase, who I was going with. So.
Yeah. You know what? Let's go with St. Brown. Let's do it.
You still in here. Number 7, Amon-Ra St.
Okay.
Brown. Previously was an honorable mention, so he gets into the top. And there is a range. Like his highest ranking from respondents was 5. Lowest ranking was unranked. So there are some people that kind of maybe sit in the same place that we have, where he's clearly a very good wide receiver. You can't deny that. 1,500 yards this season. 13 games with 100-plus receiving yards. That obviously does something. I think our point was that I don't know that he's like the game-breaking receiver that defenses
you have to
plan
double
for.
team
right
all the time.
And maybe he's becoming that at age 24, the upward trajectory for him, and obviously finding a great rapport with Jared Goff. But yeah, he'll come in at 7, Amon-Ra St. Brown. So you guys have 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7 on here. So 5 down, 2 more to meet your goal. You're going through pretty well here.
I'm going to take the easy one that Mike already said there in his options. Jamar Chase of the Cincinnati Bengals is a top 10
There's
NFL
number
receiver.
3.
Okay, there
Jamar
we
Chase,
go.
Cincinnati Bengals, ranked 3 last year, ranked 3 again this year. Look, I don't know that there's anything that needs to be said. You see the ways that he produces, still the league's best vertical threat and yards after catch player, according to a veteran NFL coordinator. The fear factor with him is thick. And I think that's what we're talking about when it comes to St. Brown, and that's that idea of a fear factor. Jamar Chase clearly has, and maybe Amon-Ra St. Brown has that in a way that we had not appreciated. But there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 on the boards for these fine gentlemen as we go through the list of the top 10 wide receivers in the NFL.
I'm scared right now that I'm going to get this wrong. I really am, because I'm just going to, don't say yes or no. I'm thinking A.J. Brown. I'm thinking Puka Nacua. I'm thinking, is Cooper Kupp totally off of it because of injury, or do they still respect him a whole bunch as, winning the Triple Crown a few years ago before he got hurt?
Can I be like Kevin real quick?
Yeah.
One of the names that you said is in the top 10.
Okay.
Just one, because then I was thinking Mike Evans, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Now I'm to a list of where I think they're in the top 10, and they could be 11 or that 11 through 15 honorable mention, because I just named enough guys that one of them has to be off the list. And maybe I'm forgetting about somebody that I'm just I know Brandon Ayuk made headlines yesterday. It doesn't mean he's getting traded. It just means he wants to be traded. But is Brandon Ayuk, do you consider him better than the guys I named? So, Alec, I need your help here. Out of the guys I named, who do you feel comfortable with saying for sure he's on the top 10 so we win this?
If you want to hit our quota of 7 here, I think you go A.J. Brown. I think he's definitely a top 10 NFL receiver.
Done.
And the boys hit the quota. A.J. Brown, number 6. The Philadelphia Eagle ranks 6. He ranked 7 last year. On the lowest end of the rankings, there are some people that didn't rank him as well, although he got as high as 3. And so, you end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. You guys get the top 7. Can you finish this out here real quick?
Ooh.
Do you think they rank Puka Nacua already? Do you think they? Do you think they've taken Cooper Kupp off the top 10 list?
I think
now?
Kupp might be on there.
Do
but
recall when you mentioned 3 names, I said one of them was on the list.
So, okay, that helps
Mike
out.
Evans, I'm just looking at stats now. He had 1255 with 13 touchdowns.
Ooh. I think Deebo Samuel might still be on that top 10 consideration because of his versatility.
Ayuk?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Ayuk's the better wide receiver, but like you talked about it yesterday, Deebo's such a weapon.
We got 1 minute left, so you do it.
Let's go with Deebo.
And 7 is where it stops, gentlemen. Deebo Samuel ends up being the second honorable mention. If you had gone with his teammate, you'd have been right. Brandon Ayuk was 10th. So you guys got let's go through the entire list, and I'll give you some of the other names that you did not get in there. Justin Jefferson 1, Tyreek Hill 2, Jamar Chase 3, CeeDee Lamb 4, Devontae Adams 5, A.J. Brown 6, Amon-Ra St. Brown 7. Mike Evans did come in at 8 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Stephon Diggs, the new Houston Texans receiver, comes in at 9, and then Brandon Ayuk at 10. Cooper Kupp, Deebo Samuel, Garrett Wilson, along with Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Nico Collins, the other Texans wide receiver, Amari Cooper. That's a name that always, whenever you hear it, kind of raises your ears. And DJ Moore, all honorable mentions. when it comes to this list. So, I mean, look, you knew that CeeDee Lamb was up here amongst this, and I know that there's people on the text line that are arguing that, hey, man, he probably should still be should be higher than Jamar Chase at this point. So, yeah, that continues to be something that's mystifying why that deal isn't done. But, hey, man, that's how the Cowboys seem to roll. But still, if you get that deal done, and at least for this season, you know you're working with a guy that is one of, I think we can easily say, one of the elite wide receivers in the NFL. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, what's something you absolutely should be able to do, but you just can't? 877-881-1053. We'll discuss it next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at karsforkids.org.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald's out of Tulane for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick and Alec Medford all hanging out with you today on Wednesday. Hope you're having a good day thus far. What's something that you should be able to do that you just can't? This is inspired by a USA basketball player, as USA basketball currently in a little bit of an exhibition in Abu Dhabi versus Serbia, Nikola Jokic's team, national team. The score is currently 22-19 in favor of Serbia in the first quarter. And so these guys getting ready for the Olympics. And obviously, one of the things, it's one of the prides of, the United States Olympic teams in general is the USA basketball team, especially once we allowed professionals to get involved with it. And we send a great group of guys, really talented players. And it feels like they can do anything and everything with a basketball, right? Well, I saw on social media USA Basketball trying to, get engaged with folks during their media day, I think last week. They were, talking about kind of skills that they possessed. And we got this little nugget from Steph Curry, one of the best players in the world, highly skilled individual. This is something that you would think that he should be able to do, that he just can't.
Do you feel like you should be able to as a basketball player?
That's one of the most embarrassing things. Just me. You got me nervous even thinking about spinning the ball in my finger.
It's that.
Can't do it. I can't do it.
I can't believe this.
Yeah, he can't spin a basketball on his finger.
Because I went early one time. Derek Holland, thank you, invited me to a Golden State Warriors basketball game, and I got there pretty much when the gates opened because I wanted to see Curry and his pregame routine, and it's amazing how he can handle a basketball. It's like a yo-yo for him. It's like connected to him, yet obviously dribbling and not connected to him. And spinning a basketball on your finger isn't, to me, not difficult. I can do it on all 5 fingers.
Really?
I can't do it on my right hand. I can't spin it. So I understand, I cannot spin it and get it on my right, let's say, index finger.
Sure.
But I can spin it and I can change it while it's spinning to all 5 different fingers.
That's incredible.
So I don't find that difficult on my dominant hand.
Right.
But I understand, I know it's throwing a pitch. I could never throw a cutter to save my life. If I started thinking it was going to be right, then I'd hurt my elbow, and then I'd have to shut it down and then not do that pitch. But, man, for Steph Curry, one of the greatest ball handlers in NBA history.
Yes.
To not be able to spin a ball on his finger, I think there was, I don't know if it's fable or not. I don't know if it's the truth. But they said that at one point, Pistol Pete Maravich could do it for 1 hour straight, but he would wear the skin off of his finger and get a blister or make it bloody because he was challenged at one point in his life to do it for an hour straight, and he was able to do it for an hour straight.
And yet Steph Curry, even during the course of that video, or the audio that you heard, in the corresponding video, he's actually trying as he's saying that, and that's why he's saying he's nervous because he dropped the basketball. He still can't spin, and you're like, you should be able to do this as a basketball player that's done this for and he just can't, and that got me thinking.
Especially because for hours and hours, he's perfected pretty much almost every dribbling drill you could.
Yeah, and so that got me thinking, what are the things that you're like, hey, I should be able to do this, and I just can't. From the 469 on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. They say, I can't eat mustard. Should be able to, but can't. Is there, I didn't think of this from a food, but there's some things that maybe you're not allergic to. It's just
so this is
won't
Kevin
go down.
Texting in?
Yeah, you know what? I think Kevin is less I can't and I just won't.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that Kevin is if I taste this, I'll gag or throw up or something.
Yeah.
I think he's just don't like it, don't want to. Can't be made to.
Yeah. For me, I'm so frustrated that now it's only been the last few years I've tried it, but I'm done trying. I can't ski. I cannot. I can't. Now, I'll tell you this. I've never tried to water ski in my life, so I'm going to assume I can't do that either. But I cannot snow ski at all. I've tried it. I've spent hours on the bunny slope. I am so scared to death as soon as I start gaining any speed. And then when I see it on video, I'm only going 10 miles an hour. It feels like I'm going 40 miles an hour. And so I just can't do it. And I should be able to do it. It doesn't. My kids do it easily. My wife does it. I'm not saying gracefully, but she's able to do it.
In your face.
There's so many. You see little 4-year-old kids or
Yeah.
3-year-old kids.
And you've been an athlete in your life, and you stay healthy and everything.
I cannot ski.
That is incredible. This is one that I figure a lot of people agree with because I've seen people from the 214 said they can't whistle. Like that's one that you see people struggle with. And like, how do you do that when you
Or
whistle?
blow a bubble gun. Like,
oh yeah,
people will say I just can't. And those obviously, I'm like, really? I mean, one that I think you should be able to do. One that I think is a very big deal.
Okay.
Like you should be able to do this. Not like, oh, I can't. No, you need to. This is a life-saving thing. Is people that don't know how to swim.
Yeah.
That scares me as they get to be an adult and they're like, I can't swim. Because I'm like, you should never go out on a boat because if you accidentally fall over and you're not wearing a life vest or somehow the life vest isn't
it comes undone or
you're
something.
You're just dead. There's nothing. You're dead. There's nothing we can do. You're dying.
Yeah, unless someone gets to you like immediately.
And they need to have a life vest on because you're going to drown them.
Right.
Because you're going to panic. Usually you'd panic. And so for people that can't swim, that always scares me as they get older. And I always think as a parent, like this is mandatory as a parent that you have to teach your kids how to swim at an early age. Because if you do it at an early age, I'm sure if my parents they do ski, but they never took me skiing as a kid. If they'd have taken me skiing at 8, 9, 10 years old or whatever, I probably would have learned it pretty quickly, pretty easily, and been fine with it. And if you don't learn how to swim early on in life, I don't know what age it is, but I feel like you get to an age, and I don't know if it's 15, if it's 20, I don't know what age it is, that you are so scared of the water that you can't get over the fear of it. So then you can't learn it.
I imagine that's some of it. I also imagine some of it is like skill apprehension when you're really young comes so much easier, like because that's the part in time where you're in your life where you're just learning everything, you're soaking things up, you're basically a sponge. As you get older and further away from that time, it gets a little bit more difficult, like learning languages and stuff. But I imagine also picking up how to swim. And I realized during the course of that, when you said about like going overboard, I snapped. And I think there's a lot of people that can't snap, but one thing that's weird for me, I can snap, but only with my left hand, which is not my dominant hand. I can't snap with my right hand. I don't know. I've tried it and it just doesn't it doesn't work. And I'm like, I can snap with my left, but not my right. And it's such a stupid thing because it's like it's the same mechanics. I understand that, and like I understand what's making. I just can't do it.
I wonder this for people texting in, and maybe they're not thinking of this, but obviously, I talked to Mark McLemore about this, and it's amazing how many people just can't play catch with a baseball. Like they can't throw a baseball.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Like, and we're talking premium athletes.
Yes.
Cannot throw a baseball.
It's why when you get like the Dirk Heroes game as well, like it's a really funny experience because you see dudes who, perfectly, they've trained their bodies, they can, turn on a dime, all those types of things, but when it gets out to like the skills of baseball,
they just can't even throw a baseball.
Oh my goodness.
Like throw it 50 feet. Like they just can't. And I don't know if they. It's not like they're ever going to really practice it because why in the world? But like, you just think of, and I say like olden times, like a long time ago when maybe like you had to throw a rock to maybe survive or like do something. And I'm like, it's like throwing a rock or whatever. But obviously, you had to learn that as a survival skill, and I'm talking like thousands of years ago. But you'll see so many grown men, and nothing against women, but you'll see so many grown men where you think you should be able to throw.
Just throw anything.
Something. They're like, I can't throw a thing.
Especially with like as kids, how vital like when you're playing sports and like baseballs or some other like projectile is part of play when you're a young boy. And I imagine some of your young girls as well. But it's like, you didn't figure that out at any point. It's kind of amazing. Here on the Twitch, as we're asking, what's something you should be able to do that you can't? Because Steph Curry apparently can't spin a basketball on his fingers. Yes, that's Steph Curry. Lord Dougie on the Twitch said, I can't gamble, like sports betting really. And I realized, oh yeah, that's me. Like sports gambling, I guess in theory, technically I can. But the feeling, I imagine the good feeling that people get of like, oh, it gives me interest and I'm excited. It doesn't for me. It just makes me anxious. I don't like the feeling. I can't do it.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, Corey, we had to kind of stop betting with Bassett because he really didn't understand betting.
Mm-hmm.
He was like plus, minus, like it was like, all right. And he was just like, I just look, I'm getting it, but I don't get it. And,
Sure.
and he was just like, I never understood betting. I never bet. Rather than just saying, hey, the Cowboys are going to beat the Giants. It's like, no, it's the Cowboys are -6.5. He's like, what does -6.5 mean? And plus 50, the over-under is 52.5. It's like you add up the scores, and he's just like, I get it. And over time, he got it, but then still he'd get confused. He's like, I don't want to do this anymore. And I'm like, we'll just kill the segment.
Medford, is there something for you that you should be able to do that you can't?
The whistle is a big one for me.
Okay.
I know that's common, but that's something that I've hated because my dad can do it extremely loud. I don't know how.
Oh, so you just didn't even get the genetics of this.
Yeah, I didn't get that. And then the other genetic thing that I didn't get that almost everybody in my family can do is roll their R's and roll their tongue.
Okay.
I cannot do that, and it sucks because I'm actively trying to pick up Spanish, like conversationally.
Oh,
and
when you said pick up, I was like, okay.
Yeah, and
Is the Spanish being useful for anything? Never mind, just keep going.
Yes, but yeah, I can't do that. That's something that I've always wished I could because, like, talking to Eric Nadel, whenever he pronounces certain names for certain players, he can do it perfectly. And I'm trying to spend more time around the team to pick up certain languages and kind of engulf myself in the language and pick up stuff from people. But I can't just roll my tongue to make it sound natural. It sounds so forced when I say certain words, and I hate it.
There's enough people on the text line that can't swim, and I'm like, should we get like a Tolo swim lesson thing together? Like, can that be an event? Because it feels like we need to make this happen.
It's surprising to me how many people can't swim, but I think that there's such a fear of it as you get older that then you won't even try it.
Yeah. And how are you ever going to be like Katie Ledecky if you don't do that?
Yeah, to me, it's a survival skill.
For sure.
Like, and it still can be. I mean, unfortunately, I remember, wasn't there a Houston Texans player like about 6 years ago? And I know that he was friends of one of my friends. And I think that he was like on a lake and something happened and he fell in and he died.
Yeah.
And I don't know the whole story behind it, but I'm like, wow, like that's scary. Like, I can't imagine going out on a lake and not feeling confident and you don't know how to swim. And why would you ever put yourself in that situation? But even if you're just like, you fall into a pool.
Right. Like if it's beyond 4 feet, now you're in a place where you can, even though you can stand up, like if you get in that panic mode, you can drown because you're not careful and you're not in the right state of mind. I felt weird because as you're talking about a very serious thing about drowning, but I saw a text that made me smile, so I hope I don't look crazy on the Twitch and this YouTube. But they said from the 972, they were a DJ for 15 years and can't scratch. Like, it is funny to see like the professional ones where like, this is part of your profession. This is probably part of your training that you just did not pick up at some point. You probably should have, you imagine. And then one that I just thought of, I saw it earlier. Someone was saying that like cherry tomatoes or like whole tomatoes, they can't eat. But if it's like cut up into a sandwich or something like that, they can eat it. And that reminded me of my mom, who she hates tomatoes, but she'll cook them into stews and all sorts of things. Like if it's cooked into something, she'll ketchup, anything. But like raw tomato, she refuses to eat. And I don't think, like, she's not allergic to it or anything. She just won't eat it. And it's not quite the taste, because that taste will transfer over in, like, if you cook it into something. Like, if you make tomato sauce or, like, a spaghetti sauce that's not, like, overly sweet or what have you, like, you'll have that tomato flavor and she'll eat that. But she just won't eat a raw tomato.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's kind of nonsensical, but hey, that's kind of, it be like that sometimes, ultimately. A lot of text coming in from the 214 professional parkour athlete and AAC rigger. They said they can't climb ladders confidently.
I can't do a pull-up. And
what?
I don't think
I don't believe that.
Like, I maybe could do one, but my whole life I struggled. Like, that whole pull-up thing, pull your body weight up and get your chin over the bar. I could never figure out how to do that.
And then 325, Alec, they wanted to remind you that you can't spell the word learn.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I was having a good Wednesday.
Oh, thanks for participating here in the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Man, that's hilarious. 972 also mentioned they can't swallow pills. I know that ends up being like a real issue for some folks.
It took me a while. I was a mid-teenager.
Were you ever like, did you ever have to like break them up with like a mortar and pestle and whatever and like put them in like a yogurt or something?
Yeah, you just chew up what I was at grandma's house or whatever, and I just have to chew it up in there, like aspirin or whatever, Tylenol. Ugh, that's horrible tasting. So,
but you figured it out now. We got it.
Finally figured it out.
Proud of you. I'm proud of you. Yeah, USA basketball on right now. They are down to Serbia. It's a tune-up game, to be honest, but they're still down 3 points, 34-31 in Abu Dhabi.
Bronny's in the game.
That's LeBron. That's LeBron James.
Bronny's
Bronny's at Summer League missing all his three-point
I thought
shots.
he demanded he is on Team USA.
I mean, the way that it's gone in the draft, you never know. Maybe next time around, Bronny's like, there has to be a LeBron James on the USA basketball roster, and I will be that LeBron James. Coming up next, Gridiron Gravy, where we predict the last place team in every division. We'll do it next on The Fan.
What's up, Tola?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said...
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford hanging out with you. We're keeping an eye on USA basketball versus Serbia in their warm-up versus, in Abu Dhabi rather, versus Serbia. They are tied at 38 apiece, 5 minutes left in the second quarter out there. Jokic getting into it, so USA needs to follow suit as well. Mike, before we dip into some gridiron gravy, I did want to talk to you about this. I don't know if, it's probably impossible for you to be able to see from where you were if you weren't watching the TV copy, but Matt Strom, the Phillies reliever or Phillies pitcher.
Yep.
He had an interesting belt on yesterday. Did you see about this?
Well, not only did I see about it, I saw it at Media Day.
Okay.
I have one of these belts.
Do you really? Okay.
For Christmas, my son, because Matt Strom actually does a show that usually is aired on Bally's, like Bally's around the country. So you'll see it on Bally's Sports Southwest. And he did this deal. This guy takes a whole bunch of common cards for the most part. He said he's messed up a few times and didn't know that the card wasn't common.
Oh, no. And put like a really valuable card in there?
Yeah. And not like $1,000 card, but like a $20 card or whatever. He takes cards and he makes belts out of them. So my son got a whole bunch of different Diamond Kings cards from Donruss that are really worthless. And so I have a belt of old Donruss Diamond Kings cards that I have a belt of this. So he had a card with it. Was it all Phillies?
I think it was all him.
All him. Yeah, you can get if you're Matt Strom, you can. You have plenty of cards. With me, it's going to be a whole bunch of repeat cards. I don't have any. You can do a personalized one, or you can just go on this dude's website and get a Texas Rangers belt, and it's going to be a whole bunch of different Texas Rangers cards, or you can get a Nolan Ryan belt, and it'll be Nolan Ryan cards. You can get, Diamond Kings, which I thought was really cool that my son got me. So yeah, you can get like a card belt, and you can get a Dallas Cowboy card belt. Like he does it in football cards. He does it if you want just an Emmitt Smith belt. Like it's really cool.
Yeah, his name is Will Elmore, the dude who does this, and his company's named Card Belts.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward there. But yeah, I thought that was a really cool way to add, nice flair to the game.
I will say this, having it, I think I could do that.
Oh, okay.
Now, I'm not saying, I'm saying that it does take time and it takes tools and everything, but it is something that is doable if you wanted to really craft.
Okay.
But he does it somewhat. He wasn't doing it for a living, but now he somewhat does it, making good money on the side.
Well, that's pretty cool. I knew you would like it. I didn't realize you'd already been involved and already gotten yourself a few as well. So that's pretty cool. And I know that there's a lot of our listeners that love it, like you and Kevin love collecting. So I was like, that's a really cool thing to be able to get to as you go about your sports fandom. But right now, we'll go about going around the entirety of the NFL and dipping into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go!
So, Mike, one of the things that in this time of year, especially heading into a football season, we'll try and predict who's going to be in the playoffs, right? Because we always know that there's some teams that'll be in from last year, some teams that'll be out from last year, those types of things. We'll also try and predict who do you think will win this division, right? And we're trying to figure out the playoffs. Do we ever predict who will lose the division, really? I think that's always...
New York Giants are not winning. They're not making the playoffs.
And so let's go through around the NFL and look at who are the worst teams in these divisions. Let's start with the AFC East, right? Is there a team that comes to mind for you that you're like, yeah, ain't no way that they're going to be competitive, or maybe not even competitive is the right word, but they're going to finish last in all of this?
In the AFC?
In the AFC East.
New England, horrible.
Yeah. They're projected to be 4-13, and they're in the middle of a rebuild, right? Like Drake May is the quarterback, and if I remember correctly, you're not fond of him as a quarterback, right?
Drake May.
Mm-hmm.
What school do you go to?
North Carolina.
Basketball school.
Okay, all right.
Worst pick in the NFL.
Fair enough. And then first-time head coach Jared Mayo. In addition to like them just now trying to add talent, like it just doesn't feel like
From
there's
USC,
any chance.
Ticked off Rick Carlisle.
That's OJ Mayo.
Then they draft a guy whose dad was way overweight and went to the Charlotte Bobcats.
Oh,
horrible.
goodness.
What was his name? What was May's name?
Sean May?
Yeah, Sean Fat May.
Okay, all right. I don't think that's his middle name. And I don't think it's his
I would
nickname
like
either.
to say the round mound of rebound, but he couldn't get rebounds because he was too fat to get down the court in time to get the rebound.
I see what Kevin. I see the position that you put Kevin in.
Muffin
Okay.
Top May.
Oh wow!
Well,
whoa!
I'll tell you what, man, and I think he lives here now. So I mean,
I feel like
hope
everybody
I'm not
lives here
offending
now.
him, but I mean, Raymond Felton went on the Sean May program too.
Raymond Felton, by the way, one of my favorite NBA players who looks like a CPA.
Okay.
Always one that I like throwing out there. All right, AFC North. This one's interesting because this is a strong division.
This is tough because if I had to pick, I would pick Pittsburgh. But then they have a great coach, and they always figure out a way to win enough games to be competitive. I think I can't believe how horrible Deshaun Watson is after his situation in Houston. But they're a solid team, too. So it's tough to, if you said what team's going to finish under 500, I wouldn't want to put a bet on it.
Right. Yeah. What CBS Sports goes with is the Cleveland Browns because of, in large part, Deshaun Watson hasn't shown us the Deshaun Watson that we saw in Houston while he's been in Cleveland. And that's going to be super important, right, when we talk about that. The defense looked really, really good. But one thing that the football nerds will tell you is that defense year over year is not something that you can depend on, at least that production. It does happen. And, of course, you have someone like Myles Garrett up front kind of leading the charge. There's a certain floor on how good you or how bad you can actually be. And, like, he's going to be really good. So that team defensively is going to be good. But you wonder. And then, obviously, Nick Chubb has had his various injuries he's working back from. Jameis Winston is their backup there. And, like, if you have to go there, is that good? Is that bad? I think that there's some things that they would not be in this conversation if they were in a different division because the Ravens are so good. And then obviously the Steelers have the reputation that they do. And then the Bengals have Joe Burrow and all those things happening there. But yeah, it seems like that's there. The AFC South, Mike.
Not crazy about the Titans. And then when I go to the AFC West, I think the Broncos are going to be bad.
You're spot on with both of these. And again, I think you can go to quarterback situations in both of those situations. All right, we move to the NFC. The NFC East, where
Giants
you're Cowboy, you're locked in on that. You were a little bit high on the Commanders, aren't you?
I am. I think the Commanders could win this division. I think it's going to be a 3-team race of whoever gets to 10 wins. I can't see two teams making the playoffs in this division. I could be wrong. It's tough to predict, but I think the Commanders are going to compete with the Eagles and the Cowboys for this division, and the Giants are going to be a 5-12 or 4-13 team.
Yeah, that feels like the easy call when you talk about the Giants being fourth. The Commanders, I have questions. They're bringing all this together quickly, which, it can happen in football, but offensive line isn't all that strong. And I think that's super necessary, especially with a guy like Jaden Daniels back there, who is a good quarterback. I'm with you. I think he's going to be really good. Injury concerns pop up, and then if he starts getting kind of nervous when you have the level of pressure that can be there. How about the NFC North?
Vikings, horrible.
Is it just the quarterback situation where you have
I think
J.J. McCarthy?
Packers and Lions are going to be good, and then the Bears won 7 games last year. So I don't think the Bears are going to be bad. I don't think they're going to be good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a big fan of Caleb Williams. I'm not saying he's going to be horrible, but I think that they're going to be around 500. And so I think the Vikings are going to be a team picking in the top 5 next year.
I feel like I know exactly what you're going to answer for the NFC South, but I have to ask it regardless.
Yeah, Spud Webb's team, the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, the Carolina Panthers, who are just
with Spud Young.
Bryce Young didn't look very good. They're still in a rebuilding situation. They've got they were on a mission to upgrade offensive environment, and it just didn't quite hit in the way that they wanted to. Yeah, they're gonna.
I don't think Arizona is going to be bad, but that's going to be my pick
in the West.
Yeah,
when you look at, obviously the Rams are still very good. The Niners, incredible, and then between the Seahawks and the Cardinals. You feel stronger about Geno Smith, I hear. Okay.
I'm not crazy about Geno, but
I don't know. I heard
a way.
Alec, it sounds like he loves Geno Smith.
I think they're going to win 7 to 10 games.
Sure. I think that's a fair, especially with the wide receiving core that they put together. They've got a nice young defense, especially in the defensive secondary. Yeah, so those are the teams that we're looking at to be the worst of the divisions. Just to mix it up here on a Wednesday All-Star Week in the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for hanging out with us. Always get involved with the program by texting in to the Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, what is there to make of Adolis Garcia's confidence and effort levels? Coming into the All-Star break, it didn't look very great. What's there to make of it, and hopefully can he turn it around for the second half? Let's talk about it next on The Fan.
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, cell phone squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula in for Kevin and Corey, who are on vacation. I'm alongside Mike Bassick and Alec Medford, taking you through your midday here on a Wednesday in the Metroplex. Thanks for riding along with us. You can get even more involved by texting in to the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Adolis Garcia, what is there to evaluate? What is there to see when it comes to his confidence and his effort going into the second half of the season? Obviously, Adolis, your hometown participant in the Home Run Derby. And I know that going into the Home Run Derby, I was looking at it as with the way that he came into the All-Star break. Is that something that it can shift? Because I know Home Run Derby, the fly ball rate, and those types of things can shift for players in the second half. And usually that works in a negative way. And I'm like, man, he needs to go in a positive way, because coming into this, he wasn't looking like the best of Adolis Garcia.
No, and so to start the year, he seemed to have that same attitude and energy that he had playoff Adolis Garcia. And in the offseason, he avoided arbitration, and they signed a 2-year, $15 million contract. So it would guarantee that he was here this year and next year, at least under contract. They can trade him. He doesn't have like a trade clause in this. But so I remember this during one of the Bruce Bochy interviews, and it was right around, I'm going to guess, early to mid-May. It was the Atlanta Braves series. I remember, I think it was this series, and Bruce Bochy comes on our airways, and he says, yeah, I told Adolis, man, I haven't seen your teeth in a while, because he hasn't been smiling.
Yeah.
And so he's like, hey, man, I just want you to smile and enjoy the game again, type of deal. Like, you're too hard on yourself. You get too down on yourself, kind of. He was discussing all of these things. So it was like, oh, okay. And I think he had a big home run. He was wearing some special shoes during that because it was Sunday Night Baseball. And so anyways, I want to then fast forward to the All-Star break, is that Houston series.
Yes.
So in the Houston series, I hadn't pointed this out because we've been talking a lot about Monday night, Tuesday night.
Yep.
Here we are Wednesday. Well, we're about to get back into Friday, and you're playing arguably the best team in the American League, the Baltimore Orioles. So in that series, John Singleton hits a one-hop rocket off of the right field wall. And I'm thinking, if John Singleton, who does not run well, he's a first baseman, if he goes for 2, Adolis loves these situations.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to throw a one-hop rocket or right in the air because it's a short right field in Houston, and he's going to gun him out by a good 10 feet. And Adolis gets the ball off the wall. John Singleton runs, and Adolis lobs the ball into second base. And John Singleton makes it into second with a slide, but he makes it in easily, safe. And then in the series, Adolis hits a rocket up the middle, and Altuve makes a great backhanded diving play. And then Altuve, I can't remember if he stayed on his knees or if he got up and lobbed the ball, but either way, he lobs the ball. And as he releases the ball and lobs it, I'm like, dude, Adolis might beat this out. And then Adolis is out by 30 feet. Adolis, after he hit the ball and saw that it was caught by Altuve, decided, I'm not going to run to first base. And so these are things. I love Adolis. I'm going to love Adolis the rest of my life for what he did for the Texas Rangers. And he's had a great Rangers career, and hopefully there's more Rangers career to it that we're going to love. But these things, the lack of joy that we've noticed as a fan, the lack of joy that manager Bruce Bochy has noticed, the at times lack of energy that he's providing. He's always been a big spark of energy and a spark of, the raw emotion of the game. He's the guy that you do have to worry about the wave that he can ride his energy levels, where Semien and Seager have almost no emotion playing the game of baseball. Where you have this guy who we connect with more because he is more emotional. But this year he hasn't been that emotional about the game. He's just been kind of down.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have that emotional center, like when the highs are high, that's when you see him, like, tugging at his jersey and like yelling and throwing his bat and those types of things in, the ALCS. And those are the things that energize the club and the fans, but the clubhouse itself. But then the dips really are noticeable, and that's been there. But like in addition to that, right? I one of the things I talked to you about, because I mean you're a former professional baseball player, you have some more insight on this, is I wonder what could be getting to that. Be like, what could be making that energy not be there? And you talked about like how the manager Bochy went and talked to him. I'm not seeing your teeth, and it makes me wonder like how much is he focusing on like trying to get it back? Because I know for me, and I know I can't necessarily put my experience on him, but for me, sometimes if I feel like I'm not doing well, then I get in my head about, okay, what I'm not doing well, and I'm thinking about those things, and that can somewhat pull me further away from the good performances that I want to give. And I do wonder, like, do you feel like maybe that's some of it where he's getting up and he's like, all right, I know that I have to worry about the high heat, and I know that I have to, and if you feel like you're not succeeding in that way, that kind of negative outcomes can lead to more negative outcomes because you're dwelling on it so much.
Yeah, and I get this, is that he's down because he's performing below his standard. So I'm just going to give you what his standard has been for his career. 238 batting average. That's not impressive. But he's batting 211 this year right now at the break. So that is 27 points lower than his career average. And I'm adding in, obviously, the little bit of St. Louis and the really struggling second half of his first full season with the Texas Rangers. His career average for on-base percentage, 298. This year, 277. His career slug, 457. This year, 405. His career OPS, 756. This year, 682. That is down quite a bit from his career average. I get that league averages are down quite a bit in baseball, but I'm giving you Adolis's career average because I'm adding in those 21 games. There's only 17 plate appearances, but this is added into his career averages. 118 batting average with St. Louis. 176 slug with St. Louis. That's definitely bringing it down. If I go to 2020, he only had 7 at-bats or 7 plate appearances. He had a 0 batting average with the Texas Rangers there. And then in 2021, he made the All-Star team, but he had a 243 batting average. On base was low at 286. The year after that, doesn't make the All-Star team, 250 batting average, 756 OPS. Last year, 245 batting average, 836 OPS. 29 home runs. The last 2 years, 101 RBIs. Last year, 107 RBIs. This year, 45, and we're obviously past the halfway point, so you can't multiply that times 2. and say, well, he's on pace for 90 RBIs. Last 2 years, he's been a 100+ RBI guy, and this year he's looking more towards like an 80 RBI season. Now, that can all change in the second half, because if we do get to 90, he would definitely outperform what he did in the first half. I'm hoping he gets back to his career averages in the second half, but he's going to have to be able to. This is such a game of failure that he's failing even more than what you usually fail in the game. He's going to have to play the second half if the Rangers have a chance. And if he has a chance to bounce back from what he did in the first half, he's going to have to play this game with more positive energy.
Yeah.
Because he seems to be lingering in the negative. Yeah, and not enjoying himself.
It does feel mental, because I know someone on the text line mentioned that, hey, man, maybe he's injured. He collided with Marcus Semien, or maybe it's better to say Marcus Semien collided with him in shallow right field May 18th.
Okay.
And for a segment of time after that, we saw a downturn in Marcus Semien's batting average. Marcus Semien went from like 270 to 179, and we went from slugging 465 to slugging 258 for a period of time after that. Like, we saw that downturn. But I don't know. Would you agree with that? Because I feel like it's mental, and I feel like you can see the signs for him that it's more mental. And like, sometimes he'll, swing it, make contact, and then his head will drop, or things like that, where it feels like that's more mental than it is the physical aspects of it.
From that point, I have not done tons of TV broadcasts. Like, coming out of the break, I have the whole homestand as the analyst with Dave Raymond, and I get to go into the dugout. I get to go into the clubhouse about 2:40-ish. I can't remember what time the clubhouse opens off the top of my head, but right around 2:30, 2:45, you can get into the clubhouse and you can kind of see the guys and maybe have conversations with the guys. I try not to bug them in the clubhouse. I try to maybe like see them in the dugout and just say something quick and not bug them. I get it, man. They're getting ready for the game. They got enough media responsibilities. I get it. But I do get to be in the dugout at 3 o'clock when Bruce Bochy does his interviews. I remember, and this is late May, this is early June, they're asking those questions. And he would say, yeah, Semien's a little dinged up from that.
Yeah.
But he's playing through it. We're not going to put him on the injured list. Hey, he's been saying for a while now, Bruce Bochy, there's nothing physically wrong with Adolis Garcia. I can only take his word. Maybe he's fibbing, but I don't know why you would do that. As a guy struggling, you would say, yeah, man, he's dealing with a sore knee, or yeah, man, his hip's been bugging him, or whatever. Like, usually, Bruce Bochy or a hitting coach or Chris Young or whoever might tell you, yeah, man, he's physically right now, he's not right.
And especially Bochy. Bochy's been pretty forthcoming with us.
At times, yeah, Corey Seager, they're like, yeah, man, he's dealing with something. That's why we're giving him the day off. We're trying not to put him on the injured list, but he's dealing with something. He's fighting through it. I have not heard, in fact, they've been the opposite on Adolis. Now, I could be wrong about this, but they have not been talking about a physical injury throughout the struggle. They've been talking about the mental part of it and the joy of it. And then you see in Houston that you're like, this isn't Adolis, man. Adolis loves throwing out guys. He loves gunning guys, yes, especially at home, but he loves gunning guys at second base. So John Singleton went against his reputation and said, I'm going to try for 2, even though, and then Now, here's the deal.
Maybe that's something that the Astros notice, and that they're like, hey, we're going to take advantage of him in right field.
He's not gunning for guys anymore. He's not taking the pride in being one of the best arms in right field.
Absolutely.
So now, if I was the Baltimore Orioles scout and I was at that game, I have to write down, hey, we can run on Adolis right now. I could be wrong. I'd put in my notes, I could be wrong, but he didn't seem to want to throw guys out. So you might be able to be a little bit more aggressive, because he doesn't seem to be as aggressive in throwing the ball in. And then at the plate, you'd have to write down right now, he can be beat with multiple pitches, because he doesn't seem confident.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to be going to, when he went to the plate with the game on the line, I just felt so good about it. It didn't mean he was like a 700 hitter. He's probably like a 250 hitter in those situations. But as a teammate, which I'm not of his, but as a fan of his, I feel like, dude, he wants the bat.
Yeah.
And right now, he just seems to lack confidence and lack joy. That needs to change. So I love Adolis. I want to tell him, man, I'll love you forever. And you know what? This fan base is going to love you forever.
Absolutely. I mean,
but
the way that building went up for him when he's in that home run derby, they love that man.
But I can't change his confidence.
Yeah.
Tim Heyer can't change his confidence. Bruce Bochy can't change his confidence. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name of their sports psychologist, baseball psych. They can help. They can try to help. But it's all about Adolis regaining that spark that we love Adolis for. El Bombi.
Yeah.
Like, we need El Bombi to hit líneas. And I'm hoping that when we see him Friday night against Baltimore, that's a huge series, and I'll get into it more, and Mike likes it. I was listening to a little bit of MLB Network and what they were saying specifically about the Texas Rangers and their chances in the second half. And that series against Baltimore could still mean a lot. What they did against the Astros meant quite a bit. It kept them alive, but they're still not really alive.
Yeah.
And I'll talk about that, and Mike likes it, in about 30 minutes. But I need Adolis to play this game with that spark and that joy, because his spark and his energy and his ability, because he's very talented, when he gets going and he's doing his thing, he's flexing, he's in the dugout dancing with Leote or whoever it is. Like, there's something about him that draws energy to this team, and I need it. We need it as a Texas Ranger fan. We need Adolis to get back to that spark that he was last year, the spark that he was when he came up, 2-3 weeks into his career in 2021 and made the All-Star team. Like, that Adolis, we need that Adolis, and if we get that Adolis, that gives the Rangers a better chance to come back from 4 back of the Astros and 5 back of Seattle.
And we've had some success at times, like kind of challenging the Metroplex in some ways. So maybe this is what we need from the 325 on the text line. They said, I wish fans at the ballpark would all chant El Bombi while he's batting. We have to give him confidence. Like, the idea that maybe the fans can then imbue that into him.
And he can feed off of us.
Like, almost like a jump start. Like, get him going so that he can be the catalyst for the rest of this team as they start the second half of the season.
I love that thought. I love that attitude. I just don't know in Arlington if you can get, let's just say, 20,000 people, because there's going to be about 35 to 38,000 people for that Baltimore series. I know that there are tickets available, but there's not tons of tickets available for that series. I'd love for that to happen. I think asking our fans to become the Philadelphia Phillies fans, or to become whatever, a Northeast fan base that really inspires the players. The players have to almost inspire us in our Metroplex, and then we're inspired, and then we join along.
Yeah.
Other places it can be the opposite, but this doesn't seem to be a place where we're going to get that many people chanting El Bombi to really get him going.
Well, maybe we have to reach out to our guy, was it Jake, that put together the Section 133 last year and really got it going? Maybe we need a resurgence of that, because that was something that the players noted. They loved it, and it seems like Adolis El Bombi needs it right now in particular, because you really need that confidence if you want the run to go on. And of course, Mike will circle back on that when we get to Mike Likes It here. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk to our friend, pre- and post-game host for your Texas Rangers on the Rangers Radio Network, Jared Sandler. We'll do it next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatula, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford hanging out with you today. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Get involved on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. We'll get you some Mike Likes It here shortly. But before that, let's talk to the pre- and post-game host of your Texas Rangers on the Rangers Radio Network. He's our guy, your guy, our favorite guy, Jared Sandler. Jared, how you doing, man?
I'm great, guys. I got to attend my first ever game at Globe Life Field strictly as a fan last night. And
are you for real?
Yeah, I don't know the last time I went to a baseball game as a fan, like not including like my nephew's, like, you know, rec games or whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Bassick, Have we gone to a game together as a fan, like on a road trip? I don't think so, right?
No, I mean the Atlanta series was weird, but you were doing that if you were on that trip, which I think you were.
Okay.
You were doing that series, but because Sunday night baseball, but you're doing radio, so
Yeah, but okay, so I guess you're right. There was the Oakland the day before the doubleheader when the Rangers scored like 700 runs.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I was at that game as a fan, or I mean, I was in the press box. But yeah, I guess that doesn't even totally count. I don't know the last time I sat like in the seating bowl for a game. It was cool. I enjoyed it. It was man, how cool would it have been if Corey Seager's ball would have gone like 411 feet, not 408 feet or whatever. He'd have been the MVP.
Yeah, the building would have exploded. I have very important questions for you, and I start with this very important question. If, as a fan, you were sitting in the lower bowl, and let's say that a hot dog from heaven fell to you, would you have eaten it?
Absolutely.
In your face, Mike.
Actually, I would. In all honesty, I probably would have investigated it, and then guys, I've eaten way worse. Yeah, I would have for sure probably eaten it. I probably would have been hungry too, because I don't love going to get food during games, and unlike basketball where there's a halftime and maybe I can sneak onto the concourse with 30 seconds left in the second quarter to try to beat the rush. Like you don't really have that in baseball. So I probably would have been hungry. Yeah, I would have. But I'm not a big swinger like Mike Bassick. I mean, he was sitting lower bowl. He had the sweet seats. Former big leaguer getting the alumni seats. I'm sitting up with the common folk. I was up in right field, second deck, hanging out with all the Rangers people who were there to watch the game. So the hot dogs from heaven actually. They originated beneath us. We were.
You were above heaven. Incredible.
That was going on.
I caught a hot dog from heaven, Sandler.
Did you eat it?
No.
What did you do with it?
Well, I offered it to the people sitting next to me, and they wanted to take a picture with it, with the parachute and the hot dog. And so I was like, well, and then I opened it up, and it was room temperature. And I love a ballpark hot dog as long as it's hot and the bread is warm.
The dog.
And I was like, I'm just deciding. So I put the hot dog under my seat and it stayed there.
So Mike, you might remember this. Reggie, I can't imagine you would. And I'll tell you, I don't even remember. I think it was at Reunion. I don't think they did this at American Airlines Center, but they used to do something similar. It wasn't food. They had these little parachute things for Stars games that they would drop, and there was like a gift card attached to it or some sort of voucher. But what people didn't realize is that the parachute itself had value. You would take it onto the concourse to behind section 112 to redeem your item or whatever. And I was like that Zach Campbell guy, who goes and gets all the home run balls, except I would go and get all the parachutes attached to the gift card. So someone would reach for the gift card and I'd rip the parachute. And I mean, I'm like 7-8 years old, and these people would think, oh, well, cool, you can have this trash parachute. And I'd go run up and I'd get like a bobblehead or a puck or whatever. So I used to love that. That to me is way more appealing than a hot dog from heaven. Having some sort of cool like merchandise attached to it. That was my jam back in the late Reunion Arena era years with the Stars.
Okay, excellent. Look, I love getting some of that experience, but I mean, you experienced a little bit of the entirety of the All-Star festivities. I know some of you had to be in Houston for that series as well. What for you is going to be the standout takeaway from the experience at Globe Life Field and just in Arlington of All-Star 2024?
Well, first of all, it was so cool to see Nolan Ryan, Ferguson Jenkins, Pudge, and Adrian Beltre all together. You just don't get. I don't know if how much you guys saw it. Nolan's obviously not in the greatest shape ever, right? So to see him out on a field, you never know how many more opportunities you'll have for something like that. And how cool is it that the Rangers are hosting and Beltre next week, Hall of Fame. I mean, just all that together was really neat. I think it's really cool to see all these stars together in one place. And I think it's cool for fans to, maybe they can't go to the Philly series the one time every 2 years they go, they come to town and they they get to see Bryce Harper, or maybe the Yankees tickets, are too expensive. Not that, these tickets were cheap or anything, but, they get to see Aaron Judge. I still wish they got to see him in their uniforms.
Thank you. Oh, my God.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, yesterday, after all the pomp and circumstance of the introductions, which I always felt like as a kid was the coolest part, it really at that point just became a game. It was a game with super talented people. I do have some thoughts about like the in-game experience, not specific to going to a Rangers game, but I wonder, guys, I was talking about this with someone, where I was sitting up in the second deck in right field, you're a ways away, and not everyone is going to be able to sit 5, 10, 20 rows, from the action, right? I just wonder, like, why can't we have umps mic'd up? So after each pitch, you hear them say ball or strike, because one thing the pitch clock has done, and I wouldn't trade the pitch clock for anything, but the amount of time you have to play a little jingle or music to kind of engage people has shrunk, because I think the music has to be off when the pitcher is on the rubber. And because of the pitch clock now, that's, that window is very small. You have like an 8-pitch at bat, and if you're far away, you don't feel as connected to the action. And so I wonder if something like that would help to keep people sort of abreast of what's going on. But overall, it was really cool. And how cool is it? It would have been awesome if Bobby Witt Jr. would have won the Derby. But the fact that it came down to his final swing and he was in the finals, if Adolis wasn't going to advance, to have a DFW product be there, I thought that was really neat as well.
Hey, this is maybe a silly question because I didn't get to watch this. I was doing the Astros game, but the Futures game. Were you on the field calling the competition stuff where they would bunt the ball or hit the ball? Or am I crazy? Because I turned that on YouTube the other day and I was like, is that Sandler's voice in the background?
No, yeah, I was emceeing the Futures game skills competition, so I wasn't doing anything for the Futures game. But yeah.
Talk about that. That had to be amazing.
Yeah, how did you not mention
on
that?
The field.
You're out here talking about miking up
the Futures game skills competition.
So yeah, that was really neat. And Sebastian Walcott from the Rangers was one of the 8 competitors. You had some of the top prospects, Tamar Johnson, who was a top 5 pick a couple years ago, Cam Collier, Lou's son. But yeah, it was really neat. So full disclosure, and I don't know if the MLB mob is going to come and fight me for saying this, although I think if 1 + 1 = 2 here, it was a great event, but it 110% is something done as a testing ground to see if they can, bring this to Major League Baseball and maybe attach this to the Home Run Derby or something. Now, one thing I learned is that, you can't, it's not just as simple as, so here are the 3 events. I'll start with that. So you had 3 rounds. They were all hitting events, no fielding, no base running, no pitching, throwing, any of that. The first one was there were targets on the field, in the outfield, and then 2 bunting bullseyes, one down the third base and the other down the first base line, and you could accrue points based on targets hit. The second one was you had to call, whether you're going to pull the ball, hit it to center, or hit it to the opposite field. And it didn't matter how hard you hit it, as long as it cleared the infield, you get points for doing that. And you'd be surprised. I mean, guys struggled with that. That was not as executed as flawlessly as you'd think. And then the third one was Home Run Derby, but with the same concept. You had to call your shot. So you could, it was a Home Run Derby, but you had to hit a home run I take that back. You didn't have to call your shot. You got more points for going opposite field with a homer, but it was just essentially Home Run Derby. So what I learned through the process is that the Players Association, if Major League Baseball is going to bring an event like this to the Major League side, you'd have to get approval, right? So things like a hardest pitch thing probably would not be approved. I don't know if a sprinting thing would be approved because these guys don't want to pull anything. Are they going to approve something like that? I don't know. Could you have a target practice type of thing? I think that could, from a throwing standpoint, maybe that's something there. I would tell you this definitely, there's legs to it, right? There are definitely changes I'd make. That first round, I know that they weren't sure whether players would swing away or try and bunt, and most of them, I'd say 85% of the swing, the quote unquote swings, were bunts, which is fine, but that probably takes a little bit of excitement out of it. I know they do this either in Japan or Korea, and the place goes crazy for it. The fans at Globe Life Field were not going crazy as bunts were either hitting the bullseye or rolling past the bullseye. So, I think it was a good experience. I think the targets in the outfield, you can be more creative and do a little bit more with it. But for a first-time event, it was a good concept, and I hope it's something that they don't discard next year and they keep growing it, not only with the futures game prospects, but hopefully bringing something like that to the major leagues.
While we're talking about fixing games, we're talking to Jared Sandler.
Interesting transition.
Yeah, that's right. Not fixing games, and you know what I mean, but like making things better.
Like Michael Porter Jr.'s brother.
Nope, not
Jonte,
Jonte Porter.
Okay.
But yeah, we're talking to Jared Sandler, pre and post game host for your Texas Rangers on the Texas Rangers Radio Network. You have a take when it comes to, I don't know, is this baseball in general or particularly the All-Star game about moving the mound back? Can you explain what your stance is here?
Yeah, no, I think. And maybe someone like Mike, a pitcher, is going to hate this. Kelly Wunsch. Mike, you remember Kelly Wunsch, the left-handed reliever, pitched for the White Sox?
I don't. The closest one that comes to mind is Kelly Leak, who is the center fielder for the Bad News Bears.
Yes, no, different guy.
I think of Kelly Olynyk. I don't think that's what you wanted.
Okay,
but, yeah.
And I don't think he has any thoughts on the mound. But anyway, Kelly Wunsch, he's retired, but he kind of came at me on Twitter, which is fine. I expect all pitchers to not like this. But here's my thought. The mound was determined to be 60 feet 6 inches back in 1893. Okay, the caliber of athlete, the technology, all of it, the resources, everything. I think we can all agree, way different in 1893 than it is in 2024. It is not unprecedented for baseball to respond to a wave of results in impacting the mound. Prior to the 1969 season, after this tremendous era of pitching, they lowered the mound, right, to take away a little bit of an advantage. So lowering the mound has been done. My question is simply, I'm not sitting here pounding my fist on the table saying you have to move the mound back. All I am simply asking is, can we please consider it? And can we get people who are far smarter than I am or any of us are to understand what the impacts would be? One of the biggest points of resistance has been pitcher health. Well, miss me with that. Okay, let's not act like we're keeping pitchers healthy right now. And also, I think to some degree, you're taking away these incredible athletes' abilities to adapt. I'm not asking to move the mound back 10 feet. Maybe it's 6 inches. Maybe it's a foot. Maybe it's 3 inches. I don't know. Study the impact of reaction time based on, any kind of incremental move to the mound. But my point is simply this. Guys are throwing harder than ever before. Okay, we no longer blink. If I tell you a guy's throwing 99, you're like, oh, okay, he must be like every 50% of relievers in Major League Baseball, right? Paul Skeens. It was so much fun to watch him yesterday, but I'll be honest with you. I was sitting next to someone who's I would describe as an above-average baseball fan, and he was excited to see Paul Skeens, but the radar gun didn't impress him. He was throwing 98, 99. How crazy is that? Like he's impressed by how good Paul Skeens has been, but just the fact he throws a 98-mile-an-hour fastball, just that happens, right? Point being, hitters, and you talk to any of the hitters these days. I was talking to a guy on the Rangers, and he was saying, I don't even know if I want my kids to play baseball. Like, who knows what they're going to have to deal with 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Guys are throwing 92-mile-an-hour sliders. And anyway, here's what I would say. Hitting is still struggling, right? We made the rules with the shift, and that improved it temporarily. But pitching is so far advanced, and you got all these labs and these ways now to enhance pitchers, maximize their ability to improve. And it's unique, right? It's the only sport where the guy with the ball can dictate so much with such little opportunity to react what happens, right? So all I'm asking is, if you are concerned about the fact that offense is at a low and that the league-wide batting average is like 242 or whatever it is, why don't we consider moving the mound back 3 inches, 6 inches? We lowered the mound in before 69. Why not consider moving the mound back? We're not dealing with the same athlete we were dealing with in 1893. And I'm not sitting here saying that Walter Johnson wasn't good or any of that. They didn't have the opportunity to take advantage of the resources and the growth and the technology that the guys do now. This is not a they weren't as good back then argument. It is simply the reality of where we are now. And I just think it's something that needs to be considered. And I just to improve reaction time, even a smidge, will help bring a little bit of offense back into the game. I don't want this game played on Mars. I don't want every score to be 12-10. That's not what I'm advocating. But it also doesn't need to be the offensive climate that we are currently playing in, which is even worse in some metrics than pre-73 when the DH was not a part of the American League and you had pitchers hitting. That is where we're at offensively here in 2024.
All right, Sandler, I heard you. As a former pitcher who topped off at 91, and I have no clue how the gun read 91 when I did it. I agree with you at this point.
Oh, wow.
I think it is tough to implement it. I think it's going to be very tough to implement it. And I would only move it because it was actually a mistake that it's 60 feet 6 inches. It was the person who made the field saw the zero. It was 60.0. And actually it was like, that looks like a 6 to me. So made the field 60 points, the mound 60.6 inches away instead of the 60 feet it was supposed to be. Is I would only do it at 6 inches. So I would move it to 61 feet. I have no clue if, I know mark this or whatever, but I have no clue if just moving it back 6 inches is going to make a difference. So I wouldn't go extreme, but I would maybe 6 inches is enough to help out these hitters be what we consider more average.
Yeah.
Because I just went over Adolis's number. I mean, it's another topic, but I mean, it's like Adolis playing with joy. Adolis getting back to who he has been for the majority of his career in the second half if the Rangers are going to make a run at making the playoffs. But Adolis's numbers at a 682 OPS, that looks really bad to me. But overall in the league, that's not really bad. It's just a hair below average, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's the league-wide OPS is now just a little bit above 700. So compare that to 4 or 5 years ago when we're talking about 720, 730, 740. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, 682 is not good, but it's not the discrepancy between that and the league average is not as wide as you would expect.
And I will say this. Watching 1990s football, which I've been watching a lot of, it's really weird how like the NFL season's about to start and I'm not watching like last year's football. I'm watching my Troy Aikman football. The rules have changed tremendously in football because they realized that we're killing these quarterbacks. We are killing these wide receivers with certain routes, and we want these receivers to feel comfortable going over the middle. So we're not going to allow the defense to hit them. We're going to allow them to catch the ball clean now, where Michael Irvin and Alvin Harper and these guys were not allowed to catch the ball clean on a slant. They were going to get destroyed on them. And it was you were supposed to destroy them on them. And the quarterback would throw the ball, and 2 seconds later they would almost punch him in the face. And
hell, we have safeties in the Hall of Fame just based off of hitting the heck out of people.
Yeah, so I'm like, these other sports have – hell, when you watch an NBA basketball game now, the carrying and the traveling that happens in that sport is, to me, gross. But they've allowed it because they think for the entertainment of the game, it's better, whether you agree with it or not. And so for the entertainment of the game, I think the pitch clock and certain things have made me enjoy the game more lately. Maybe moving the mound back 6 inches from a former pitcher, maybe that would help out the game better.
And Mike, let me add to that because I agree. One of the things that people say, well, why are you penalizing pitchers? Listen, does it penalize pitchers to some degree? It does. You're right. Just like some of the rule changes you just mentioned with the other sports will penalize certain types of players. But unfortunately, as much as we love this game, we need other people to love the game. And 10 years from now, if this trend continues, people are not going to love the game if the league-wide average is 240, 239, whatever. Because I'm going to tell you something. The technology and the resources for these pitchers is not going to get worse, right? It's not. I mean, it's amazing. It is so fascinating the ways that these guys are able to improve their craft. I love it. It's awesome. But it's about the entertainment. It's about the fan. We're not trying to turn this into WCW or whatever. That's not at all what this is. Like some people look at it like, one extreme or the other. That's not at all what it is. But you're right. It's about the health of the game. And it's not – yeah, I guess it does maybe penalize pitchers. Sure. It also is not going to take Paul Skeens and make him worse. It's going to help Paul Skeens stand out because someone said to me, well, you're going to now lose the pitchers and take away from their stardom. No, you're not. Think about the pitchers in the 70s, 80s, 90s. I mean, those are the pitchers, honestly, we celebrate more. There are more star pitchers then because their ability was able to stand out more. Well, now that you got everyone throwing 98, 99, it is going to perhaps, if it has the intended effect, really reward good pitchers again. It's not going to just reward throwers, right? We are in an era where you can be a thrower and get away with it way easier than you used to be able to. Back when I was coming up, as a baseball fan, and Mike, you as well, if you threw 95, that was hard. But if you threw 95 and you were a thrower, you were not going to survive. Now you can throw 100 miles an hour and be a thrower, and you're going to be okay. There will be a place for you as long as you can kind of throw strikes a little bit, right? So I think it will only reward pitching even more. And, yeah, it does penalize some pitchers to some degree. But you don't want this game to go to a bad place. And I haven't heard another good – I'm open to other suggestions. I just don't know, other than using aluminum bats, which I don't think anyone wants to do, right? I know All-Star game, Mike, maybe, but for 162, that's not practical. So
look, you saw the home run derby with the high school kids.
Yeah.
If I'm being dead serious here. You would have a pitcher die, I think, once every 3 years if you allowed the metal bats that they use in college baseball. If you gave the best hitters in the world a metal bat, you would see the ball go eventually 600 feet in certain home runs in certain parts. Yeah. But you would also see pitchers die. And I won't bring up because I know that, the family sometimes listens. But I mean, we did have the reason that there's helmets on coaches now is because we had a coach die from a line drive. And if you gave a metal bat, you might have more coaches die too.
Yeah, it just that to me is not a. You're right. That'd probably be dangerous. I think you can make an argument that they shouldn't even use them in college. But yeah, I just don't know. I'm trying to think of something realistic, right? And to me, moving the mat, just like you could make an argument that they should widen the basketball court now because now you got more guys who are 6'11" running like gazelle, whatever. But times change, and you've got to keep up with the times. And you're right, Mike. The basketball has zipped past baseball in a lot of ways, football as well. And they change rules. We can call the quarterback soft because if they get touched, there's a flag. But none of us like watching an NFL game where it's the third-string quarterback against the second-string quarterback, and they're throwing ground balls to receivers trying to run 10-yard curl routes, right? No one wants that. That is not fun. And so maybe you think it stinks that this is the way it is, but if you don't have eyeballs on your sport, you don't have ears on your sport, then that sport that you love isn't going to be what it used to be, or it's not going to get the type of attention and opportunity to be in the spotlight that you'd like.
You want me to get a little bit more hate from being a former player? Because if they hear this, they're not going to like what I say. Us as former players have to be more supportive of rule changes. Because you know what? The NBA sends out memos. And not to former players, but when they do something a little bit like, hey, we're going to change a little bit of this. But what we need from our coaches and our general managers and our owners is to say, this is the greatest thing ever. This is the greatest thing to ever happen. And they don't even have to believe it, but they have to support it as the greatest thing ever. And when they do, the fans are like, well, if I'm throwing out, I know he's not really the owner anymore, but if Mark Cuban thinks this is cool and Jason Kidd thinks this is cool and Nico Harrison thinks this is cool and Dirk Nowitzki thinks this is cool and Michael Finley thinks this is cool, then maybe it's cool. Maybe the stupid ass play-in thing that they are not that tournament that they have Cup. It's stupid to me. But you know what they did? They all said it was awesome. And so these younger fans of the game are like, this is awesome. I think it's stupid. But as long as everybody says it's cool and former players say it's cool and the organization say it's cool, then maybe it's cool.
And Mike, some of that starts with, unfortunately, and I know you're talking about former players, but current players are going to become former players, and the relationship between the owners and the players is as bad as it's ever been. And you look at, when they were releasing the groups for the in-season tournament, I didn't watch the show, but it was on TV. I saw on ESPN, and they had a bunch of former players there. Maybe were they in Vegas, whatever. And it's I think Major League Baseball would have a really tough time getting guys in the offseason to come and represent the sport because they don't They don't look at Rob Manfred and think, I want to do something to help you, right? They don't look at the owners and think, hey, I want to do something. Maybe they like their owner, right? But the other 29, they don't care for, right? The relationships, and I'm not saying who's at fault, right? I'm not in these conversations, but the relationship between the players and the owners is not healthy, and that doesn't help either. And you're right about the former players. And I don't think I would do this again now, knowing how intense Max Scherzer truly is. But one of the things that when I first met Max Scherzer and he spoke to the media, I told him, and I still believe this. I just now know that if he was in the wrong mood, he could break me in 2 seconds. But I said, Max, I understand why you don't like the pitch clock, but it's not about you, right? You only have a few years left. You're not going to have to deal with this. And all the younger pitchers are going to come up having experienced it in the minor leagues. But this isn't about the game in 2020. This was in 2023 last year. This isn't about 2023. This is about 2033. This is about 2043, right? And you're right. Whether it's veterans who have a voice or former players, I just think that there needs to be a recognition that baseball does not have the place amongst the American sports fan that it used to. And no one is asking you to change the game. No one is asking you to make baseball something it totally isn't. Let's use the pitch clock as an example. Everyone said, well, the baseball's never had a clock. Yeah, but you know what? The baseball you grew up loving also wasn't on average 3 hours and 10 minutes per game. So it's actually the baseball of the last 10 years that isn't baseball, right? Or the baseball that you grew up with. All people are trying to do is get the game to optimize its ability to entertain while not losing its identity, not losing what's true about it. But some of these things, it can't just be because we've always done it this way. Why is the mound 60 feet 6 inches? Because a few people in 1893 made that decision. Why does that decision need to be permanent from more than a century ago, right? Things like that to me have to be reconsidered if you want. If this was football, and you even mentioned it, Mike, the NFL's made changes, but the NFL can get away with anything right now, right? I think the NFL probably does things. I mean, heck, college football games can be 4 hours, but people love them, right? Because it's football, and football is capturing people right now. Baseball doesn't have that same advantage right now. It's a beautiful game. It's an amazing game that is more fascinating today than it ever has been. But they cannot compromise that by losing interest, and you cannot only work to appeal to the hardcore fan. Frankly, Mike, you and I, and you know this, we are not the target here. We love this sport. We are always going to love this sport. It's about the average sports fan who used to watch baseball highlights on SportsCenter and knew about the players, who doesn't anymore, because SportsCenter, obviously they've made strategic decisions what's best for them, but SportsCenter no longer is going to cater to all the sports, right? You're not going to get a random Bernard Gilkey highlight, in the 1990s, because that just doesn't happen anymore. So you lose that exposure. You've got to take the sports fan who's not necessarily a baseball fan and make sure you don't lose that person, because the baseball fan is more often than not going to stay a baseball fan. But you got to work on growing the fan base. It can't be about maintaining the fan base. This sport needs to work on growth.
The most thorough man in DFW sports, one of our favorites for a reason that I'm sure you just heard, Jared Sandler. Jared, super excited to talk to you as always, and even more excited to hear you back at work once the Orioles come to town on Friday, man.
Fellas, great talk. I'm sure we could talk about this for hours and hours, but you got more in it. See, it's about entertainment, right?
Yes,
you got to make decisions, so you're going to move on to whatever's next.
I think we made a great decision talking to you today, though. Have a good one, my
Killed
man.
Mike likes it.
Don't worry, we can revive Mike's likes it.
No, it's okay. I was going to talk more baseball, so I want to hear what Alec has to say.
Mike, you got a segment off, all right? It all works.
Thank you. I want to know what Alec has.
Later, Jared. There he is, Jared Sandler. And you'll have a chance to hear him Friday, as I mentioned. Rangers welcoming the Orioles to start the second half of the season. Super important. And to get you ready for that, Friday, it'll be the G-Bag Nation live from Globe Life Field at the Comerica, their spot in the Comerica backyard. And so they'll be getting it started there. And then Saturday, we'll be broadcasting live from Globe Life Field again from 9 a.m. all the way till 5:30, leading up to pregame, when you'll hear Jared lead into Orioles-Rangers Game 2 of that series. So, man, this is your home of the Rangers, and we are ready for the unofficial start of the second half of the baseball season. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. And look, a lot of baseball conversation, but as Mike said, we want to hear what Alec has to say in AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus Xavier Legette. Nobody can understand him. Still, next on The Fan.
The G-Bag Nation Afternoons.
Because if you just go for a generic word.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Semien sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Datatuli here with you alongside Mike Bassick and Alec Medford. Having a lot of fun. I mean, just got through with what was almost like a podcast about baseball and where it's going. That's the type of thing that you love, like in a milestone that is like the All-Star break this time, getting to reflect. And that's why you listen to the Baseball Show Record here in the DFW, the KNC Masterpiece, with former Major Leaguer, former Texas Ranger, Mike Bassick. Always a delight to hang out with you.
Well, before we get to AM on the FM,
yes, sir.
It was amazing being at the game and seeing how many guys can come out of the bullpen just throwing flame-throwing stuff with a nasty off-speed pitch.
Yeah, because I mean that was the thing about Mason Miller. He's throwing 103 and then he breaks off what was like an 88 mile per hour slider or what something
or
like
Tanner Scott for Miami, who's an unknown, right? I mean, and Mason Miller, I don't think he's an unknown, but he plays for one of the worst teams in baseball, and so does Tanner Scott. And they both have unbelievably great closers on their team. They just don't get the opportunity to close many games.
I mean, we're coming up on the trade deadline. I don't know if you move those
when
guys
Tanner
around.
When Tanner Scott came in, I told my son, I said, that's who I want the Rangers to get. But I don't know how gettable he is.
Well, I mean, if he is gettable, I imagine that's got to be a name that pops up because it looked really fun to watch him do his thing. It's always fun to get a little AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Now, reality can be whatever I want.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Still to this day, even after being drafted by the Carolina Panthers, nobody can understand Xavier Legette, even on his own team. We're going to hear some sound here in just a moment. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, because we've been talking about the greatness that was the All-Star experience, the All-Star break here in Arlington. I was very happy to be a part of that. That was one of the most incredible experiences that I've had in my short life. So but that was fun. It was a very fun week or so getting to experience all that. We've been talking about good things. I've asked questions of the day before about like your favorite performances you've seen, whether it's concerts, games, anything. I want to know what the worst live event experience was that you've ever been to. 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube as well. Want to hear from you there. And it can be a sports game where you saw your favorite team lose by 40 points or 12 runs, or maybe an ace let you down on the mound, or it could be a concert where you went and it was just terrible. I want to know. Yeah. 877-881-1053.
And Mike, you always talk about this. It feels like it's going to be a sports event, because what other event do you go to where you have like such a low likelihood of being like super excited at the end of it, right? You go to a concert and it's a really small level of event or possibility that you're leaving. You're like, I didn't get my money's worth. I want my money back. Usually it's like it's a band or a performer that you like. You go, you're excited, and cool. Like with a sporting event, you might, like, your team might lose. They might lose in a terrible fashion. Someone might get hurt that really messes up your day. Like, there's ways that this could really go the wrong way on you.
I might mess her name up again. Sorry, I know it's Andress is her last name.
Ingrid Andress?
Yeah, if I went to see her in concert drunk. Not me drunk, her drunk. That would be a major disappointment.
Well, you're not going to have that opportunity. I think she had like 2 tour dates that I had seen on her social media, and they're not selling tickets to those, which makes sense. Obviously, she said that she is she's going to be entering rehab for her for which seems like it's going to is a alcohol problem. So wish her the best in that regard.
Yeah, whenever I start thinking of bad performances, I am going to hang that up in the rafters.
It's up there.
National anthem performance, because I'm amazed that I got to be there for that. You know, it just overshadowed the home run derby. The first thing I get home, and my dad's awake, and he's like, "So, that national anthem, huh?" He doesn't ask me about how fun was that? Like, what was the derby like? It was that national anthem. So that's definitely going up in the rafters for me, and for all the wrong reasons. Luckily, I haven't been to any like concerts that I paid for that I wasn't happy with. I said these guys sucked or these people sucked. I will say I went to a handful of wrestling shows that I was just like, that was a horrible card.
Ugh.
Like that was worthless. Like, I remember there was an episode of SmackDown at Dickies Arena in 2022. I want to say later in the year, maybe like October-ish. And this was back when Vince McMahon was still running creative and everything. And he was very hit or miss with his creative decisions. I paid like $300 for a floor seat, close to front row, because I thought it was going to be a good show. It was terrible. There was maybe, I think someone tweeted it, there was 12 minutes of in-ring action. The rest was just promos or little fights, not even matches. I was like, I paid this much money for a bunch of talking? Like, I should have stayed home and watched this on TV. I was just really disappointed after the show. I was like, I don't know if I want to go the next time they come to town. Eventually I did, and I was happy. But that one episode sticks with me because I was like, there was nothing memorable about that. I can tell you pretty much the full card of any show I went to. That one I can't remember much other than it sucked.
I can now think of one. I don't know if this is the number one, but I finally thought of one. And I've brought this up before on the air, but in 1998, the Cowboys still had the remnants of a championship team. And I remember going to like Sears or Foley's / Macy's or whatever.
All those names just blast from the past. Well, not Macy's.
I went and bought, at the time, very expensive for me. I bought 2 tickets to take me and my girlfriend to the Dallas Cowboys versus Arizona Cardinals playoff game. And it was cold.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys, I think, lost that game 21-7. It was the Cowboys were horrible. Jake Plummer beat us. The Cowboys got nothing going offensively the whole game. And that was the last time I ever paid for a Dallas Cowboys ticket. And I said after that, not that I hated the Dallas Cowboys at that point, but I was just like, man, that was good money, and it didn't even feel like they tried very hard, which is now very typical, it feels like, of Cowboys playoff football. But that was Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Deion Sanders, Michael Irvin. It was the remnants of a championship dynasty. And they were horrible, coached by Chan Gailey, who then got fired, I think, the next year. But, it was horrible, and I just remember such great expectations for that game and being there. And it just was so disappointing and so boring because the Cowboys never did anything that playoff game.
I can give you something interesting. You would think I've been to a million Cowboys games in my life. As a fan, I've been to one. I've been to one singular Cowboys game as a fan.
Well, Jerry always talks about it, more often, more fans have probably never set foot in the arena of their favorite or the stadium of their favorite football player, or football team, rather.
Yeah, and the one game I went to, Christmas Eve 2017, the Cowboys were hosting the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, no.
And there were pretty much playoff implications in this game. It was like, winner is going to advance to the playoffs because both were struggling. I think they both came in with 8 wins on the year. So they were both mediocre teams in the NFC, and the NFC wasn't too strong. So there was opportunity. Everybody thought the Cowboys were going to win this game. They only put up 12 points. It was 21-12 was the final score. And I was so disappointed because it was a noon kick. And afterwards, I had planned, since it was Christmas Eve, to go with the family to go look at Christmas lights, and it was freezing outside. So I was just freezing cold waiting to get into the stadium, never really warmed up. Disappointed that my team lost, and we got eliminated from the playoffs, and I have to go look at Christmas lights and pretend to be happy, and not like my heart just got broken by the Dallas Cowboys while looking at Christmas lights. So that's how my one trip as a fan has gone for the Dallas Cowboys.
Oof. Okay. A lot of people texting in their experiences, a lot of sports. From the 214, obviously, TCU Georgia National Championship game. Experience was great, but the game was horrible for a TCU fan. That makes sense. Let's see. There is some music ones in here as well, but 817 Duke NC State game this past March. Tovash said he's still upset about that. That's tough. 806 mentions the 08 divisional round game between the Giants and the Cowboys. I imagine the Cowboys pops up a few times. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so this is another sport, but a different one. 903, they said they went to a PBR event, professional bull riding, and a lot of the riders didn't make it to the 8-second mark. And I guess that didn't do it for them. They were anticipating seeing more people defeat the Bulls, but I guess the Bulls won more often there. 214 said Fiona Apple. They threw him out there. 817 said the worst concert that they'd seen was Frank Ocean at Coachella.
Yeah, that made national headlines, how bad that was. That was incredible to see. I even thought about going. So, but lots of people attacking me for being a wrestling fan. That's just lame. I mean, it's the same as watching a soap opera. Like, you know, it's scripted. I'm not even getting into all that. But I did see some people say that they were unhappy with some WrestleManias that they went to. Like when The Undertaker's legendary streak got broken. That was the dumbest booking decision of all time, to have Brock Lesnar beat The Undertaker, because he didn't need it. He's Brock Lesnar. He's a former UFC heavyweight champion. He didn't need it. And Undertaker got hurt legitimately in that match and had to go to the hospital, so not a great ending.
I saw something on that. Didn't he hate wrestling like Brock Lesnar because he was so technically horribly bad at it?
Yeah, he did mention that he got beat up in pretty much every match that he had against him. And there's a lot of people that they say, you just got to know you're going to work rough with Lesnar because he will literally throw you around.
And he doesn't know how, he just doesn't know how to do the technical parts of moves to make it safe for everybody involved.
And it was really when he returned to the company, he left for a while to go back into MMA. And he kind of had to relearn how to be a little less physical with these guys because you got to protect your coworker. That's always the prevailing sentiment in pro wrestling is you got to protect your dance partner because you got to do it again. You know, later on in the week, later on in the month, you got to protect each other. And he just wasn't really as good. Nowadays, you know, his last maybe 2 runs, he's been really good. People have spoken highly about this guy knows how to work. He's safe. You know, he'll sell for you if he likes you. So on and so forth. But that second run he had with the company, not as great. So,
Yeah, no, I was about to jump into another one, but I didn't realize you were done talking. That you weren't done talking. That's my bad. But folks did mention, because I'm trying to find like the subsets of different genres of answers to this question. And one of those is, folks not showing up. Right. And I think that this is where we ended up with the minimum game rule in the NBA, because someone said they bought their first Mavs game, Mavs-Lakers. Bron was a last-minute scratch. Like, I didn't think about it from that way, where, like, also, if people just don't end up playing or if someone gets hurt before you actually get a chance to see the game, then it kind of invalidates it. Another one of those, 214, they said Cedric Entertainer show. He was an hour late, did a 30-minute set, and wasn't funny. And he charged as much as Kevin Hart. So, like, also, comedy gets into an interesting place because sometimes they're working things out, and maybe you didn't get the funny show.
Sure. I did see Twolo Vader on the Twitch say any concert at AT&T Stadium because of the acoustics.
Ooh.
And I've heard so many people complain about the acoustics. I've been to one concert there. I've been to plenty of events there, but one concert. The one concert I went to was The Weeknd, and it sounded fine. I was in the club level, so the 100 level, and it sounded fine to me, but I've heard more times than not the acoustics suck there, so I'll take your word for it.
Maybe they've gotten better at it. I went to George Strait, the first one ever, and then I went to U2 not much longer, like after that, and they were both nothing against, I love U2, I love George Strait, but it was horrible being there. I was in the upper deck for both of them, and it was a miserable, like it was boring, and it didn't sound good at all.
Well, you know what sounds fun is Xavier Legette, the rookie wide receiver taken by the Carolina Panthers. And I'm going to refresh your memory on what he sounds like. This was him at his introductory presser where he was literally asked about his accent. That is very hard to understand. This is going to be important.
Your accent has garnered a lot of attention. Have you seen what they've been saying about your accent and how much people really love it?
Oh, yeah, man. They've been dragging it all over social media. Man. I just tell folk, man, they really just ain't never heard nobody talk for money.
I like to say he speaks in cursive because everything kind of runs together. So there's an assistant coach for the Carolina Panthers named Darren Bates.
Yes.
And he was on a podcast, the Raw Room podcast, and he was talking about how even he struggles to understand the questions being asked of him.
Because I know y'all going to ask. How you and Xavier get? I got one thing for you. Yes. Sometimes even I can't understand this.
Yeah.
We in the meeting, bro. I do the rookie meetings after practice all the time. So I'm in the meeting. We watching film. We talking about something. He asked me a question, bro. Like usually I can understand it most time. This one, he got me this time.
Yeah.
He asked me, "Hey, coach, something, bro." I just did this. What?
What?
Hey, all the damn, my bad, bro. Hey, slow it down. This time you got to slow it down.
Even his coaches struggle to answer his questions at times because he's got a motor mouth a bit and the accent doesn't help.
Yeah, and it's not like we're talking about somebody that somebody's like, oh, I speak in standard American English and it sounds like I'm a broadcaster. Coach got a little bit of an accent himself.
Yeah.
And so he's like, yeah, you're beyond me. Yeah, I'm going to need you to help me out here because I didn't understand what you said. Yeah, he does. He has a little bit of a motor mouth, and then also I think like the Southern drawl kind of makes it even like looser at times. So it's just like,
sure.
Yeah, the enunciation is lost on me at times. Although I haven't had too much of an issue understanding Xavier Legette in the clips, but you get to places where you're like, no, I see why this is a problem though. I get it.
And it seems like when he's like away from the microphone, when he's comfortable, that's when you hear the stories about this dude. Sometimes you just can't get it because, like, I saw the video, maybe you saw, where he was training with Deebo Samuel at a gym and they were doing sprints against each other to see who had the higher sprint speed. And he was like talking mess to Deebo. I couldn't understand a word he said. And Deebo's over here laughing and chirping back. And I was like, what did he say to you?
Smiling eye.
Yeah, but just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. But that's AM on the FM.
Appreciate you, Medford. Always fun when we get a chance to do that here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do a little segment I like to call Does It Matter or Nah? There's some, various stories out there. I'll ask Mike if it matters or if it's just unimportant. We'll do that next on The Fan.
You've made us number one in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Market Hall, July 18th through the 21st, and discover family-friendly experiences that beat any app. Visit DallasBoatShow.com to start making memories.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford here with you on this Wednesday in the Metroplex. Fantastic All-Star game yesterday capped off a wonderful All-Star weekend. Of course, your three All-Stars, Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, Kirby Yates, all ply their trade. Yates probably, I don't know, would you say Kirby was the best of the three on the night?
Yes. Semien had an error.
I think that ultimately got changed to a hit.
Okay, good, because I was going to say that ball was hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
In today's world of if you hit it hard, no matter if you hit it at him, it's a hit. I was surprised that they called that an error. So I was going to say, 1 for 2 for Semien, 0 for 1 for Seager, even though he supplied a lot of drama off of the bat. Kirby Yates was like all the relievers. All the real relievers that relieved in the game.
Yes.
Obviously, some of the starters had issues and gave up runs in the game when they came in relief. But, Kirby Yates was the best. Now, I have something for the Frankel and Frankel
injury attorney text line. Yes, sir.
Okay. I have to drive to Melissa after this show is over. I'm looking at the weather map right now. If you live in or around Melissa before I make this 1 hour drive from my house.
Can you help us out?
Yeah, this is a big metroplex. Is it raining in Melissa? Does it look really bad in Melissa? Because I'm seeing a lot of storms like in that Plano, Allen, Frisco area, and I know it's even further up north than that, but how is it looking way up north around Melissa right now?
Yeah, I know there's supposed to be scattered showers all the way around the Metroplex. Shout out to Dan Brunoff and the KRLD 1080
and his
team.
biceps, yeah.
That's right. But let's do a little segment I like to call Matter or Nah, Mike, okay? I'm going to throw out some various stories that are going around right now, and I'll ask you if it matters or nah. And we begin going back to All-Star Weekend and all these things. Rob Manfred, as all these kind of commissioners do, they talk during these time periods for their sport. And one of the things he talked about is the possibility of robot umpires maybe making their way to spring training next season, that there's a possibility that they might test robot umps for spring training next season.
Just behind the plate? I'm confused. For out and safe? I'm just assuming this is the umpire, the robot strike zone?
Yes, it's the automated ball strike system.
Okay.
ABS is what they call it. They've used it at the minor league level for the past 5 years and began using it in AAA last season, I should say. And so the idea is that there's a possibility this might be used in spring training next season, which obviously would lead to the idea of soon it making its way to the majors. Do you find this to be a story that matters or not?
Matters. I do think that will change the game tremendously. I'm not saying for better or for worse.
Yeah.
I see the positives and I see the negatives. Just like if they had an automated, like, you don't call offsides anymore in football coming up. They're like, somehow there's some sort of laser beam line that is in the two neutral zones or whatever. And if those lines are ever touched or whatever, the refs don't even have to see if it's offsides or if they got the right, jump off of the snap or whatever. Right. The laser went off. I don't care what the replay says or whatever. The laser said it was a offsides. In this case, the laser said it was a strike. It didn't touch the laser. It's a ball. There's nothing we can do about it. I do kind of, I don't know. I don't watch minor league baseball.
Sure.
But I guess they have the thing where you can tap the top of your helmet
and ask for a replay.
If you feel like the umpire made a bad call. I don't know how many you get in a game. I don't know all the rules of it.
Yeah, of it like being utilized as a challenge as opposed to just kind of like them knowing straight up.
It is amazing. Eric Nadell will do this here on 105.3 The Fan at times, and he will go back off of the game before, and early on in the game he'll say, yesterday, whoever it is, whoever the umpire was, they got 98% of the pitches correct on balls and strikes, according to
umpire scorecard.
Yeah, and
I know that. I don't know if it's like a full website. I do know that there's a Twitter account that kind of gives a scorecard of all of the umpires' pitch accuracy and those types of things.
And I find that amazing that these guys are good enough that the bad ones still get 90% of the calls right. Like if you're under 90%, you had a pathetic game.
Yeah.
If you're like at 95%, it's like, we can live with that. But there's so many times where Eric Nadell says, yeah, this guy got close to 100%. Or yesterday, I remember him saying this, only 2 pitches were missed. That he got every call right off of what we would use as the computer.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much it would change the game. Like, I get it. But when you go to the umpire scorecards, you're only looking at like 3 to 5% of the pitches being changed, overturned.
And I mean that those pitches could be really helpful, but I mean, as you mentioned, it's a very small amount. Now, I do wonder, because we've talked about this before, do you think this changes catching? If we get to a point where we move from that 98% most of the time to 100% and maybe framing doesn't become as important, does this change the way that we look at catchers and what kind of profile a player can play behind the plate and those types of things?
Yes, you'll still have to have a cannon for an arm or a good arm because we've seen how they've tried to encourage base stealing. So there's that. Also the one knee is to frame the ball at the bottom of the zone. Well, if there's no such thing as challenges, it's just 100% robo umpire. Well, then I don't need to frame at all. Like, there's no such thing as framing. So now I just need to put myself in the most athletic stance to block everything possible. Now, I've talked to Bobby Wilson about this. He has, and Major League Baseball, not just the catching coach for the Texas Rangers, Bobby Wilson. They have a lot of numbers and a lot of things to back up that guys are actually blocking better on one knee than rather in the squat position. If you want to call it a traditional position.
Sure.
I don't know how much I want to accept that. To be honest, I don't know how much I want to accept that. But there's a lot of things that Bobby Wilson has to back that up, and I can't question that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if they were to go to 100% robo umpire, would we also eliminate the one knee catching unless it's with nobody on base, so you're just resting your legs a little bit?
Yeah.
Because now I'm not trying to frame the bottom of the zone. All I just need to do is catch the ball if there's a runner on base so they don't move on wild pitches or pass balls.
And to be fair, as the 254 asks, they started when they were implementing it at the minor league level, using it to call half of the games entirely with the ABS system, and then they moved it to challenge, and I mean, basically it's just, they're using it as a challenge system, so I imagine if they move it up, it would remain a challenge system. But, the idea is there, and it's a possibility if they feel comfortable with it. But at this point, it would be more of just a challenge system.
If it is a challenge system, then it won't change catching very much because they're going to still have to do a great job of framing, because if you have a limited amount of challenges, and nothing against Leody Taveras. If Leody Taveras is up in the third inning with nobody on and 2 outs and he challenges a 3-1 pitch, like I'm like, no,
we're not
wasting a challenge on let's say a 280 on base percentage guy. Like we are wasting challenges, or at least challenging to see if I can keep Corey Seager at the dish. I'm seeing with runners on second and third and 1 out on a rough call, if I can keep Adolis Garcia at the dish with a sac fly getting it done. So I think that it would definitely go into having meetings, because I think the players are able to challenge it. It doesn't come from the bench, unlike, I hate to tell you this, and I'm just using him for an example, or I'll use, I don't know, me. I was a horrible hitter in the major leagues as a pitcher. You're never challenging anything. We don't care.
Right.
You're getting out 85% of the time. You're only getting on base 15%. We're never using a challenge. They can call a ball over your head a strike. You're walking back to the dugout as strike 3.
Right.
So I think you'd have to have new meetings on, like, you're not allowed to challenge.
Sure.
Unless I tell you from the bench, hey, challenge it, because now we're in a premium situation and it doesn't matter that you're one of our least hitters.
For sure. All right. As we continue, does it matter or not? Actually, before we move on, you did ask the fine folks out in the general Melissa area.
Help me out.
From the 469, not bad. And Melissa just got here to work. Have a good day and drive safe, I believe is what they said. 972, just light rain just finished here in McKinney, Mike.
Okay.
Seems like there was just kind of a 956 said in 30 minutes to an hour, you'll have a clear ride to Melissa. The rain is moving just south of Melissa along 75 corridor. Should be clear. And so seems like it's been kind of light rain, but it's moving through. It seems like you will be good. Were you hoping for a rain out? Is that what you're looking at?
No, I don't. I want to watch, because I can't watch tomorrow. He plays at 9 a.m. and working, and then Friday he plays. I can't remember, but like none of it works out because I'm also doing Rangers for the weekend. So this is my last time pretty much today to watch him play baseball the rest of this summer season. So I would like to watch him play, but it stinks to drive an hour somewhere and then for a game to get rained out.
Okay. All right. How about this? Matter or nah? Yesterday, during the course of the All-Star game, in fact, I'm pretty sure it happened right after, for me, I noticed it right after Cody Johnson sang his national anthem, really smooth, velvety, in fact. And then I looked at my phone and I saw that we were getting reports that Dallas Mavericks guard Kyrie Irving underwent surgery to repair a broken left hand. I was like, wait, surgery? When did this happen? Apparently, Kyrie injured his left hand while training earlier this month. I did not see any specifics on what the training was and how it happened. However, they didn't provide a timetable, but this is typically a surgery or a something that you think maybe like 8 to 12 weeks. And so, Mike, does this matter or not?
If you make it black and white here, yes or no, matter or nah, I'll say matters.
Okay.
He's your second best player. You just made it to the NBA Finals, and he had a lot of big moments to get you there. At the same time, I want to lean towards nah because it's mid-July. And so if we get to mid-September and everything is pretty healed, he can still keep his cardio up. It is his left hand, so you can somewhat practice shooting. Obviously, he's great with his left hand in layups and finishes, and we saw the 15-foot kind of running hook thing over Jokic to win a game with his left. So, yes, it matters, but as long as we get to September 15th, October 1st, and everything is healed up and he's ready to go for the season, it didn't matter because it's the off season. People have surgeries. This was unexpected, so I am concerned. I don't know. We got the Josh Young surgery, and they're like, this was a lot worse than we thought.
Right.
And it has been a lot worse, right? We are now past the All-Star break, and we are not hearing any indication that Josh Young is going to be ready to play Friday. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not reading the right people, but that will be concerning. If you ask me that question again on October 1st, and we're hearing that he's not ready for training camp or he can't do any preseason stuff because his hand isn't healed yet, then definitely it'll matter.
And the hand is a very delicate part of the body, a lot of little, bones and those types of things. But as I mentioned, like the standard, timetable that you get is 8 to 12 weeks. That would put put him back and ready to contribute before training camp. And I know that Tim McMahon of ESPN said that he talked to somebody within the building that said that they don't have any concerns that they believe he'll be ready for training camp. So that would be good. But I mean, I do wonder, like, hey, not being able to, work out as much as he would, and you said, like, cardio will be good, right hand is still available, but not being able to do exactly what he wants to in the offseason, I imagine would be frustrating. But he's also a veteran, right?
Yeah.
He knows his game in and out, I think, for the most part. And so even if it's like a little bit more of a down offseason for him, I don't think that that's going to be something that hampers his ability to come out and perform at the level that you want to when season comes around. So I think I'm actually in a place as well where it's like this doesn't matter as well. But it was weird to just have it pop up out of nowhere, though.
Yeah, and I will say this. I think the Mavericks throughout their history have exaggerated their depth beyond means. And look, there's people that also are somewhat with the Mavericks that will kind of media-wise go, this is a deep team. And I'm like, my ass, it's a deep team. But this one I really do. If somebody said, hey, in the regular season for 2 weeks or a month, Kyrie's not going to be there. I do think right now, not that you're going to be as good, but you have enough depth with Dante Exum and Jaden Hardy and maybe Klay Thompson helping out a little bit of the scoring load by shooting the ball a little bit more. Derek Lively hopefully getting better. PJ Washington. I'm like, no, this actually is a deep team. Like, they don't have to lie to me and tell me how deep they are with Dwight Powell being a starting center. Like, Dwight Powell being your third center tells me that you have some depth at center.
Yeah. A few notes to get to. Joe Pavelski will indeed be retiring. He told SiriusXM's Scott Laughlin yesterday. And so we knew that he was going to step away at the very least, and it was kind of understood that he'd probably be retiring. That is now officially official. And on top of that, the Dallas Stars announced a couple of additions to the Dallas Stars Hall of Fame earlier this week. Brendan Morrow and Jim Lights. Morrow, obviously, 13 seasons with the Stars, 7 as the captain, and he was picked in the 97 NHL draft. Lights, of course, obviously involved with the Stars front office since 2011, as well as stints further back as well, and he was brought back on as the president of the CEO of the Stars in 11. So both of those guys going into the Stars Hall of Fame, a salute to them as well. It's KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk to the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Semien sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. Reginald Datatula, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford, all hanging out with you today. It's been a fun one thus far. Enjoying AL All-Star victory, 5-3. Kirby Yates showed out well. Good to see Corey Seager put a charge into the ball. You hope it would win a little bit further. And, of course, Marcus Semien also getting a hit in that one. So Rangers showed out the way that you wanted to. Right now, let's cross-talk with our fellas from the G-Bag Nation, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Fellas, how you doing today?
Terrific. How are you?
Doing quite well. I mean, maybe not as well as you guys. Tomorrow, 5 p.m., you guys get to talk to Frank Caliendo. Like, how excited are you guys for that?
Dude, yeah, very. Yeah,
excited.
We were just actually talking about it in the break room, like the strategy going in and
Yeah.
everything he can do. And, of course, he's got the 4 shows at the Addison Improv coming up this weekend. So we're going to dive into that. We'll have Frank Caliendo tomorrow at 5 o'clock right here in studio. And, of course, you know, Jerry Jones and Gruden, I think, are probably his go-tos in the NFL. So, of course, we'll hear from both those guys and who knows what else.
Yeah, I'm super excited to hear it, honestly, because that seems like you guys like having fun with your guests, and that seems like a guest who's going to be right up for having the fun with you as well.
Frank Caliendo's the best. I'm very, very envious of this because I have 2 days of paternity leave that I'm having to use tomorrow and Friday, so I'm going to miss out on this, but I will be tuned in at 5
That's why they scheduled it on
Big
Thursday.
time FOMO.
Huh?
Yeah.
It's like, well, checks out. All right, Frank, come on in,
Perfect
baby.
time for Frank. Yeah, I wonder how he handles because like John Madden is something that he was great at, and Bill Walton. Like from the grave, has he changed his, is he still hitting those the same way? And I also am curious with his stand-up, like how much of his stand-up is him doing impersonations?
Sure.
And how much is it like him just firing off, just writing jokes?
Look at you being a capital J journalist, getting like, hey, this is what you can expect when you get to the Addison Improv and see Caliendo.
Reg, damn good and well he's going to ask how much he deadlifts.
Hey, Frank, what's the workout routine?
What comedian would
if
you
he comes
say?
in looking
What's your favorite protein, dude?
Yeah, what comedian do you say would look the best with his shirt off?
Hey, Frank,
do you have
sitting
anybody in
down?
mind, Frank, that you want to tell me about?
It's probably the guy that used to be the UFC fighter.
Oh, yes.
Schwab or something?
Yes. Gosh, I'm
Frank
blanking on
Schwab?
his first name. It's not Frank. It's not
Charles Schwab.
Charles Schwab.
Yeah. Brendan Schaub.
Yeah, Charles.
That's
You
what it
nailed
is.
Schaub?
Brendan Schaub.
Schaub.
Yeah.
UFC fighter turned stand-up guy.
Yes, and he's hilarious now. I do think it'd be funny to have a Mel Kiper Jr. versus Brian Broaddus draft off here because he does a great Kiper.
Yeah, I like that. That sounds fun. I'm super excited. That's tomorrow. What do you guys got today?
Oh, man, pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Reg. Of course, we'll react to the All-Star game right out of the gates here, talk about the Kyrie Irving news.
Yeah.
Here coming up in about 10 minutes and the latest Team USA result.
Yeah, Team USA, when we were watching early, we were like, oh, man, Serbia's holding on to them. And then we looked up and they were beating the brace off of Serbia. So looks like about ready for the Olympics, I imagine. Although with USA basketball, we did realize during their media sessions, we learned that there is one flaw in USA basketball. And that's that Steph Curry can't spin a basketball on his finger.
Yeah, dude.
Isn't that bizarre?
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, one of the most skilled guards in maybe NBA history and U.S. basketball history can't do that. And so that got me asking, what's something that you absolutely should be able to do that you just can't? Like, you just can't do. You should be able to do.
Quality radio.
I think that there's folks that disagree with that.
Are there?
Talk, speak English.
Sure, yeah. Those are also things that come up. Like for me, we talked about kind of the major ones for a lot of folks is like whistle. I think some people I can snap with my offhand. I can't snap with my dominant hand, which is weird. If you do it, you feel like you should be able to do it with either, right?
Yeah, I could double snap. But I can't do the whistle. What I can't do is like the finger in the mouth
Can't do
whistle.
that either.
I think it's one of the coolest things.
I can't ski, and it infuriates me, but I quit. I'm done. I've tried.
Really?
Water and snow?
I've never even tried to water ski.
The water skiing looks difficult.
But I've
That looks like
tried.
a
I
challenge.
tried snow skiing. Was on the bunny slope and all that crap.
Is it
for
the fear of
hours
blowing out your knee, Mike?
It's yes. I'm too scared. Just like
Yeah.
I said. I said
The
that
older
this
you
is-
get, the more fear you have.
It's horrible. If I said at least skiing, it's not life threatening that I can't do it. I always worry
It
about
is if
people
you
that
don't
say
have a helmet on.
I can't swim. Like I just can't. That's always tough to me to be like when people say, "Oh, I don't," and I get, but you get to a certain age, and I don't know what age it is, whether it's 14, whether it's 22, I don't know. Where the water scares you so much, you can't get over the fear of then learning how to swim. Because I'm so scared of skiing, I can't get over the fear to do it.
I'm like that with heights where, I feel like some people are like that in a pool where the fear of it is just so all-encompassing that I feel like I will lose control of my body and just fall off the edge. When I should be able to walk that line, I'll walk on curbs. There's no problem getting through areas. But you put me up elevated where I can see it would be a long fall. My body, won't function properly.
That's wild.
Yeah. I grew up skiing, so I am good at that. But every time I got on that damn chairlift, I would feel that insane fear, for the 8 to 10 minutes.
That's crazy because Broadus had a completely different experience on the
I
ski
wish
lift.
I wish I had Brian on the ski lift.
Yeah, if you skied with me, it was Mardi Gras Brian on the ski lift.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He had sandwiches. He was his own convenience
and if
store,
you ever
dude.
seen
Was he tossing them to the other skiers?
Yeah.
They were going down like, here.
You need a beer, you need a light, you need a sandwich.
Blue Dolphin.
If you've
Maybe a
ever,
little Blue Dolphin.
if you ever have seen the movie Fast Time at Ridgemont High, when Spicoli falls out of the van, that was us on what we called the Vistabon, but we called it the Rostabon. And that's when you rode with me. You could get a turkey sandwich, you could probably get high, and you could probably have a cold beer while you were
the trifecta.
But I skied with a backpack.
Awesome.
I skied with a backpack with all those things. I was a Saint Bernard dog before Saint Bernard dogs. They carry the flat, the cask under.
Are you just carrying your stuff or with the party?
Oh, I was a team player. I had a team player.
Okay, very good.
I had this little kid from Minneapolis stare me down one time, and I gave him a look. He goes, "Mom, he looks like he's wasted." And we were riding.
Shut up, kid.
We're riding the lift, and because we were an odd
Don't be mad at
number,
the kid.
and I took my glasses, I pulled them down into my nose. I'm like, I just gave that kid the death stare, and he just didn't say another word the rest of the time.
You might have traumatized the kid, it sounds like.
No,
I did.
pipe down, kid.
Pipe down,
Mind
kid.
your damn business.
You want a Coors?
Yeah, you need to chill, bro.
Goodness gracious.
The Steph Curry, not the spinning on the finger thing, though. I think I feel like to me that is a skill that you were born with. I don't think there's any learning that. I'm 0% better than I can't do it. I've never been able to do it, and I'm not any better today at doing it than I was the very first time I tried.
Have you tried? When was the last time you tried it though? I feel like
weeks ago.
Okay, yeah. Weekly, you just go ahead
weeks
and
ago.
Has it changed yet? Yeah.
As soon as I saw him post the video, I was trying.
That is an upset. That's a huge upset.
It drives me absolutely crazy. Abby can do it now at 12, and I still can't.
Oh, no.
She's like, "Hey, Dad, watch this. I've been working on the last 5 minutes." I'm like,
Reggie,
that's
See,
great.
so she's just born with that skill, dude. Kudos to her.
Reggie and Dawson, you guys are soccer guys. Would that be the equivalent of a player not being able to juggle?
Yes.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, for sure. And we had someone on the text line here. They said they played soccer in high school.
Can't juggle.
Got a partial scholarship. Couldn't juggle. Not very good at it.
Very rare that you find a good player that can't.
Right, like that.
Luka can juggle better than maybe some soccer dudes. You ever seen
I'm
him?
sure. Yeah.
Mike loves it when he does that in pregame.
That's right, exactly.
Does
He's
everything
focused on going and scoring
but
33.
shooting free throws. Mike loves that.
It is weird. He's the only person I've ever seen in the history of the NBA to be that great and take the 15 minutes before the game and not practice the game at all.
Yeah, I mean, for him, it's nice though. He comes out last, I think, practicing. So
Yeah.
he's actually gotten in his work maybe 45 minutes earlier, and now it's time to have
I'll tell
fun.
you who can juggle way better with a basketball though is Steve Nash. I've seen Steve Nash with a basketball with his footwork.
He's
with
a really
it,
good soccer player.
Yeah, he could do some things. Now he wouldn't do it 5 minutes before a game started for 10 minutes, but that's Luka.
Well, I mean, Luka likes having fun right before he goes to work. I like having fun listening to you fellas. I'm super excited to hear what the show sounds like today. You got to 7, right?
Yes, sir. Full show.
Excited.
2 to 7
today.
Sean McFarland.
I just wanted to make sure because I know sometimes it doesn't.
No.
Sean
5:30?
McFarland saw him at the Globe Life Field, so I'm sure that he'll give you some great insight into
All-Star
what happened
break.
at the All-Star game
Rangers
as
had
well.
an East Coaster tonight.
I thought we were in Cincinnati playing the Reds.
There you go. 2 to 7. This is no other place to be than here with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Reginald Atatuluk, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford. Join the show tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. On 105 through the Fan.
Maybe 6 inches is enough.
The North Texas. Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. An epic Wednesday show awaits. We have some Mavs discussion, some MLB All-Star stuff to get to as well. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Wolchuk Chiafalo. Of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. It was cool to see Banny in the dugout last night there with Lavulo and the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll be talking All-Star here shortly, but the Mavs announcing Kyrie Irving undergoing surgery for a broken hand. What do you think of where this goes? Is it clear if he's going to be back or not? Wolchuk, what do you have for us on this Kyrie Irving story?
Yeah, so we had Mike Curtis, who's really doing a fantastic job covering the Mavs for the morning news. He was the first that I saw put out that he underwent surgery to repair a broken hand. He sustained that earlier this month while training. So I don't know. I mean, when it comes to him being back for camp, I feel like that's something that should be okay. He's got, till October to go ahead and let that thing heal, but I did not see any estimated time frame really. But I guess when it comes to broken hands, like what is that? You're looking at a month to 2 months for that thing to go ahead and hopefully recover?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're talking about at least 8 weeks. So that would put him pretty much right at about training camp time. September 27th, I believe, is when things really get going across the league. So
it's on his non-shooting hand.
Non-shooting hand, absolutely, which is nice, but it certainly sucks.
It does,
and I'm sure it will ultimately slow play what he does throughout training camp. But I was bummed when I got the news on the notification on the phone yesterday. I was like, "Geez, what are you doing? How are you breaking your hand right now?" I'm trying to figure out what he was doing.
I mean, crazy stuff can happen, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he was working on his left-handed windmill dunk, hit the rim a little too hard.
I'll tell you what. I mean, didn't he just set a career high for most dunks in a season?
He did.
He might understand about like his time here with the Mavericks and the role. Like he's going to get opportunities to slam at home, and he wants to make sure that he's flushing it like a big dog.
Modern medicine, maybe the hand's stronger.
I just hope there's no complications to it, and he's back maybe shortly before training camp. I don't think you have much to worry about Kyrie Irving, like as far as this being a distraction. He's one of the hardest workers on his craft that I've ever seen in any professional sport. But I think that's a reminder that, hey, Kyrie Irving's career has not been without injury. And last year was a blessing. Keeping him and Luka healthy is your absolute ticket. But what did you think of the way the finals went for Kyrie? If we zoomed out from this injury and just looked at the balance of, how things have gone for him the last couple of months, didn't appear to be what he was up to that point. Why was that? And what does that mean? Is he getting to a point where you have to wonder, is age going to prevent him from being a difference maker against, elite teams like they eventually came up with the Celtics, or an elite scheme like the Thunder had for him?
I think certain defenders, like I think we saw Oklahoma City with their size and physicality. He certainly was a shell of himself in that series. Now, he was banged up in that series as well. But Boston, I wonder, and I didn't really think, I didn't want to buy into the mentality thing there with maybe psychologically the effect of the Boston crowd, that did have an impact on him. But maybe it did, because he played much better at home in games 3 and 4 than he did in the 3 games in Boston. So I do think there's something there at age 32 where there will be certain defensive matchups that are going to cause him problems now at this age, especially being a smaller guard, to where he was probably able with his athleticism to, limit that a little bit when he was younger. So, I mean, yeah, I think that he's still going to be a difference maker, but when you're going up against a team in Boston 1 through 5, all of them could defend. He certainly was challenged in a way that no other team was going to provide that challenge to him.
Yeah, and it's still with all the stuff underlying with Boston as well, like how much of that was affecting him there, because even in the Oklahoma City series, it felt like his scoring was down, but his assists were up in a big way, and it felt like there were a lot of things that were benefiting from the Oklahoma City Thunder choosing to take him away. And it wasn't like he completely vanished, because, again, the assists were up quite a bit. So it's really only that Celtics series that's a bummer in my mind of he just really wasn't himself, and he didn't impact the series the way you would have wanted him to. And I think a lot of that just has to do with whatever it is he has to deal with psychologically about Boston. And the fact that they're awesome, for sure, as you mentioned.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Maybe it was just specifically scheme against OKC. I mean, they were pretty much insta-doubling him in all scenarios and, betting that Dort and, Luka's injuries would slow him down enough, and a perfectly good strategy. How about this? If Klay Thompson can't defend well, is that really a good idea to have him, Luka, and Kyrie in the starting lineup? I think that might be the most interesting thing to pay attention to in the first month of the season.
Ooh, I mean, I think if that ends up being the case, you're going to have to start Najee Marshall. And Klay's going to have to understand that for the betterment of the team, which he seems open to because he wants to get that championship, maybe I do need to come off the bench like he did in the second half against Golden State. That might be a big reason why he signed with the Mavs outside of course, he wants to win a championship because he wants to start. And that's probably why Derrick Jones Jr. left. But I think that we've seen there are times where with Luka and Kyrie, who aren't all-world defenders, they will put effort in at times, especially Kyrie, but that's going to be a problem. If you've got three guys on the floor that are really limited with their defensive ability, you're going to have to at times put out Najee Marshall to start like they ended up doing with Derrick Jones Jr. as the season went along.
I kind of feel like they made the determination that even playing defense wasn't good enough. The scoring was more important than the defense. I think they're going to live with this.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to say, listen, we the second half of the season, we played some pretty good defense. Through the playoffs, played some pretty good defense, but we couldn't score enough. We couldn't put enough pressure on our opponents in some of these games. I think they've made a fundamental switch to fine. If we have three bad defenders out there, at least we got three badass shooters. That's how I think they're looking at this.
Yeah, I think the offense is everything that you're looking for here. I
think it's more important to them than actually playing the defense.
Yeah. Well, it clearly is. That was their biggest thing. They were willing to sacrifice that within, I guess, the starting lineup. They're making the choice. We are willing to get at least a little bit worse defensively. Now we'll see how much worse. I would still probably be surprised if Klay Thompson's defense is so bad that it outweighs what he's able to provide offensively. But I think there are scenarios where you could see that happening. But I don't think that is. I don't think that's going to be a huge problem. At least not in year one. As it goes on, as he ages, for sure. Right. I think this year they will be able to hold on enough, and hopefully his efficiencies from the 3-point line are so much that it just outweighs whatever's bad going on defensively.
I mean, Najee Marshall made a big bump in his 3-point percentage last year. If he's capable of stopping the other team's best player or matching up with the other team's best player and giving him hell, and Grimes isn't too far away from there in that department either. You have multiple options.
Two good defenders. Yeah. I don't think they really said,
but when do you need the best defenders? Is that in the reserve minutes, or is it when the game is starting and their two best perimeter players are on the court? That's what I'm looking at. If Marshall or Grimes can shoot the ball well next year, I think that's going to become a significant factor as you're looking at those 30-point first quarters for the other team. They're going to make it look awful easy, and I think it really made a huge difference last year when you had an elite guy like Derrick Jones Jr. who could help slow the other team down.
I think the thing, too, that they're probably thinking a big bump defensively with Lively.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think I think they're probably thinking, okay, with the guys we've added and then a year more seasoning with Lively, that maybe that we can get away with having three poor defenders.
And in the regular season, that might be enough with P.J. Washington taking on, the All-Star and Lively protecting him. Yeah. It'll be really interesting to see how the regular season goes because now we have 2 out of the last 3 postseasons where they didn't have a great regular season, but the matchups that were able to be dictated by Luka, allowed them to put other teams in checkmate over the course of 7 games. So as you get into next year, I wonder if they're 5th, 6th, 7th around the All-Star break, if we're going to take it all in and say, hey, we're going to be just fine. Just be patient until the playoffs start, and we're going to give them hell here with, matchup nightmares.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that's sort of the benefit of the doubt that they have afforded for themselves. So I think there will be some of that. And then it goes the opposite with other teams. When you're perpetually not showing up when it matters, then it's hard to get up when when you're high in the regular season or whatever. But for the Mavericks, I think they've earned that. And if Najee Marshall is able to come anywhere close to being the same effectiveness with his 3-point shooting and whatnot, offensively for the Mavericks as Klay Thompson, then yes, there's no question that'll end up being a better guy to throw out there because defensively, he's certainly going to be much better.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know how much this coaching staff obsesses over defense. It's definitely a story to watch. And it's not like Klay Thompson's the worst defender in the world.
No, and it might just be semantics. I mean, Jason Kidd will mix and match those lineups throughout the entire regular season. We know that. And that sometimes will drive you mad.
All right, Team USA is now 3-0. They're talking about it being one of the deepest Team USA squads ever. Steph Curry was on fire, had 18 points in the first 11 minutes of the game, and the USA ends up blowing out Serbia by, I think, 28 points, 105-77. So congrats to Team USA for improving to 3-0 now as they continue to get ready for the Olympics. Luka juggling. Bassick had that, in crosstalk. The thing there is you go back to the end of round 1 against the Clippers, and they were saying the Clippers were super tight. They were nervous. The Mavs are out there happy-go-lucky, having a great time. And I think that's your best player setting the tone. Is he goofing off? Yes, but that keeps him loose. That's what somebody does when they're super duper confident and are getting ready to go out there and do their thing. I'm willing to deal with the Luka goofiness or, not preparing like, Kobe, LeBron, Jordan, all these guys, they put their headphones, they're getting in the zone. They're working up a lather, 40 minutes before the tip off. They're in this thing. But everybody has their own process of how they get ready to be at their absolute best. And I think that thing with Luka is a result of his extreme confidence that borders on arrogance,
Yes, yeah. And he's perpetually a guy who starts games incredibly well. It's not like he's the guy that has to work his way in the game because he's not prepared to play. He's the guy that'll pop off for a 20-point first quarter. It's like, okay, he's clearly ready to go. So that's the way he likes to do it. It's frustrating when you're like, dude, you can't make a free throw. Should you have spent some time maybe shooting some free throws? That's really the one spot where I'm like, please, God, tell me you are just living at the free throw line. And are we getting a little bit creative with how we can circumvent some of these rules here? Because you're a great trick shot guy. Let's turn the free throw for Luka into some level of a trick shot, dude. Do you need to go left-handed? Do you need to go granny? Do you need to step back and kind of fade away on it? I don't know. But let's throw caution to the wind here. Let's not be so traditional because clearly you've played basketball forever. You don't have the free throw thing down. Let's pivot. Let's try something.
Yeah, I would say if you just want to spend the offseason in the gym making free throws and try to get that like 85% plus.
That'd be amazing.
That would be huge. Hell, 82% would be fantastic.
Get out of the 70s.
I think now if this was for me and I didn't take my fitness and conditioning as seriously as, professional athletes do, but I can.
That's hair splitting, but I hear you.
I can relate to Luka's basic body construction and not having the best endurance. If you don't have endurance, you can't work up a lather and then go for 2.5 hours in a basketball game. I would show up and be like, let me stretch, and then we're going. Because about 20 minutes after I start going, my body's going to start talking to me about, hey, we're getting tired, back's hurting, knees hurting.
The enemy from within.
Exactly.
I used to stretch when I played sports like the 58 Colts. You ever watch like those old, and they like rotate their arms, and then okay, let's go play.
And you're short.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, nowadays we have 30 minutes of stretching with the dudes kind of half-ass do. But I kind of, like the 58 Colts, they never got hurt. Like they're out there smoking a cigarette, rolling their arms. Johnny Hughes throwing a couple of passes. Next thing you know, they're playing football.
Yeah.
So I don't know,
It was a bunch of 150 pounders.
I'm just saying, though, man. I'm saying we do a lot of stretching nowadays to get hurt. I don't know. I just 58 Colts. It just comes to mind that those dudes never got hurt.
What we do these days is we do a lot of fixing of the injury-prone guys. Our medical science has gotten so good, we could keep putting them back out there. They're like, I pulled a hammy again. No doubt, dude. You should have been done playing sports at 16 years old. Our medicine's so damn good, we keep putting you back in the game.
I tell you, it's crazy to watch them stretch for 30 minutes and then dudes pull muscles.
It sounds like you're kind of watchdogging what they got going on over there.
I do.
He's watchdogging it.
I think that's 30 minutes I'll never get back in my life. I used to be able to time practice to coming on the field when stretching was ending. That's how good I was at doing.
This is something I've been meaning to ask you. What the hell is this spray that they use at
cold spray?
No, in the Euros. Yeah, is that what it is?
It's water.
Like they take a dive. They're like, they're rolling around. Next thing you know, they're coming over. Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah. It's like icy hot. It's like icy hot.
Yeah, okay. They're putting on the ankle and the foot, and then they seem magically okay. Like, can we get this in all of sports? It's just like magic spray?
Magic spray.
There must be a sponsor for the magic spray or something.
It's really not doing anything, but it's just for the look of it.
Didn't help Messi very much the other day.
No, that thing blew up like an elephant.
Thing looks like a golf ball in his ankle there.
Yeah. Speaking of golf, for the fourth time and final time this year, Scotty Scheffler outright favorite in a major golf tournament, plus 500 now at the Open, which starts tomorrow. Rory McIlroy, second favorite at plus 800 despite his collapse at the U.S. Open. Okay, we have MLB All-Star takeaways and more sports coming up. Then the G-Bag of the day at 2:30 here on The Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, favorite thing, biggest takeaway from the All-Star game, 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open for you. Leave your name and city you're texting from. Will make you famous. Sean McFarland of the Morning News is coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk MLB All-Star Game with him. A segment of the Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for your free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Gentlemen, Brian, Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Lucius, jump in here before we get to the text and maybe the top 5 takeaways. What stood out to you last night?
Okay, so there were 2 things for me. One was the jerseys. It was even worse than I imagined. I mean, the American League ones were terrible.
Bochy was rocking the hell out of that thing.
Oh, my
I
gosh.
don't care what you said.
I felt so bad looking at Boch, having to wear that. Like, dude, we've got to go back. If you want to do hats, I was listening to Mike talk about this earlier, an awesome power hour with Jared during the Expressway. Go ahead and do some all-star hats if you really want to sell something. But let's go back to everybody rocking their own individual team jersey. These jerseys were disgraceful. The other thing was, and I love Boch, and I'm not one to criticize him a lot, and it ended up working out.
Here comes the but.
But, my gosh, why did you just not have Aaron Judge in the top 3 of this lineup? Like, Gunnar Henderson is a leadoff hitter for the Baltimore Orioles. Have Gunnar Henderson lead off. I know Stephen Kwan's had a hell of a year with the Guardians. He didn't look very good. Have Gunnar Henderson lead off. We had Paul Skeens versus Gunnar Henderson. Have Juan Soto bat second, and then have Aaron Judge go ahead and bat third. We would have been guaranteed the Judge-Skeens battle. Now, thank God Juan Soto paid off on his promise.
He did.
I'm going to get on. And then it ended up being just a one pitch, you're out. So all of the hype and the buildup. But while I was driving home, and I'm like, are we really going to miss out on not getting Skeens versus Judge? Like, this is the All-Star game. This is what this is all about. Maybe we did mess up here on ordering those top 3, but it ended up being fine. Those were my big takeaways. Skeens was awesome to watch. Those were fun matchups, but we got to get rid of these jerseys.
Why was Skeens Judge so important? I mean, it's an all-star game. Judge is having another great year, 30-plus homers, hitting over 300. You know, that's a rarity in this game, but why? I mean, there's
power versus power.
Stars everywhere, power.
Yeah,
it's just the best
it's the old school. It's the old school. Even though Skeens is breaking stuff, I mean, I think that's why Judge grounded out, is because he was so worried about Skeens throwing him a breaking ball. He's like, I gotta try and hit this thing while it's a fastball and not dealing with breaking balls, because that's the one thing. Skeens can make you look really, really bad. He'll just blow a couple by, and then all of a sudden here comes the off the table one, and now you're looking even worse. So I think it was just kind of an old school power versus power.
Yeah,
deal.
like in these all-star games, I think that's what it's all about. It's best on best. You want to see the best pitcher arguably right now in the game against the best home run hitter in the game. And I think that that's what we're living for with these. Otherwise, why are we having all-star games? I don't really care.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I think, though, the uniforms are just crazy, because not only was the color scheme bad, but the thing that's going on right now that it reminds me of is in youth sports, you get these guest players that come over and you don't have time to get them a real uniform. So you go get a dry fit T-shirt and put a number and stamp a logo on it. And you can just tell, like, the way it cuts across the body and the lines, that it just looks flimsy and cheap. Maybe it does a little bit better in the weather as far as a breathability. You don't want them going back to the old wool uniforms or anything, but there's like a lack of quality to the fabric and maybe the cut that just leaves so much to be desired on those. It feels amateur. They look like beer league softball uniforms.
Big shout out to Broadus for putting in the call in the Shohei Dong and the Omo Seager call from Dawson. That was as close as you can get, man.
It was. He gave that one a ride.
Yeah, that's one of the top takeaways. I think just how unbelievable the Shohei Ohtani show is, and how it just feels like he can do it on demand, but especially at this stadium where Broadus was chronicling how he just had torched the Rangers, 11 for 23 with 5 home runs last year.
It's amazing. Should have signed here.
Right.
I know. I was kind of like,
you were campaigning hard.
Campaigning hard for that.
We all would have loved to see that.
It was cool to see Duran get MVP, an absolute breakout star last year for the Boston Red Sox, and now playing incredibly well. And he got the Reds flamethrower there for the game-winning home run, 413 fifth back there in the 413-footer back there in the 5th inning for Jaron Duran, but definitely a proper coming out party for one of the game's emerging stars. What other kind of takeaways do we have here at 877-881-1053?
Man, when I heard Baskey talking about the hot dogs from heaven, I had giant FOMO that we weren't out there.
Dude, National Hot Dog Day is today.
Well,
we will celebrate that coming up at 4:20. It's kind of a random day to have it. You would assume that should just be like July 4th, maybe.
No, because that's America's birthday.
You want to separate
It's
them?
like a hot dog adjacent, but it's not like we're not celebrating the hot dog necessarily.
The hot dog does deserve its own day.
It deserves its own day, and they were parachuting dogs from the rafters of Globe Life Field last night. Like that's one of the coolest things ever.
Yeah. A+ to whoever came up with that idea.
I got hit in the crotch with a T-shirt from the rafters of the AAC. I think somebody purposely threw it at me.
Well, they got those cannons that fire those things out.
The T-shirt. Reggie and I were
some
sitting there.
Some of the best cannons I've ever seen.
Reggie and I were sitting there, and all of a sudden, I'm just kind of like, I'm I didn't even look up, and this T-shirt hit me right in the crotch, and it was kind of like somebody had messed with like they were trying to injure me. They messed with the parachute. It didn't open. It just straight went down.
You were the target.
So from the catwalk, I got
sabotaged
hit.
you.
Yeah, they tried, but I got a T-shirt. I gave it to Bennett. But yeah, it hit me. But hot dogs from the rafters, that would have been awesome.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
Did they do the mustard packets and stuff?
See, that's what I was thinking.
They just come foiled.
Didn't. I wish they would do. Maybe you go like Scotch tape and you tape a package, a little packet of mustard and ketchup to each one. I think if you really want to go the extra mile with it.
Real quick, what needs to be parachuted from the rafters? Food item, not anything, not a hot dog, something else. Give me another item.
I will go. A pretzel's a pretty good
cool.
one.
I mean, I think nachos would be too difficult. A burger, maybe.
Could you do a beer? Like a beer in a cup?
Yeah, because you could just you could
put
top
a lid
it
on there.
Yeah, put a top on the beer.
I think so.
Well, it'd be pretty heavy though.
But a big, like a 2 parachutes.
Yeah, you're gonna need
2 parachutes. Yeah,
it's a win though. It's a win. I think you need to be worried about liability. Like if that chute cuts loose and drops on
that's
somebody's
what I'm saying.
head.
Like it hit.
Beer.
Like I got hit. Like I hit with the T-shirt.
We might drop you coupons for beer at my
hurt
station.
Like a 12-year-old gets it, chugs it.
Sorry, you got to get out of your seat and stuff, guys, to go get the beer. But here's a free coupon for it.
Okay, couple of texts. Chris from Allen, the fact DFW reminded America that Carlos Correa is still a trash can. That was great. Any booing of the Astros or former Astros. Josh from Arlington, All-Star Village was amazing. Went there for free. Came back with $45 SeatGeek, $25 to Fanatics gift cards, and a bunch of cool souvenirs.
How warm was it, if you don't mind chiming in on that, if you would, sir?
He said he got a tour of the old ballpark dugout. Got to hang out there. So pretty cool, but yeah, definitely toasty.
Passed out on the way down the stairs.
Yeah, that's the kind of deal as a parent. You're like, okay, we're going to swing through here for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, come to this dugout and kind of catch some heat. Yeah.
Speaking of heat, time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. Hey, so I like the idea of the jerseys, all-star jerseys. You know what I'm saying? To kind of seal that year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that. But this year was a swing and a miss.
Swing and a miss.
But I don't want them to go all the way back to the home jersey vibe again, because, I mean, it's cool because you can recognize who's who out there, but I do like to have the jersey of that year of the MLB All-Star Game or NBA All-Star, whatever the case may be. I do like that.
It is cool.
So,
it timestamps it.
Yeah, you get the vibe,
recognize
man.
Yeah.
I'll never forget in the 90s when they went to Phoenix. And they had the cactuses on the All-Star jerseys in the NBA.
That was cool.
Yeah, man. All right, let's see here. Our winner, day 2, Sean and RJ, the RJ and Chop show. Sean is back in the building, and things are going swimmingly.
Sorry, go ahead. Did you have more? Your mic's off.
You think
what's wrong with you today?
This
you come in late. You don't have your equipment.
I was not late.
You don't have an earpiece. Your coffee off.
late.
You're stuttering and stammering. You don't have your mic on.
I was not
Wake
late.
up.
I was not late.
Stanley.
Yeah, look, I mean, stuttering and stammering just means we're twins now, Sean. That's all that is. So, Peyton, continue.
He went in on that while you were out. He kept talking about how it's an insecurity or whatever.
Snitching.
I don't even know.
He was talking about me stuttering.
I don't even know.
No, I did not.
I don't even notice.
If you could ever have your name first or second, just trying to talk as much as I do.
Son.
Got a promo right there, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you.
Yeah, there's your promo for the day. So Tim doesn't have to bust Bobby's ball. That's the last time I take up for your ass too. When you don't, when you want to say something in the meeting, you're too scared to do it. That's the last time I put my neck out there on the line for you.
Dang. Boy, he ended that. I like how you ended that, Sean.
For you.
I like how you did that. That was a great dismount, sir.
It was some of his finest broadcasting ever.
It's my guy, Dawson. He'll be here till 7 o'clock p.m. People just keep listening here.
These jokes are free.
These jokes are free, man. Yesterday, Paul Feinbaum had some words for Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
Eric played for us. Boy, it was fire. It was pretty good. But my man, Chris Mad Dog Russo, he dons the cape. He's a superhero now. He's donning the cape. Says, Paul, hold on, wait a minute. Let's talk about Lincoln again.
Ooh.
He didn't take over a good program. They were terrible. USC what was their record before he got there the year before? Did they lose 5 games? 4 games?
But Doggy, in the transfer, I mean, he brought a bunch of players. He brought the best player in the country with him.
And won a Heisman Trophy with him.
Didn't get much out of him.
They won a Heisman Trophy! And a place where they win Heisman with Marcus Allen and Charles White and Simpson.
How many trophies did he, how many
Carson Palmer
trophies did he hold up?
Well, hold on now. You talk about Heisman Trophy at USC, that means everything. Carson Palmer, Leinart, Reggie Bush, Simpson. They love Heisman trophies. And he brought a Heisman Trophy there. That counts. That counts.
I mean,
wow.
You're using
they love
O.J.
Heisman trophies at
Simpson as a
USC.
reason why USC is good? Come on.
It's USC. They've been around since 1910. New Botany. USC.
Oh, yeah.
It's a much better program than Oklahoma.
Get him, doggy.
I'm surprised at you. Don't talk about Vanderbilt football.
Let's talk about Vanderbilt football.
Man, he had Feinbaum like,
Oh, man.
Wow, dude. Had him on his heels.
It was like 2 comic book characters coming together and arguing.
Those are 2 crusties going at it.
Barack Obama.
Can't let that fly. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Hey. Oh, this is not one. This is not one. Do not vote for it.
Okay.
It's got some age on it. But our winner so far is from the Sean and RJ show. And then Sean and Bobby going back and forth. Well, here's Bobby if he worked at In-N-Out.
Cool. So just gonna double check with you guys really quick right now. It's gonna be the cheeseburger. That's gonna be protein style for the burger. Everything on it with the raw onion. It's gonna be 1 double. That's gonna be everything on it with onion for the burger. It's gonna be 1 animal style fried light well. 2 waters to go for y'all today. 1610 up at the first window right behind the blue 4 dirty or red.
Wow.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Surgical.
That's Bobby right there, boy.
Damn impressive.
New Micro Machine guy.
Yeah.
Built for the window, dude. Gosh, what a
Bobby.
badass.
He's got some of that white stuff on the side of his mouth because his mouth is dry as hell. He chewed those peels up.
I appreciate the speed there, though. There's nothing worse than the long recap from the gal. He's like, okay, so we have 2 fruit punches, 2 chicken mini orders.
Only to still get it wrong at the end.
I'm
You
like,
still
listen,
check the bag, right?
I know there's 8 cars in front of me, but I'd really just like to keep it moving.
No, you gotta be fast at that.
I'm willing to deal with a little mistake here and there.
You gotta know who your best headset person is. You gotta put him over there.
That guy's got a future as like an auctioneer.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. He can get in that bag.
Maybe one of the best ever.
No, you're absolutely correct. Remember that politician who was getting trolled and all of a sudden I'm about to buy, yeah.
Golly, what was his name? We're going to Arkansas.
Yeah.
Cool. So just gonna double check with you guys really quick right now. It's gonna be the cheeseburger. That's gonna be protein style for the burger. Everything on it with the raw onion. It's gonna be 1 double. That's gonna be everything on it with onion for the burger. It's gonna be 1 animal style fried light well. 2 waters to go for y'all today. 1610 up at the first window right behind the blue 4 dirty or red.
Was the guy's name Dean?
You want to see a party trick?
The politician Dean?
Is that what it was?
Last name Dean.
Dean.
Harold Dean.
No, it's something Dean.
I think it's Bean, Broadus.
Dean. I think it's
I'm just surprised that order was only $16. That must be a throwback cut. Howard Dean.
Howard Dean.
Sounded like about $60 in today's.
That was Howard Dean?
That was Howard Dean from
At least
the
one I'm
Bean
thinking of.
family.
The one,
Oh, that was a different guy. Yeah.
Howard Dean.
And everybody thinks it was that clip that clipped him, and it wasn't the clip. It was the fact that he was going to break up media conglomerates.
Yeah.
And so the media said, guess what? That little goofy clip of yours, we're going to play it over and over and over again to make you look silly out here.
Wow.
And there it goes.
Knowledge bomb.
Sure did.
All right, one more. PJ Carlissimo.
Uh-oh.
Former head coach PJ Carlissimo.
I don't think we got enough time for this one.
7 minutes
should have opened with this one.
As soon as I seen it, I was like, I don't know, bro. But yeah, shout out to the Tolo that sent me this one. PJ Carlissimo, he's upset over Summer League officiating. This is the Summer League, dog.
I always wasn't thrilled when the officials look at the replay and then they got to stand and talk about it here for a while. We just looked at the replay. Should have told us what. Let's have a meeting and we'll discuss it. I don't like the discussions.
PJ's ornery.
Here we go.
After review, there is illegal contact made by the Los Angeles player. The challenge is unsuccessful. Milwaukee will shoot 2 free throws.
Disgraceful.
Disgraceful.
There was nothing there.
It's disgraceful.
Yeah, I don't see this either.
Oh, I don't know how he's even standing after all that contact. Are you kidding me? That's a joke. You looked at the replay and they said there was illegal contact. I think he coughed on him. I didn't realize in the Summer League you can't cough on a player.
I love it, man. Yeah. We were down 21-2 in the first 3 minutes of the game last night.
Ooh.
Got a ref so ticked off at me. I was like...
Get tossed?
No, he didn't even tee me up once.
Oh, wow.
I told him I wanted a fair shake.
Yeah, you know? Chirping.
You wanted a fair one or a fair shake? What'd you say?
I wanted a fair shake.
Oh, okay.
On the call because they were trapping the hell out of us, slapping and stuff, and they didn't need any help. Okay. They didn't need to foul to completely dominate us. So I said, man, I just want a fair shake. That's all. And he says, oh, so you think I'm cheating?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
I do, sir. I would have said,
no, I just think you suck.
We need help. Okay.
Just think you're not paying attention to the right things.
I told you that one time. I told that official. I go, sir, they're good. They don't need your help.
I use that line all the time.
Yeah.
I say they don't need your help,
sir. And you gotta say, sir, sir, they don't need your help.
He's like, don't get mad at me because you're down 20 already. I said, sir, I showed up knowing we were going to lose by 60. Okay, trust me. There's no surprises going on right now.
What do you want me to do?
Please, just don't let them hack the hell out of us while running the best 7th grade full court press I've ever seen. Okay, that's all I want.
Shout out to him.
Is it the Sean and Bobby fight? Is it Mad Dog Russo on the Heisman with Feinbaum there? Not a nominee. Bobby, if he worked it in and out. PJ Carlissimo calling officiating disgraceful. I'll vote for our guy PJ here today, Chief. Haven't heard enough of him on the air this year.
I'll go with the champion.
Yeah, the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of those fools is Chump?
Which one?
Well, Chump.
I'll go with give me Mad Dog.
Oh, we're 2-1-1, Brian.
I'm going to vote for the window guy.
Okay.
I know it's not a vote, but I'm going to vote for the window guy.
With 2, Sean and Bobby a win again. You can catch the Sean and RJ show 5:30 to 10 weekday mornings here on The Fan. Brian, where are we going next?
Yeah, I've got more questions, and they've got answers. We'll talk about that next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Semien sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for Krusty's Corner with Broadus, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate that. Thank you very much to Reliant as well. And thank you to the guys and gals out there that listen to our podcasts and stuff. If you don't catch all the show, maybe
you're crushing the podcast game, man.
Coming in a little late, but our show gets podcasted too. Lucius does a really nice job with that. So, kind of reward him for all his hard work of putting these things together. So if you miss anything, go back and check it out on the podcast and stuff. You can do that. But we do appreciate everybody out there that does listen to us do this show daily. So again, thank you. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to give you guys a chance to fight for some guys on this football team. You could fight for them. How about this? You could fight, or you could say goodbye. Whatever you want to do. I'm going to give you a name of a guy, and if you have a reason to fight for him, give a reason why you want to see him on the 53 when this thing rolls out.
Cowboys fight or flight.
Or you could say, you know what? Hey, hit the road, Jack. The immortal words of Ray Charles. If you feel
Don't you come back no more.
If you feel like that this guy doesn't need to be here anymore and you've seen enough and he's going to take up somebody's spot, we'll go for that. Chief, I'll start with you.
Mm-hmm.
Fight for Nashawn Wright.
Oof.
Or say goodbye to Nashawn Wright.
I think I'm in the goodbye stage on Nashawn Wright. I felt I was hopeful that he could do something with Dan Quinn, that body type at corner that you've seen Dan Quinn, especially in the Seattle years, really be able to get something out of. Mm-hmm. And now, we're going into, is this year 4 for Nashawn Wright?
I think it might be year 4, yeah.
And this was
I was just checking that. He's been in 3 years already.
Yeah, and it's not like he's a super wow you on special teams guy.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Is he not?
I think he's a pretty damn good special teamer.
So he's a good enough special teamer to hang around?
I would prefer him over. I know that they absolutely love
CJ Goodwin.
CJ Goodwin.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to bring him. If I'm going to fight for him, I remember being out there at camp and they're doing the special teams drills.
Yeah.
Nahshon Wright was the best one out there when it came to the gunner stuff. Like, they were literally putting other people, giving them advantages. They're double teaming him the whole time. Like, he was just crushing everything that they put his way. And to me, yeah, you probably could have taken C.J. Goodwin's roster spot, given that to Nahshon Wright if you wanted to. I think he is a really good special teams player, but the corner stuff, yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. It's like, are you ever going to develop into somebody that I can put on the field?
I mean, they drafted the traits, which are fantastic, tall, long, lean. But you pay good money for special teams players. And if you still have one under control, I think you take advantage of that opportunity to save a little bit of money.
Wooly, fight for Malik Davis, running back. Or say goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much uncertainty at running back. I don't know. Like, if Malik Davis, I think, had something, we would have seen it. They couldn't play him in the playoff game after Tony Pollard went down in San Francisco because they didn't trust him.
Didn't spit the bit a little bit there, maybe.
Rico Dowdle, they clearly value ahead of him. He's got a great opportunity during camp to solidify himself as, hey, I'm a guy that I should be part of these running back reps. I should be in this rotation because I do think he's got some burst. I think he's got some wiggle to and through the hole. We haven't really seen much when it comes to as a receiving threat whatsoever, and there's not a lot of tread on those tires. He split time with Dameon Pierce at Florida, so he's not a guy that's really been beaten up a ton at the running back
He has
position.
tread on the tires.
He has tread on the tires. There's not a lot of tread on the tires.
No.
I always say that wrong.
Yeah,
I always butcher this.
I do too, actually.
Tread's good.
I believe
you want tread.
Tread's good.
We want the tread.
Yeah.
There is a lot of tread on those tires.
So
There
much
you go.
tread.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy has just as good a chance as anybody. I mean, who else are you going to go for, I think is the case with Malik Davis. Like, he and Rico might be your two most talented in their prime runners that you have. So, we've seen Hunter, we've seen Deuce. I just think those guys don't have the measurables to compete in the NFL. Malik Davis, good size, good speed. I think that's one of the guys that I'd look for a breakout. 2022, 38 carries, 4.2 an attempt.
Yeah,
I'd love 4.2 out of this running back room this year. I think from where we're sitting right now.
Yeah, I see it the same way. I'm not like overly impressed with Malik Davis, but based on the running back room as currently presented, he's got as good a chance as anybody to be in the sort of rotation that I think they're going to have there. Now, obviously, Dowdle you like better, but running back 3, I could see that for Davis.
Willie, I'm going to go to you on this one.
Okay.
I'm interested to see on this one real quick. Fight for or say goodbye to Matt Waletzko, the offensive tackle.
I got to say goodbye to Matt Waletzko. I loved the traits. I thought that was an interesting pick. I never liked Josh Ball when they selected him. I didn't see much there on tape. Waletzko,
So would you piggyback Josh Ball, who was picked 4th round in the 2021, and then also Matt Waletzko was picked in the 5th round in 2022. Are you saying goodbye to both those guys?
Yeah, Ball I'd have said bye to 2 years ago. Waletzko, I've wanted to see. I think that, unfortunately, his body is not allowing him to contribute at the NFL level. Those shoulders keep popping in and out. He has not been able to stay healthy. And we really, at this point in his career, and you're going into, year 3, we haven't been able to tell what you are as a player. And I think now you've got some options with Awesome Richards, who hopefully is going to develop some. You just drafted Nate Thomas, who I do think is going to be more of an interior player than he is a tackle. But
sure.
I have not seen anything to be able to fight for Matt Waletzko at all.
Dawson, you going to say goodbye, or is there a reason to fight for Matt Waletzko?
I think there is. I think his size and what you could see out of his college tape that was impressive for you guys makes me think if this guy could stay healthy, he's someone that we'd want. I don't know how many tackles you're going to carry or if you could get him onto the practice squad. But one of the first things you told me in Oxnard, Brian, you probably don't remember this. It was over a decade ago. But, these offensive linemen can take 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
I think I was asking you about another young guy. I'm like, why is this guy even here? And
Right.
you're like, surprising things can happen.
Sure.
Over the course of 3 or 4 years. So just hoping that the traits bear out.
Yeah, I'd be more flight on this dude. Got not much to fight for here. Even when he's been healthy enough to practice, it's not like he's been overly impressive. And like Wolchuk said, he just can't stay healthy. So, and now you don't have the type of sponsors in the room necessarily
Yeah.
from a coaching standpoint. So I think he's as good as gone.
Dawson, I'll go with you on this one in my last couple minutes here. Say goodbye or fight for Israel Mukuamu.
Oh, you want to fight for that guy. He's put together some good football. You know, you just need him to be more consistent. So that's one of the guys, you know, in that defensive back room that, you know, I think really has a chance while you're needing to get by on the cheap here for the next couple years while you dig out a cap hell that can be a quality cheap player for you.
Yeah, man, I'm hopeful. I still want to believe in the upside of Izzy Mukuamu. He's shown enough from a couple seasons ago that makes you feel like there's something in there. And I think he could be the type of guy that fits the Mike Zimmer desire to have the best of both worlds with his safeties, interchangeable, being able to cover a lot of ground in the back end, but then also come up and be a little bit physical. So I still want to believe in Mukuamu.
Yeah, I mean, what he did working out of the slot in that playoff game was super impressive. I was shocked we didn't see more Mukuamu last year. I wonder what happened there because I felt like Dan Quinn had a plan for him. But that might come down to Mukuamu versus Wright on the depth chart, right? I mean, you need somebody to step up at corner. Maybe Izzy's able to do that.
Gentlemen, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Woolchuck, what do we got in the NFL news of the day?
Yeah, we've got Charles Haley, Hard Knocks, CeeDee Lamb on the wide receiver rankings. And did we finally find Pat Mahomes' kryptonite? That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. The NFL world now fastly approaching training camp, which will be underway next week. We fly out next Wednesday after the show, be in Oxnard, California. Cannot wait for that. And for more on the NFL on the day of its news, here's Zach Wolchuk with your NFL News of the Day.
Well, shout out to our guy Duke Manyweather, who continues to grow the sport and make us all more knowledgeable when it comes to offensive line play. He's got the offensive line mastermind summit going on. It's year 7. Kay Adams has been out there, and one of the people that she got to catch up with was former Cowboy Charles Haley.
Oh,
I'll never forget Emmett Smith during the Americas game talking about Charles Haley, and he's like, yeah, Charles is crazy for real, and he sure is, but great dude, and caught up with Kay on the Up and Adams show. Kay asked him, hey, what's your thoughts on Dak and CD and all the contract stuff? Well, here was Charles.
He kept backloading everything. So now he's screwed. So now he, hey, his check, his bill came due, and he doesn't have the money to be able to do that. And so what he's going to have to do is he's going to have to find another way around the salary cap, or push a lot of the older guys' salary cap way back, and then you don't know whether these guys going to play 1 year or 2 years, and then all of it come due again. So, hey, he gambled a long time, and now time is up. So, if I can tell you this, trade Dak. Just put him up for the trade. Guess what? Every team in the league be after him.
Yeah.
Every team in the league. Dak is a winner.
All 32.
Dak is a great person, a great leader. I know him. I go up there all the time. CD Lamb, quiet guy, leader. Hey, he wants the ball. Here's Jerry Rice. Hey, just give it to me. I want it. And so how do you not keep those guys together?
Now, the one thing is,
very important caveat.
there is
context.
a no trade clause for Dak. Now, Dak could waive said no trade clause potentially, but he's going to come into a situation here where you're either trading him now or you're out of luck. I mean, he's going to become a free agent, and unless there's a sign and trade situation like in the NBA.
Well, hey, what if we get bad start to the season? And you get a Joe Flacco kind of we need you quarterback team who's playoff ready.
You move at the
and we're
deadline?
banged up. Didn't they tweak a little something with the way they do the quarterbacks? Didn't they push it? Or they're just open to the idea?
Well, I
maybe?
think they moved back the trade deadline a week.
Okay, there you go. So maybe Cowboys sputter. Playoff team loses their quarterback.
Jets, Rodgers goes down again.
You trade Dak, and he's on the expiring deal, too. You're the team going like, hey, we have our quarterback. He's locked up for a few years, but he's out for the season now. We need a guy to go on a playoff run with us.
I love talking about this kind of stuff. For me, there's a mental block of I don't think the Cowboys will move off of a quarterback that can get you to the playoffs consistently. But if you look at it from that perspective as far as what's in the best interest of the team, I think absolutely. Because we've been talking about how we don't think this front office goes all in enough to build a team good enough around Dak for him to win the Super Bowl with you. I think Dak's good enough to win it if he was on the Rams or the Niners or the Lions or, a lot of other teams, but not this Cowboys team. Then you add to it the fact that his contract is already putting you in cap hell. And when you extend it, it's just going to make that more. That there's an outside chance in my mind that Jerry could look at this from a pure asset and liability standpoint and say, our best way to a clear cap for the future is to move on from Dak. And I don't know, is that 5%? Is that 10% in my mind? It's somewhere in there, but damn it makes a lot of sense. And I think a lot of teams would do that exact thing.
You ever done an interview where the guy or the gal you're interviewing, you believe absolutely nothing they say?
Was that one of those with Charles?
I thought Charles did a good job.
I don't think he was on point with really what reality is with the Cowboys situation with the.
In what way?
I think he was on point with the kicking the can down the road and like some of the back pay stuff.
The thing about it is they struggle with signing their players. That's the struggle. It has nothing to do with the league. Now, it's when should they have done this a little earlier? Should have done that a little earlier? could they have been a little bit more proactive in that? Yeah. I think that's something. I don't think, to me, it's not backloading.
Well, he's due $40 million against the cap next year with no salary, 12 the following year.
No,
there's $54 million against the cap owed to Dak starting next year. He's not even under contract.
And they could have negotiated this contract much further along. Not they couldn't. They waited. That's the problem.
It is the problem, but they also structured the contracts where a lot of it is the first couple of years they're not paying a ton cap-wise, and they backload those contracts to where now they got a $60 million cap hit.
Hold on. The biggest thing to me is it's a above-average quarterback, but the agent negotiates like he's a Hall of Famer. That's not the Cowboys bad.
But see, that's the Cowboys right there not getting the deal done when they could have been more proactive.
But how do you get that deal done is give Todd France what he wants, which is short years, market-setting money. And whether you did that for the first time in 2019 or 2020, it's going to end up over time being the same.
Could have
moved on. You're right about that. And that's what they should do because you can't give above-average players Hall of Fame money.
Yeah. And that's because they wait too long. Instead of negotiating a $28 to $32 million year deal, they negotiate a $40, $50, $60 million deal. That's a problem. That's not being proactive. That is letting it. They let the franchise tag, the no trade. They gave up everything.
Well, Todd France knew where the money was going.
Every advantage they could have had, they have none of that right now.
The moment Todd France looked at their ever-expanding revenue in the NFL and said, we're not doing this deal now because we see the TV money jumping in 12 months. Only a fool would do that.
Yeah.
I think you've been put in checkmate by the agent. The appropriate response is to walk away from the deal and let the guy go because he's been an anchor already for trying to get to the top along with the front office's ineptitude. And it's a huge amount of money he's owed against the cap already and about to walk away. It's the same thing that happened at the end of Tony Romo's contract. In order to keep adding players, they push the money back, and Charles Haley was dead on about that one.
Yeah.
See, that's, to me, their inability to get deals done in a timely manner kills them because they're forced. And the backload, sure.
No, you're right. But both are right.
Find a way to get the deals done earlier so you're not having to. It takes no talent to flip switches.
100%.
Takes no talent to flip a switch of a contract. Oh, this is built in to get more money to flip a switch. Sure. But the really talented negotiators, the really good cap guys and gals, they know how to negotiate a deal where all of a sudden they're not having to flip all these switches to keep kicking money down the road.
Yeah, both of these things are issues. You're 100% right where they're never the ones that get out in front of these contracts. They wait to the last minute. Now you're in a situation where CeeDee Lamb's going to hold out. You've already got Justin Jefferson who's been paid. You've got Amon-Ra St. Brown who's been paid.
What's keeping them from getting these deals done?
Now CeeDee's going to get exactly what he wants to get, right? But how do they stagger these contracts? They do backload a lot of them, and a lot of them all seem to always come up at the same time as well. And now you're sitting in a situation where every single year it seems like their cap situation is bleeped.
Yeah, and I think you're 100% right at waiting too long on a lot of these guys. But in the instances that they've tried to get ahead of it, they've also just made the wrong decisions.
Sure they have.
You did it with Jalen Smith. Didn't have to get it done then, and you go for it.
Gallup, Steele,
Zeke.
Yeah,
so
maybe Zach Martin.
I think they did it with Skandrick.
Yeah, like even when they try to get ahead of it, it ends up being like, I don't know.
But there's a reason why those guys are down to get those deals done too, right?
Exactly.
Because they know, oh yeah, this sounds good to me. I'm probably not getting an offer.
Like, my leg doesn't work. Of course,
it's too much work, especially when you're running an energy company, a hospitality company, and you're helping everybody around the league build their stadiums. There's just, you need a front office that's focused on winning football games, and then maybe you'd have the energy to hammer out those deals early. Yeah. But their whole approach is, hey, you know what works? Let's just say deadline make deals, and then we never have to think about this. We can just enjoy our luxurious lifestyle and be like, yeah, deadline makes the deal. I guess here we are. We got to sign it today, so what's fair? Boom, deal done.
Even with the Dak one, when you think about it, like they wait so long and then they get sort of the get out of jail free card with Dak having the catastrophic injury that no one could plan for, and like that's the perfect time to be like, okay,
yes,
we've played hardball to this point, and oh my gosh, not that we were rooting for this in any way, but it's here now, and now we don't have to jump back in. But it was immediately, we haven't been willing to pay you, but now we are off the injury, and we're going to give you everything that you want.
That's how you fight back against players that want to keep pushing it. You say, oh, okay, well, I guess you're risking getting hurt. Oh, you got hurt. We don't want you anymore. But instead they say, oh, we feel bad for you. We're going to reward you.
Right.
They did the same damn thing with multiple other players. It's a joke how they negotiate deals, and it's offensive because Jerry Jones is the talented negotiator, Brian. He's one of the best sports has ever seen. He doesn't care enough to do it the right way.
I wonder how much Jerry's doing the negotiating now. I wonder how much that's really Steven doing.
You would think that's like the one place where Jerry's like, yo, this is what I do. Like, you can tell me I'm not the football everything okay, and even he doesn't want to really play along with that idea, but you're not going to F with me on the negotiation.
I'm sure they're walking him through.
I'm
sure they're walking him through everything that they're trying to do, But the fact of the matter is they've put themselves in this bad situation.
Absolutely, they have. No doubt.
They have.
There's no denying that at all. Okay, let's talk some receivers here. We've got the top 10 execs, coaches, scouts rankings for receivers. CeeDee Lamb is in your top 5. Davante Adams is number 5. CeeDee's number 4. Jamar Chase at 3. Tyreek Hill at 2. And Justin Jefferson at 1. Hard to argue those. Maybe you flip Chase and CeeDee just based on last year if you want to. But, I think that top 5's pretty sound. A.J. Brown at 6. Amon-Ra St. Brown at 7. Mike Evans at 8. Stephon Diggs at 9. And Brandon Ayuk is at 10.
If I got to win a game, everybody's healthy, I prefer Jamar Chase
over CeeDee.
I'm about to say, if you take a poll of the gang of 7, I think they would take Chase over Lamb.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I think a lot of now maybe they're wrong. There's been a lot of these gang of 7s that have been wrong in their day, but I would say that if you ask most general managers, they would take Chase over Lamb.
Yeah, Jamar Chase is a freak as well. Both we're splitting hairs.
And they might be,
but I think
they might be wrong about that because Lamb is a damn good player.
Yeah, I think ultimately you're probably right. Now, speaking of receivers here, Davante Adams, there are some rumorooskies going on, and this is again from our guy Pretty Ricky 213.
Ooh, and he's the one that was talking about CeeDee Lamb holding stuff, out,
and he's
hit on some things.
He is.
Trevor Lawrence contract.
Yeah, the JJ McCarthy stuff he's been in on now. He's got over 28,000 followers, but he's been floating out that the Raiders are a team that's interested in trading for Brandon Ayuk. And you've got the connection with Antonio Pierce, who was with Ayuk at Arizona State, and they would be interested in sending Davante Adams in any type of trade for Ayuk. So maybe it's just one frustrated receiver for the other, but that also would be like, damn, if you're the 49ers, I'm upgrading at the position here. That would not be good for the rest of the NFC.
Yeah, and I wonder now if you're the Niners trading for the Davante Adams contract, you're probably getting out pretty scot-free on a lot of those dollars. Like, that's probably a contract that the Raiders have already had to foot the bill on, and now you're getting, that would feel like a home run situation.
Yeah,
for the
nobody
Niners.
likes skill guys more than the Raiders.
That's true. And Brandon Ayuk's a young, talented one. Yeah. They'd be interested there.
If they could pull that off and have it be a cap win as well, that would be scary.
Oh, that would be so frustrating. Then we had Hard Knocks. A new episode dropped last night. Now, we talked about the flirtation with Drake May, which we saw in last week's episode. They were interested there, maybe trying to move up.
Yeah, it's a $17 million salary this year for Davante Adams.
It's really not
that
bad.
Might be realistic.
Yeah, that's really not bad for Davante Adams.
With an out after this season.
Yeah. Wow, man. Yeah, the 49ers could be looking in a good spot there. This was the Giants.
Let's trade for him.
Did you mention the Antonio Pierce connection?
Yes, I did.
Okay, yeah.
The Giants were discussing trading up, and there was a quarterback in mind that was not named Drake May.
Daniels, have you guys seen enough that you would trade up for him?
Daniels?
Yeah, I would.
Yes. If we are about to pull this deal off, I'm going to have palpitations.
Welcome you to night one of the 2024 NFL Draft.
We don't get a quarterback here. We're rolling with Daniel, and we're going to try to get him a weapon. We good with that? Yep.
And that's what they did. They didn't get the quarterback. They didn't get to move up. Daniels goes 2 to Washington. May goes 3. They weren't able to go up and get it, but apparently Daniels was the guy that they wanted over May. if they were able to get up and get him. And it was Dayball who said, yep, I'm interested. I've seen enough from him. It was Mara, one of the owners, who was like, ooh, I'm going to be sick about this.
Heart palpitations.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but very interesting. And if you're like now the access that we've gotten, and this is why teams hate doing Hard Knocks, because now everything's out there. So if you're Daniel Jones, and maybe he knew about all this stuff anyway, there were all of these rumors and reports, but now you know for sure. Like I'm sitting there and I've seen head coach, GM basically say like, yeah, I'd like to go and trade up to get your replacement. You're not good enough, dude.
Yeah, I wish Daniel Jones would come into my office if I'm a coach or one of those guys and say, man, I really didn't appreciate that. I'd be like, dude, go play better. Please get the hell out of my office.
Man.
Yeah, even Michael Lombardi, the best man from your wedding, brought us.
Mm-hmm.
He was on McAfee saying like he can't believe the access that the Giants have allowed inside their building, and like he feels like watching Hard Knocks, it's like there's no identity with the team, so he's talking S on him a little bit, but he feels like a guy who's been a general manager, a guy who's been in these front offices, a football lifer basically. His vantage point is like, wow, we're getting a lot here.
Yeah, and he's been ripping them too.
Yeah, but you got a general manager that's got 1 foot in the parking lot, and potentially a head coach that's got 1 foot in the parking lot as well. Probably want to come off as a guy, or like, hey, it's a personable guy, image, those kinds of things. Maybe looking at your next gig,
man.
Yeah, but there's a lot of access there.
Yeah, I'll circle back to the Mahomes payoff before we get into our top 10.
Let's go. Okay, that sounds good. That's at 4:20. Coming up at 3:40, Wolchuk has the 21st Century All NFL team. How many Cowboys will be on that? My guess is 2, maybe. Okay, we're talking Rangers with Sean McFarland coming up of the morning news. I think that'd be Ware and Witten. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. Maybe. Wolchuk. Okay. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next, though, Chief. Where are you taking it?
I got a disaster anthem theory, and I believe we might have the best, most efficient, violent trash talk of all time next year in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you are hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's the chief of the hodgepodge.
Oh, I got some great trash talk for you, but Broadus has that look in his eye.
You ever keep your wallet in one side of your back pocket or the other?
No, I'm a wallet that's stuck to the back of my phone guy. Have been for years. Great decision for me personally. I know it's not for everyone.
I have shorts now where the pocket makes me put my wallet on the left side, and I'm not used to that.
Your right side?
My left side.
Left cheek?
It used to be on my right side with my 1986 wallet.
Yeah.
Now I have to put it with I've worn shorts the last 2 days that have forced me to put it on the left side.
Might reset your hips a little bit. Might actually
I might
be
be
good
like
for
Bobby
you.
Belt. I might be swashing around there. Kind of.
Yeah, it's definitely not smart or a good thing to do for the longevity of your body.
Do you feel
sitting
like
on your wallet?
Do you feel like if you lost your phone, would that be a disaster for you?
It definitely would be. Like if my phone got stolen, it would be an unmitigated disaster. But like you're more likely to lose your wallet than your phone. You know, you can't call your wallet.
I haven't
you can
lost
kind of
my wallet
identify,
since 1990.
find my iPhone, whatever. Yeah, well,
I did actually lose it. Scott Golnick found it for me one time.
I know recently.
Yeah,
that was like
that was amazing. That's the first time I'd ever lost it. Yeah,
because you were so drunk that day. I'll never forget that.
So hammered.
Okay,
Surprise.
so we'll,
imagine that.
We'll get to
I'm drunk right now.
We'll get to the trash talk.
Oh, say, can you see?
It's actually good. I have a theory on that. I was thinking about this when I was driving home last night.
What theory? What theory did
on the
you
drunk
have?
anthem lady? Because I was thinking to myself, everything's bigger in Texas. Maybe she wasn't used to the Texas-sized pours that she was getting
How about
at Globe
the
Life
heat?
Field. But let's not forget, dude. Maybe we could blame the robot for this.
Oh, the robot mixer.
We had the robot bartender at Globe Life Field.
Ooh,
what if he was
he's got a heavy
over?
hand.
Maybe he was. Yeah, absolutely.
Him and
I
Rob
could see him
Manfred
being
together. Yeah,
with no moral compass either.
Just serving you as.
There's no chance that robot was heavy-handed, man. That thing's probably got it dialed. They're probably shorting people actually
as
with
you
the robot.
continually get drunker, the robot doesn't care. Like usually,
That'd be
I'm
awesome.
not serving you anymore, but no.
Not for her, man.
Yeah,
I mean, we're still
robot
working the
can't
kinks
judge.
out here. I mean, for you guys to just sit here and act like the first ever bartender robot is not going to have a little bit of kinks to start out. You know what I mean?
And the kinks are definitely
like we're
fair.
workshopping stuff left and right.
But they've probably just got it like set up to where that thing is putting a precise amount and probably shorting over pouring. But you're right. Maybe there are some haywire things that go down.
Could you see yourself getting drunk enough where you feel like the robot's not doing its job and you jump over the bar and punch it?
Let me show you how
push
to
it
do
down.
this.
You push the robot down or something.
I don't think I'd get drunk enough to punch the robot because that
No.
would probably hurt.
Maybe
but
break
definitely
one-
sweep the leg.
Break one of the arms off. Like grab one of the pouring arms.
I have heard a lot of these robots do come with like fight settings. You've seen these like fighter robots.
fire?
He
Like-
will be able to defend himself.
I like one that breathes fire on you, like the dragon.
You saying we're gonna have like robot bouncers now soon?
Yeah,
All
we're
of a
gonna get
sudden you're
robot
like-
bouncers.
Robot's gonna come
Absolutely.
over, just pick somebody up, carry them right out.
That's exactly right, man. Damn it.
I
They
can
can
see-
headbutt you and it doesn't hurt them at all.
I can see going over the bar and like, listen here, robot, and it just like sweeps you.
There would definitely be people that get drunk enough to do this. I had a buddy punch a fire hydrant once. He was so hammered. He got in a fight with a fire hydrant.
Yeah.
Wow. He was just so upset.
Did I hear a
he was upset about something else, and so he punched. Like
he was
Broad
so
Burke
hammered.
did.
Some other guy walks by, is angry about something. Now he is angry about something. He doesn't know what it is, and the first thing he sees is this fire hydrant in front of him. Gets in a fight with it.
Contagious
Breaks his
anger.
hand. Schmuck.
What
It's
bar
awful.
were you guys at?
That was during Fry Street days in Denton.
Oh.
I think we were just leaving public.
That
house.
sounds like a dollar doubles night.
Oh, yeah.
yeah. It was probably only
Who
9
got the
p.m. at this
drunkest
point.
between you two when you went out in college?
I don't think.
Well, it was honestly late in our college careers that we actually started linking up. So it's hard to say. But I mean, in
How about
Oxnard,
just
I think
guessing
Oxnard's
since we're doing radio
The
right now?
Oxnard story. It's
That was me.
Wolchuk. It's
That
Wolchuk.
was me.
We have an update.
Pete's off the deck.
We have an Olympic poo water update. The mayor of Paris has
swam,
fulfilled her promise
Yep.
to get in the long polluted poo water that is known as the Seine River. And that is where they're going to be holding a lot of swimming events for the Olympics. This has been a disaster. I mean, E. coli bacteria through the roof, even through just a couple of weeks ago. They had to postpone her getting in. She made a promise weeks ago that she would get in the waters to prove to everyone that they're clean enough. She had to postpone her original date that she had planned.
It takes 72 hours for that disinfectant to get on through.
And she's apparently fine. She took a dip. Everything's cool. She said the water was a little bit cold, but she said it was exquisite. But she did have the wetsuit on.
She did have the wetsuit on.
So she had the advantage there. And I don't know that you can just immediately get out of that water and feel good about it. I think there's some level of what happens tomorrow to your skin when you wake up in the morning. What type of rashes will you find? Are you going to get a little bit itchy? She did wear goggles, so I think the pink eye stuff is probably much to do about nothing.
Good.
And I was going to criticize her for that, but I imagine anybody who's competing in those waters will be wearing goggles as well. So that's
and
regulated.
A hat.
But anyways, it looks like, and I'm a little bit bummed about this. I was kind of hoping we were going to have a up to the day, oh no, we're still worried about poo water conversation, but maybe they've nipped it in the bud.
I mean, they're pretty good at handling these things over the years, aren't they? I feel like last time maybe we were in Russia or something, we had poo water. Japan, I think there was a similar deal.
Last time for this,
We'll hear about the hotels and what they're doing with the beds and all this. And I don't know. I think the Olympic Committee does a pretty good job of putting these fires out, but the media is just ravenous. I think this gets clicks, Like the Olympics are in danger because water quality or because of amenities for the athletes. That thing is just getting nonstop web traffic.
I think the men's Olympic basketball team ain't worried about staying in any
they'll have
bummy
themselves a
hotel
yacht
or something like that. I mean, they'd someone in the Village. They're at some 5-star international Paris hotel.
Even if the powers that be didn't pull it off for him, LeBron would have just been like, guys, don't worry.
He goes down
I got
American
a yacht.
Express.
I got a floor. There's only like 12 of you guys. You guys can come aboard here.
Now, the unmarried ones are probably like, man, I kind of like to hang out in those athlete dorms. If you don't mind, guys, I'll catch you on the flip side.
Yeah. Edwards, you think Edwards?
You got a place to go back, though, at Bronze, with AC and stuff.
Edwards is like, hey, I'll see you guys later. Hey, where are you going? I'm not
going to hang out with the French ladies. Yeah. Oui.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards like, you guys got any Plan B pills over here? And
you
guys do that in France?
You see that Brazilian sand volleyball team? Yeah. That's what he's probably hanging
going
out
for drinks, boys.
Right? Yeah.
Well, have you guys ever heard of Mike Perry?
Yes, referee dude.
Bare knuckle fighter now.
Okay, I like where your head's at. Football guy brought us. That's actually going to give you football guy of the day right there. So salute to you.
I think it's John Perry. My bad, John Perry.
Animator guy?
Yeah, it's John Perry. It's not Mike Perry.
Oh, okay. Swing and a miss. I retract.
Mike, who was the referee? Who was the referee? Mike Carey.
Mike Carey.
Yeah, Mike Carey, John Perry. Yes. They just morphed.
Yeah,
they had a baby.
There.
And it's like, our guy could not get one call right.
100%.
They go to Mike Carey and they'd ask him, and he got it wrong 100%.
He was fumbling a lot. But yeah, Mike Perry is a bare knuckle fighter, former UFC fighter.
Okay, so he is the one that is set to now replace Mike Tyson for the upcoming July fight.
Yeah.
Against Jake Paul.
We're not going to that.
It's this Saturday.
Well,
we're not going to
here.
No, but the Tyson thing's rescheduled, and it's going to be here in AT&T Stadium in November, assuming he doesn't get another ulcer.
Yes, this fight, I believe, is in Tampa.
We can go to that. November, right?
Yeah, November
1.
Yeah. So, anyways, they're doing like the rollout stuff because this is fight week now. Jake Paul and this bare knuckle boxer guy, and they have this like promo video, I guess, where they're like sitting down at like a restaurant table booth, and they're just like face to face, just like going like verbalizing each other, like just completely tearing each other up. And this was just a little snippet of it, and I would imagine, I don't know that it gets any more just efficiently violent than this when it comes to the trash talking. Here's Mike Perry to Jake Paul.
Your little baby green punches can't even fucking reach my brainstem, bro. I'm gonna dig through your eyeball and find your memories.
Please don't do that.
Please don't do that.
I'm going to dig through your eyeball and find your memories. How about that for some talk? This guy's selling the hell out of this thing.
How old is this dude?
32.
He's
32 years old.
Crazy psychomaniac.
Your little baby green punches.
Okay, that he sounds hammered too.
Yeah,
that's just punch drunk.
Yeah,
maybe he's hanging out with the national anthem gal.
He's going to sing before the match.
There's some punch drunkenness.
Yeah, I saw the robot bartender floating around in the back of this video, so it makes sense if he was hammered.
Maybe you're right. Maybe he did get overpoured.
I mean, do you guys agree? Is that not some of the best we've heard there? Just like
that's pretty good. 50-something years old.
That sounds like that's after the fight.
Your little baby green punches.
That's the that's like Eminem style, dude. There's a layer of like vulgar violence to that's pretty impressive. I'm going to dig through your eyeball and get to your memories.
Jake Paul's that one. Please don't do that.
Please, God, don't do that to me. Anything else?
I like how he just brings up brainstem after all of that stumbling and fumbling.
Yeah.
Your little baby green punches can't even fucking reach my brainstem, bro.
A lot of things ain't reaching that brainstem right now, player.
It would be the first time in history that a punch reached a brainstem, so I'm not surprised about that,
My
Mike.
brainstem.
Oh my
Here's another
gosh.
shot of whiskey.
I'm more in on this fight now than I was a couple hours ago before I heard this. I'm excited about this.
These guys
now.
are wild.
I'm in for anybody trying to beat up a Paul. You know?
Yes, 100%.
Well, thank you, sir. Anything else?
You mentioned the Eminem album. Has anybody heard it?
I haven't yet. No.
Okay, it is.
You were talking to me about it.
It's very intense, but it's fantastic. He's a psychotic genius, but it's just a lot to handle. The violence is through the roof, as you mentioned.
And Lucius, you were saying you got to listen to it.
Yeah, you got to listen to it in order. It's a conceptual album.
Okay.
Yeah, if you listen to it out of order, you'll be confused.
Pretty wild.
Good album, though.
It was good.
It's
Yeah.
Eminem. He's rapping a whole lot. Sometimes he says something, sometimes he's not, but he's just showing you his lyrical ability.
His ability to put words together. You're like, oh my god.
Is he taking us on a story?
I guess so. I was skipping around a little bit. I'm not going to listen to a song that's called Antichrist and just listen to you talking about the most ridiculous crap for 3.5 minutes. I just can't. I can't do it. So I'm going to skip that one. But the ones I heard, they were pretty impressive.
So you listened out of order, which messed up everything for you. Then, right?
I guess, but it's one of those weird things where it's like I don't know if I ever want to listen to it again, but I have to admire how impressive it is.
Yeah.
It's like what's the Adam Sandler movie? Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems.
Like it's an incredible movie that I only really need to watch one time. That's how I feel about this.
Very
Eminem
stressful.
album. Yeah,
You did your part.
I did.
Yeah, I feel like with some artists, they get to a level where they're like, man, I'm so successful, I just want to do like my kind of music, and they desperately need like their old producer to link back up with them and be like, hey, here's how we can make popular songs that everybody loves. Now, if you just want to vent and do your art, that's cool. But Eminem's kind of like, looking for a needle in a haystack when it comes to finding something that's really going to resonate with the public like he once did.
How can I find something catchy where I'm talking about killing my stepdad?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Nailed it.
But I mean, there's usually a couple of songs on every one of his records that I dig for at least a little bit. 21st Century All NFL Team. How many Cowboys are on this list? We'll talk about it next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to check.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan.
Yeah. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yeah, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're about 15 minutes from a conversation with Sean McFarland of the Morning News about the Rangers and what his expectations are coming out of the All-Star game, takeaways from that game last night at the Globe. And it's time now to talk more Cowboys with you, well, specifically the NFL, but how the Cowboys stack up in this 21st century all-NFL team. Wolchuk, what do you got?
Yeah, this is pretty cool. Bleacher Report put this out. Of course, we just had the All-Star game in Major League Baseball. So they're like, okay, well, let's pick the NFL's 21st century All-Star team as we're already a quarter way through this century. So at quarterback, not really a surprise. It's going to be Tommy Brady. I don't think anybody's going to have an issue with that one.
Well, I mean, if I'm constructing a team from scratch, I think I would rather have Peyton Manning.
You'd take Manning over Brady?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think there's a lot that went into that with Belichick, the great defenses that they had, the pay cut that Tom Brady took, some cheating. I just think Peyton Manning's a better player.
Yeah, I mean, they say you can make arguments Manning or maybe Aaron Rodgers are more talented, but Brady threw 88 touchdown passes in the playoffs alone, 35 playoff wins, 1 Super Bowls in New England and Tampa, 7 total, 3-time MVP, most decorated player in NFL history. There are a lot of people that will argue for Manning, so I don't think you're alone in that, but they go with Tom Brady. Do you guys have a preference either way on your quarterback here?
Yeah, I'd be going Brady for sure.
Okay. Running back, they say the toss-up is between Adrian Peterson and LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yes, as it should be, right?
I agree.
It's exactly what it should be.
Both of whom were MVPs once during their careers, in which they averaged 4.9 yards per touch. Peterson has a slight edge in terms of pure rushing numbers, as well as Pro Bowls and first-team All-Pro nods. His longevity might also give him a slight edge over his Hall of Fame counterpart. So they went Adrian Peterson as the running back.
Hey, you can't you can't hold it against LT for hanging it up and having the self-awareness to do so. I mean, what are we talking about with Adrian Peterson's longevity? When he played for like 5 teams in 1 year or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, do you think people remember that LT did play with the Jets before he retired?
I'd like to think so, because those were playoff Jets teams, weren't they? Wasn't he on playoff Jets
was those
teams?
the AFC Championship teams with Sanchez?
Might
have been.
At least maybe one of those
Might
years.
have been.
But LT, I mean, my goodness, dude, some of the years he had,
Incredible.
It was crazy. He had a year
broke
where
the rushing touchdown.
Yeah, 28 touchdowns. He had, listen to this stretch of touchdowns for LT. 10, 14, 13, 17, 18, 28, 15, 11, 12. I mean, he goes from 01 to 09, double-digit touchdowns every single year.
Incredible.
There was just something about the way Adrian Peterson ran the ball, though, that was different, you know?
Yeah, no, I
LT
hear
a
you.
more complete player, but I'd have a hard time leaving Adrian Peterson on the board.
Yeah, it's fair. Wide receivers, they go with 3. Randy Moss leads all receivers with 128 touchdown catches this century, 4-time All-Pro, Hall of Famer. Terrell Owens ranked 2nd among all receivers with 123 catches this century,
And then
also a Hall of Famer.
Is it going to be Calvin Johnson or is it going to be Antonio Brown?
Neither.
Really?
You're forgetting a big one.
Marvin Harrison?
Larry Fitzgerald.
Oh,
3rd among all receivers with 121 touchdown catches, also ranked 2nd all-time to only Jerry Rice in terms of career receptions and receiving yards. But this one is interesting because it is very tough to leave out a guy like Calvin Johnson. But it is, I don't know that I could put Calvin Johnson over those 3 either.
Do you think a lot of people would legitimately take Larry Fitzgerald in an all-player draft? I mean, there was a technician and a completion consistency to him, but I'd rather have Calvin Johnson and Randy Moss and T.O. every day of the week.
Larry Fitzgerald had the most dominant playoff run I've ever seen from a wide receiver. What he did when they went to the Super Bowl with the Arizona Cardinals, he had a touchdown every single game. He went over 100 yards every single game. He almost won the Super Bowl for them, had 2 touchdowns in that game.
Yeah.
He was, I mean, I think people overlook how dominant he was in that postseason.
Yeah, I mean, I just did. I was about to show more love to Calvin Johnson and Antonio Brown and Marvin Harrison, but Larry Fitzgerald, there's a place for him there. I get it.
He was special. Tony Gonzalez is your tight ends. This is actually a pretty interesting battle. You've got Gonzalez, you've got Rob Gronkowski, you've got Travis Kelce, but they think that Gonzalez, first-team All-Pro 5 times compared to 4 for the other guys, and his 14 Pro Bowl nods rank 2nd in league history behind only Brady. Would you take Tony Gonzalez over Gronk and Kelce?
I'll let Broadus answer that. You're splitting big-time hairs. I kind of like the new age guys.
Michael.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
Got it.
I was sitting there thinking.
You're so lucky Sean's not on the show.
I know. I was looking at LaDainian Tomlinson playoff stuff. I'm going to eliminate Gronkowski.
Okay.
And I'm going to say it's between Gonzalez and Kelce.
2 chief tight ends.
And I think I would take Gonzalez here.
You would?
Yeah.
It's hard to disagree. I mean,
it is
big-time hair splitting.
The only reason I'm kind of leaning Kelce is his postseason as well.
It's a shame. It's a shame Gonzalez didn't get more opportunities.
You're right.
But man, when you had to prepare for a team and Gonzalez was on the team,
yeah,
that was like the first thing you talked about.
And he also dominated for 2 different teams. I mean, he did go to the NFC Championship game with Atlanta and Matt Ryan, and then unfortunately they lost in that one.
Yeah, Atlanta was like, Tom Dimitroff, like, why did you give up all this for that guy?
Yeah.
And he still had quality years left.
So was Tony Gonzalez a good blocker at all?
Yeah, I think that
he was more than adequate.
Nice.
And when I say that, I mean get in the way, stay connected, move your feet, that type of block.
Because I was going to say Gronk's just such a complete player. We've seen games where the Patriots didn't have outside threats at wide receiver, and they moved him out there, and he was making plays. Like I just don't think there's anything Gronk couldn't do on the field.
Here's your offensive line, the all-star NFL team of the 21st century, according to Bleacher Report. Maybe you finally get a Cowboy here. Your tackles, Joe Thomas and Jonathan Ogden.
Jonathan Ogden was amazing.
Your guards, Zach Martin and Alan Faneca. And your center is Jason Kelce. They write Zach Martin first-team All-Pro 6 times in the last 8 seasons. Martin is undoubtedly the most dominant and accomplished guard since the end of the Faneca-Steve Hutchinson era. And then Faneca as well. They wrote it could have been him or Hutchinson, but he's got more first-time All-Pro honors, does Alan Faneca. So they went with him.
We got our first Cowboy then, huh?
First Cowboy. Here's your defense. Maybe we get another Cowboy here. Your edge rushers. J.J. Watt.
We get a little D-Ware.
And DeMarcus Ware.
There you go.
DeMarcus Ware, they say Julius Peppers had more sacks than anyone else has registered this century, but Ware was only 21 behind that, despite playing 88 fewer games. Both Hall of Famers, but Ware peaked higher and has a ring as well as more first-time All-Pros. Watt, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, 5-time first-team All-Pro. He was dominant. Your defensive tackles, Donald and Sapp, and at linebacker, Ray Lewis and Bobby Wagner. They took Bobby Wagner over Luke Kuechly and Patrick Willis, but neither had the longevity of Wagner.
Yeah, Luke Kuechly was one of the best players I've ever scouted.
I would have gone Kuechly too.
Yeah.
Kuechly and Lewis as your linebackers. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Here's your secondary. Champ Bailey, Pro Bowler in 12 of his 13 seasons.
It's unfortunate. The play that is most synonymous for me with Champ Bailey is the one where he picks off Brady and runs it up the sidelines in Denver, but Ben Watson, the tight end,
that was a playoff game,
has a beat on him, and it's like a 99-yard chase down at the line of scrimmage, and I think it ends up being a touchback situation, and it's Patriots ball again. Oh, what a heartbreaking moment in a playoff game.
Yeah, I know. That's terrible. Other corners, Richard Sherman. His peak wasn't as long as Bailey's, but Sherman was one of the best players in the sport between 2012 and 2016.
What are we doing to Darrelle Revis right now?
That's what I was wondering.
What are we doing to Darrelle Revis?
Darrelle Revis is number 3.
Okay.
Revis Island was a thing in multiple cities for the 7-time Pro Bowler and Hall of Famer, although arguments can be made for Hall of Famer Rondé Barber. Also, watch out for Jalen Ramsey in the years to come. I like Richard Sherman had a hell of a run. Barber over Sherman? I mean, I'll never forget the pick six Barber had to seal that NFC Championship game against the Eagles at the Vet.
Yeah. I will say this, Rondé Barber in the slot, Rondé Barber as a blitzer, Rondé Barber on the outside was a better overall player than.
And he'd fit, because who's your slot? I mean, I guess maybe Champ Bailey can kick inside out of these three.
But I was wondering, could Darrelle Revis?
Barber, no, you keep Revis on the outside.
Seemed like a true outside
guy. Outside guy. Barber, you put Barber, Monty Kiffin played Barber in the slot, and he was a weapon.
And then Bailey and
he has
Revis
many
outside.
sacks as he had interceptions.
My gosh. But maybe the greatest safety duo in the history of football.
Oh, Ed Reed and Troy Polamalu.
Yes, sir. Ed Reed at safety, 9-time Pro Bowler, 5-time first-team All-Pro, Defensive Player of the Year in 2004, key part of a Super Bowl winner, and then Troy Polamalu. Man, I mean, those two, unbelievable. Polamalu, 2-time Super Bowl champ, 4-time first-team All-Pro. So only 2 Cowboys make it, Zach Martin and DeMarcus Ware, over the NFL All-Star team of the 21st century. So this is since 2000. We had some people texting in like, what about Mark Bavaro? What about Joe Montana? This is only since 2000.
Yeah.
But there's your All-Star squad.
Thank you, Wolchuk. A fantastic job, and congrats to our buddy Zach Martin, who joined us on the Cowboys Player Show last season, and congrats to D. Ware, no doubt the gold standard of pass rushers here in the 21st century. Okay, we're talking Rangers with Sean McFarland of the Morning News. How will he set expectations when we get the season back underway on Friday? That's coming up next here on your home of the champs, 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now to talk some MLB All-Star Game and Rangers second half. Sean McFarland, our friend from the Dallas Morning News, joins us now here on your home of the champs. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Well, we're doing pretty good, especially how the Rangers played baseball when we last left off. Let's start there, Sean. How much have the Rangers righted the ship at this point?
I think it's huge. I think, honestly, just going into the break, feeling good about where they're at is a massive plus. You know, I was in Houston with them. I was in Anaheim with them, and you could just get a sense from players, coaches, and staff that they felt positive about where things were going into the second half. You saw a lot of things go right, especially in the Houston series, winning big, intense games where there's such a small margin of error. I think it just builds that confidence that they can make a run if things go as they did in the last week once the second half begins.
It's a tough second half to begin with Baltimore there. Now, they played Baltimore really well on the road a couple weeks ago, but they did drop 3 of 4. What sense or vibe do you get from management and the front office as to what needs to happen here to be buyers or sellers? Do you think maybe they're just going to stand pat?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I mean, and I'm trying not to be too much of a cop-out here, but it's like I think if they're going to be buyers, you got to see more baseball that you saw last week against Anaheim and Houston and Tampa Bay. If it looks like the previous weeks of baseball before that, who knows? Especially if it does become a seller's market because of the added wild card. There's so many more teams in contention. There's less teams selling. You might get a premium on your return. But look, they won the World Series last year. There's a really good core here. This team wants to contend. They want to make a push. They want to see the signs that says, let's invest in this team. So, I mean, I think if they come into the second half and play the same baseball they were this last week against Houston and Anaheim, and they, I don't know if they have to go out and sweep Baltimore, but if they're in contention against Baltimore, they handle business against Chicago, they go to Toronto, they play well there. They're only 5 games back right now. It's not the strongest division. I think it just takes a good week or two of baseball to say, let's continue to invest in this current team.
Sean, when do you expect to see Josh Young back in the lineup?
Yeah, so he took a big step on Sunday in Houston. He hit off the tee with a regular bat for the first time since his last rehab start, which was in mid-June. He's still working out over this break. And I think, if all goes well, if there's no setbacks, they ideally want to get him some rehab at-bats in the minors. Not too long, into the second half. I think hopefully within the next week or so, should everything continue to progress well. But look, the timeline on him, it feels like changes every week. They don't want to do anything that's going to cause further setbacks or further injury. They're going to be smart about it. But, if all goes well, I think within these next couple of weeks, we're going to get close or have him back in the lineup.
Hey, Sean, if I could circle back, if they do become a seller, what type of return can you project that at all, or it just depend on who they move on from, who they get back? Is that kind of how this is going to work on this? I mean, or can you, as a guy that covers this every day, do you have an idea like, okay, if they move on from a reliever, this is what we expect for them to get back?
Yeah, I think it's tough to project until you know what they would be willing to sell. But I think if you look at last year, the Rangers gave up two prospects in Tekoa Roby and Thomas Segisi, who were, kind of just outside the top 100 to get Jordan Montgomery and Chris Stratton. And if you're looking at what this team has to sell, you're looking at a plethora of starters. You're looking at, a David Robinson or a Kirby Yates, those type of back-end relief bullpen guys. I think, you hope for a similar package, ideally, but, it all kind of depends on how the market shakes out and who's selling and who's buying, I think.
Sean McFarland, Morning News with us. Okay, Ray Davis has been a buyer in a big way during his ownership tenure, but then there have been long gaps of not spending in between. Obviously, the Monty story from spring, and now the report they could let pitchers go and maybe budget conscious here. Is there a window in the future where you get a little bit of breathing room for that luxury tax threshold again, and we could expect something? Because for now, it just seems like the only way to improve the team is, to trade away prospect value because they just have no interest in adding payroll, it seems.
Yeah, listen, they have some contracts that will be off the book this year. And guys like Nathan Eovaldi, Michael Lorenzen, Andrew Heaney, and do you want to re-sign those guys? Who knows? But their contracts will be off the book this offseason. Obviously, we know the regional sports network thing plays into this and what the future looks like there. I think you look at this team and your core guys are locked up. Some of your arbitration guys you still have for a few more years. You have DeGrom locked up for a couple more years, and you hope that he looks like himself when he comes out of the second half. So I think it's, would I expect them to be like massive spenders again in the next year, in free agency? I don't know, probably not. But, I think you will have a little more breathing room this offseason compared to the previous one to make, additions around the margins, I think.
One thing we haven't really spent a ton of time discussing is what they did in the MLB draft. I think the All-Star weekend certainly took a lot of shine off of that. And fortunately, they were picking 30th overall in the first round. They weren't picking in the top 5 like they have been in recent years. Did anything stand out to you from what they did over the weekend in the draft?
Yeah, they went heavy on catchers. They drafted 4 or 5 of them, including with their first-round pick getting Malcolm Moore from Stanford. Look, if you look at their farm system, it is probably their weakest position in terms of guys who are close to the majors. They have a 18-year-old catching prospect who seems to be a promising prospect, but he's 18. So it's going to be years away from him. And they got Malcolm Moore in the first round. He's a college catcher. We know the college bats tend to move quicker. He had a great freshman year at Stanford, kind of dropped back a little bit this year, but I think that was the one thing I saw was they kind of replenished their internal catching depth. And they went, as they have these last few years, very heavy on college bats, college pitchers, which is kind of the trend they've been in. And it was a weak high school class, but yeah, they, catcher heavy, and, they continue to favor college guys over high school guys.
You mentioned Eovaldi a few minutes ago. I wanted to circle back on that. It was one thing to see Monty go. That Nasty Nate's a must bring back, isn't he?
I would think so. He's been unbelievable for this team. Not even, obviously the postseason was incredible, but he's one of those guys where the guys in that clubhouse, like when he goes out there every 5 days, like there is an enormous amount of confidence behind him. And he's a clubhouse leader. When he's healthy, he's one of the best pitchers in the American League. He's not a guy. Look, the Red Sox, he left the Red Sox, and I'm sure they would love to have not let him walk away. And I can't imagine the Rangers do either. But, again, if he hits free agency and a team's going to pay him significantly more money than the Rangers would, who knows? But he's not a guy that I would want to let leave this clubhouse.
Sean McFarland with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You have a piece that just dropped a little bit ago, sticking with the rotation, about Max Scherzer. And I had no idea what to expect when Scherzer was coming back. I don't know if anybody did, but what are your thoughts on him when you were putting together that article, and maybe his future as well, because he's going to be a free agent?
Yeah, with Max, I think like yourself, we were all kind of in that boat of not knowing what to expect. He's almost 40. This is not a minor injury he came back from. And he has just been very, very good for this team, the 5 starts he's made. And we'll see what that looks like as he gets more starts under his belt, the regular wear and tear comes in. But, he's very in tune with his body. He knows how he's feeling. I don't think he would be out there pitching if he did not feel as close to 100% as he can. Like, I asked him if he, have you surprised yourself with how good you've been? He said, not really. I wouldn't be out here if I didn't think I'd be good. And look, I don't know what the Rangers expected when he'd be healthy this year. I don't think they were fully expecting to get Cy Young winner Max Scherzer back. And they've gotten through 5 starts like a frontline starter, basically. And that's just a huge boost considering this rotation's ideally only going to get better with Tyler Mahle and DeGrom and all those guys returning within the next month or so, hopefully.
Well, Sean, you were out there for all the All-Star festivities. I'm curious what your vantage point was for the infamous national anthem. And do you like my theory she was maybe overpoured by the robot bartender?
Yes, Adam, the robot bartender. I mean, I saw the video. That's a heavy pour that robot has.
Thank you. Thank you.
Listen, I was confused about halfway through the anthem. I was like, is this just an interesting take on the anthem I'd never heard? Like, what is this? I think everyone in the press box also shared that sentiment. I'm just glad that last night's anthem went off without a hitch. Everything seemed normal, you know?
Yeah. No, he crushed it last night. It was Cody Johnson, right?
Yeah.
He was in his bag.
Yes, yeah.
Who was the media member in the press box that was most disrespected and voiced that by the home run derby anthem? Just give us just one name.
Let me think. I don't think so. I think I was just trying to look at the floor so much that I wouldn't make eye contact with someone and I was just trying to just stare at the floor, get through this, and don't lock eyes with someone and burst out laughing or something. You know what I mean? That was my mindset the entire anthem. So I think I got through that fine. That was my plan.
How was Boch after making some history as the winning manager?
Yeah, I mean, look, we talked with him yesterday, and he's obviously experienced it all in baseball. The World Series, the All-Star games, the managing some of the best players to ever play in this game. But you could tell that I think he took a minute yesterday to really kind of appreciate the fact that this was his 5th All-Star game. He's coming off a World Series win. He's managing it in his home stadium. And you could tell that he really appreciated the moment, which I think is very cool because, when you're in the day-to-day grind of the sport or any sport, I think it can be hard to step back and fully appreciate the moment, but I think he did yesterday, and I think that's really cool to see.
Where do you think he appreciated the hideous uniform he was wearing that night?
The uniforms were tough, man. I think, Rob Manfred met with the Baseball Writers Association of America yesterday and kind of said, there will be discussion moving forward about switching back to everyone wears their own uniform.
Sure.
It's I don't hate the idea of custom all-star uniforms. I think if they're done well, it could be cool. But
yeah,
it's been a couple of years now of
what's up with baseball and overall? I mean, uniform. It's been a problem since April, right? I mean, what is this just something that they just did not get right, or is this the manufacturing problem? What is the deal here?
I think it's a manufacturing problem. I will say this though, it was such a big topic of discussion in April and spring training,
Sure.
and understandably so. But I don't think anyone's talked about it in months. The players don't. At least the Rangers players, they weren't too bothered by it. They recognized that there was a difference. They were fine with the old ones. They're mostly fine with the new ones. But at the same time, they were just I don't know why we had to make this change in the first place.
Sure.
So we'll see what it looks like. I imagine and hope that MLB and Fanatics and Nike learn from this experience, and next year we're not spending all April talking about see-through pants and stuff.
Sure.
But it has not been as big of an issue once the actual baseball started playing. I can say that.
Yeah, I was watching the Dodgers play the other night, one of those games. I think they were in Washington or something, and it looked like that gray. It went to dark gray.
Oh yeah, the grays are the ones that the Rangers too. It really, really shows. The rest of them, I think, are mostly fine, but it's the grays where you can really see that there's a significant difference.
Sean McFarland, Morning News. Great job covering the team as always, sir. Thank you so much for your insights.
Thank you, guys.
There he is. Sean McFarland, read his stuff. A lot of good stuff out there to check into, including a nice article. I mean, Max Scherzer, talking to the insiders just 6 weeks ago, they're like, we're not even sure if Max is going to play it all this year once the numbness started happening. So this has been amazing. You know, you're looking at vintage Max Scherzer out there right now. Okay, top 10's coming up. Well, Chuck, where are you taking it?
National Hot Dog Day, the top 10 best toppings for your dog. And is this the kryptonite for Patrick Mahomes? That's next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back, Nation. Segment is brought to you by Window Nation. 50% off all windows. And the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It is time now for Zach Wolchuk's Top 10. Here he is, the Woolly Bully, Zach with an H.
Thank you very much, General. It is National Hot Dog Day. What is your hot dog toppings? 877-881-1053. But have we possibly found Patrick Mahomes' kryptonite? This was him yesterday reporting to Chiefs training camp, and he is doing a first in the NFL for him at camp. This is Patty.
This is my first year I'm bringing a TV. So I haven't brought a TV ever before, but NCAA came out, and I'm going to have to turn it on. So I brought a TV for NCAA and the Olympics. So that's my first year of doing that.
All right, we just got to throw in the Olympics, but really, it's about NCAA. That has just come out.
Well, he's in the game.
He is in the game, and he deserves to be in the game, but we know Kyler Murray and the Call of Duty that is snake-bitten him.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't had to worry about NCAA being out in the career of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Is this finally something that maybe we find a weakness in Patrick Mahomes, and he spends too much damn time building his Texas Tech dynasty?
It's possible. You can't rule it out. I don't think anything will stop the man.
I don't either.
And Andy Reid has some of the most demanding training camps in all of the NFL, if not the single most. So I'm sure if he needs a wake-up call from it, he'll get it. But, you know, it wouldn't be the first time that video games got the best of somebody's job.
If he runs out of beer, that might slow him down.
Yeah, all that Coors Light.
Yeah. If he runs out of Coors Light, then I think that might.
I do think, though, the fact that he's playing football, at least it's still like it's the football element. You can be gaining something out of that. Like Kyler's playing a completely different game. There's no football relation.
Honestly,
really.
It's probably just going to make him better. He's probably going to see some play or do something in the game, and he's like, you know what? I bet I could do that in real life.
Yeah, and as a father of two, he knows this is like training camp is really the only time that he will be able to really sink in and
that's a great point.
You know?
There you
so,
go.
like, kudos to him for that. Honestly, I was thinking about just if I could afford it, I'd get a console and get the game just for while we go to Oxnard.
Yeah.
For those 10 days, I'll feel great about having the opportunity just staying up into the wee hours of the night. Walchuk's coming over to my room. He's got his Snuggie, the whole nine. I got the Doritos because I always do.
I mean, I could bring the Xbox, but I'd have to check it back.
Bring the box.
Mahomes, nanny.
Bring your
maybe?
freaking box to camp, bro.
Maybe nanny.
Oh yeah, you go nanny for sure.
Nanny. He's got to have a nanny, right?
Yeah.
Mahomes?
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, I don't think he's worried about losing sleep and stuff like that, like you would. Like
It's probably a little bit different.
You got like a nighttime nanny.
Yeah, you
Rich
got
people.
you got somebody that's getting up with the baby. It's not you. I kind of feel like that maybe we're working on that.
So he'll have a little bit more time than others to play that game. If
I
he
would
wants
say
to.
he's got a lot of time to maybe sleep if he wants to.
Yeah,
That would be my guess.
I think Pat will be fine. I agree with
He
you.
ain't
but
getting up changing diapers. I don't think that's happening.
You don't think he's changing diapers?
Nope.
Oh man.
Nope.
It sounds like you don't even think mom is either. It sounds like you think they got nanny to.
I kind of feel like that. I probably got a nanny that kind of takes care of all that stuff. Really, to be honest with you, that'd be my guess.
Okay, 254. Can we rent consoles? Can we do that? Can we rent a console to have with us and then just return it after the week of Oxnard?
What are the chances of being able to rent a console?
I don't
Back
know.
in the day, that was the best I could get. I went through a long drought of having a console. I had to buy the original Nintendo with lawnmower money. And then Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis is out and everything. And you would go to Blockbuster and rent the entire console for like $10 a day and a couple of games.
Hell, I didn't even know you could rent consoles. That's amazing.
Just check the
Probably
damn
don't do
bag.
it anymore.
That's
But
badass. Just what?
Just check the damn bag.
I could do that too. Yeah, I could check it back.
Just check the damn bag.
I'll look into it. I'll see what
Probably
I
going
can
to take us a long time to get the car, so just check the damn bag.
All right, we'll consider that. Dawson's already given me the
biggest issue is I think you should. The biggest issue is getting sufficient Wi-Fi. But if you're playing against other people, then you don't need that. You know, and getting the hookups to your TV.
I was gonna.
We'll just go mano a mano style.
Yeah, we'll just go 1v1.
Yeah,
and then everyone actually ends up being in the room.
Yeah.
We're not going to be going to Rudder Room. We're just going to be partying and just playing NCAA. Who's the best at the fan? All right, let's get into the
Bring
top
FIFA.
10. Oh, I got FIFA. That's already
FIFA
downloaded.
shots.
So dude, we could play FIFA shots. Yes, this might be onto something here, boys.
Maybe Dawson comes out of retirement.
Maybe 877. Hit a couple posts. 877-881-1053. What are your favorite hot dog toppings? It is National Hot Dog Day. Now, I know, Eric, yours is going to be mustard. Mustard will be your number one. But are you anti-ketchup?
I'm not going to go as far as to say I'm anti-ketchup, but it's not something that I personally would never do that. Like ketchup for me is at Whataburger, I'll dip the burger into their amazing ketchup and then French fries. Otherwise, I don't really need ketchup for anything else.
By the way, have you heard that In-N-Out has a mustard fried burger?
What?
Yeah, Abby dropped that on me last night. We're in the drive-thru. She said, "Dad, ask for a mustard fried burger." I thought, am I getting butt cracked here? So I asked the gal, I said, "Is there such thing as a mustard fried burger?" She said, "Yeah."
Was it bomb?
She ate it.
Okay,
not me.
okay,
Yeah.
you're okay. Nice.
But it's
dude.
essentially putting a bunch of mustard on the burger before you cook it.
Sounds like a great idea. Aren't we doing that with brisket and stuff plenty?
Yeah, as a binder. As a binder, yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
They've also got that Flying Dutchman, right? Which is the grilled onions.
Oh, yeah.
You
Yeah,
looked at me like
try
that was something dirty.
What, the Flying Dutchman?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Get
if
your
Eric
mind
would
out
have
of the
said it,
gutter.
I wouldn't have believed it.
I'm going to Urban Dictionary that one.
Yeah, I mean, there might be alternative ways
I'm
of
gonna
what
find
that
out.
means. As a
What'd you say again?
definition.
Cincinnati bow tie.
The Flying Dutchman. Jalapeno mustard or McDonald's spicy mustard.
The jalapeno mustard is good.
Swag
I used to
Daddy's.
put that on my ribs.
Ooh, okay. I've never actually had jalapeno mustard. 469 Swag Daddy said hot mayo and pico de gallo. Hot dog spray cheese and whatever else from the 214. Now, I did see a Seattle dog. I don't know if you guys had ever even heard of a Seattle dog. This was a first for me.
Chicago with the pickle and the tomato
That's
and
the only
all
one
that.
that I knew
So
of.
they
right?
sprinkle some black tar heroin on top of it.
On
or
the
something
Seattle
like
dog?
that?
No,
I'm thinking
it's actually a fish dog.
I think
Does it come with
salmon.
a needle?
I thought there'd be some salmon
Yeah, no.
involved.
So what it is they do a spicy beef hot dog.
You're thinking of the Portland dog, Chief.
That's right.
That's right.
My apologies. I got my cities mixed up.
But they toast the bun on the bottom of it. They put a layer of cream cheese. Then they put the dog, and then they do mustard, relish, and
Salmon eggs.
jalapenos.
Wow, dude. I
Salmon
don't know if I'm doing
salmon
the.
roe.
I got to try relish again because I haven't really done that since I got my adult taste buds in. So I need to revisit the relish, but everything else about that dog sounds phenomenal. I'm a
you'd
cream
like it.
cheese guy. Mustard. I mean, all of that sounds great. Get a little grilled onions. You said jalapeno.
Yeah, jalapenos.
I like that, dude.
I mean,
That's got a chance.
The Dirty Kirby, that is legendary in Stillwater. If you get a drunken night out there and you want to go see an Oklahoma State game, that's the first time I'd had a hot dog with cream cheese on it, and it is actually pretty damn delicious.
Love cream cheese.
And I know we got people that are putting mayo on their hot dogs, like Joe Hoyt. Big mayo guy on the hot dog.
Apparently, 1 out of every 5 people will go mayo on the dog.
I'm sure they do. Lucius, are you a mayo on the hot dog? What are we putting on our dogs?
Yeah, I'm not mad at mayo on a hot dog, and I would mix it with some ketchup, make a little pink sauce.
There you go.
Good pink sauce.
I like a lot of mustard on my hot dog, though. Originally, put a little Coney Island sauce, a little Coney chili.
Yeah.
Small onions chopped up. Sprinkle some cheese on that dome.
I do love a grilled onion on there, too. You get a caramelized onion on there.
When I was growing up, I'm dead serious. I had a buddy that would do peanut butter on the hot dog.
Okay.
Never heard of that. What about coleslaw?
I do like a peanut butter pancake. I would never try coleslaw on anything.
Somebody texted in coleslaw. Have you tried coleslaw on a dog?
Yeah. My dad and them made some weird hot dogs.
Yeah.
He called them Chicago dogs, but they were not Chicago dogs.
Yeah.
They were big links, and you put coleslaw on there and everything, and chili. It was fantastic, but they were not Chicago dogs.
I think that's more kind of a South Carolina thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I could see
The
maybe
Gamecock
if you
dog.
had,
Slaw
like,
dog is what they.
slaw dog. Like if you had an Earl Campbell hot
Georgia
link.
hot dog. Yeah.
Yeah,
Slaw dog.
maybe the coleslaw, like to cool it down, that could be a good combo.
Yeah.
A lot of people texting in kimchi on a dog from the 817, mayo and chili, bacon chopped with hatcherine chili, cheese, and grilled onions from the 480. A lot of people dolling up their hot dogs in different ways. Here is your list. Honorable mentions. We do have the coleslaw as an honorable mention. Banana peppers, mayo.
I think banana peppers would be pretty good.
And how about this? The number one honorable mention at 11, just on the outside looking in, Eric, and I don't know if you've ever done this. French fries.
Top the dog with French fries. I don't think
fries
I've ever
on a hot
actually. Oh no, it's the Pittsburgh burger that does that.
Yeah.
I've never necessarily done
the
it with
Pittsburgh sandwich.
Panani
that
Brothers,
does it.
is that what it is?
Panani Brothers. Yeah. Don't they put
the Who brothers?
Panani?
Pananis?
The Pamanis. Okay.
Panani?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
if
I don't
that's
know. I've
right.
never done it. I never topped it with fries, but why not?
Number 10 is jalapenos.
Jalapenos.
9 is dill pickles.
Okay.
8 is bacon.
Yeah.
I haven't rocked a lot of bacon on the hot dog.
Sometimes you just got to sprinkle some pork on your pork.
If you're going to do that,
wrap it.
Wrap it.
I knew you were going to say that.
Smoke it.
Wrap the bacon around the hot dog and then cook it that way.
You ever just do just lather some nacho cheese on there?
I'm cool with it.
Usually you get that with the chili dog, but maybe you hold the chili and just go cheese that bad boy up.
You know, another one that I've seen people do is baked beans.
That's nice.
Yeah?
Yeah, you want to really candy up those baked beans with some brown sugar, maybe some finely diced jalapeno
I would use it as a
sausage.
dipper. I wouldn't put it
Dip
on
the
the
dog
sand.
in
I
there?
would dip the dog in the baked beans
Maybe
with
that's
the
a better-
barbecue sauce.
Baked bean juice.
Go ahead and moisten
You
it
want
up
to
a little
strain
bit.
out the beans.
Yeah.
That could be
Don't
better
wanna
than
sog the bun.
dipping in the water. Maybe just dip in the bean juice.
I do. It would taste better.
Tastes better. 7 is sauerkraut.
I'll go there.
6 is cheese.
Yeah.
Just what kind of
Just
cheese?
some shredded cheese there.
Just cheese.
In the side. Yeah.
5 is ketchup. It's only at 5.
Yeah, just a
I
little
like
ketchup. Little stripe of ketchup.
4 is chili.
Yeah, I can see that.
3 is
with
the relish.
With number 7, the cheese.
Yeah, well,
With
Relish
number-
is basically
number
you gotta put
9,
them
the
together.
onion.
Some people just don't like all of these things. They want to just do them individually.
Well, put them together.
Is
Live a
relish
little.
just pickles?
It's diced up.
Yes, and you can get them like with the sweet relish if you want, or you can just get plain relish, which is not sweet. But it's diced up pickle.
I would go with what they call the gherkin, which is a little bit smaller pickle, little tiny pickles, and dice those up. They make a little bit better relish.
Yeah. So like
for
the
you.
Chicago dog will put a whole pickle
Put a whole
spear on there.
Spear, yeah. I
And then
said
there's the
spear.
relish.
Spear.
2 is onions.
I love onions.
Okay, 2, 4, 9
together.
All together.
And then number 1, best hot dog topping, the mustard.
The mustard.
Of course.
Just straight French's yellow mustard, or you going a little brown?
I'll do any of
A
them.
little
Anything but a honey, I think.
feel fancier with the brown.
Yeah, I think so too. French's makes a brown mustard.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, the brown mustard, Gulden's, I think.
Gulden's.
Is a great brand.
Gulden's.
Yes, probably from Germany.
Gulden's. You do the stone ground
Yeah,
mustard?
I love that stuff.
Okay.
I mean,
Shout
the
out.
Grey Poupon's the original fancy mustard.
Yeah,
That one's
Grey
outstanding. Is
Poupon.
that horseradish in there?
I think it's got a little hint.
Is that what gives it a little kick?
Little hint.
Shout out to Nick Nepic, our old teammate here at 105 through the fan who's listening. It's Primanti Bros in Pittsburgh who invented
Primanti
fries
Brothers?
in the sandwich. It's elite, he says. And he hates most things, but he doesn't hate that.
Looks like the Flying Dutchman is some combination between a ghost poo and a Houdini.
Okay.
All at the same time. So
Wow.
that's what the Flying Dutchman is.
Flying Dutchman. Get your fiber thins. Have
Order one
of
at
those.
In-N-Out.
Okay. Thank you, Wolchuk. It's top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the nation. Chief, where are we going next?
Which member of the G-Bag Nation will be the first to purchase this next in the nation?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got sweet dreams of football season right around the corner. We'll be in Oxnard next Wednesday night, set to broadcast. Broadus is staying the whole time over there in California. It'll be issuing reports and doing the show with us live from the tennis courts, even after the rest of us come on back to join Lucius. Okay, speaking of Lucius, LA Live's coming up in about an hour or so. Football's finest at 5. Chief, what's this about us buying something?
Yeah, have you guys seen the newest Apocalypse meal opportunity that Costco's punching out?
No.
I was in Costco. Well, I take that back. I was in Sam's the other day.
Oh, I love Sam's.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Sam's.
Yeah.
And now I figured out how to use the app where I don't even have to get in line.
Yeah, it feels like you're stealing it, right?
You could take your phone and just scan everything and put it. It goes to a card. You put a card on there on file
scan as you go.
Yeah.
And then now when it's instead of standing in the line with everybody, you just push right by and go get those boxes over there by the door.
Yeah.
And load up the boxes and carry that thing to the car without ever stopping.
What would you say is the biggest difference between Sam's and Costco? Is it mainly like the Sam's gas?
I do get the Sam's gas on a good price, but no, I've never been to
$2.99
Costco like
the
that,
other day.
so I don't know.
You just the Sam's loyalty's there.
Yeah, I love it, man. I got some jewelry at Sam's and some hot dog. The hot dogs are amazing.
Yeah,
over
they
there,
are.
bro.
Yeah.
That is pretty amazing. You can go get some ready and available hot dogs and some fresh jewelry. One-stop shop. That's pretty cool.
I got crab legs there the other day. I got some crab legs. I picked up some crab legs.
Okay, yeah, I did that and some shrimp and
yeah. You could get some good deals on some seafood and some steaks and stuff like that.
So you say steaks. What is that big thing that the steaks are made out of? The ribeyes.
Yeah.
What is the larger version that you cut and you could create?
Tomahawk.
No, not the. It's like the
tenderloin,
chuck.
the beef tenderloin.
Is it is it chuck or something like that? I don't know what it's called. Anyway, you can buy those up there at Sam's, and you can cut them in half. And you got like 7 steaks.
Oh, you smell like getting steaks out of
yeah. Chop. You got like 7 to 8 steaks all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. You get the big dog, and then you just cut them into your own.
Cut your own
steaks.
steaks.
Your own thickness and everything.
Lucius is right. You cut your own width on those steaks. Yeah.
I'm in on that. I'm totally in on that.
Chateaubriand.
Well, this Apocalypse dinner kit comes with 150 servings of food, and it'll last you 25 years, apparently. That's the shelf life on this thing.
45 years?
25.
Okay, 25. Got it.
Available.
Like Twinkies involved?
$99. Yeah, this is where the problems come in for me.
Twinkies are indestructible. Twinkies could last 100 years.
Yeah, if Twinkies were in here, they'd be able to get the years up a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Well, Costco, and this is for obviously like a zombie apocalypse situation.
Because they know what time it is.
Yeah.
Well,
this is as good a time as ever. If you're going to come out with an apocalypse meal, this is probably the time.
Could you do this if like the power went off and stuff like that?
Yeah, all you have to do is apparently add water to every one of these things. Yeah. And here's my issue with it is like this is what you're going to get. 12 servings of pasta Alfredo.
Okay.
You're going to get a cheesy macaroni. You're going to get 6 servings of teriyaki rice in your apocalypse zombie meal. Creamy pasta, vegetables, potato pot pie, tomato basil soup with pasta, chicken noodle soup, and 12 more servings of brown sugar and maple multigrain, apple cinnamon cereal, crunchy granola, bunch more white rice, vanilla pudding, some type of orange drink that I imagine is like a Tang. And I'm like,
what's wrong with Tang over there?
Where's the protein,
need some
dude?
Tang.
It's just, hey, here's a bunch of grain. Here's like you're trying to survive and beat zombies, and you're gonna lose your muscle mass in a second.
The protein you're gonna need to cook, really. Like I guess this is all just instant.
Add
type
water
of stuff.
kind of thing. Add hot water.
Like I need
right?
fire and heat to be able to really cook protein.
I mean, is that what the our astronauts? They're not getting any protein up there. They're just taking a bunch of granola.
The meat can hold. You know, like you might have to get a protein powder. They should be packing some protein powder in there.
I think we're losing some weight when we're up there. By the way,
I do see a whey milk.
They come back looking funny, bro.
Yeah,
whatever that means.
Yeah.
Like, how long could beef jerky hold? That seems like it'd be good to go for 100 years or so.
Okay,
Let's pack some of that in there.
Let's get a little Bucky's beef jerky in there. Maybe some beaver nuggets just for some funsies. Those things probably gotta last for 100 years.
Twinkies could last forever.
Yeah, shout out to Zombieland.
So are you guys in? Are you
okay? Let me ask you.
What do you
a question.
think? Is this going in the bunker?
I think so.
Yeah,
if you are in the prepping business, this is a must-have.
Could we get one of these and bet payoffs? You had to eat 4 of these things. Yeah,
Four items?
You have
That's
to pick-
150 servings.
No. You pick 4 items out, and you have to eat all 4.
I think that'd be a great one. I mean, you're gonna have to spend $100 to do it, but yeah, you just throw water into some random mac and cheese and tear it up.
Speaking of water, you're going to want, assuming that there's not a lot of nuclear fallout and your bodies of water are still, appropriate. You're going to want fishing line in there. You're going to want some hooks, and then a lot of bullets,
Machete.
probably a long rifle, a shotgun for birds, 20 gauge, of course. Maybe a Remington 308 for taking down either that could be invaders or like your deer. Your cattle. In this scene, you're probably going out to harvest the protein live.
Yeah, that's what 682 is like. You're hunting your protein.
Yeah,
I get that.
I'm gonna need.
I think if I had to eat this, I think I'd let the zombies get me.
But like, if you got a potato pot pie, let's make it a chicken pot pie. Why does it have to be potato?
I don't think
Water.
you can freeze it.
No, chicken's just not gonna be able to hang.
Chicken's going to go bad.
This is all about the 25 years thing. Like this is all
The
stuff that
25.
can hold
Yeah.
25 years. Because like beef jerky will last a couple of years, but it's not lasting the full 25 years.
Gotcha.
I'll have to go get the beef jerky separate, is what you're telling me. Then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna upon zombie apocalypse, we're all making a run to Buc-ee's real quick.
Yeah.
Beaver nuggets.
You're going to want some sort of a solar panel charging device. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah.
Because we're not going to be able to depend on an electric grid, obviously. So something to keep the devices going so you can remain in contact. Monitor comms for coming in from the Fed, stuff like that.
If the zombies hit, though, we're out of contact, right? We're knocked out of communication, right?
Yeah, but you might want some walkie-talkie action, right? You got a guy watching the front gate or something like that.
Zombies are just metaphors for people that have lost it, right? We're not talking about real zombies, right? We're talking about people who have just lost it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I would say.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to put anything.
Like
I kind of feel like
America.
if we're to this
We're down the
point,
street.
we got knocked out.
We're down the street from this.
I kind of feel like all communication just got knocked out. If we're to this point where
Just find the high ground.
Yeah, but that's where you need a walkie-talkie, right?
Yeah.
You're going to want some of that.
The radio waves are still there if
you
you
talk
can
about your
harness it.
phone, like keeping your phone and all that. Is that what you're?
That's just to play Candy Crush and stuff like that.
Possibly.
Yeah, that's entertainment.
Somebody's going to try to get the cell towers back up and running.
Netflix.
Somebody's going to try
Is
to
that
get
the
those
first
satellites
thing you
going.
do? Do you try and get the cell towers back up? What if you
You want your IT kind of guys focused on that. You know what I mean? You have your hunters. You got to divide up what's your wheelhouse. All right, let's go figure out where we're going with the phone lines.
I think
Can we get
Dawson
those
and I
restored?
would. I think Dawson and I would try and get air conditioning back as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
luck.
I mean, like whatever we have to do, like the hell with communication. Give me the air conditioning back up.
I respect that
Giant
priority.
propane tank.
Yeah.
Giant propane
Yeah.
tank to run that AC.
Now we're grilling. 480 says the archery is actually the way to go for the quiet hunting. In a situation like that.
Yes.
Having
I can
a
see a lot of missing going
Yeah, we're
on.
gonna starve to death.
A lot of broken arrows. A lot of missing going on there.
that has to be the coolest way. Like I'm not a hunter, but that has to be the coolest way to
You ever watch that
kill your
Ted
prey.
Nugent?
Yeah.
Ted Nugent hunting show. He's the first hunting show that actually showed the arrows going into the animals. Like there used to be a time where you watch those, and then they would show them back at the camp. Like, oh, we had a good
It was
day.
like the Lorno of hunting.
Right. He would show the arrow going into the turkey.
It's like softcore hunting.
Yeah, he a wild boy. You see him cracking the neck of rabbits right there on television.
Yeah.
Well, I found one right here in this trap. Crack.
Yeah, seriously, that was the first hunting show that like you're going, oh my God.
Felt legit.
Usually they show like afterwards, like they're standing by, well, it was a great day and thanks for everybody for coming along. No, they show arrow going into the turkey and it falling over and stuff. Yeah.
What a great shot.
Yeah. Oh, got him.
That was a clean kill.
That does seem pretty cool. We're not airing that show anymore.
They took that off. It was too graphic for the kids.
Maybe there's a YouTube rabbit hole that we can get down there.
Your daughters would love the show.
Yeah, no.
Daddy, can we watch that?
Look, Dad, arrow through the breast of the turkey.
We did that once.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look at
man.
Ricky the raccoon taking some hot lead.
You're insane. I either way, I think this is cool. I like what Costco's doing here. And
no, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I think it's pretty awesome. I wish we could find a way to get a little bit more protein in there, but I understand the hazards. And hopefully we got some guys that really can get out there and do some game hunting.
Yes, sir. I'd be in.
Because it ain't going to be us.
Yeah.
It's not going to be me.
Be ready for everything.
I get fish.
Get you a compass, too. Make sure that compass is sitting there in your
that's smart.
In your bug out bag. bug out pack, whatever it might be. Brian, you know
Dawson's
what I'm
crazy,
about.
bro.
I mean, how much stuff is he carrying here? Man, we're like, I
Utility
can't go
belt
any
and
further. I can't.
I'm just talking about the basics.
I just fall down
fishing
a
line,
huge
some
He's
hooks.
just scratching the surface over here, Broadus.
zombie guy just immediately grabs me because I got a 200
Don't
pound
watchdog my guy's apocalypse
Yeah,
plan,
come on.
okay?
He's prepared.
Can someone help me with this?
and you need a car jack if you have to jack up the car.
Oh, you want some fishing line?
You know nothing. I know whose neighborhood I'm going to first to resupply.
Yeah.
See it, Broadus's address.
Broadus is dead
I
already.
just can't. Dawson's walking around with a 300-pound pack.
Yeah, and you're walking around with a window unit.
I'm like zombie
Hey, where
guy.
can I plug in?
I'm just telling you. I would rather
Like a
carry
boombox over his shoulder.
I would rather carry
Somebody
around
give me an outlet.
air conditioning and an air mattress are the two
Yes.
things I carry
And some
around.
crab legs.
All right, it is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Like I said, a week from today, we're flying out to Oxnard. In addition to the finest is next. Eric, what do we got?
From D3 to dominance, plus football or ball sack from SEC Media Day next year in the nation.
Are you ready to make this summer one to remember, though?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes, LA Live in 40. Let's jump into the world of football with an edition of the finest. Here's Eric.
50, boys. 50 days until the NFL kicks off. For real, for real. And we are 7 days away from hopping on a bird and
50, yeah.
going
50.
to the West Coast. It's training camp time. Very, very exciting. Our football coverage leading up to training camp on 105.3 The Fan, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits. Still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Yeah, 50 days away. 50 days away. Very, very exciting. And there's plenty of football news here. You know, one of the things, did we see the, I don't even know how to say this guy's name, Quinn Miners?
Yes, Quinn Miners.
Nailed it.
Badass offensive guard, man. I remember him at the Senior Bowl.
Got a big extension, huh?
Well, He always rocks the gut. And he,
Yeah.
I mean, his Senior Bowl story was fantastic. I think he was like a small school guy that was out like pass blocking drills in the woods and stuff.
Yes, so he's a D3 football player whose final year in college was nullified because of COVID.
Right.
And so he didn't get to play at all. So he barely even got invited to the Senior Bowl because at the time Landon Dickerson had gotten injured in the national title game and had to bow out of the Senior Bowl. So then this kid gets an opportunity. D3 dude, didn't even play his senior year. And the way he was prepping for the Senior Bowl was, and there's a bunch of videos of this, is this dude in the woods, in the jungle, as you mentioned, Walchuk, and he is doing pass blocking drills and run blocking drills versus oak trees.
And he dominated the Senior Bowl. I mean, it was like, wow, this kid's going to be an absolute badass.
It's a pretty amazing story. This dude, D3, doesn't play his senior year. He's blocking trees, gets a lucky invite, sort of a petty invite to the Senior Bowl.
Thanks
he
to
dominates.
injury.
Yeah. Ends up being drafted in the third round, which was impressive in and of itself. And then now he's played so well for the Broncos that he just got the 4-year, $80 million fatty boom bah.
Good for him, man.
What a turnaround, man.
You love those stories. I just wonder how many other potential stars there were that kind of get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's a Kurt Warner type story.
Yeah, I always believe in the idea of like if you're good enough, you will be found.
Sure, me too.
But there's definitely been some
There's
of
always
that
some.
slip through the cracks.
Gotta be.
You know? But him blocking a tree, I don't know, is that something you'd ever seen before? Brought us in your years of scouting, guys blocking trees. I mean, I
Never.
saw one where he put a shoulder in a tree, and it wasn't a huge tree,
Yeah.
but he broke that thing in half.
He did. He was breaking
Yeah,
trees.
I've never seen me block trees before. No.
Like we've seen the Rocky
We've
Balboa,
seen the,
you're
push
working
cars,
out with
all
logs.
that stuff. Yeah.
He might be trend-setting.
That seems to be like the big thing at the O-line Masterminds deal is just these guys are pulling and pushing vehicles.
Yes.
I see a new video every day of a Cowboys offensive lineman pulling and or pushing like an F-150.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's the new cool way of doing it.
Strength training, baby.
And I
It
saw
seems functional too. You know,
for sure. Yeah, I
giant
mean
sled,
it's
yeah.
just basically a giant sled. Yeah. But I also saw they got all these offensive linemen in Frisco.
Yeah.
And I saw somebody wheeling in a giant wagon. It's like 4 cardboard boxes of nothing but Wingstop Ranch.
Yeah.
I guess they were like they're catering lunch and it's Wingstop, and it
It's the
feels
camps
like
here, right?
a lifetime supply
It's in
worth
Frisco.
of
Yeah,
it's
the camp. Yeah.
worth
I
of
wonder how
ranch.
much food they have to get to supply these offensive linemen for this. And shout out to Duke Manyweather again, who's the one running it all.
And I wonder if they're hollering at old Matt Pittman to come out there and dial up something
cook
cool
for those
him.
boys.
Yeah,
Would not mind that.
Why wouldn't you?
I know.
I mean, my goodness.
I know they dabbled in bringing the guys from Waco last year or Cleburne? No, Corsicana. Yeah, we had the
that
champion
came over and
barbecue
dropped
guy.
off. Yeah, that was delicious barbecue.
And I think they were out there for a similar type of deal, whether a treat for the players or a sponsor thing or something.
What's that barbecue called? Oh my!
The best ever.
Is it the one that we got hand delivered in Oxnard?
Yes,
Yeah.
they brought it to us in
Oh,
Oxnard,
my
but
God.
they,
That one-
but they have a spot here in Texas.
Oh gosh, I
They
got
got
the
books.
cookbook.
Obama.
Yeah.
I got the guy's cookbook, right?
Yes, we did.
Bluden,
You're almost there. Keep going.
It's BLUD.
Barack Obama.
Yeah.
B-L-U-D.
Bledsoes.
Yeah. Not Bledsoes.
Bledsoes.
Hey, you worked it out, baby.
I started spelling it in my head.
Kevin Bledsoe. Yeah.
Bledsoes, yeah.
Gosh, that was incredible, dude. That was
But they do
incredible.
have Blues Barbecue off Preston here locally.
Dude, we got to try and figure out because Matt Pittman's going to be in Oxnard at some point. I don't know if it coincides with when we're there. Obviously, Broad, you're going to be there the whole time, so you'll see it, you'll smell it. You need to get in the mix on some of this Pittman stuff. Yeah, if we're there, if we're on the tennis courts and Pittman's out there smoking out a little something, you bet your rear end I'm going over there trying to get a piece. Yeah, he's cooking for the players. I think he's got like at least like one. There's going to be like one special day where he is, or maybe a full week. I don't know, but his presence will be felt and smelt. And in a lot of ways tasted for those guys. Hopefully for us too. That'd be pretty awesome. You know, we had Matt Pittman at the Firehouse tour on Friday. He stopped by. It was great to meet him. I never gotten to meet him, and I showed him.
He's a great guy.
The Minnesota State Fair is coming out, like first of its kind, fried ranch dressing. And I showed him a picture of it, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, this looks amazing! I think he's going to try it. I think he's going to give it a go."
Damn,
fried ranch. Yeah, I don't know how they do this thing.
It's like the fried butter. Like how the hell do they do that?
I don't know
fried
exactly.
Beer.
I don't know exactly how they do it, but he was raving about how it looked, and he thought the fried ranch was a great idea.
Okay,
so
next thing you know, we got a fried ranch video on Meat Church.
Yeah, I think that would be exciting for everybody. Okay, now we have SEC Media Days going on. Do you guys? Is this football or ball sack here?
Football.
This is an anonymous Alabama player quote reacting to Nick Saban not picking Alabama to play in the SEC title game.
Yeah, because he went Texas-Georgia.
He went Texas-Georgia.
Yeah.
And so football or ball sack here, anonymous Alabama player quote in response to Saban not picking the Crimson Tide to appear in the SEC title game, quote, he always said, don't let some guy who lives in his mom's basement determine how you feel. I'm not going to let a guy who plays golf all day determine how I feel.
I'm going to say that's definitely ball sack. But I think this is genius by Nick Saban, and I'll tell you why after Broadus and Wolchuk answer your question.
Football or ball sack, boys?
Oh, my gosh. I kind of want to lean football here. I think we got a ticked off Alabama player. Because he is. He's retired, right? He's going to be playing golf, even though he's not really. He's getting all the inside information and giving it right back down.
No, apparently Saban says he's on the golf course every morning at 7:30, and then he says within an hour,
he works.
He says he can't even get to the back nine before his wife, Miss Terry, is texting him his to-do list for the day around the house.
Yeah, he tries.
He's going to do that coaching before we know it.
I'm going to say ball sack.
You're going to go ball sack?
Yeah.
All right. Wolchuk, you win.
Let's go. Football guy of the day.
Alabama guard Tyler Booker with some words for his former coach.
Okay, so the reason I think this is genius Saban stuff is he always saying the media was poison, compliments are poison. He wants Bama to win, and the best thing he can do to make that happen right now is to put that out there. Those guys are reading it. It's motivating them. Did you see what Coach said?
He's providing bulletin board material, chestnut checkers. Or is he... If you're Nick Saban, honestly,
I think he believes it.
If you're Nick Saban right now,
I think he believes it.
Human nature.
He got beat by Texas last year.
Are you human nature, Nick Saban? Are you actually secretly rooting against Alabama and everything that they have going forth for the next few years? You're not.
I think I might be.
Well, while they're still, they're still writing him a check.
Yeah,
so
he quit. He retired.
But it's not like the check stops clearing when Alabama starts to suck.
Yeah, but he didn't get.
He gets
fired.
his respect becomes even more and more and more. Nick, we might need to give you a pay raise because we need more football czar from you.
No,
our coach can't handle it.
That's a good point. I guess I was just thinking of it as if they start losing, well, then what the hell are we still paying you for? You're obviously not helping the case at all here, so there goes that job for you. But maybe they try and just bring him back.
Yeah, I could see him kind of secretly, actively rooting against.
But he can't pick Alabama. People are just going to be like, you're biased, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
He's got to just pick against them.
Yeah.
That's the tough spot that he's in. All these guys. It's like any former player, now you get in there and you got to kind of show some respect. I get it, but
Texas is damn good in the West. Texas is going to be a problem for everybody in the SEC.
Are you
in
guys
the West? Yeah.
Are you guys buying Texas versus Georgia SEC title?
Look, they're going to play in the regular season. We're going to get to see that matchup.
What game is Texas going to lose? You know, that maybe
what gimme game?
What game are they going to lose that's going to cost them the opportunity to be in this game?
Well, now they don't have the divisions
They didn't do that
anymore.
last year. They won them all.
Yeah, so now it's all about just you got to finish the top two in the standings.
They didn't win the Oklahoma game. That's true. Yeah,
but man, I don't know. I could buy it, yes, but I think that Ole Miss is going to be sneaky, not even sneaky good. Like Ole Miss is legit. Mizzou's going to be good this year. I mean, the SEC is going to be a daunting task as always. And can Texas play a tough schedule like that every single. Not shots fired at the Big 12, but it's a little bit of a step up here in the SEC.
I'm just thinking that Alabama with completely new coaching staff there is not going to be as good as they were. They'll have players. I don't know with Milroe as the quarterback. A lot of people really like him. I don't know about that, especially with learning a whole new offense and having to adjust all that. You're right about Ole Miss. They're going to be a lot better, but Ole Miss will find a way to lose a game they're not supposed to.
Yeah, that's true.
But Texas and Georgia do play each other. That'll be interesting.
Yeah. Texas loses 13 players to the NFL. Is that a sign that they're great? They're cranking out players. They got more great players, or is that too much to overcome? To me, that's the big question.
I think they hit the portal hard. They did a good job in the portal. Their speed that they have at wide receiver is something
offensive
legit.
line.
Their line's really, they're going to have a first round tackle, top 10 tackle this year.
Yeah.
I saw Georgia is going. They've been fining their players for their reckless driving issues. They're trying to nip that in the bud, in Georgia.
Like
two more players
points
over the last,
on their driver's license, kind of a thing.
Yeah, well, like now that there's like the NIL deals and stuff, Kirby Smart's like, this is how we're trying to mitigate it, because they've had like 20 plus dudes just in the last like year and a half
fatality
that
too.
have had disaster and for all sorts of different levels of the reckless driving. And so I guess the way he's going about it is finding these dudes NIL wise. It doesn't seem to like have worked to this point because they just had two more guys get popped in the last couple of weeks. But I'm sure that is I think it's a good attempt, other than just completely kicking these dudes off your team entirely. Now, I saw Joe Pompliano, my Italian brother who covers like the business of sports, and he's breaking down the city of Detroit.
Oh, we talked about this.
Oh, the economic impact?
Yeah, big time. It was awesome. They made a lot of money.
They made a ton of money, dude. And I'm wondering how much, will we get the reports from just the All-Star Week here locally for what type of economic impact that just had for the city of Arlington? I know you said there was a lot of Uber drivers coming in from all over the place to drive here for the week.
I don't know that you think we got as many people as Detroit did? That place looked packed. It was like 213 mil or something like that they ended up getting?
Yeah, the total economic impact was, over $200 million.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to get here in Arlington.
And Green Bay's next, right?
They are.
They could probably use an influx of cheddar.
I don't know how salute to those people for being that passionate of fans, but it's still colder than hell up there. I'm not standing outside staring at a TV screen for 8 hours.
Yeah.
And I don't know necessarily if I'm out of the rest of the country, if I'm coming down to Texas in July to be a tour, guide or tourist, unless I really love baseball. I think it's a tough sell coming to Texas in the summer, going to the north in the winter. That's not where I'm spending my tourism bucks.
I tell you what, I would love for our show on 105.3 the 3 days. I'd love for us to go broadcast all 3 days up at Lambeau Field or wherever they're having it.
That would be a dream.
Oh, do the draft out there?
Do the draft at Lambeau Field.
It'd be
in the parking lot
awesome.
up there. I think that would be so much fun.
Absolute dream that would be.
Looks like somewhere in the neighborhood of 90 to 95 million economic impact for Arlington. Early returns here, courtesy of the fan text. And the Texas fans are coming out right now saying like, hey, Texas plays 6 of the bottom 8 SEC teams this year. So, and then they add OU and Georgia.
They did get a favorable draw.
This might be a really good year for them to capitalize. I know Paul Feinbaum still thinks Archie Manning is going to be the one starting at quarterback by the time the season's over.
That guy's lost his fastball.
But did you see what Daniel Jeremiah said about Quinn Ewers?
Yes.
Yeah.
The pro comp was Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
And I
but he liked what he saw from him.
Yeah. I don't know,
Jeremiah did.
Man, if you're an NFL fan and all of a sudden you have a chance to draft Quinn Ewers and the comparisons Baker Mayfield, are you getting excited about that?
Well, Shador's was Geno.
Getting excited about that.
We talked about that last week, but I mean, no. But again, I get maybe
you need to sign Dak Prescott.
Maybe he's just saving himself here. We're going to keep the comps low, and we'll see. I mean, they still got to play a whole nother college season. I remember Sam Howell was supposed to be a first-round pick and didn't work out.
We have the odds for the next team that Belichick coaches.
Cowboys won.
Giants.
You got Giants 1.
The Giants
I have Giants at 1.
I think he's going to be the Giants coach.
Well, then you would want to capitalize. They got the 5th best odds, 10-1.
That's the job he wants.
They got the Cowboys though as the favorite for Belichick, and
I
then
just
the
don't
Eagles.
See Will or Steven allowing that to happen. I just don't.
Cowboys, Eagles, Bears, Raiders, Giants. Those are the top 5 there, odds wise, to land Billy B. I mean, maybe if Caleb Williams looks amazing, but the Bears still can't figure it out because their coach is a bit of an issue. Maybe Bill would be like, forget it, let's go there. I got myself a stud quarterback. Caleb Williams is everything that a lot of people think he's going to be.
I've never seen a coach's stock fall so hard. You might have to go back to Landry.
Well, the problem with Bill is it's that the personnel control. I think teams would love to have him as a coach, much like Parcells was, but I think the problem is how much personnel control is he actually? Is he going to come in and blow up everything that you've done with your front office, with your scouting department, with your pro guys and all that?
You got to be willing to collaborate. People want to have a little say.
He might not want it. Bill was willing to share, but man, Bill got after the personnel guys.
At one point, I think there would be a long line of teams willing to surrender everything, but the way that ended, you should have no faith in his ability to evaluate a quarterback.
I think he should have been the coach in Atlanta. Then that Rich McKay killed that when the president of the again. That's people lining up and saying we can't have this guy here because he's going to blow us all out.
Yeah, they're saving their jobs.
I just Steven and Will, I don't see them wanting to change how they operate.
So it would take maybe a team like the Bengals where the owner's like, we're getting rid of everybody and we're bringing in a guy. Because
Atlanta, that was Atlanta. That was clearly what Atlanta was, new general manager, new coach.
I would say, Bill, I want you to coach the team. I don't want you buying the groceries anymore, man. You did a terrible job with that.
And
That's why you're gone.
He was so used to complete authority in New England that it might be too much of a concede for him. He's at an age to retire anyway, just like Saban. The games are changing.
Yeah, but his new 24-year-old girlfriend is giving a new perspective on life these days. So maybe you have just like a different type of a mindset in there.
Why all eyes will be on Arlington again tonight. That story and more. We're coming back with the Expressway. LA Live's coming up at 5:40, and we're back with you here in the nation. I want to stay live with you, though, and talk about my friends at D&M.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.